Ning Yang is a supportive role known for augmenting the attributes of his teammates. However, just before the prestigious academy competition, his companions pressured him to withdraw from the team. The reason being, as a support character, he was incapable of healing or resurrecting, thereby diminishing their overall combat prowess. Fury welled within Ning Yang. After all, he had transformed this group of novices into A-level powerhouses within a year. Now that they had gained confidence, they sought to cast him aside. If they were to be so heartless, he would not hesitate to be equally ruthless. Ning Yang opened his interface and retracted all the abilities he had bestowed upon them, causing several of his former companions to plummet from A to C rank instantly. Chapter 1. The Reckoning. Ding. The enhancement of the Ice Phoenix Heart Pendant to level 7 was successful. Huh! Finally succeeded, Ning Yang exclaimed, radiating joy as he gazed at his prized creation. Ice Phoenix Heart Pendant 7. Physical Absorption 10-9. Magical Absorption 10-9. Physical Damage Increase 10-9. Magical Damage Increase 10-9. Required Level 50. Strength 12-9. Magic Power 12-9. The numbers in parentheses denote additional bonuses post-enhancement. This pendant was the result of a month's worth of savings and materials, intended as a token of affection for his teammate and crush, Wei Shuemei. Wei Shuemei was the principal damage dealer in their team, and this pendant would significantly enhance her capabilities. Ning Yang eagerly made his way to the old locust tree in the academy's garden, where he had arranged to meet Wei Shuemei. However, upon arrival, he found not only her, but also her brother, Wei Yangxing, her cousin, He Zhongyang, and Zhong Yang's girlfriend, Zhou Jing. The atmosphere fell off. Oh, what brings you all here? Is there an event that requires our early discussion? Or has someone foolishly come to trouble our Black Star team? Ning Yang habitually invoked the name he had given their team. Yet he felt a twinge of annoyance. He had only invited Wei Shuemei, so why had she summoned the others? How could he confess his feelings now? However, love should not be swayed by the opinions of others, and he resolved to proceed with his confession. Perfect timing, Shuemei. I have something wonderful for you that will surely astonish you. He waved the pendant in his hand, its icy blue glow strikingly vivid in the setting sun. Yet, before he could finish, he was interrupted. Ning Yang. Wei Shuemei stepped forward, her expression devoid of emotion. We have been waiting for you. Let me be direct. You should withdraw from the team. Withdraw? Ning Yang's smile faltered, and after a moment of shock, he asked, Are you joking? This is no ist. Wei Shuemei's gaze was distant, her tone unyielding. We have found a more powerful aura priest. His skills, courage aura, and mental aura provide over 50 points of attribute enhancement to a single target. They benefit all team members, have a longer duration, and moreover, Wei Shuemei paused to emphasize, his potential is extraordinary, possessing the revival skill capable of resurrecting fallen teammates within a short time frame, greatly enhancing survival rates. And you? Merely an ordinary support who can only provide minimal attribute boosts. Your potential has reached its limit. Although Wei Shuemei was beautiful, her words pierced Ning Yang's heart with a chilling sting. Was this not akin to finding a new lover while forsaking an old one? Suppressing his anger, Ning Yang scoffed. So in your eyes, my value in this team amounts to just a few points of attribute enhancement? Let's not forget who led you from a bunch of novices to an A-level team. In all my tactical guidance, my interpretations of dungeon mechanics, and my adjustments to each of your skills and positioning over the past year, did they mean nothing? Wei Shuemei's expression remained unchanged, her gaze towards Ning Yang tinged with a hint of pity. This was the impotent fury of the weak. Tactics? What tactics? Wei Yangxing stepped forward, his imposing stature radiating authority. You must understand, your courage surge and mental surge can only add 20 points each. They do not even compare to half of what the Aura Priest can provide. We are currently battling A-level monsters. What use is 20 points? It is hardly enough. Your contribution is minimal, yet you expect to share in the team's rewards. Who do you think you are? Wei Yangxing's robust presence instilled a sense of pressure. Exactly. He Zhongyang chimed in. What are you talking about tactics? Without you, we would have more freedom in leveling up. And what kind of support are you? You lack even the basic ability to heal. When we are injured, we must spend our own money on potions to recover. You truly have it easy as a support. As Wei Shuemei's cousin, He Zhongyang naturally sided with his cousin. Furthermore, their plan to expel Ning Yang had been premeditated. Precisely, Zhou Jing added sharply. To accommodate you, the fragile support. Do you have any idea how much pressure I endure while maneuvering? How many times have your mistakes disrupted our plans, forcing me to shield you from harm? With your inability to heal, what use is your support? You are merely occupying space. At this point, Ning Yang could no longer contain himself. He had never anticipated that, as the captain of the Black Star team, his image in the eyes of his teammates was so dismal. So this was their intent, to sever ties, leading them to speak without restraint? With this thought, Ning Yang unleashed the pent-up frustration of the past year, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhongyang. Zhongyang, is your head filled with muscle or excrement? Without my guidance, marking targets, reminding you of skill cooldowns and monster frenzy timings, you would have met your demise in the dungeon. With your mindless rush forward, you would have long since become nothing more than fodder. Freedom? What freedom? If you were free, we would have perished long ago because of you. Having made his point, Ning Yang turned to Zhou Jing. And you, Zhou Jing, as an archer, your shots are as erratic as a stray dog's. Had I not devised a training plan and optimal damage paths for you, would you even deal any significant damage? Yet you dare to blame my positioning errors? How many times have you greedily drawn elite monsters? And if not for my shouts to retreat, we would have been wiped out countless times. Under normal circumstances, Ning Yang refrained from using foul language, having never spoken harshly to Wei Xuan Mei and the others in over a year. But today, he could no longer endure. You may criticize my faults, but do not dare compare me to others. You speak nonsense. Zhou Jing and Zhongyang's faces flushed with anger at such belittlement. Ning Yang, do not attempt to argue. Wei Yangxing immediately interjected. Not only are you useless, but you also never disclose your data panel to us. Do you think you possess some extraordinary skills that we would be eager to see? Who cares? Furthermore, you have misappropriated team funds. The last time we noticed a shortfall of 10,000 coins, it was because you purchased this worthless necklace. As he spoke, Wei Yangxing pointed at the ice blue pendant in Ning Yang's hand, mocking loudly. Shut your mouth. Ning Yang's expression grew colder. That 10,000 credit coins were my personal funds used to buy high-level resistance potions for everyone. The receipts are stored in my personal terminal. Whose trickery did you learn to turn accusations back upon me? Chapter 2. This necklace was meant for you. With that, Ning Yang surveyed them all. You dare claim I am of no use? Just take a look at yourselves. Have you forgotten what you were a year ago? If it were not for me, gathering you all, discarded by others, into a cohesive unit, allow me to guide you meticulously on positioning, efficiently locking onto targets and conquering dungeons. Have you truly managed to level up so swiftly? How did you emerge from a sea of novices within just a year to form the now-renowned A-rank team? Haishing, now that you feel empowered, do you disdain me as a hindrance? Are you eager to abandon me once I have served my purpose? Isn't that so? Ungrateful wretches. As for the data panel, Ning Yang certainly would not allow anyone to view it. Within it lay astonishing secrets of his own. Wei Shumei furrowed her brows, a hint of displeasure evident. She found terms like waste and ingrate distasteful. Ning Yang, mind your language. We are genuinely grateful for your contributions and guidance. Without you, we might not have reached this point. However, you must face reality. I have tallied the contributions over the past 3 months. My team accounted for 30, my brother 22, my cousin 24, and Jingjing 18. And you, a mere single digit, only 6. Not even a fraction of Jingjing's contribution. The fact remains that your team contribution is alarmingly low. The growth of a team necessitates the collective effort of each member. It is not about us perpetually feeling pity for you and carrying you. With your presence, you will only hinder our participation in next month's Academy Alliance competition. Thus, I kindly ask you to leave the team. It would be for everyone's benefit. Wei Shumei articulated her thoughts with an icy demeanor, devoid of any remorse, presenting herself as having exhausted her goodwill toward Ning Yang. Ning Yang thought to himself, what an absurd situation. Did he truly require pity from others? If one were to discuss team contributions, he alone constituted at least 70 of the team's success. After all, he was a time traveler endowed with an extraordinary advantage. Had it not been for the alarming nature of his ability, which would surely attract envy, would he have concealed it until now? I am a burden. Huh. What notion? Do you remember who was once unwanted? Who couldn't even find a mediocre team? Ning Yang pointed at the four individuals before finally directing his finger at Wei Xiumei. You, who could hardly cast a fireball, were once a pitiful elemental mage, who took you in with kindness. Then he turned his gaze back to He Zhongyang and the others. And you three, had it not been for my regard for Wei Xiumei, would I have accepted you bunch of useless novices? Now that you have grown arrogant, you dare to claim I am the burden. Zhou Jing's face flushed as she retorted, we are the useless ones. You are even worse than us. Indeed, Ning Yang, do not think we are oblivious to your ulterior motives. You simply wish to seduce my cousin, do you not? I assure you, your schemes will come to naught. He Zhongyang interjected. At this moment, Wei Yangxing also stepped forward to voice his opinion. Exactly. You are merely lusting after my sister. Had we not been protective, your devious plans would have already succeeded. Their assertions were not without merit. Wei Xiumei was naturally beautiful, a rare gem among the school's flowers. Ning Yang often showered her with attention, and they all noticed. Indeed, I have a fondness for Wei Xiumei. I desire her. Ning Yang did not deny it, a cold sarcasm gracing his features. But now I must inform you. I no longer covet someone as ungrateful as Wei Xiumei. If it weren't for her beauty, do you think I would have taken in such a motley crew? When Ning Yang first traversed to this world, he was merely in his second year of college. The original persona was indeed a rather inept support mage, the kind no team desired. In order to assemble a full team, he sought out easily swayed individuals like Wei Xiumei, who were a year his junior. Now, as a third-year student, with less than 2 years until graduation, he was not willing to relinquish the A-rank team he had painstakingly built. Excuse me. Repeat that. Who is the fool? He Zhongyang, clearly unable to contain his anger, was on the verge of taking action. Enough with the bickering. Wei Xiumei interrupted their quarrel, her tone as sharp as a blade. Ning Yang, please cease your unreasonable antics and step down. She was acutely aware of Ning Yang's affections for her. He had always treated her well, whether in terms of team resources or skill guidance. It was evident that Ning Yang invested far more effort into her than the others. Yet, Wei Xiumei understood that Ning Yang's potential was limited, while her own future brimmed with possibilities. To be with Ning Yang was destined to lead to nowhere. She feigned indifference, but hearing Ning Yang declare he no longer desired her, while branding her ungrateful, naturally ignited her anger. Step down? Ning Yang replied with a chilling laugh. I'm the captain of Heixing. What right do you have to demand my departure? If anyone should leave, it is you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wei Xiumei and the others shifted dramatically. Ning Yang, how selfish can you be? He Zhongyang shouted furiously. If you resign, you lose 10 of all attributes. Our 4 combined would suffer a 40 loss. You would only incur a 10 penalty. Is it too much to ask you to sacrifice for the team? Zhou Jing joined in the moral browbeating. Indeed, Ning Yang, did you not always profess the importance of the team? Now is the time for you to make a sacrifice. Wei Yangxing even went so far as to threaten. If you do not resign voluntarily, do not blame us for making your life difficult at the academy. Wei Xiumei, with furrowed brows, regarded Ning Yang and added, do not take my brother's words to heart. We will not resort to such tactics. But you must understand, your talent is limited, and as a third-year student, your strength remains at B rank. In comparison to our 4 A-rank professionals, your attributes are undeniably far less valuable, are they not? If you remain dissatisfied, then propose your terms. We can share the team's earnings from the past month with you. The penalty of losing 10 of all attributes was substantial, and Wei Xiumei could not possibly agree to it. Moreover, over the past year, the reputation of the Heixing team had grown. Many were aware of it. Utilizing this team's name would grant significant advantages within the academy. The team's renown was primarily cultivated by her leadership alongside her brother and cousin, and she would never allow it to fall into Ning Yang's hands. I truly am nurturing a group of ungrateful ingrates. Ning Yang chuckled bitterly. He thought to himself, your attributes are merely attributes. Mine are invaluable, right? With that, he grasped the Ice Phoenix heart pendant, activating the item information link. In that moment, the properties of this exquisite level 7 necklace were fully revealed before Wei Xiumei and the others. Ice Phoenix Heart Pendant, 7. Physical Absorption, 10. 9. Magical Absorption, 10. 9. Physical Damage Increase, 10. 9. Magical Damage Increase, 10. 9. Required Level, 50. Strength, 12. 9. Magic Power, 12. 9. Do you see? Ning Yang's voice was calm, yet imbued with stark detachment. Wei Shuamei, this item was originally intended as a gift for you. Consider the effort I expended to acquire this level 7 necklace. But now it seems you, an ungrateful wretch, do not deserve to possess it. The icy blue radiance, the number 7, and those exaggerated attributes left the 4 before him utterly astonished. Chapter 3. The Private Server Operating System. Wei Shuamei exclaimed in astonishment. How could you possibly possess such equipment? She was acutely aware of the value of this item. Firstly, in this world, there are no enhancers. Anyone can enhance their weapons and equipment as long as they have the necessary materials. However, the success rate of enhancement is frighteningly low. Enhancement level 1 is relatively simple, with approximately a 50 success rate. The probability for enhancement level 2 is even lower, around 40, and it continues to decline thereafter. Each failed enhancement resets the enhancement level to 0. Even if one were exceptionally fortunate and managed to enhance a weapon to level 5, the probability of upgrading from level 5 to level 6 is less than 10, and failure means the weapon is guaranteed to be destroyed. Conservatively estimating, to enhance a piece of equipment to level 7, at least 100 base items are required. Wei Shuamei naturally understood the value of an ordinary Ice Phoenix Heart Pendant. One alone costs 10,000. Including enhancement materials, a level 7 pendant is conservatively estimated to be worth over 3 million. This is an astronomical sum, one that their entire Haitian team might not earn even in a year of battling monsters. She must obtain this necklace. Ning Yang, however, noted that there was still room for negotiation. If you give me that necklace, you can temporarily remain in the team. We can let you participate in this Academy Alliance competition first. And then, as Wei Shuamei spoke, her tone softened considerably, and her expression became gentler. Haha! Ning Yang interrupted her, his eyes filled with disdain. In your words, you're dreaming. From now on, we part ways. You can withdraw from the team yourselves. A man ought to stand tall and face life's trials with dignity. He would not endure the humiliation inflicted by Wei Shuamei and her companions without retaliation. You! Wei Shuamei's expression darkened. She did not expect Ning Yang to be so resolute. Who gave him the courage? Ning Yang, don't be so ungrateful. Wei Yanxing bellowed. We will not withdraw. If anyone is to leave, it will be you. Indeed, we cannot withdraw. He Zhongyang and Zhou Jing chimed in, raising their voices in protest. Ning Yang smirked. All right, you think you're so formidable? You think you're justified? If you want to leave, I'll help you out. He ceased any further discussion and directly accessed the team management panel, which only he could view. As the team leader, he naturally held the highest administrative authority. What are you doing? Stop. The 4 were taken aback and furious, watching as Ning Yang swiftly operated the panel. Alert. Team leader Ning Yang has expelled member Wei Shuamei from the team. Alert. Team leader Ning Yang has expelled member Wei Yanxing from the team. Alert. Team leader Ning Yang has expelled member He Zhongyang from the team. Alert. Team leader Ning Yang has expelled member Zhou Jing from the team. The sound of several sharp and piercing system alerts echoed in the minds of Wei Shuamei and her companions, accompanied by a message that drained the color from their faces. You have been removed from the Haitian team and received a withdrawal penalty. All attributes decreased by 10. No, my attributes. Wei Yanxing was the first to roar, feeling a tangible loss of strength within him. You bastard, Ning Yang. How dare you? He Zhongyang was furious, raising his hand to charge forward, but stumbled due to the debilitating sensation from his reduced attributes. My strength, my endurance, my agility all diminished. Zhou Jing joined in the furious tirade. Ning Yang coldly chuckled. Haha, you think you can reduce my attributes? Dream on. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. In truth, due to his class skills, if it came to a fight, this support class would not stand a chance against He Zhongyang and the others. However, that was only as long as he did not revoke the power he had bestowed upon them. In a one-on-one scenario, he feared no one, but was wary of the possibility of them teaming up against him. Furthermore, Ning Yang was confident that they would not dare to actually lay hands on him. At their Sangsong Vocational University, while fights could occur, even to the death, they must follow proper procedures, or face expulsion and ruin their futures as vocationalists. As Ning Yang's figure gradually disappeared, Wei Shumei opened her mouth to curse, but restrained herself, recalling her image as a lady. The penalty of a 10-point reduction in all attributes was a significant blow to her. It would take her at least a month and various purchases of treasures to restore her stats. What pained her even more was that the coveted level 7 necklace was now lost. If she had known Ning Yang possessed such an exquisite necklace, even feigning compliance to obtain, it would have been worth it. But alas, it was too late for regrets. Wei Shumei consoled herself, thinking that Ning Yang, this good-for-nothing, was already in his 3rd year. Without their support, he would surely falter further and might not even graduate. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ning Yang suddenly felt a void within him. Despite his earlier bravado, he had merely retaliated out of necessity. After all, humans are emotional beings. Moreover, these were teammates he had spent nearly a year with, especially Wei Shumei. After a year of dedication, he had only managed to hold her hand. It felt like an immense loss. Had he known the outcome would be so bitter, he should have been more assertive from the start, taking the initiative to pursue Wei Shumei. Truly, he felt like a devoted fool with nothing to show for it. However, he was not entirely empty-handed. Over the past year, leveraging the efforts of Wei Shumei and her companions in battling monsters, his own strength had significantly improved. Soon, it would be they who found themselves with nothing. With that thought, Ning Yang opened his attribute panel. Name, Ning Yang class, Amplifier Supporter level, 53 strength, 169 magic, 63 endurance, 63 agility, 116 special buff, Crown of Kings special classes, Swordsman, Gunner, Sharpshooter, Chi Master, Celestial Healer, Comprehensive Combat Power, 110, 000. Typically, supporters or elementalists focus on enhancing their magic, but Ning Yang had never thought that way. From the very first day he awakened his abilities, he had planned to become a physical damage dealer. Upon arriving in this world, after discovering his powers, he decisively liquidated his assets and purchased a Respec potion. Fortunately, he had only been at level 20 last year, using the most basic Respec potion. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford it. Indeed, Ning Yang was a traveler from Blue Star. This world had undergone a comprehensive vocational data revolution centuries ago, with everyone able to see their own data information in their minds. As for why this was the case, no one knew. The special buffs and classes listed above were all features of his private server operating system. This private server operating system was, in fact, a game he had played back on Blue Star. While it may sound complex, its usage was simple and brutally effective. Chapter 4. Wei Shumei begins to act out again. In layman's terms, this is a system entirely independent of a universal vocational data system. Only Ning Yang can learn the classes and skills within the private server operating system. While others can only choose a single class, he has already become a multi-class specialist. The Swordsman, Gunner, Sharpshooter, Chi Master, and Celestial Healer are all classes he has successfully learned. However, he has only just transitioned into these classes and has yet to specialize in their skills. Moreover, due to the private server aspect, there are numerous bug-level buffs and features. Through a year of exploration, Ning Yang has come to understand that the Eastern fantasy classes within the private server operating system are undoubtedly on par with the magical classes of this world. For instance, he has already learned the Sharpshooter skill, Eagle Eye, to level 15. Due to this reason, he was able to accurately discern the movements and potential weaknesses of monsters while strategizing with the Heixing team during their encounters with monsters and dungeons. Another skill he acquired was the Tian Yishur, Lucky Star, LV15, which grants an additional 20 points of luck. This luck is exclusively applicable to crafting, enhancing, and alchemy, among other auxiliary functions. Frankly speaking, skills that increase luck are excessively disruptive to balance, significantly diminishing players' inclination to invest. Such features could not possibly exist in the official servers. Only in private ones. His Ice Phoenix Heart Pendant, rated at 7, was successfully enhanced thanks to an exceptionally high luck value, achieved after expending 50,000 credit coins. As for the skills of other professions, Ning Yang lacked the surplus experience points and funds to acquire them. Over the past year, all his experience and currency were devoted to learning the special buff, King's Crown. Ning Yang took another look at the specific enhancements provided by the King's Crown. King's Crown buff, LV15, HP boost, 200. Omepegust, Osuta Chinzich. Physical absorption, 50. Magical absorption, 50. Physical damage increase, 50. Magical damage increase, 50. Critical hit increase, 5. Block increase, 5. Strength, 150. Magic power, 150. Stamina, 100. Agility, 100. Link at targets, Wei Suimei, Wei Yangxing, He Zongyang, Yojing. Indeed, this was a powerful buff that could only be found in private servers, uniquely belonging to Ning Yang. Moreover, it had no time constraints. Furthermore, the level of this King's Crown buff had not yet reached its maximum. The maximum level is LV20, and at full capacity, it could potentially increase damage by up to 70, with strength and magic power reaching 300. Because this buff was exceedingly potent, Ning Yang had refrained from wasting additional experience and funds on learning other skills over the past year. This buff not only significantly enhanced his own power, but also greatly improved the abilities of the four linked to him, namely Wei Xuanmei and her companions. It was this very reason that the Heixing team had ascended to an A-level team and entered the top 100 within just 1 year. It is worth noting that there were scarcely 200 A-level or higher teams in the entire school. One could assert that without Ning Yang, the current successes of Wei Xuanmei and her companions would have been utterly unattainable. More importantly, the enhancement effects of this buff were visible only to him. Even a linked Wei Xuanmei and others could not perceive it. This enhancement would not appear on the attribute panel. Despite Wei Xuanmei and her companions currently being A-level professionals, Ning Yang could sever the link of the King's Crown buff at any moment, causing their powers to plummet to sea level instantly. He could indeed terminate this link right now, returning Wei Xuanmei and others to their original states in a heartbeat. However, such an action would be too lenient towards them. Contemplating this, Ning Yang smirked to himself. Wei Xuanmei, do you not wish to participate in the Academy Alliance Grand Tournament? Do you still resent me for holding you back? Do you truly believe your prowess is solely the result of your own training? Then I shall sever the link during the Alliance competition. I will ensure you are humiliated in front of all faculty and students. I am eager to see how you will carry yourselves in front of me then. Nevertheless, as he considered the Academy Alliance Grand Tournament, Ning Yang furrowed his brow slightly. This competition held significant importance for him as well. It was a nationwide event and a team-based competition. Not only would representing the school at a national level bring prestige, but even securing a place among the top 64 within the school would yield substantial financial rewards and special dungeon keys. For someone like him, who possessed a private server system and thrived on accumulating experience, this was of utmost importance. No, I must seek out new members to participate in the competition. However, I'm already in my 3rd year, and peers of my age undoubtedly have fixed teams. It appears I will have to persuade the freshmen who have only just arrived. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window and warmed Ning Yang's face as he rubbed his eyes awake. Habitually, he raised his wrist to check the time on his terminal. However, he was momentarily blinded by the rapidly flashing message notification icon on the terminal. Unread messages had accumulated to an astonishing 99. Private messages and comments flooded in. What on earth? Ning Yang frowned and tapped on the terminal to check the specific messages. The first thing that caught his eye were 4 glaring red exclamation marks. These were declarations from Wei Xuanmei, Wei Yangxing, He Zongyang, and Zhou Jing on their social media. Ning Yang took a deep breath and clicked on the dynamic post shared by Wei Xuanmei. The title of the first post was striking. Farewell to the past. Welcome to a new beginning. The declaration of the new Heixing team. Attached. Explanation for leaving the original team. Below were several selfies of Wei Xuanmei. However, Ning Yang ignored these and directly clicked on the attached link. The writing was lengthy, clearly authored by Wei Xuanmei. Dear classmates and friends, greetings. Here I, along with Wei Yangxing, He Zongyang, and Zhou Jing, officially announce that we 4 have formally departed from the original Heixing team. We have established the new Heixing team and will continue to strive for our dreams and a higher stage. Regarding the reasons for our departure, after much contemplation, we felt it necessary to provide everyone with an explanation to avoid misunderstandings. Over the past year, our original team has indeed achieved some accomplishments, which could not have been possible without the efforts of each member. Particularly, we are grateful to our original team leader, Ning Yang, who made significant contributions during the inception of the team. Upon reading this, Ning Yang smirked. He was astonished to discover that Wei Xuanmei had such a duplicitous nature. How foolish he had been to fall for her charms. Ning Yang continued to read. However, for a team to progress further, synchronized growth and shared goals are essential. As we face increasingly formidable challenges, such as the impending Academy Alliance Grand Tournament, we must assess our team configuration and each member's contributions with greater rationality. Regrettably, during recent adjustments, we have found that Senior Ning Yang's auxiliary role does not align well with the team's current needs. His attribute enhancement capabilities are limited, and he lacks critical healing abilities. This has become a weakness within the team when confronting powerful monsters. Consequently, we have had to expend a considerable amount of credit coins on potions, placing a substantial economic burden on the team. We have communicated multiple times, hoping to collaboratively find solutions, but the results have been minimal. The overall efficiency and development of the team have indeed been significantly affected. As a team that pursues progress, we have had to make this difficult decision to seek change. Departing is not our desire, nor is it a hasty decision. We are honored to have invited a powerful aura priest, Jiang Fan, to join us. This is to ensure our team possesses a more comprehensive auxiliary system, as well as to allow each of us to develop better. We remain grateful to Senior Ning Yang for his past efforts, and we wish him success in finding a path more suited to himself in the future. We hope everyone can understand our choice and continue to support the brand new Hei Xing team. Thank you all. The article concluded here. In less than a night, a multitude of likes and comments flooded in, wishing the new Hei Xing team a brilliant future. Senior Xuan Mei is right. The development of the team is paramount. Understanding and support. A good auxiliary is truly vital for the team. Ning Yang, isn't he that mediocre auxiliary? I've long felt he was holding back Senior Xuan Mei. Ning Yang observed Wei Xiumei's lengthy discourse and the accompanying comments with a cold, mocking laughter. How conveniently you absolve yourself of all blame, casting every fault upon me. You have transformed into a victim of circumstance, pursuing noble progress. He scoffed at Wei Xiumei's ability to present her betrayal and favoritism in such an exquisite manner. Yet this was not the end. The article was further linked to the social media updates of He Zhongyang and others. When Ning Yang clicked on He Zhongyang's post, the latter's words were blunt. Finally rid of that burden. Useless, meddling in everything, barking orders while contributing nothing. The new Black Star team will embrace freedom and strength. You, Ning Yang, are just a waste to watch. Below, Zhou Jing's update brimmed with resentment. Some individuals are utterly oblivious to their own worth. The support they provide is negligible, offering nothing substantial. Every battle felt like a gamble, yet they dare to claim to be our core commander. Are they leading us to our demise? Now, we are finally free from serving that lord. How delightful. Wei Yangxing chimed in with sarcastic remarks. Some people simply cannot recognize their own limitations. Times have changed. The old ways must be left behind. Do they truly believe that the sun will not rise without them? What a farce. Our new Black Star will only flourish. We welcome discerning partners to collaborate with us. Such aggressive and fact-twisting statements were met with considerable agreement, with many mocking Ning Yang. He received a plethora of derogatory private messages. Selfish fiend. A toxic burden on the team. Deservedly expelled. A leech. Only knowing how to siphon off the captain's position. These were harsh words, mostly from Wei Xiumei's friends and fans, with many uninformed individuals joining in the ridicule. Ning Yang understood why so many rallied behind Wei Xiumei. Her stunning beauty as a campus belle could undoubtedly rally a legion of admirers. Not to mention, even he, prior to today, was one of her admirers. Had yesterday's events not unfolded before him, he would not have questioned her character. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yang silenced all notifications and activated his settings to reject messages from strangers. Leaning against the headboard, he gazed at the clear sky outside. How arrogant! Continue your arrogance. When the day of the Academy Alliance competition arrives, you shall witness. He promptly rose, washed up, his movements steady and purposeful. A new day was dawning, and he was determined to seek out new teammates. Ning Yang arrived at the Academy's designated team recruitment square, bustling with activity. Enormous banners displayed recruitment information and achievements from various teams. Seniors set up booths, while new students, filled with hope or anxiety, navigated through the throng. Most capable newcomers had already been claimed in the first few weeks of school. Those remaining were often overlooked due to niche professions, inadequate skills, or unappealing personalities. Once again, I must sift through the dregs, Ning Yang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Having learned from the lesson of Wei Xiumei's factionalism leading to their ultimate downfall, he resolved that no cliques would form within his team. All members must be easily manageable. He knew that, in this world, there was no skill to detect a person's potential. Even his private server hacks were absent. To hope for a genius among the leftover candidates was akin to chasing a mirage. However, Ning Yang reassured himself by contemplating his hidden ace. With my private server hacks, even a pig could be transformed into a soaring war pig. Soon, he found an empty spot, took out paper and pen, and boldly penned an eye-catching, yet highly controversial recruitment poster. Academy's top 100 team Black Star recruiting. Requirements: single, beautiful girls. Limited spots, only 3 left. First come, first served. As soon as the sign was erected, it drew immediate attention. The reputation of Black Star within the academy was indeed formidable. Numerous individuals, including several genuinely attractive female students, quickly gathered around. Yet, it was not long before someone recognized Ning Yang. Look who it is. ISNT, that our former Black Star captain, Ning Yang, who got kicked out. A sharp-featured boy called out, his voice perfectly pitched for the crowd to hear. This comment rippled through the onlookers. What? He is the one who was expelled by Wei Xiumei and her gang? I heard he is a support booster with pitiful skills. Just occupying space without contributing. Kicked out and still has the audacity to recruit under the Black Star name? Such nerve. Mockery and skepticism erupted from the crowd, their gazes toward Ning Yang filled with disdain and amusement. Anticipating such a reaction, Ning Yang remained unfazed, even sporting a relaxed smile. Let me clarify. It was not I who was expelled, he declared, his gaze sweeping over the instigating boy and the onlookers. Rather, as the sole captain and founder of the Black Star team, I personally eliminated those 4 ungrateful leeches who hindered our team's progress. His declaration silenced the crowd. Eliminated? You say it as if it's true. Who would believe that? Someone shouted. Ning Yang had been waiting for this moment. He promptly accessed his team management panel, displaying the system records. Captain Ning Yang has removed team members Wei Xiumei, Wei Yangxing, He Zhongyang, and Zhou Jing from the team. The glaring red notification and unmistakable captain's authority left no room for doubt. Do you see this? Ning Yang pointed at the record. His tone icy. Black Star has always been my team. It is, and it will be. As for why they were expelled, it's simple. As the team grew stronger, some began to believe their own merit, forgetting who transformed them from a bunch of unwanted rejects into the so-called A-grade professionals. Do they think I am the one dragging us down? What a laugh. Without my guidance and nurturing, could they ever have become members of the top 100 teams? Could those 4 even dare to criticize me here? His words resonated powerfully, coupled with the irrefutable system records, swaying many opinions in the crowd. Indeed, if one lacked capability, how could they lead an A-grade team? It was worth noting that there were no more than 200 A-grade teams in the entire academy, an exceedingly rare achievement. Without strength, aspiring to be an A-grade team was nothing short of folly. Ning Yang, even if you were still the captain, your recruitment criteria are too excessive. Only seeking single. Beautiful girls? Are you recruiting teammates or looking for a girlfriend? A straightforward male student stepped forward, pointing at the sign. Well asked, young scholar. Ning Yang responded, not at all offended, instead bursting into hearty laughter, openly admitting, indeed, I am recruiting teammates as I need reliable allies. However, he continued, his expression shifting to one of playful understanding. As your senior, I am already in my 3rd year without even kissing a girl. How embarrassing. Naturally, I wish to find a partner soon. So, alongside seeking excellent teammates, I also harbor a small wish for a potential romantic relationship. Is that too much to ask? This is merely optimizing resource allocation while nurturing team camaraderie. Ning Yang's candid remarks caught those around him off guard, leading to an eruption of laughter that was both ambiguous and infectious. Some regard him as shameless, while others perceive him as genuine. A few girls even find him somewhat endearingly unconventional. At that moment, a petite girl with twinkling eyes and pigtails squeezed her way to the front. Timidly, she spoke up, her voice soft and sweet. Senior, is your team really that strong? What benefits would joining your team bring? Ning Yang looked down and his eyes brightened involuntarily. To be fair, the girl's beauty could not be deemed extraordinary. Her features were not perfect. Her large, clear eyes were single-lidded, her delicate nose lacked prominence. And while her lips had a lovely shape, their color was faint. Nevertheless, the combination of her imperfect features radiated a uniquely enchanting charm, starkly contrasting with the popular influencer faces of previous generations. More importantly, everything about her seemed tailor-made for Ning Yang, striking a chord in his heart. She appeared quite adorable and beautiful, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic. "You've come to the right person, little freshman." Ning Yang immediately donned a warm smile and began to boast. "Did you see those 4 lively individuals bouncing around in the campus dynamics yesterday? They are Wei Xuanmei, Wei Yangxing, He Zhongyang, and Zhou Jing. A year ago, they were just like most of the people in the square who hadn't found a team yet. They were the leftovers, recognized as the underachievers, the worst of the worst." He deliberately raised his voice to ensure those around could hear. "However, after a year of careful nurturing and my unique methods, they have all undergone a remarkable transformation and become well-known A-level professionals in the academy. The Black Star team entered the top 100 thanks to my personal capabilities as the captain. It is no exaggeration to say that in my team, even a pig can sprout wings and become a flying war pig." Upon hearing this, the little beauty pouted slightly, evidently skeptical. The words sounded boastful, and there was a hint of insinuation that she too might be likened to a pig. She stomped her foot in indignation. "Senior, you're just bragging. And you're the pig." With that, she turned and dashed away from the crowd. Ning Yang paid her no mind and chuckled, although many mocked him. The reputation of Black Star and the allure of an A-level team were undeniably real. As time passed, several individuals approached to apply for team membership. Most were boys or girls whose appearances did not meet Ning Yang's standards. He merely cast a casual glance at them before losing interest. His private server system had a maximum link capacity of 7 individuals. The 4 from Wei Shui may already occupied 4 slots, with only 3 precious slots remaining. He did not wish to waste them on those he found unappealing. About half an hour later, just as Ning Yang thought he might leave empty-handed, a timid figure stood before his booth. It was the single-lidded, adorable girl returning. She seemed to have gathered considerable courage, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Her voice barely above a whisper. "Senior Ning, hello? My name is Liu He. Is your team genuinely recruiting members?" "Of course." Ning Yang thought to himself, elated, but maintained a calm demeanor, nodding with a smile. "The sign clearly states that Black Star team is recruiting, with no deceit whatsoever." Louis glanced up at the sign that indicated they were only recruiting single, beautiful girls. A faint blush crept on her fair cheeks. Senior. Louis' voice became even softer, laced with evident concern. "After I join your team, you won't force me to do anything inappropriate, will you?" Ning Yang immediately straightened his posture, adopting a righteous appearance, and replied earnestly, "Louis, rest assured, although I have an affinity for beautiful girls, I am absolutely a person of principles and boundaries. Without your consent, I would never act inappropriately towards you. I can guarantee that." After a brief pause, Ning Yang's tone softened, infused with just the right amount of anticipation and sincerity. "However, since you are so lovely and perfectly aligned with my taste after joining the team, I would like to pursue you as a single senior, hoping to win your favor. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" Ning Yang said, "A devoted admirer must not meet a tragic end. My previous experience with Wei Shui may involved excessive adulation, resulting in a backstabber. This time, I must adopt a different strategy, taking the initiative without appearing excessively obsequious. If I cannot win her over within 2 weeks or discover she is insincere, I shall promptly replace her. After all, with my private server S support, team compatibility, what is that? I can bolster powerful teammates using my buff attributes." At that moment, Louis was also torn within. She had been at Song Song Professional Academy for over 2 months. As a bard, she possessed almost no combat power in the early stages, and her support abilities were minimal, recognized as a late-game auxiliary class. During the critical period when new students needed combat strength, no team was willing to accept her as a liability, even though she was beautiful. Now, having encountered a captain who had once led an A-level team willing to take her in, she naturally felt elated. However, she sensed ulterior motives behind his intentions. To be honest, Louis thought Ning Yang was not unattractive, and if he was not exaggerating about his strength, being his girlfriend seemed a plausible option. Yet, what if he only had a fleeting interest? Or if she failed to meet his expectations and he discarded her from the team? That would be even worse. With that thought, Lu raised her head, mustering courage to look at Ning Yang. Senior, I think you're quite a good person. After I join the team, please don't easily kick me out, okay? Ning Yang chuckled inwardly. That depends on your ability to be useful. I will not waste time on those without potential. Rest assured about that. Ning Yang replied with a gentle nod, promising, as long as you adhere to team rules, diligently complete training and tasks, and do not harm the team's interests, I will not expel you indiscriminately. I am always sincere towards my teammates. Ning Yang thought to himself, this is looking stable. With his eagle-eye ability, he could tell that Lu was likely a novice with a combat strength around D rank. However, she also had obvious advantages. She was an unmarried young girl, which was significant, and Ning Yang liked that. All right, I will join your team, Senior. I look forward to your guidance. I will certainly work hard. Lu finally relaxed, her face breaking into a sweet smile of relief. Welcome to the Black Star team. Ning Yang Biamed, sending a team invitation to Lu on the group interface. As she confirmed her joining, he silently thought, Step 1, accomplished. The next target is to continue seeking beautiful, single female teammates. In this team, there shall only be one voice, and that is mine, Ning Yang. Following this, Lu stood behind him, expressing her desire to assist in recruiting new members. Ning Yang was indifferent, continuing to man his recruitment booth. During this time, several more attractive girls approached, including two stunning beauties whose looks and poise rivaled those of Wei Shuimei. The two girls smiled charmingly, their demeanor poised, subtly indicating their single status and interest in the Black Star team. To claim that Ning Yang was not tempted would be false. Such beauties were rarely seen. However, when he discreetly activated the eagle eye skill from his private server to scan them, the information that returned left him feeling distinctly unimpressed. Under the unique perspective of Ning Yang, he could vaguely perceive the purity and solidity of the energy flow within the bodies of others. These two beautiful women appeared radiant on the outside, yet their inner energy fields seemed muddled and impure, exuding a faint trace of having been tainted by many. How disheartening it was to witness such seemingly innocent faces, only to realize they had been through the ringer. They were not merely second-hand goods. They were likely sixth or seventh hand. Ning Yang harbored disdain with him, yet maintained an impassive demeanor as he politely and firmly declined their application, stating, I'm sorry, but the two of you do not meet the requirements of our team. The two beauties, taken aback by the rejection, paused momentarily before leaving with some dissatisfaction. Beside them, Lu looked on with confusion and quietly inquired, Senior Ning. Those two girls were quite lovely, and they claimed to be single. Why didn't you recruit them? Ning Yang turned his head, wearing a solemn expression as if proclaiming a profound truth. They have lost the most precious thing a girl possesses, hence they lack the qualifications to join our team. The most precious thing? Lu blinked her adorable monolid eyes, her confusion deepening. What could that be? Observing her innocent expression, Ning Yang merely smiled enigmatically without providing an answer. After pondering for a while, Lu connected some vague rumors and her youthful intuition, suddenly arriving at an embarrassing possibility. Her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Stealing a glance at Ning Yang, who was looking at her with a smirk, she felt even more embarrassed and dared not pursue the matter further. However, curiosity gnawed at her. Was Senior Ning truly that remarkable? Did he possess some unique skill that allowed him to discern whether a girl had lost her purity? After waiting for more than half an hour, just as Ning Yang began to lose hope of finding another suitable and pure member for their team, a figure emerged, instantly capturing the attention of many in the plaza. It was a girl clad in a sleek black miniskirt, her hair styled in twin ponytails. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisitely sculpted like a finely crafted piece of art, and her eyes resembled a cold, clear autumn lake, both serene and slightly aloof. Her beauty was striking, almost flawless. In comparison, Wei Shuimei, whom Ning Yang had previously considered the pinnacle of beauty, now appeared dull and uninspiring. My goodness, this beauty, this aura is simply extraordinary. Ning Yang's heart raced uncontrollably. Hello, I'm also a freshman. My name is Chun Shuejuan. The girl in black approached Ning Yang's booth directly, her voice cool and melodious. May I join your team? Ning Yang suppressed his inner excitement, instinctively activating the Ning Yang skill once more. The sight nearly caused him to jump from his seat. The feedback data took his breath away. Through the Ning Yang perspective, the girl named Chun Shuejuan radiated an energy flow that was harmonious and refined, adorned with only 5 or 6 barely perceptible energy stagnation points, flaws. What did this imply? The A-level professionals, such as Wei Shuamei, would reveal nearly 100 flaws under Ning Yang. Yet, Chen Shuejuan had merely 5 or 6. This indicated her mastery over her energy had reached an unfathomable level. A master, undoubtedly a formidable one. Ning Yang's internal alarm bells rang. This girl was at least a top-tier A-level talent, possibly even an extraordinary A-prodigy. It was common knowledge that freshmen typically started at D-level, and reaching B-level by the second year was considered genius. Yet, Chen Shuejuan was entering her freshman year at A-level or even beyond. This was utterly absurd. Such an exceptional talent would not deign to join his ragtag team, which had just undergone internal strife and boasted a less than stellar reputation. It was evident that there was something amiss with this thought. His enthusiasm for the girl in black cooled significantly, and his caution heightened. "I'm sorry, Chen Shuejuan, but you do not meet the admission criteria for our team." Ning Yang spoke directly, his tone flat and somewhat distant. "Oh." Chen Shuejuan's eyebrows knitted slightly, seemingly taken aback as she replied, "What criteria do I not meet? I saw your sign. I am single. I believe I am quite presentable, am I not?" Ning Yang internally scoffed. "You consider your appearance merely presentable? You are stunning beyond belief." Yet the issue lay in her overwhelming beauty and strength. He feared he could not handle such a presence, worrying it might invite trouble. "No, you do meet the criteria. However, your strength is formidable, and you must be among the top prodigies of this incoming class, correct? My team may be too small to accommodate someone of your caliber. You should seek a more powerful team." Upon hearing this, Lu He regarded Chen Shuejuan with curiosity, acknowledging Ning Yang's perceptiveness in discerning other strengths. However, she could not see what made this girl so remarkable. She only recognized her beauty. Chen Shuejuan's pupils constricted slightly, a storm brewing within her. She possessed an exceptional skill, Inshi, allowing her to conceal her true essence and strength. She was confident that even the extraordinary mentors at the academy would be unable to see through her facade without making a deliberate effort. How had this Ning Yang managed to do so? Something was off. This was very peculiar. Chen Shuejuan pondered. She indeed harbored a stunning secret. She was a special professional with unique abilities and skills, privy to many hidden truths unknown to ordinary people. For instance, she possessed the skill Tianyan, which enabled her to discern others' levels and combat prowess. She had already seen through Ning Yang, level 53, with combat power reaching an astonishing 120,000. This was ludicrous, extremely ludicrous. His level and combat power were severely mismatched. While combat power is not directly equivalent to actual fighting ability, it largely reflects one's strength. Typically, someone in their 50s would have a maximum of 60,000 combat power. To exceed 120,000, one would need to be over level 80 and equipped with exceptional gear. This man was evidently abnormal, concealing an incredible secret. Perhaps he was of her kind. She had to uncover the truth. Thus, joining his team and observing him closely became an inevitable choice. A slightly stronger ability is beneficial, is it not? Wouldn't it facilitate the collective advancement of the entire team? Chen Shuejuan suppressed her shock and inquired. That is theoretically correct. Ning Yang regarded her with a keen gaze. But the prerequisite is that all members of the team must be unified in purpose. Are you certain that you can align with us? Chen Shuejuan shifted her gaze to Lu He, who was curiously observing her, and replied, "If she can, why can't I?" "Lu He, I know her well. She is a kind-hearted and innocent girl," Ning Yang declared without hesitation, simultaneously issuing a good person card to Lu He. "As for you, Chen Shuejuan, you seem to be shrouded in a thick mist, making it hard to discern your true nature, and I cannot place my trust in you. Moreover, as the team leader, I possess absolute authority. No one is permitted to oppose my commands or decisions. Can you accept that?" At that moment, Louis felt like she had consumed honey upon hearing Ning Yang describe her as a kind and innocent girl. Any slight self-doubt stemming from Chen Shuejuan's beauty dissipated, and she smiled shyly. "I can accept." Chen Shuejuan nodded seriously, almost without hesitation. Ning Yang was taken aback, internally exclaiming, "What the hell? Where's that prideful arrogance I expected? Your agreement was far too swift. Are you willing to accept such conditions merely to infiltrate my team? This reeks of conspiracy. There must be a plot. Determined to deter her, Ning Yang resolved to deploy his trump card. He gestured towards the conspicuous sign, which boldly proclaimed the words, "Single and beautiful girls," in an eye-catching manner. Did you see that? If you wish to become a member of my team, being merely single and beautiful is insufficient. You must also agree to be my girlfriend. Furthermore, it cannot be a mere nominal arrangement. If you expect to gain any advantage without allowing me to benefit, then you may as well return from whence you came. Ning Yang, with a hint of mischief, presented this audacious demand. Chun Xuejuan was momentarily speechless. Having seen much of the world, she had never encountered someone so brazenly forthright about their lecherous intentions. Unable to restrain herself, she questioned, "Are you here to recruit team members or to seek a girlfriend?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, Ning Yang retorted, "That is none of your concern." Chun Xuejuan furrowed her brow, weighing her options in her mind. The allure of Ning Yang's secrets was too compelling for her to ignore. A slight sacrifice seemed within the realm of acceptability. "Very well, I agree to be your girlfriend." After a moment's reflection, she resolutely declared, "However, we are only beginning, so we can only start with holding hands. As we grow more familiar and our feelings deepen, we can consider taking further steps." Ning Yang inwardly exclaimed, "You would agree to such terms? This woman has grand ambitions. She must have ulterior motives." However, he quickly reconsidered, as the Academy Alliance competition was merely 2 weeks away. Relying solely on nurturing Lu He, a complete novice, would surely be insufficient. His current strength alone was barely enough. If he could secure Chun Xuejuan, a formidable ally, starting at least at a rank, the prospect of reaching the top 32 or even the top 16 in the competition appeared feasible. The rewards at stake were substantial. Glancing at Chun Xuejuan's stunning visage, her pure aura, and her long, fair legs, Ning Yang swallowed hard. After much internal conflict, the temptations of profit and beauty ultimately prevailed. "All right, seeing your earnestness, I shall accept you." Ning Yang feigned reluctance. Chun Xuejuan sighed with relief. Then, she added, "I have one small request. I will not disclose my data panel information. And of course, you need not show me yours either." Chapter 9. The Level 64 Beautiful Assassin. "No problem." Ning Yang readily agreed. He was increasingly convinced that this woman harbored a significant secret. She might very well be a legendary hidden class. In this world, professions are diverse, and their strengths do not solely depend on the specific type, but rather on personal opportunities and development. It was once believed that professions could be categorized into grades A, B, C, D, etc. However, it was soon evident that many practitioners of lower-tier professions could surpass expectations, even fighting above their grade. Consequently, the classification of professions was abandoned, giving rise to the saying, "It is not the profession that is strong, but the individual." It is universally acknowledged that hidden professions are the most prestigious. Every practitioner of a hidden profession is destined for greatness. Chun Xuejuan, this powerful newcomer, possesses a high likelihood of being a hidden class. Lu He, observing how Ning Yang and Chun Xuejuan swiftly established their romantic relationship, felt as though she had overturned a bottle of mixed emotions. Hadn't Senior Ning Yang previously declared his affection for her? How was it that before anything even commenced, he had already become romantically involved with the extraordinarily beautiful Chun Xuejuan? Oh no, would Senior Ning Yang think her inept and cast her out of the team? Lu He anxiously pondered, feeling akin to an abandoned, ugly duckling. Ning Yang clapped his hands and addressed the 2 new team members. "All right. Our Haitian battle team now consists of 3 members. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Yang, level 53, and my profession is, well, an all-around warrior, capable of offense, defense, and damage output." He was evidently oblivious to Lu He's complex emotions, feeling satisfied with the nascent formation of their team. With 3 members, they had already met the qualification for registering for the Academy Alliance competition. Upon hearing this, both Lu He and Chun Xuejuan were momentarily taken aback. "Senor Ning Yang, weren't you an enhancement support master? How did you become a warrior?" Lu He couldn't help but interject. Chun Xuejuan also awaited Ning Yang's explanation with curiosity. "Actually, I'm a dual-class practitioner. Support master is merely one of my professions." "What?" Lu He and Chun Xuejuan were both astonished. Dual-class practitioners do exist in this world. but only those with extraordinary luck can unlock a second profession. Such individuals are truly rare. However, being a dual-class practitioner does not necessarily equate to being exceptionally powerful. I had kept this from my teammates previously, fearing it might undermine their confidence in their progress. As you have seen, once they achieved a modicum of success, they became lost, leading to their expulsion from the team. Thus, I hope you will remain humble and not allow a little success to inflate your egos. When you feel overly proud, remember me. Reflect on the fact that even I, as a dual-class practitioner, do not boast. What is there to be proud of if you possess only a single profession? Ning Yang contemplated the fact that he was, in truth, a multi-class practitioner, and that calling himself a dual-class practitioner was an act of humility. After the betrayal of Wei Xiumei and her companions, he had no intention of continuing in a supportive role. He aspired to be the one dealing damage. Damage output, after all, embodies the romance of a man. Indeed, Lu He eagerly nodded, resembling an enamored fan. Chun Xuejuan, however, appeared somewhat incredulous at Ning Yang's self-absorption. All right, now it's your turn to introduce yourselves. Lu He was the first to respond. I am level 21. My profession is Bard. I can temporarily serve as a range damage dealer, although I specialize in single target damage. And my attack power is not particularly high. However, once I reach level 50, I can purchase professional skill books to learn. At that point, I will not only enhance my teammates' damage, but also restore their MP. Lu He's tone conveyed a lack of confidence, resorting to her future abilities to prove her worth. Ning Yang nodded. This was as he had anticipated, and turned his gaze toward Chun Xuejuan. Chun Xuejuan, level 64, assassin. Chun Xuejuan stated succinctly, offering only a few words. Upon hearing her level, both Ning Yang and Lu He were taken aback. A freshman at level 64, she surpassed Ning Yang, a junior. This was nothing short of monstrous. Ning Yang quickly added Chun Xuejuan to the team, and indeed, she was level 64. Lu He, unable to restrain her curiosity, asked, Chun Xuejuan, how did you achieve such a high level? That's incredible. Chun Xuejuan had prepared an excuse, nonchalantly replying, my family has some resources. I practiced for a while in advance. Ning Yang inwardly scoffed. Who would believe that? Nevertheless, it was important to remember that in this world, a high level does not necessarily equate to formidable strength. Take me for instance, although I'm only level 53, a typical level 80 practitioner may not necessarily be my match. As we elevate our levels, we should focus on enhancing our actual strength. It is only through true strength that one can attain greatness. Ning Yang assessed that, generally speaking, reaching level 80 signifies crossing the threshold into the A rank. With the King's Crown buff in play, he effectively possessed attributes equivalent to 30 or 40 levels higher. However, since he had not yet learned any flamboyant combat skills, his strength was somewhat lacking, hovering at the peak of B rank. His words served both to enlighten Lu He and to further probe Chun Xuejuan. Wow, Senor Ning Yang, you are so impressive, Lu He exclaimed, her admiration evident. No wonder Senior Ning Yang was the captain of an A-rank team. She felt incredibly fortunate to have joined the Haixing battle team. Chun Xuejuan merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Seeing Chun Xuejuan's calm demeanor, Ning Yang felt increasingly uncertain about her. However, he chose not to delve deeper, clapping his hands and declaring, all right, the team has been preliminarily established. 3 individuals are temporarily sufficient. Allow me to articulate our team's ambition. We aspire to compete in the Academy Alliance Grand Competition in 2 weeks and aim to break into the top 32 of the Academy. Wait, before I could finish, I was interrupted by Chun Xuejuan, who exclaimed, what did you say? Securing a spot in the Academy's top 32? Are you serious? With her exceptional experience, she was well aware of the formidable challenge of ascending to the top 32 of a professional university. It is not entirely insurmountable. Perhaps with another year of growth, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, the predicament lies in the fact that their team consists of merely 3 members, and both Ning Yang and Lu He have yet to reach her level. On what basis does Ning Yang dare to set such a lofty goal? It is essential to recognize that all teams qualifying for the top 32 are undoubtedly A-class teams, with some even being super A-class elite squads. For their fledgling team, entering the competition would be akin to offering themselves as mere fodder. HM indeed. I am only at level 21. Is it perhaps too premature for me to participate in the Academy Alliance Grand Competition? Lu He, who stood nearby, expressed her concerns. Though she had recently enrolled, she was aware of the competition's nature, a knockout format. First, 8 competitors are selected from the Academy. Then they compete in the city to determine another 8, before advancing to the national stage, where the final 8 teams are chosen. The ultimate 8 teams will remain in the military district, becoming mid-level personnel and enjoying a significantly elevated social status. It is not too early. There is no need for you to worry. Chapter 10. Posting on social media. A quick kiss, and then run. You may lack confidence in yourselves, but you must not doubt me as your captain. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, we will commence special training in the Academy's instance. Our primary objective is to elevate Lu He's level, targeting a leap to level 50 before the competition. Is that clear? No problem. Lu He, feeling somewhat flustered, nodded vigorously. Very well. Although Chun Xuejuan was unsure where Ning Yang derived his confidence, her curiosity about him only deepened. The 3 then exchanged contact information and agreed to meet in the afternoon. Once the meeting was concluded, Ning Yang naturally took Chun Xuejuan's hand. Chun Xuejuan instantly stiffened, her expression changing dramatically as she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. Her delicate brows furrowed, a flicker of annoyance and discomfort flashing in her eyes. Do not move. Ning Yang tightened his grip, asserting confidently, You are my girlfriend now, and holding hands was your own promise. Are you having second thoughts? How long do you intend to hold my hand? Chun Xuejuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the unfamiliar flutter of emotions and her impulse to retaliate. Ning Yang smiled slightly. As your boyfriend, it is only natural for me to escort you back to your dormitory, is it not? Walking hand in hand to protect you is only right. Feeling the coolness and softness of her palm, he relished the moment. Chun Xuejuan, listening to his illogical reasoning, felt a wave of exasperation. Had she ever encountered danger that necessitated the protection of a mere level 53 warrior? Very well, do as you wish. Reluctantly, Chun Xuejuan acquiesced to Ning Yang's grip. Throughout her life, she had never been so intimately held by a man, and this unfamiliar sensation caused a faint blush to creep across her cheeks. With his eagle-eye skill, Ning Yang possessed dynamic vision far superior to that of an ordinary person. He keenly detected the fleeting blush on Chun Xuejuan's face, causing a stir in his heart. Holding her hand, he deliberately slowed his pace to savor this rare privilege and enjoy her momentary embarrassment. The two strolled along the shaded path of the academy, and a brief silence enveloped them. Speaking of which, girlfriend, what do you enjoy eating? It will be helpful to know for our future meals together. In an effort to break the awkwardness and further probe, Ning Yang initiated a conversation. I do not have any particular favorites. I just need something that replenishes energy. Chun Xuejuan clearly struggled with this term of endearment. How dull? Ning Yang raised an eyebrow. In this life, food and drink are essential. I know of a fantastic barbecue place outside the academy. Shall I take you there tonight? I guarantee you will love it. Not interested. What about desserts? Don't girls typically enjoy sweet treats? Too rich. How about fruits? I do not eat them. Ning Yang faced a series of rejections, but remained undeterred. Finding Chun Xuejuan's icy demeanor amusing, he lightly scratched her palm with his fingers. Startled like a frightened deer, Chun Xuejuan jolted, her face filled with indignation. What are you doing? Nothing at all. Ning Yang feigned innocente. I merely noticed your hand was a bit cold and thought I would help warm it up. Not necessary. Chun Xuejuan gritted her teeth. Had she not promised to hold his hand, she would have happily given Ning Yang a good thrashing. All right, I will cease my antics. Ning Yang relented, yet he did not release her hand. Thus, Ning Yang continued to engage Chun Xuejuan in conversation. Many passing male students cast envious glances. For Chun Xuejuan's beauty was undeniably striking. As they approached a European-style building, Ning Yang suddenly halted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Wait, girlfriend, let's take a picture here. He pulled out his personal terminal and activated the camera function. What are you up to now? Why do you want to take a picture? Chun Xuejuan frowned once more. At this point, she somewhat regretted her earlier foolishness in agreeing to be Ning Yang's girlfriend. She had not anticipated just how bothersome he could be. To post on social media, Ning Yang adjusted the angle, framing them within the viewfinder as he chuckled mischievously. You must remember those former teammates I kicked out, especially that Wei Xuemei. They must think I will be left alone and humiliated without them. I want to show them that I not only have moved on, but have also found a girlfriend who is 100 times more beautiful than she is. That will infuriate them." As he spoke, Ning Yang unceremoniously drew closer to Chen Xuejuan, wrapping his arm around her shoulder in an affectionate manner. Chen Xuejuan's body tensed immediately, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over her. She found Ning Yang's method of retaliation rather juvenile. However, to avoid any unnecessary complications, she reluctantly tilted her head slightly and offered a rather stiff smile for the camera. With a click, the photo was captured. The image showcased a handsome young man intimately embracing a stunning girl, with the dappled sunlight reflecting off the campus architecture in the background. They appeared quite well matched. Ning Yang, satisfied with the photo, swiftly edited his social media post. Only by bidding farewell to the wrong can one encounter the right. Chen Xuejuan, my goddess. I look forward to your guidance in the future. This statement, particularly the last line, could not be more pointedly directed at Wei Xiumei, almost flaunting it right in her face. Mission accomplished. Ning Yang triumphantly pressed send and then turned to Chen Xuejuan. All right, let us head back to your dormitory. Chen Xuejuan gazed at Ning Yang's childish yet smug demeanor and shook her head in resignation, feeling an inexplicable amusement. This man sometimes felt like an enigma, while at other times, he resembled a child who had yet to grow up. We have arrived, girlfriend. At this moment, Chen Xuejuan forcefully withdrew her hand that Ning Yang had been holding. Safali de l'ifret, Ning Yang feigned seriousness. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something fascinating, he pointed to a distance behind Chen Xuejuan, his tone filled with surprise. Hey, Xuejuan, that long-haired beauty in the blue dress, is she your roommate? She seems to possess quite an admirable demeanor. Chen Xuejuan instinctively turned her head in the direction Ning Yang indicated, searching for the roommate he had mentioned in the blue dress. In that fleeting moment when her attention was diverted, Ning Yang's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he swiftly leaned in, planting a quick kiss on Chen Xuejuan's smooth cheek. The sensation was warm and moist, a fleeting touch that left a lasting impression. As soon as the kiss ended, Ning Yang, without a hint of hesitation, smiled and leaped back a couple of steps before turning to flee. Chapter 11. The reactions of Wei Xiumei and the others. While running, he shouted loudly, "Haha! Remember, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gather at the entrance of the academy dungeon. Don't be late." Ning Yang certainly would not be foolish enough to settle for mere hand-holding. As a man, especially when faced with someone as cold yet enigmatic as Chen Xuejuan, one must learn to seize opportunities, advancing little by little while continually testing her boundaries. This kiss was not only a means of fulfilling his own desires, but also a way to further gauge her reaction. Chen Xuejuan froze entirely. She abruptly turned back, her cheeks still tingling from the warmth of the moment. A wave of unprecedented indignation surged to her head. "Ning Yang, you scoundrel!" Chen Xuejuan bit her teeth and exclaimed, her voice laced with incredulity and anger. Instinctively, she wanted to chase after him, to catch this audacious rogue and give him a good beating. However, just as she moved her feet, they stopped abruptly. She saw that Ning Yang was fleeing at an astonishing speed. This was no ordinary pace for a level 53 practitioner. His figure seemed to leave a faint afterimage in the sunlight, and in just a few flashes, he vanished around the corner of the road. Chen Xuejuan stood, rooted to the spot, her chest heaving with anger. She knew full well that Ning Yang had not used any obvious acceleration skills. There were no signs of energy fluctuations around. That speed was purely a result of his physical prowess. Even she, renowned for her agility, could not reach such speeds without utilizing special skills. Just how high were his agility attributes? How could he possess such agility at this level? Surely, he hadn't been foolish enough to allocate all his attribute points to agility upon leveling up? The shock in Chen Xuejuan's heart temporarily eclipsed her embarrassment and anger. This man, not only could he see through her facade at a glance, but he also harbored such unreasonable attributes. Indeed, this man concealed a monumental secret. Gazing in the direction where Ning Yang had disappeared, the sparkle in Chen Xuejuan's beautiful eyes flickered. Although this unexpected kiss left her feeling both humiliated and furious, her curiosity about him intensified. Gently touching her cheek where he had kissed her, the sensation remained vivid, leaving her heart in disarray. The bustling cafeteria at noon was filled with chatter. Wei Xiumei, Wei Yangxing, He Zhongyang, and Zhou Jing gathered around a table. A mountain of food was piled before Wei Yangxing as he devoured it ravenously. As the team's primary tank, his stamina was greatly depleted, and naturally, his appetite was considerable. Xinge, slow down. No one is competing with you. If someone didn't know better, they might think we hadn't fed you for 3 days. Zhou Jing teased. Observing his gluttonous behavior, Wei Yangxing looked up from his plate, mumbling through his food, what do you know? We still have to tackle the dungeon this afternoon. How can I fight monsters if I don't eat enough? With that, he stuffed another large piece of meat into his mouth. Beside him, He Zhongyang, even while eating, habitually rested his hand on the hilt of his massive sword, gently stroking it. The blade glimmered with a cold light, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Zhongyang, your sword is almost more important than your wife. Zhou Jing. You want to even let it go while eating? Wei Yangxing joked with a grin. He Zhongyang huffed proudly. What do you know? A weapon is a berserker's second life. One must always maintain a connection. He seemed to have completely forgotten that this exquisite sword, which significantly enhanced his berserker's explosive power, was obtained with considerable effort from Ning Yang. He continued to stroke the hilt, selectively forgetting the source of his weapon. Just then, Zhou Jing suddenly seemed to discover something remarkable. She quickly activated her personal terminal and turned the screen towards the others. Look, Ning Yang, post on moments. And his new team information. Upon hearing this, the others gathered around. The screen displayed a close-up photo of Ning Yang with Chun Xuejuan beside a street lamp, along with a caption that was clearly boastful and pointed. Damn it. Wei Yangxing erupted first, slamming his chopsticks down onto his plate with a loud clatter. What does this brat mean? Farewell to the wrong, and meet the right. Who is he implying? He Zhongyang's expression darkened as he glared at the photo of Ning Yang with his arm around Chun Xuejuan, spitting, this fool. In just one day, he found new love, and so brazenly too? I see he's just trying to provoke us. Wei Xiumei looked at the photo, particularly at Chun Xuejuan's stunningly beautiful face, which made her feel a twinge of inferiority. Her fingers instinctively tightened. Childish, Wei Xiumei said softly, forcing herself to look away while maintaining a calm facade. Yet, beneath her composed exterior, she felt far from tranquil. An indescribable bitterness and discomfort spread within her heart. Ning Yang had pursued her for so long, showering her with affection. Just one day after their separation, he was so eager to find someone else. Moreover, someone whose beauty far surpassed her own. This made her feel easily replaceable, as if she had been outshone, which was profoundly unsettling. Don't mind him. He Zhongyang seemed to notice Wei Xiumei's low spirits and quickly spoke up. Look at his new recruits. Both are freshmen. Huh. Does he really think anyone can reach A level just with a little training like us? Let him dream. Exactly. Zhou Jing chimed in, her tone sharp. Last year, he was lucky to meet us. Does he think he is some sort of talent scout? Wei Yangxing sneered. So what if he recruited new members? Does he think he can compete in the Academy Alliance competition with 2 novice freshmen? That is laughable. Without us, he has nothing. Exactly. Nothing. He Zhongyang quickly echoed. Listening to his companions disparage Ning Yang, emphasizing his incompetence and the inadequacy of his new recruits, Wei Xiumei felt considerably better. She thought to herself, yes, they are right. I am not on the same level as Ning Yang, a support class with limited potential, destined to be different from him. What kind of new love he seeks is of no concern to me. Why should I be upset over him? All right, let us stop talking about this. With that thought, Wei Xiumei regained her usual cool demeanor, picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth, and said, let us eat quickly. After finishing, we should prepare. This afternoon, our new team member Jiang Fan will join us for the A-level dungeon, Dark Forest. It's a good opportunity for us to gauge our compatibility. Zhou Jing nodded, her face lighting up with anticipation. Yes, Jiang Fan is a real A-level Halo priest, with formidable strength and exceptional supportive abilities. I'm sure fighting alongside him will be much easier than before. She added pointedly, unlike some people who are utterly useless yet still love to give us unsolicited advice. Chapter 12. The Disparity in Combat Power. The others nodded in agreement. Don't be too harsh on Ning Yang. He did help us quite a bit in the past. To maintain her image as kind and sentimental, Wei Xiumei pretended to offer a gentle reminder. Sister, you're just too kind. As soon as Wei Xiumei finished speaking, Wei Yangxing wore a look of disappointment. Do you really think he helped us out of kindness? He was just after you. Now that he knows he can't have you, he is showing his true colors by chasing after those unknown girls. Exactly, cousin. He Zhongyang immediately chimed in, brother is spot on. We've seen through his ulterior motives long ago. Why are you still defending him? Wei Shumei listened to their words, refraining from further rebuttal, merely nodding gently. Yet deep within her heart, the image of Ning Yang, with his roguish smile and new love, pierced her like a tiny thorn, causing her discomfort. In the afternoon, the entrance square of the academy bustled with activity. The bizarre energy portals shimmered with a variety of hues. Wei Shumei and her companions had arrived early to await their turn. Before long, a young man clad in a pristine white priest robe, exuding a gentle demeanor and confidence, approached them. It was the senior student Jiang Fan. Senior Jiang Fan. Wei Shumei was the first to step forward, smiling as she said, "Thank you for making this special trip." Wei Yangxing, He Zhongyang, and Zhou Jing followed suit, warmly greeting him. "Hello, Senior Jiang Fan. We have long admired your esteemed name. We hope to rely on your guidance henceforth." Jiang Fan clearly relished this treatment, responding with a smile, "You are all too kind. The reputation of the Haixing battle team precedes it, and it is truly my honor to join your new team." After exchanging pleasantries, the atmosphere grew amicable. Wei Shumei seized the moment to extend an invitation. "Senior Jiang Fan, shall we officially form our team now?" Of course, Jiang Fan nodded eagerly. Wei Shumei accessed her personal terminal's team management panel and sent a team invitation to Jiang Fan. The moment he confirmed his participation, his smile faltered slightly, his brows knitting together involuntarily. In a team setting, while teammates could not view specific attributes and skill details, they could clearly see each other's levels, as well as their HP and MP statuses displayed as percentages. It was common knowledge that the total HP was directly related to a character's strength and endurance attributes, while MP was tied to magical powers. At that moment, everyone's status was pristine, with HP and MP both at 100. However, Jiang Fan's concern was not with these figures, but rather the glaring levels displayed in the team information bar. Wei Shumei, level 52 Wei Yangxing, level 52 He Zhongyang, level 51 Zhou Jing, level 50 such low levels? A jolt of unease surged through Jiang Fan. He had assumed that a team ranked among the top 100 in the academy would have members with levels of at least 85 or even 90. The average level of this team, just over 50, seemed more akin to a C or even D grade team. Wait, what is going on here? Were you not members of the A grade team Haixing that ranked within the top 100 of the academy? Why are your levels so low? How can your strength be so lacking? The smile on Jiang Fan's face vanished, replaced by evident dissatisfaction and skepticism. Wei Shumei and her companions were taken aback by his sudden questioning, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. "Senior Jiang Fan, is our level really that low? But we genuinely possess the strength of A-grade professionals. We have defeated numerous A-grade monsters and completed several tasks of A-grade difficulty." Wei Shumei was the first to regain her composure, responding with a puzzled inquiry. "A-grade strength? With such low levels?" Jiang Fan was clearly unconvinced. In a bid to uncover the truth, he activated his data panel and displayed it before them. "Look, this is my data panel. Name, Jiang Fan, occupation, Aura Priest level, 85 strength, 99 magic, 312 endurance, 178 agility, 104 overall combat power, 120,000 in a team." Voluntarily revealing one's data panel was a basic courtesy when requesting to view others' data. Wei Shumei and the others gazed in curiosity, instantly awestruck by the impressive array of attribute values. Strength 99, magic 312, endurance 178. Such high attributes. The total attribute value was nearly 800, truly impressive for a senior. They marveled inwardly, noting that Jiang Fan's fundamental attributes were almost double their own. Yet, they were slightly surprised to see that with such lavish attributes, his overall combat power was only 120,000. It did not seem to surpass theirs by much. "This is my data," Jiang Fan said, looking at them with a serious tone. "Now, may I see your data panels? I need to confirm this." Wei Shumei and her companions exchanged glances. Although they felt the request was somewhat abrupt, they complied and sequentially revealed their panels. Name, Wei Shumei, occupation, fire elementalist level, 52 strength, 62 magic, 238 endurance, 62 agility, 62 overall combat power, 140,000 name, Wei Yangxing, occupation, shield sword warrior level, 52 strength, 140 magic, 62 endurance, 140 agility, 62 overall combat power, 120. 000 name, Ning Yang, occupation, berserker level, 51 strength, 226 magic, 62 endurance, 62 agility, 62 overall combat power, 130. 000 name, Jing, occupation, jungle ranger level, 50 strength, 217 magic, 61 endurance, 61 agility, 61 overall combat power, 110. 000 upon seeing the attributes of the four and the glaring mismatch with their levels. Jiang Fan's dissatisfaction and skepticism transformed instantaneously into astonishment and embarrassment. I apologize. I misunderstood earlier. Jiang Fan quickly retracted his panel, his tone laced with contrition. I apologize to all of you. Your overall combat power indeed reaches A-grade standards. In fact, it surpasses that of many A-grade professionals at level 80. I was wrong to judge based solely on levels. I sincerely apologize. Ning Yang, witnessing this, felt his earlier displeasure evaporate, and with a hint of pride, he lifted his chin, saying, "No problem, senior. Ignorance is no crime." Yet Jiang Fan's astonishment was far from quelled. He pointed at the data, his voice filled with incredulity. However, this situation strikes me as exceedingly peculiar. My total attributes are about 800 points, with an overall combat power of 120,000. But look at yours. Your single attributes are generally around 60 points. With a total attribute, some close to 400 points, roughly only half of mine. Yet your combat power does not fall short of mine, and in fact, exceeds it. How is this possible? Chapter 13. It's all Ning Yang's fault. I didn't even realize how exceptional I am. Upon hearing his words, confusion spread across Wei Shuimei and her companions' faces. The attribute panel was an extremely private matter. They had never engaged deeply with other team members regarding such information before. They had always assumed that possessing a combat power exceeding 100,000 at over level 50 was entirely normal. Senior Jiang Fan, could it be that you're mistaken? Wei Shuimei cautiously inquired. Isn't it normal for someone over level 50 to possess a combat power exceeding 100,000? Are you joking? Jiang Fan looked speechless, shaking his head repeatedly. How could that be normal? In the two A-grade teams I was part of, the lowest level member was at least 80. Yet their overall combat power was comparable to yours, if not lower. I have never heard of anyone at just over level 50 having such combat power. At this moment, he could not help but feel astonished, unable to grasp the absurdity of the situation. What? So what does this mean for us? Zhou Jing exclaimed in surprise. Cover your mouth. I think I understand. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment, his eyes gradually lighting up as if he had grasped a possibility. The calculation of overall combat power is exceedingly complex and does not solely rely on base attribute values. Enhancements from equipment, temporary boosts from items, accompanying battle pets, and most importantly, the assessment of combat skills carry significant weight. As he spoke with increasing conviction, his gaze intensely fixed on Wei Shuimei and her companions, he declared, "Your combat prowess is remarkably high, far surpassing that of your peers. Even in circumstances where my attributes are significantly superior, your strength exceeds mine by a slight margin. Moreover, you're not beast tamers. This can only imply that your equipment is likely commendable, but more crucially, your combat skills must be astonishingly refined. It appears I have indeed made the right choice in joining a team with such exceptional combat expertise. It is an honor." Jiang Fan was overwhelmed with excitement, grateful to have departed from his previous team to join this one, imbued with immense potential. Wei Shuimei and her companions were undoubtedly top-tier talents. In just another year, they might evolve into a formidable Super A-grade team. The mere thought of a Super A-grade team left Jiang Fan speechless with exhilaration. Are our combat skills truly that high? Wei Shuimei and her companions exchanged uncertain glances, pondering the validity of Jiang Fan's assertion. Reflecting on their experiences over the past year, they realized that they had indeed cleared dungeons with greater ease compared to many teams of similar caliber. Had they unknowingly developed combat acumen that transcended the ordinary? This realization stirred a wave of surprise within them. Ning Yang and Zhou Jing could not help but grumble internally. It's all Ning Yang's fault. He micromanages everything, imposing rigid tactical arrangements, leaving us unaware of our own excellence. Senior, you are far too modest. It is we who should rely on your guidance, Wei Shumei urged, suppressing her distractions with a smile. Let's hasten our entry into the dungeon. It will be a good opportunity to adapt to our teamwork. Indeed, I can hardly wait. Jiang Fan nodded, a smile returning to his face, brimming with anticipation for this dungeon venture. Without further delay, the group stepped into the portal leading to the Dark Forest dungeon, each harboring their own complex emotions. Upon entering the Dark Forest, shadows danced as dim light filtered through the gnarled branches, the air thick with the scent of decay and a faint trace of monstrous presence. Perhaps bolstered by confidence in their capabilities, or perhaps eager to demonstrate efficiency before their new ally. Wei Shumei bypassed the tactical adjustments typically made in the initial safe zone and plunged straight into the depths of the forest to commence their challenge. As the newly appointed captain, the command of the team rested in her hands. She reasoned that although the Dark Forest was classified as an A-grade dungeon, its difficulty was widely recognized to be lower than that of the notoriously complex Naya ruins they had often traversed. Having breezed through the Naya ruins, the presence of Jiang Fan, a formidable priest with a radiant aura, should ideally facilitate their success here with even greater ease. Before long, they encountered their first batch of monsters, several shadow blade panthers, LV90, sleek and black, resembling larger leopards, standing at nearly a meter tall on all fours. Their claws glimmered ominously as they moved with the swiftness of the wind. Assume standard formation, Wei Shumei commanded. Brother, you take the front. Zhongyang, flank for damage. Jing. Engage from range. Jiang Fan, monitor our statuses. The battle commenced smoothly at first. Wei Yangxing raised a shield, successfully blocking a charge from Blade Panther. He Zhongyang swung his great blade, landing a powerful strike on the beast. Zhou Jing's arrows struck true, piercing the vulnerable spots of the panther. Jiang Fan's aura enveloped the group at just the right moment, providing a noteworthy attribute boost of 50 points. After deftly toppling one of the Blade Panthers, He Zhongyang cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Fan, seemingly flaunting his output capability. Jiang Fan nodded inwardly. The strength of this team was indeed impressive. Their movements were agile, their attacks fierce, and their output efficiency significantly exceeded that of his previous team. The synergy among them was commendable. Jiang Fan praised. Your output is remarkably powerful. Wei Shumei smiled slightly in response. Senior Jiang Fan, you flatter us. Your attribute boost has greatly enhanced our strength. Zhou Jing quickly added, yes. It far surpasses the assistance we received from our previous support. Habitually, she stepped on Ning Yang's foot in jest. However, they seemed to overlook the fact that those seemingly instinctive and efficient movements and techniques had been meticulously honed by Ning Yang, who had previously utilized his unique, eagle-eye ability to identify the monster's weaknesses and gradually instilled those strategies within them. After effortlessly dispatching several waves of Shadow Blade Panthers, they encountered a formidable elite foe, the Decayed Land Guardian, LV90 Elite. This colossal creature, composed of twisted ancient wood and thorns, towered over 3 meters tall, wielding tentacles adorned with sharp spikes. At its center, a grotesque maw dripped with corrosive fluid. A sense of dread gripped Wei Shumei. They had never faced such a creature before, lacking knowledge of its attack patterns and weaknesses. Yet, as captain, she could not show fear and steeled herself for the confrontation. Recalling Ning Yang's usual command style, she issued orders with determination. Brother, draw its aggro. Be mindful to block its heavy strikes. Zhongyang, look for opportunities to strike its roots. Jing, aim for the glowing tumor on its trunk. Senior Jiang Fan, keep an eye on our front line's health. The commands appeared sound. With a loud shout, Wei Yangxing activated his taunt skill, drawing the Guardian's ire. The massive wooden fist slammed against the shield, producing a resounding thud. Chapter 14, Without Ning Yang. The boss is so difficult to defeat. He Zhongyang maneuvered to the side, relentlessly hacking at the creature's roots with his great blade. Zhou Jing's arrows flew toward the glowing tumor on the trunk. However, as the battle progressed, both Wei Yangxing and He Zhongyang, being melee fighters, immediately sensed something amiss. Previously, while facing elite monsters alongside Ning Yang, they had felt pressure, but never to such an extent. Their health rapidly dwindled, with Wei Yangxing's health dropping below 50. He Zhongyang faced peril as well. A misstep left him struck by a vine, causing his health to plummet to 35. The chilling premonition of death sent shivers down his spine. Heal! Quick, heal! He Zhongyang cried out in alarm. Fortunately, Jiang Fan reacted swiftly, casting a greater heal that restored his health. The two were left bewildered. Why was this elite monster so formidable? Had they not faced similarly leveled elites with greater ease before? Wei Shumei also recognized the issue. Following her own judgment, she unleashed fire spells, casting Flame Trap and Meteor Shower in succession, yet the damage was far less than usual. Under Ning Yang's leadership, she had always managed to strike during the monster's energy fluctuations or weakest moments, inflicting substantial damage. However, today her spells seemed to fall short, dealing only half to two-thirds of their typical effect. Consequently, what should have been a swift 30-second battle against an elite monster turned into a grueling 3-minute struggle before they finally subdued it, leaving behind a scattering of withered wood and dissipating magical energy. This is perplexing. He Zhongyang panted. Why is this elite monster so tough? So difficult to kill? Difficult to kill? Jiang Fan pondered. I believe we performed admirably. In the A-grade teams I previously belonged to, it usually took over 5 minutes to handle such elite monsters. Our output and teamwork are already exceptional, Jiang Fan mused to himself, affirming his belief in this talented team's high standards for efficiency. Wei Shumei and her companions could only smile awkwardly, suppressing their doubts. After a brief rest and a few more monster encounters, they finally reached the deepest part of the dungeon, where they confronted the ultimate foe, the gloomy Moth Monarch, LV90 boss. This colossal moth boasted a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Its wings adorned with bizarre and dazzling dark purple patterns that seemed to ensnare the very essence of souls. Its compound eyes flickered with a cruel red light, and the corrosive phosphorus powder dripped incessantly from the end of its abdomen. Prepare for the boss. Wei Shuemei took a deep breath and began to command. Brother, you go. Hold the front. Watch out for the range of its wing flaps. Zhongyang, maneuver for damage while avoiding the corrosive areas on the ground. Zhou Jing, maintain your distance and attack its wing joints and compound eyes. Senior Jiang Fan, focus on healing my brother and my cousin, while also dispelling any potential poison effects. The battle erupted into chaos from the very start. The attack patterns of the Mo Yi Huang were unpredictable. It lunged fiercely at times, at others. It stirred up a storm of chaotic scale powder with its wings, or sprayed corrosive phosphorus powder from the air. Brother, move 3 steps to the left. No, to the right. Quickly dodge that phosphorus powder. Songyang, don't be greedy for damage. Fall back. It's about to tail whip. Zhou Jing, be careful with your arrows. It's charging at you. Run. Healing. I need healing. I can't hold on. Wei Yangxing's shield had already developed cracks under the relentless blows, and his health plummeted like a floodgate opened. Wei Xuemei's commands seemed somewhat hasty and hesitant. She could not predict the boss's every move and skill animation as precisely as Ning Yang. The entire team appeared flustered, with frequent miscommunications. Although Jiang Fan exerted himself to heal, casting light of healing and restoration, without pause, everyone's health still fluctuated erratically, often dropping below half in an instant. Damn, why is this boss so difficult? He Zhongyang roared. A misstep in his positioning left him unable to evade the wind pressure generated by the Mo Yi Huang's dive, causing him to falter. He was then struck by a sharp wing blade. He screamed, his health bar instantly dropping to 0, his body collapsing limply, devoid of all life. Songyang, cousin, honey, Wei Xuemei, Wei Yangxing, and Zhou Jing exclaimed in unison, their faces pale. In the past, under Ning Yang's command, although they had faced perilous moments, they had never truly witnessed a teammate's death. Gazing at He Zhongyang's lifeless body on the ground, a chilling fear gripped their hearts. Don't panic. I'm here. Although Jiang Fan was startled, he remained relatively calm. Raising his hand, he called out, Revival. A gentle yet powerful holy light descended from the heavens, enveloping He Zhongyang's body. Moments later, He Zhongyang gasped sharply, scrambling to his feet. His health restored to half. Damn, I almost really died, he thought, feeling a lingering dread as he touched his chest. In the dungeon, death meant a true end if one lacked revival methods within 45 seconds. After this near-death experience, the group became more cautious, almost timid. They no longer pursued the efficiency of the past, but adopted a more conservative strategy, gradually whittling down the boss's health. Ultimately, A battle that was initially expected to end in a few minutes dragged on for a full half-hour before they finally wore down the colossal form of the dark Demote, which dissipated into specks of light. Well done. Everyone's damage output was truly remarkable. Although there were some coordination issues, the potential is immense. This is likely due to our first collaboration and unfamiliarity with each other's abilities. It should improve significantly in the future. Jiang Fan sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite the arduous process, he felt that their teamwork was relatively smooth, especially considering the high damage output from his teammates. He believed their efficiency surpassed that of previous teams. However, Wei Xuanmei and the others felt no joy in victory, only exhaustion. They quickly found an excuse to rest and bid farewell to Jiang Fan. After leaving the dungeon, the four found a quiet corner, glancing at one another, their expressions grim. What a day! Wei Yangxing couldn't contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Why was today's dungeon run so suffocating? It was so uncomfortable." Wei Xuanmei furrowed her brow in agreement. Yes, in the past, we would typically defeat an A-rank boss in about 5 minutes. Today, it took us half an hour just to tackle this one, and we almost lost a member. This was supposed to be with a stronger support. She considered a possibility, but was reluctant to accept it. Do you think there's a chance that without his command, we couldn't perform at our previous level? Zhou Jing timidly glanced at the other's expressions and quietly suggested this uncomfortable possibility. Chapter 15, Ning Yang's exclusive secret technique. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang jumped up as if his toes had been stepped on, immediately rebutting. Stop glorifying that waste of space, Ning Yang. He is merely a support who knows how to allocate attributes. Commanding? He knows nothing about commanding. Today was purely our failure to perform, compounded by the repulsive mechanics of this dungeon's monsters. Although Yang said this, he couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear at the memory of that cold sensation of death. If Jiang Fan hadn't been able to revive him today, he would have been finished. Exactly. Without Ning Yang, didn't the four of us clear the Nia Ruins dungeon with ease before? Wei Yangxing quickly chimed in, trying to convince himself and the others. Today, it must be the properties of the monsters in this dark forest dungeon that countered us. Look, those shadow blade leopards are too fast. That wooden creature has high physical defense, and the giant moth can both fly and unleash toxins. It's infuriating. It's nothing like the types we are familiar with. That's true. Zhou Jing hesitated for a moment, but nodded. It might really be an issue of monster attributes. We just happen to be countered. And although Senior Jiang Fan is an A-rank priest, it was our first time cooperating with him, so the synergy wasn't sufficient. That's why it was so difficult. These justifications sounded reasonable and quickly garnered unanimous agreement from everyone. They seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, all emphasizing that it must be this way. They resolutely refrained from mentioning the unsettling possibility that lingered in their minds, as if denying it would erase any substantive help that Ning Yang had ever provided them. Unbeknownst to Ning Yang, Wei Xuanmei and the others were grappling with their thoughts. He, along with Lu He and Chun Shuijun, arrived at the familiar Nia Ruins dungeon through the teleportation array. The initial location was a circular plaza embraced by shattered white stone pillars, spacious and safe. As soon as he landed, Ning Yang felt a chilling and piercing gaze fixated upon him. Without needing to look, he knew it was Chun Shuijun. Clearly, she was still preoccupied with the sudden kiss ambush from the morning. Ahem. Ning Yang felt somewhat awkward and coughed lightly, hastily changing the subject. Before we formally begin the dungeon run, as your captain, I will impart to you an exclusive secret technique. Ning Yang, what kind of secret technique is it? Lu He exclaimed, her adorable eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is it a rare skill book? She felt a twinge of joy, sensing that Ning Yang had not overlooked her just because Chun was more attractive. Ning Yang mysteriously shook his head. It's not a skill book. It's a technique that allows one to rapidly become stronger. You can think of it as a form of training that can unlock potential, enabling one to grow quickly. You can strengthen yourself through physical training? Lu He gasped, her mouth slightly agape, her face reflecting shock. In her understanding, professionals typically grew stronger by slaying monsters to accumulate experience and level up, and she had never heard of anyone rapidly enhancing their power through personal training. Chun Shuijun's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing the term secret technique. Being well-versed, she knew that in this world, beyond the apparent professional skill system, There indeed existed high-level combat techniques mastered by noble families or ancient martial arts clans. These techniques can significantly enhance one's mastery and explosive power. When combined with professional skills, they can even unleash exponential force. She herself has mastered several secret techniques. Could it be that this man truly understands a certain secret skill? Chun Xuejuan pondered silently, and her anger subsided somewhat as she turned her attention to Ning Yang, eager to hear what he had to say. Ning Yang, having successfully captured their attention, grew increasingly smug and began to boast with feigned seriousness. This secret technique is called the 8th National Fitness Exercise. Listen closely. This is the ultimate technique painstakingly developed by a special national department over decades. It can open the run and do meridians, activating the dormant potential within the human body. Currently, it has not been publicly released. There are fewer than 10 people in the country who know this complete exercise, and I am one of them. Ning Yang, without a hint of embarrassment, extolled the merits of a school exercise from his previous life. After all, this world had no knowledge of such an exercise, so he could boast without a flicker of hesitation. Moreover, if these two girls complied, he could conveniently use the exercise to explain how to link the Wangzhe crown buff to them. After all, he needed to help Lu He and Chun Xuejuan grow stronger quickly, with no time to play pretend as he did with Wei Xiumei. Watch my movements closely. Under the expectant gaze of Lu He and the scrutinizing stare of Chun Xuejuan, Ning Yang cleared his throat and began his demonstration. First section, stretching exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. He earnestly performed those simple, even somewhat juvenile stretches, arm extensions, body turns, and leg kicks. After completing the set, Lu He tilted her head. She felt she understood the movements, yet could not discern their significance. Perhaps the true secret lies within the details? Meanwhile, Chun Xuejuan's lips twitched imperceptibly. Her mind flooded with disdain. With her discerning eye, she could see this was not a secret technique at all, but rather a very basic set of physical exercises meant for stretching. There was no energy guidance or force application technique involved. It was worlds apart from a genuine secret skill. All right, now follow my lead. Ning Yang clapped his hands, focusing his attention on Lu He. Come on, Lu, I'll teach you first. Stretch your arms straight. Yes, just like that. Oh no, your waist needs to be straightened. Don't stick out your bottom. As he instructed, he naturally moved closer to Lu He, extending his hand to guide her arm into the correct position. He gently pressed on her back to correct her posture. The contact with her skin was warm and smooth, and through her clothing, he could feel her softness. Being close, he could even catch a faint, refreshing scent from Lu He, reminiscent of blooming flowers, which delighted him. Lu He, feeling his hands on guidance, blushed and her heart raced. She vaguely sensed that Ning Yang might have ulterior motives, yet deep down, she did not entirely reject it. She merely felt shy. Thus, with flushed cheeks, she silently complied with his instructions, allowing him to correct her mistakes. Chun Xuejuan observed from the side, watching Ning Yang's seemingly pious yet brazenly inappropriate behavior, and inwardly cursed. He truly is a shameless lek. He claims to be my boyfriend, and just this morning, he ambushed me. Now he is flirting with another girl right in front of my eyes. An inexplicable dissatisfaction began to brew within her. Hey, girlfriend, don't just stand there watching. Join us and learn. Ning Yang noticed the disdain and coldness in Chun Xuejuan's gaze and turned to instruct her. Do you think I'm foolish? Chun Xuejuan retorted with a scoff. Such simple and childish movements. What kind of secret technique is this? Are you trying to fool me? I refuse to learn. Ning Yang's expression hardened, showing no mercy. Do you think I am requesting you? I am commanding you. Don't forget what you promised. In my team, no one is allowed to defy my orders and decisions. This technique is crucial for enhancing our team's strength. Others would be hard-pressed to find a place to learn it. Yet you are reluctant. What do you mean by that? If you truly have so many of your own ideas and refuse to follow orders, then fine. We can break up. You can leave the team right now. After all, our Black Star team can do without you. His words rang with an unmistakable threat. Chun Xuejuan felt a surge of anger rising within her. However, considering her purpose for infiltrating the team and the sacrifices she had made, along with her promise to obey orders, she could only suppress her indignation. I will do it. She gritted her teeth and forced out the words. Thus, Chun Xuejuan reluctantly began to mimic the movements of the fitness exercise, her motions stiff, Oh, now that's more like it. Ning Yang finally smiled, moving closer to Chun Shuejuan. Let me correct you. Your movements aren't standard. Your hands need to be leveled. He reached out again, gently guiding her arm, his hand brushing against her waist. Chun Shuejuan's body tensed instantly, like a rigid piece of jade, clearly striving to suppress the urge to push him away. Ning Yang felt the contact was still exquisite, yet a hint of confusion arose in his mind. Chun Shuejuan lacked any unpleasant odor, clean as crystal, but she did not possess the natural, pleasant fragrance that Lu He had. Perhaps it was due to differing physiques, or maybe her genetic makeup simply lacked a body scent. Ning Yang mused, dismissing the thought as he continued to enjoy the privileges of his captaincy. After much effort, under Ning Yang's attentive guidance, the two girls managed to complete 2 rounds of the 8th National Fitness exercise. All right, Ning Yang nodded in satisfaction and announced from now on, you must practice this exercise twice daily under my personal guidance. Remember, it must be under my direct supervision. Only then can it realize its true potential. Practicing on your own will yield no effect. He silently thought to himself, if it weren't for my personal oversight, how would I find opportunities for intimate contact with you? Okay, I understand, senior, Lu He replied softly, her face still flushed. Chun Shuejuan turned away, unwilling to look at him, her heart seething with resentment. All right. Ning Yang clapped his hands, spiritedly pointing toward the depths of the dungeon. Warm-up is over. Now let us set off. I'll take you both to level up. Ning Yang drew a battle knife. This knife was previously used by He Zhongyang, the berserker. However, he was short on funds and could not afford a new one, so he had to make do. He looked at his profession list: swordsman, gunner, sharpshooter, chi master, celestial healer, enhancement supporter. These were all familiar private server professions, each with formidable skills. Among them, the highest damage output belonged to the melee gunner and the ranged chi master. However, both professions had a significant drawback. They became too fragile in the later stages, inevitably succumbing to group attacks. The swordsman, on the other hand, could engage in both melee and ranged combat. More importantly, the swordsman possessed a skill called Dragon Scale Chi, which could enhance his block rate, greatly improving his survivability. The block rate functions similarly to the miss rate in ordinary games, or the evasion rate, representing the ability to completely negate an attack. However, the triggering probability was somewhat low. Dragon Scale Chi, LV1 increases block rate by 10, with each level up granting an additional 2. The maximum level is 20, meaning this single skill could potentially boost the block rate to 50. Furthermore, if he learned additional private server buffs, his block rate could exceed 70, significantly enhancing his life preservation. Thus, from now on, his primary profession would be swordsman. With that thought in mind, Ning Yang swiftly expended all of his remaining experience and credit coins to learn 3 swordsman skills. Fei Tian Ren Chi. Level 1 swiftly unleashes 3 consecutive blades of energy for ranged attacks, inflicting damage equivalent to each physical attack power, 200. Maximum combo count, 3 times. Long Lin Gang Chi. Level 1 increases block rate by 10 and critical hit rate, as well as anti-critical hit rate by 5. Tian Shan Shanjia. Level 1 during its active duration, disperses a portion of the damage received by the connected target, allowing all teammates to share the burden. Duration, 10 minutes. Connection distance, 300 meters. Number of connections, 7. Damage dispersion ratio, 40. Fei Tian Ren Chi is, of course, an offensive skill. Long Lin Gang Chi serves to enhance one's survivability. Tian Shan Shanjia is intended to protect fragile teammates. Ning Yang, accompanied by Lu He and Chun Shuejuan, traversed the fragmented stone path of Anaya ruins. Soon, they encountered wandering monsters clad in tattered bronze armor, wielding rusted spears, the Anaya soldier, level 92. Their eye sockets flickered with eerie blue flames, accompanied by the sound of bones creaking as they moved. Upon seeing the monster's level, Lu He turned pale, exclaiming, "Ah, a level 92 monster. Senior Ning Yang, can we truly defeat it?" She was aware that an ordinary team could only handle monsters that were 10 levels higher. The average level difference of over 40 was unprecedented. To make matters worse, she was only at level 21. Ning Yang chuckled, his tone lighthearted, of course. You can't defeat it. Your task is to find a safe corner and eat experience points. Just watch me soar. With that, he assumed a serious expression and commanded, "Watch closely." He raised his hand, and 2 gentle beams of light fell upon Lu He and Chun Xuejuan. 20 strength, 20 magic. Simultaneously, a more profound light, resembling threads of pale gold, subtly connected to 3. The skill, Tianshan Shunjia, had taken effect. Lu He and Chun Xuejuan immediately felt their attributes enhance, and they noticed the newly added effect description of Tianshan Shunjia in their status bars. Senor Ning Yang, Lu He exclaimed, pointing at the status bar. Is this Tianshan Shunjia, your release skill? What an impressive effect. It can actually share the damage taken with teammates. Such a skill that distributes damage to the entire team was unheard of. Chun Xuejuan was equally astonished. She knew that high-tier shield warriors possess skills of the Guardian type that could absorb all damage for a single target, but that placed a significant burden on the caster. However, Ning Yang's skill distributed damage among all, a far superior method with seemingly lesser burdens. What exactly was his profession? Chen Suijuan's curiosity about Ning Yang deepened. Although professions did not have level classifications, skills did. She conservatively estimated this skill to be top tier, above S rank. Chapter 17. Chun Xuejuan's extraordinary strength. I currently lack experience and have only learned it at level 1. Ning Yang glanced at Lu He, grinning. Once I upgrade this skill to a higher level, it can disperse over 60 of the damage. In other words, unless they possess an attack capable of one-shotting our entire team, they cannot wipe us out. Lu He hurriedly nodded, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Senior Ning Yang, your abilities are incredible. No wonder you can lead an A-rank team. Ning Yang refrained from further words, taking a few steps forward to close the distance with the nearest Ni soldier. He drew his sword and swiftly slashed through the air. Fei Tian Renki. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crescent-shaped, tangible silver blades of energy pierced through the air. With a sharp whistle, they struck the Ni soldier almost simultaneously from over 20 meters away. Crack! The tattered armor of the level 92 Ni soldier shattered like paper, its entire body torn apart by the blades, instantly transforming into a pile of bones that dissipated into white light. Only a few coins and a small orb of experience remained. Wow! Lu He gasped again, her face a mixture of disbelief and admiration. So impressive. Senor Ning Yang, you are so powerful. Just defeating one monster can level me up. She distinctly remembered that Senior Ning Yang's profession leaned towards that of a warrior. Yet he possessed such remarkable ranged attack capabilities. It was known that only elementalists and rangers could typically attack from afar. Chun Xuejuan's pupils slightly contracted. Such exaggerated damage. She observed closely that Ning Yang had merely utilized one skill without any auxiliary secret techniques she was familiar with. Without relying on secret techniques, and solely depending on one skill, even she could not achieve a one-shot kill on a level 92 ordinary monster. Ning Yang continued to employ Fei Tian Ren Qi, effortlessly to eliminate the smaller monsters along the way, with experience flowing into Lu He's experience pool like a gentle stream. Soon, they arrived at a somewhat spacious plaza. A larger creature, clad in complete bronze armor and wielding a massive axe, the Ni guard captain, level 95 elite, blocked their path. My girlfriend, having watched the show for so long, it's time for you to lend a hand, isn't it? Ning Yang halted, turning to the previously passive Chun Xuejuan. Chun Xuejuan's expression remained unchanged as she replied coldly, I know. Before her words finished, her figure vanished from the spot. In the next instant, she appeared beside the Ni guard captain like a ghost. Chun Xuejuan had mysteriously acquired 2 short blades emanating a ghostly light. Her attacks were not straightforward. Her movements were erratic, resembling a butterfly flitting through flowers, akin to a dark elf. Although it seemed she did not immediately find the monster's core weakness, resulting in her damage not being maximized, she executed an exceptionally intricate movement technique, leaving behind a blur of afterimages as she deftly evaded the captain's mighty axe swings. Even more astonishing was the frequency of her attacks. Her dual blades transformed into a dazzling display of ghostly light, raining down like a torrential storm upon the joints and armor gaps of the guard captain. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated in quick succession. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, she astonishingly completed an astounding 18-hit combo. The guard captain's health bar visibly decreased by a small fraction, Ning Yang could not help but click his tongue. Engaging in combat with monsters was not a turn-based game. Monsters would not remain stationary for you to strike. 4 ordinary assassin masters, achieving an 8-hit combo while swiftly moving and dodging was already remarkable. Chen Shuejuan's 18-hit combo was simply outrageous. His eagle eye had indeed not misjudged. She was undoubtedly a super expert. Ning Yang did not delay further. Seizing the brief moment of Chen Shuejuan's retreat after her explosive attack, he charged forward with his sword. Normal attacks. Horizontal slash. Another normal attack. Vertical slash. Then quickly withdrew, creating distance. Fei Tian Renki. 3 blades of energy whooshed forth. Following that, he rushed in again, normal attack after normal attack, before retreating to unleash his skill. His attacking style appeared far less dazzling than Chen Shuejuan's, even somewhat clumsy. Yet, every movement and timing of his strikes were impeccably executed, always managing to narrowly evade the guard captain's counterattacks or absorb minor, inconsequential scrapes at minimal cost. With the aid of Eagle Eye, he consistently found the safest output environment and attack path. The two, one near and one far, one splendid and one simple, exhibited remarkable synergy. In just over a minute, the level 95 elite monster collapsed under their combined assault, yielding a small pile of loot. Only then did Lu He dare to run forward, sincerely praising Senior Ning Yang. Sister Shuejuan, you are both amazing. Unlike me, I feel utterly useless. Observing the graceful forms of the two in battle, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of inferiority, deeply sensing that her strength did not measure up to this team. Rest assured, Ning Yang gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, saying, as long as you persistently practice the national-level secret technique of radio gymnastics that I taught you every day in no time at all, you will become as strong as us. While saying this, he deliberately winked at Lu Ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Ha recalled how Ning Yang had been teasing her during their earlier practice and could not help but feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment. I will definitely work hard, she replied, nodding her head. Her admiration and reliance on Ning Yang deepened even further, giving rise to a subtle hint of affection. It is indeed a natural inclination for girls to admire strength. Dear girlfriend, what skill did you use just now? It appeared quite formidable. Your output seems to rival mine. Ning Yang turned to the calm and composed Chen Shuejuan, who seemed unfazed as if the fierce battle had merely been a warm-up, and curiously inquired. One must understand that his primary attribute was strength, and the King's Crown buff had granted him an additional 150 points of strength. Chen Shuejuan's strength value was undoubtedly not as high as his. Yet, despite this, he could only match Chen Shuejuan's damage output, highlighting just how formidable she truly was. This is my secret, a special skill. I have mentioned before, I will not disclose my data panel. Do not think you can command me on this matter. Chen Shuejuan replied coolly, displaying a disinclination to elaborate. Ning Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, if you're unwilling to share methods that could enhance team strength, then from now on, you need not join in my secret technique radio gymnastics sessions. I shall only teach Lu Ha. Though he spoke these words, his mind pondered. The moves she executed earlier did not seem like skills. Skills typically possess special visual effects and aftermath animations, while her actions also exhibited some visual effects. They resembled martial arts or techniques more than anything else. If such advanced techniques truly existed, he was determined to find a way to learn them. Chapter 18. A full-scale assault on Lu Ha. Fine, if you do not want to go, then I have no desire to learn. Chen Shuejuan responded coldly, seemingly indifferent. Lu Ha, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of unexpected joy in her heart. Would this mean she could have private moments with Senior Ning Yang? All right then. Ning Yang said no more, leading them deeper into the dungeon. Soon, they arrived at the innermost part of the dungeon, at the center of a dilapidated grand hall. There stood the General Nia, LV-95 boss, towering over 3 meters tall, clad in dark gold armor, wielding a gigantic sword as large as a door. It loomed there like a statue, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. The battle reignited. The primary damage output remained with Ning Yang and Chen Shuejuan. Lu Ha took refuge behind a massive broken pillar, anxiously watching the fight. Once again, Chen Shuejuan showcased her awe-inspiring combat skills. Her movements were as fluid as a dancer in the dark night, gracefully darting around the colossal boss. The dual blades emitted deadly glimmers, her attacks both elegant and efficient. resembling a deadly ballet. In contrast, Ning Yang's fighting style appeared rather monotonous and clumsy. He reverted to his old routine, charging in for a few basic attacks before swiftly retreating, creating distance to unleash flying blade chi. Then he sought opportunities to close in again for basic attacks, repeating the cycle. Chun Xuejuan's techniques were evidently 100 times more spectacular, her assaults flowing like water. Yet soon she realized that Ning Yang, though seemingly clumsy, had scarcely suffered any substantial damage. Occasionally, he would be grazed by the boss's sword winds, merely sustaining minor scratches. Meanwhile, despite her superior agility, she inevitably took hits from the boss's area attacks and counterattacks in this high-stakes fight, causing her health to deplete significantly. She had even been forced to consume several healing potions. Moreover, she was 11 levels above Ning Yang, receiving the same damage. Her HP bar had dropped noticeably more than his. Just how high was his defense? Were it not for Ning Yang's Tianshan Divine Armor, absorbing 40 of the damage, her health would have been perilously low by now. Realizing these points, Chun Xuejuan grew more cautious. Her attacks became less reckless, tinged with hesitation. In contrast, Ning Yang maintained his steady rhythm, continuing his unhurried basic attacks and distant skill usage. Like a relentless damage-dealing machine, he steadily depleted the boss's health. Ultimately, this seemingly arduous battle concluded in just over 8 minutes, thanks to Ning Yang's consistent output and Chun Xuejuan's careful support, exhausting the last remnants of health from the 95-level General Nia. The massive figure collapsed with a thunderous crash, erupting in dazzling light and abundant experience. Ding, ding, ding. Golden lights erupted around Lu He, elevating her level to 28 in one swift surge. Senor Ning Yang, I am now level 28, she exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to share the news with him. Excellent. Ning Yang nodded in satisfaction. Today's task is to elevate you to level 40. I should also manage to accumulate a couple of levels worth of experience, but I will prioritize learning skills. In this world, experience points were an extremely valuable resource. It was not merely a matter of having enough experience to level up automatically. One had to manually level up. Experience points were needed not only for leveling up, but also for learning various skills, necessitating careful planning from every professional. Standing nearby, Chun Xuejuan silently restored her condition. Yet her gaze scrutinized Ning Yang once more. This man, though lower in level and seemingly clumsy in technique, always managed to dispatch monsters in the most efficient and safest manner, with an output that was both stable and staggering. His damage output exceeded that of a berserker by several times, and he boasted a defense as formidable as a tank. Truly, he was not to be underestimated, she reaffirmed in her heart. However, she quickly regained her confidence, privately thinking, if it were a one-on-one duel, you would certainly not stand a chance against me. Chun Xuejuan clung to this thought to reclaim some psychological advantage, trying to dismiss the feeling of inadequacy that had subtly emerged during the recent battle. In the following 7 days, Ning Yang's life became remarkably routine. By day, he accompanied Lu He and Chun Xuejuan in the Nia Ruins dungeon, efficiently leveling up. After each session, he still insisted on escorting Chun Xuejuan back to her dormitory, attempting to recreate their first surprise. However, Chun Xuejuan's vigilance was at an all-time high. Each time he approached, she resembled a startled deer, leaving Ning Yang with little opportunity. Nevertheless, in the process of teaching Lu her radio gymnastics, he could distinctly sense that this cute girl with single eyelids had grown significantly closer to him, shedding her initial shyness and restraint. Ning Yang contemplated that their relationship had matured, and the time had come to launch a full-scale assault on Lu He. Yet he was also aware that without some sweet enticements, merely relying on words would make it quite challenging to win her over. The pressing matter at hand was to earn money. Although he had accumulated 20 to 30,000 credit coins from dungeon runs over the past few days, this paltry sum was merely a drop in the bucket for his romantic endeavors. I could continue to enhance equipment for profit. Ning Yang thought of the heart of the Ice Phoenix pendant that he had initially intended to gift to Wei Xiumei, but had since enhanced to level 7. If he could enhance it to level 9 and unlock an equipment special skill, its value would undoubtedly soar. However, enhancing to level 9 came with a significant risk of failure. Gritting his teeth, Ning Yang poured most of the experience points he had saved up over the past few days into the Lucky Star skill. He leveled up 3 times, reaching LV 18 and increasing his luck by 30 points. This should ensure success. Armed with the pendant and the enhancement materials purchased with the remaining 2,000 credit coins, he made his way to the enhancement workshop. Perhaps, due to the high luck, the 2 enhancement attempts were successful in one go. Ding! The enhancement of the heart of the Ice Phoenix pendant to level 9 was a success. As he gazed upon the rejuvenated attributes of the necklace, Ning Yang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What the heck? Heart of the Ice Phoenix pendant, 9. Physical absorption, 1013. Magical absorption, 1013. Physical damage increase, 1013. Magical damage increase, 1013. Wear level 50 strength, 1213. Magic power, 1213. Special skill, magic puppet. In combat, every minute, the wearer can summon a magical puppet with 80 of their base attributes, which will continuously attack enemies with magic. Such attributes and this special skill are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Ning Yang estimated that selling it for 40 million would be absolutely feasible. The reason he chose not to use it himself was that the hidden attributes added by private server hacks were not counted towards his base attributes, significantly diminishing the puppet's strength. What a pity. Clutching this treasure, Ning Yang ventured into the bustling item trading area of the academy. Chapter 19. The Short-Tempered Lowly. Although this world had digitized professions, it lacked a virtual auction house. Transactions of valuable items relied entirely on face-to-face dealings. After much effort, he found a relatively quiet corner amidst the throngs of people. Come take a look. Setting up his stall, Ning Yang raised his voice to proclaim, level 50, 9-grade necklace. Attributes are explosive, with a built-in summoning skill. Don't miss out. The reputation of the 9-grade equipment quickly attracted a swarm of students. When Ning Yang shared the necklace's splendid attribute panel and the magic puppet special skill, gasps of astonishment and greedy intakes of breath erupted from the crowd. Wow, it really is a 9. These attributes are insane, and it has a summoning skill. This is simply a mage's artifact. A student eagerly inquired how much. Ning Yang raised 5 fingers, his tone resolute. 50 million credit coins, firm price, no negotiations. This price doused the enthusiasm of most onlookers like a bucket of cold water. 50 million. Highway robbery. That's outrageous. Who can afford that? We are just students. Ning Yang let out a cold chuckle, disinterested in their complaints. His target was not these ordinary students, but the wealthy tycoons within the academy. He was confident that this item was indeed priceless. Among the crowd, a few shifty-eyed individuals began to whisper, "Damn, that's a good item. Why don't we wait until there are fewer people and seize it?" Seize it? Are you out of your mind? Look at who that is. Who? Ning Yang, the captain of the former A-grade Haishing team. Ning Yang? Isn't he the waste who was kicked out by his teammates? Waste. Use your brain. He was the captain of an A-grade team and managed to keep a group of rebellious members in line for a year. How can he be a waste? Usually, such individuals are the fiercest in the team. You, a B-grade waste, want to mess with him? You must be seeking death. Discussions continued, but after 3 hours, many inquired about the price, only to be dissuaded by the exorbitant 50 million. Just as Ning Yang contemplated relocating, a pair of exceptionally striking sisters happened to pass by his stall. The elder sister, tall and elegant, clad in a well-tailored moon-white battle mage robe, boasted an exquisite beauty. Her dark hair was simply tied back, exuding a grace akin to a serene orchid by a tranquil lake. Her name was Chunyahan, and, at that moment, she was slightly turned, patiently listening to her cousin's chatter. The cousin, in stark contrast, was petite with a delicate doll-like face and sparkling big eyes. Resembling a pampered little princess, she was in Shiyu. "Sister, look, a 9-grade necklace." And Shiyu's keen eyes immediately caught the words on Ning Yang's sign, and she tugged at Chunyahan's sleeve with excitement. "Shiyu, please calm down." Chunyahan followed her cousin's gaze, her eyes landing on Ning Yang's stall. "Excuse me, may I inquire if we could take a look at the specific attributes of your 9-grade necklace?" A potential customer had arrived, and not just any customer, but 2 top-notch beauties. Ning Yang quickly donned a slightly mischievous smile. "Of course. Ladies, please take a look." He shared the necklace's data panel once more. Upon seeing the exaggerated attributes and the rare summoning skill, both sisters displayed expressions of astonishment, and Shiyu's eyes sparkled as she shook Chunyahan's arm, exclaiming, "Sister, look, it's truly exceptional. I want it. I need it." Chunyahan gently patted her cousin's hand to calm her, then turned to Ning Yang with a tone that remained polite yet cautious. This equipment's attributes are indeed outstanding, and the special skill is quite rare. May I ask what your asking price is? Thank you for your interest. The firm price is 50 million credit coins. Ning Yang replied with an unchanging smile, extending 5 fingers. 50 million? And she used adorable brows furrowed into a frown, her mouth pouting. You're kidding. Why not just rob us? Chen also frowned slightly, raising her hand to stop her cousin. She addressed Ning Yang earnestly, saying, I must be frank. The price of 50 million considerably exceeds the current market value for similar 9-grade equipment at the Academy. Even with the rare special skill, this markup is excessive. We genuinely wish to acquire it, and we offer 20 million credit coins. This price reflects our sincerity and aligns better with market conditions. What do you think? Her words were assertive yet respectful, attempting to reason with him. Not for sale. Ning Yang shook his head without hesitation. I said, the price is 50 million. Not a cent less. This item is worth that price. Those who recognize its value will buy it. If it were a 100 level 9-grade item, it might indeed only be worth 20 million. But this is a level 50 item. The reason it is expensive is due to the scarcity of buyers. The fewer the buyers, the smaller the market. The cost to enhance level 50 equipment is greater, hence such exceptional items are rare. Scarcity begets value, and thus the price rises. Hey, why are you so stubborn? And she used displeasure was evident as she placed her hands on her hips, her spoiled demeanor on full display. Here we are, 2 stunning beauties negotiating with you, and you want to even consider a discount to show some courtesy? What kind of man are you without a hint of gentlemanly demeanor? Huh, what a joke. Ning Yang found her absurd logic amusing and retorted without reservation. Whether you are beautiful or not is of no concern to me. Can beauty be spent as credit coins? Even if it could, would you be willing to sleep with me? If you're broke, don't act tough here. Poor people should stay out of my sight. You, shameless and vulgar. How dare you call me poor? And she instantly exploded, her charming face flushing crimson as she pointed at Ning Yang and exclaimed to Chen, Sister, did you hear that? He insulted us. Chen brows furrowed deeper as she addressed Ning Yang sternly. Please watch your words. There's no need for such insults if the deal falls through. She then turned to Shiyu, her tone carrying a hint of reproach and persuasion. Shiyu, please calm down. Since the student insists on his price, it seems this item may not be meant for us. There's no need to force it. However, Shiyu was too agitated to listen, shouting at Ning Yang, What are you so arrogant about? Do you even know who my sister is? My sister is Chen Yahan. Chen Yahan? Ning Yang feigned cleaning his ears, displaying contempt. Never heard of her. I thought your dad was Li Gang. Well, Li Gang nonsense. And Shiyu stomped her feet in frustration. Haven't you heard of the Dawn team? The second-ranked team in the entire school, and my sister is a core member of Dawn. Ning Yang maintained his infuriating expression and countered. Dawn? Never heard of it. But do you know about the Heixing team? Chapter 20, and Shiyu versus. Ning Yang and Shiyu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively shook her head. You see, you don't even know? Ning Yang scoffed. It's just a perennial second-rate team. And you're merely a member of that team. I thought you were something extraordinary. If you had said the captain of the top-ranked team is your cousin, I might have been able to regard you with a modicum of respect. Besides, she is your cousin, not you. What are you flaunting in front of me? Fool! You jerk! And Shiyu trembled with rage at Ning Yang's relentless mockery. I challenge you to a school duel. Shiyu, don't act rashly. Chen Yahan's expression changed, and she immediately grasped Shiyu's wrist, her tone turning serious. To duel over a mere argument? What kind of behavior is that? And Shiyu struggled to shake off her cousin's hand, but failed. With a mix of indignation and anger, she exclaimed, Sister, he has insulted us so severely. Can you still endure this? I don't care. I must teach him a lesson. Ning Yang regarded Shiyu with the eyes of an adult looking at a child, lazily stating, a school duel? That's child's play. Want to fight me? Fine. I only accept life and death duels. If you're not afraid of dying, you can submit an application to the school right now. A school duel is relatively safe, typically involving professional mages to set a minimum life lock for both parties, ensuring no fatalities occur. In contrast, a life and death duel is precisely that. Death is irrevocable. Life and death duel. Chen Yahan gasped, immediately fixing her sharp, disapproving gaze on Ning Yang. This classmate, it's merely a dispute over a transaction. There is no need to escalate to such extremes. This is excessive. Life and death duel it is. Who's afraid? And Shiyu. However, was utterly incensed by Ning Yang's arrogance. I will make you pay for your hubris. Sister, don't stop me. I'm applying right now. Chen Yahan firmly held her back, whispering reproachfully, Shiyu, calm down. A life-and-death duel is not a trifling matter. Listen to me, we are leaving. Yet at that moment, and Shiyu was impervious to reason. She wrested free from Chen Yahan's grip and quickly submitted her application through her personal terminal. Application submitted. Let us go to the duel arena. With the approval notification, and Shiyu raised her chin triumphantly, resembling an enraged peacock. Let us go. Ning Yang gathered his belongings, responding indifferently to the challenge. News of the impending life-and-death duel spread like wildfire through the trading market. A throng of students eager for spectacle flocked to follow the two to the academy's duel arena. Along the way, conversations erupted. Look, it's in Shiyu and that Ning Yang. Wow, a life-and-death duel? Why such a big deal? I heard it's because Ning Yang insulted in Shiyu, calling her a pauper and looking down on the Dawn battle team. Impressive. Ning Yang is quite bold. Who do you think will win? Is that even a question? It has to be in Shiyu. She is the captain of the Fragrant Blossom team, ranked 58th in the school, an A-level magic swordsman. And Ning Yang? The former captain of the Black Star team. His rank is nearly out of the top 100, right? Ridiculous. He is just an enhancement support mage. Exactly. One is ranked 58th, the other at the bottom. This is a no-brainer. Ning Yang is dual med. I think so too, and Shiyu has a tremendous advantage. As the duelists took their positions on the stage, the system automatically displayed their basic information. And Shiyu, LV61, Magic Swordsman. Ning Yang, LV53, Enhancement Support Mage. Upon seeing Ning Yang's level and profession, and Shiyu's expression grew even more disdainful. A mere 53-level support mage. What can he possibly do against me? A 61-level magic swordsman? Rest assured, the referee for this duel is my cousin. She is a rare class, heavenly priest, possessing resurrection skills. Even if I were to defeat you, she would bring you back to life, so your life is not truly at stake. I merely aim to let you experience the taste of death, giving you a lesson you won't forget for a lifetime. And Shiyu raised her sword, shimmering with magical brilliance. Brimming with pride. A life-and-death duel comes with a babysitter? How cowardly of you! Ning Yang cast a glance at Shiyu and let out a cold scoff. Very well. Since you are so earnestly seeking punishment, I shall grant you this. You will learn just how high the heavens are and how vast the earth is. With a referee capable of resurrection present, Ning Yang was aware he could not genuinely kill his opponent. However, with the atmosphere charged, the outcome of her life was inconsequential. He was determined to teach her why flowers bloom so vibrantly. The bell signaling the start of the duel tolled. Ning Yang, appearing as an enhancement support mage, suddenly revealed a markedly different demeanor. Armed with a long blade, he exuded a steady aura, resembling a berserker capable of unleashing fierce sword energy. And Shiyu, a quintessential magic swordsman, wielded her magical sword that gleamed with elemental radiance. As they approached, approximately 30 meters apart, Ning Yang took the initiative to strike first. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed flying blade chi. Swish, swish, swish. 3 condensed silver-white crescent-shaped blade energies, accompanied by a piercing sound, locked onto Shiyu and hurtled toward her. And Shiyu's heart tightened suddenly, a potent sense of danger enveloping her. She instinctively felt that if any of these 3 blade energies struck her directly, it would spell her demise. Oomph! And Shiyu shouted, her footsteps shifting instantaneously. Her body seemed to lose weight, leaving behind a faint, almost imperceptible afterimage. In the nick of time, she drifted several meters to the side. The 3 blade energies whizzed past her original position, crashing against the protective barrier of the duel arena, sending ripples cascading outward. How is this possible? Ning Yang was equally astonished. Flying blade chi is a locking skill, meaning once it is unleashed, it can accurately hit the target no matter where they flee. In gaming terms, it was a guaranteed hit. How could she have evaded it? How was this achieved? Wasn't she a support mage? And Shiyu too was bewildered. How could the power of this ranged attack be so terrifying? Amidst her astonishment, a greater fire of provocation ignited within her. Seizing the moment while Ning Yang's skill was cooling down, she darted forward like lightning. Take this, she exclaimed, her magical sword suddenly radiating a brilliant ice blue light. Even before her attack reached him, A fierce chill rushed toward Ning Yang. Remarkably, as she swung her sword, her body moved in an extraordinarily coordinated and explosive manner, as if compressing all her strength into this one blow. Ning Yang activated Eagle Eye, instantly perceiving the danger contained within her strike. It was not merely the power of the skill itself. It carried a unique, explosive force emanating from her very body. He dared not take it head-on. With a sudden burst of energy, he retreated sharply to a weak point he discerned in the trajectory of her attack, simultaneously raising his blade to block. Chapter 21. This is not a fat sheep, but a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated explosively. Although Ning Yang reacted swiftly and blocked in time, the additional strange force still transmitted through the blade, with the sword tip bizarrely grazing beneath his ribcage. Puff! 10. Ning Yang's health bar plummeted sharply. What an unusual skill. Ning Yang felt a chill. Meanwhile, Shiyu, having landed a hit, did not linger in battle, but swiftly retreated. Her mind swirling with questions. What on earth is his profession? My Frost Slash, which embodies martial arts techniques, should have dealt substantial damage, even to a shield warrior of the same level. How could he have only lost 10 health? Is he a tank? His health is astonishingly high. And Shiyu, of course, was unaware that Ning Yang's health was significantly boosted due to the effect of the king as crown buff, which not only thickened his health, but also granted him an additional 50 physical and magical damage resistance. Ning Yang discarded any remaining underestimation. He discerned that before the opponent unleashed their skill, there was an exceedingly brief, yet harmonious buildup of energy in their body. It was as if they were instantaneously channeling their vital essence to the point of exertion, amplifying the skill's potency immensely. While he grasped certain nuances, the exact pathway of energy flow and the techniques of exertion remained obscured. He needed to experiment further. With a thought, Ning Yang immediately activated the recently learned active defense skill, Tianshan Yuji Shu, LV5. Duration, 15 seconds. Effect, block rate increased by 30. An invisible aura of true energy enveloped his body, forming a faint halo. Coupled with his passive skill, Longlin Ganshi, his block rate exceeded 50 at this moment. Time was of the essence, and Ning Yang feigned a flaw, seemingly recklessly charging towards Shiyu with his blade. Although Shiyu was perplexed by the halo, seeing the opponent come at her, how could she let the opportunity slip? She once again activated that peculiar technique of exertion. The long sword in her hand transformed into a dazzling array of sword shadows, unleashing the skill, Wanwu Fenghua. Clang! Clang! A series of rapid strikes landed on Ning Yang, sparks flying. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The damage numbers that popped up were 000, immunity. What? Complete immunity? And Shiyu's beautiful eyes widened, hardly believing what she was witnessing. How could such an advanced defensive skill appear on a practitioner of merely over level 50? This completely shattered her understanding. At that moment of shock, Ning Yang delivered a simple, yet powerful normal attack. Bang! 40. And Shiyu's health plummeted drastically. Such high damage from a normal attack. As Shiyu was taken aback, hastily retreating. The opponent's profession was far too enigmatic. Regaining her composure, she suddenly surged forward, activating the skill Benlei Rudy. Her figure darted like a bolt of lightning, closing in on Ning Yang once more. Simultaneously, the tip of her sword spun rapidly, generating a spiraling force, aimed directly at Ning Yang's face. This was her control ultimate move, Luo Xian Tushi. It contained a martial arts technique capable of penetrating defenses, stunning the opponent for 2 seconds upon impact. Given 2 seconds of full output time, she had 100 ways to deplete the opponent's health bar. Yet, the same situation repeated itself. The spiraling force collided with Ning Yang's aura of true energy, as if a cow had plunged into the sea, completely blocked once again. More immunity. Was this halo an absolute defense? And Shiyu was nearly driven to madness. With the aid of Yin, Ning Yang perceived everything more clearly. This was no mere technique of exertion. It resembled a masterful application of one's own energy, forming a kind of atmospheric force. The opponent's technique of exertion became increasingly lucid. It was a method of channeling internal energy, explosively releasing power far beyond ordinary limits. Undeterred, Shiyu pressed the attack, finally chipping away 10 points of Ning Yang's health. At this moment, she felt a surge of joy, It appeared the halo was not absolute defense, but rather a probabilistic immunity. The two continued to exchange blows, and as the 15 seconds elapsed, the effect of Tianshan Yuji Shu faded. Ning Yang's health stood at 50, but his skill, Fei Tianrenqi, had cooled down. Now was the moment. Ning Yang's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Fei Tianrenqi." 3 blades of energy shot forth. Has she exhausted her tricks? And Shiyu, witnessing this, smirked with disdain. The same move will not work on me. She again executed her intricate footwork, her figure becoming a blur, preparing to evade as before. Yet, just as her trajectory was determined, Ning Yang's eyes sparkled with insight. Through the comprehensive analysis of her exertion principles via Yin, he could now predict her landing point. The second and third blades of energy, seemingly possessing awareness, traced imperceptible arcs in the air, precisely sealing off in Shiyu's evasion route. What? And Shiyu's pupils constricted in horror. Thud! Thud! 2 heavy blades of energy struck her chest with devastating force. Agonizing pain surged, and blood erupted. Crimson stained her garments. A piercing scream escaped her lips as her health bar was instantly depleted, collapsing limply to the ground, a bloodied corpse. In her final moments, her eyes were filled with disbelief and confusion. Below, Chun Yahan, witnessing the entire scene, was equally astonished. Ning Yang's precise prediction and lethal strike had far exceeded her expectations. She had initially believed her cousin would dominate the match, only to see her swiftly dispatched instead. "Hey, referee, if this continues, your cousin will truly be finished." Ning Yang flicked the non-existent blood from his blade, casting a teasing glance at the stunned Chun Yahan. Although this world possessed resurrection skills, he knew that once a person died, their soul could only linger in the body for 45 seconds at most. Beyond that, not even the most powerful resurrection spells could save them. They would be irrevocably lost. Chun Yahan snapped back to reality, disregarding everything else, and hastily began chanting a spell. A radiant light, filled with the essence of life, descended. The rare skill Rebirth Ritual, and Shiyu's body reformed within the glow, her health fully restored. And she stirred awake with a soft murmur. Revived, her complexion was pale, and her gaze towards Ning Yang brimmed with resentment, frustration, and an inescapable fear. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such a humiliating defeat and brush with death, especially at the hands of someone a lower level and lacking martial arts knowledge. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and crystalline tears finally rolled down her cheeks. At this moment, the crowd erupted. What did I just witness? And Shiyu was taken out in an instant. Wasn't it said that Ning Yang was a support class? This is clearly a berserker in disguise. What was that last blow? Didn't T and Shiyu's skill allow her to dodge locked-on attacks? Confusion reigned, yet they were profoundly shaken. Ning Yang had concealed himself too deeply. The previously scheming individual who had eyed Ning Yang's necklace now appeared pale, trembling as he grasped his companion's hand. "Brother, thank you for stopping me. This is no mere lamb. It's a Tyrannosaurus." His companion swallowed hard. "I never expected him to be this fierce." Chapter 22 Martial Arts. To invest heavily for Luo Hua. Chun Yahan comforted her sobbing cousin, preparing to take her away from this sorrowful place. At that moment, Ning Yang called out to them. "Hey, wait." The two halted, and Shiyu glaring at him with malice. Ning Yang waved the Bingfeng Ji Xian Yaodai 9 in his hand. "Do you still want this necklace? 20 million. I'll sell it to you. Get lost. Who would want your worthless necklace?" And Shiyu, furious, rejected it without a second thought. Ning Yang reminded unperturbed. Upping the ante, 10 million. And Shiyu was about to retort when Chun Yahan gently pulled her back. Chun Yahan regarded Ning Yang, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Are you truly willing to sell it to us for 10 million? This price is practically a bargain for such an exquisite piece of equipment." "Absolutely." Ning Yang nodded, then shifted his tone. "However, I have a condition. Tell me about the technique you used to dodge my skill just now, and the method that enhances your attack power. What are they called?" Upon hearing this, and Shiyu cast Ning Yang a disdainful glance. Her expression seemed to say, indeed, a naive bumpkin. But tempted by the necklace, she merely snorted coldly and fell silent. Chun Yahan realized that his interest lay in this, in the elite circle of practitioners. This was not classified information. She pondered for a moment, carefully organizing her thoughts before explaining. "However, it is quite challenging for ordinary individuals to access. This is not a skill rooted in data, but rather what is known as Guwushu. Guwushu. Ning Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the profound name. Is it martial arts? Indeed. Chen Yaohuan nodded, a hint of nostalgia in her tone. It is said to have originated before the era of the Great Cataclysm, a method practiced by ancient sages to hone the physical form and unlock the potential of the human body. In the early stages of the national professional deification, it was once regarded as an outdated form of exercise. However, with a deeper understanding of the essence of power, people discovered that these ancient techniques resonate and amplify the data-driven occupational system in wondrous ways. Chen Yaohuan further illustrated. For instance, the berserker's skill, double slash. If complemented by suitable Guwushu techniques, it can evolve into a more fluid and powerful triple slash or even quadruple slash, with each strike exhibiting greater precision and force. What Shiyu utilized earlier was the ancestral martial arts footwork, instant step, and the swordplay combat technique. Those who master Guwushu often possess combat abilities that far surpass those of ordinary practitioners with equivalent attributes. Therefore, it is also regarded as a stepping stone to higher realms. A glimmer of realization flickered in Ning Yang's eyes. No wonder Chen Xuejuan's combat skills were so exceptional. It appears she has also mastered similar techniques. This thought stirred discontent within Ning Yang. He had planned to grant Chen Xuejuan the King's crown buff in a few days. Such a valuable asset, and yet Chen Xuejuan was being secretive, unwilling to share with others. He changed his mind. If Chen Xuejuan continued to remain closed off after some time, once the league competition was over, he would expel her from the team. There was no point in keeping someone who was at odds with the team. Then, where can one systematically learn Guwushu? Ning Yang inquired earnestly. There are pathways, but the barriers to entry are quite high. Chen Yaohuan seemed to have anticipated his question and replied calmly. Some long-established martial arts families, closely tied to powerful military factions, or the core members of occupational guilds, possessed different schools of Guwushu. However, she shifted her tone. For ordinary individuals without connections, learning through the occupational guild typically requires signing extremely lengthy service contracts. For example, a service period of 40 years. 40 years? That sounds like a lifetime contract. Ning Yang was left speechless. The memories of working tirelessly for over a decade under the thumb of a boss still lingered vividly in his mind. As the saying goes, better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. There was no way he would leap into such a pitfall again in this life. Ning Yang, your profession is quite unique, with immense potential, Chen Yaohuan noted, seeing his reluctance yet sensing an opportunity. If you wish to learn Guwushu comprehensively, you could join my cousin in Jia. Her team is currently in need of one final member. If you join, not only will their strength significantly increase, but your own prowess will also experience rapid enhancement. With your abilities and potential, you will undoubtedly receive attention and gain access to more profound Guwushu, leading to swift improvement. Setting aside Ning Yang's current skill level, the mere achievement of defeating her cousin would suffice to demonstrate his strength. Although Shiyu feigned indifference, she secretly harbored some anticipation. If her team truly gained his addition, their power would undoubtedly see a considerable boost. Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline. Ning Yang responded without hesitation, shaking his head. I am accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle and do not have the habit of committing to long-term servitude. Here, take this necklace. Let us make the trade. He mused, with the eagle eye super skill at his disposal. Why would he fear not being able to learn in secret? There was no need to succumb to such constraints. Moreover, he wanted to test Chen Xuejuan first, to see if he could extract more Guwushu knowledge from her. Seeing his resolute attitude, a flicker of regret passed through Chen Yaohuan's eyes, but she no longer pressed the matter. She swiftly completed the transaction, receiving the radiant heart of the Ice Phoenix pendant. Let us depart, Shiyu. Chen Yaohuan took her still disgruntled cousin by the hand, turning to leave. Ning Yang watched their retreating figures, then glanced at the additional 10 million credits in his account, a smile creeping onto his lips. The money was secured, and more importantly, he had uncovered the existence of Guwushu and successfully replicated two techniques. He reveled in the joy of having grasped the instant step and combat techniques' power dynamics through the insights gained via Eagle Eye. This venture not only yielded no losses, but was a significant profit. Next, he intended to delve deeply into research and fully assimilate these techniques as his own. However, there remained a more pressing matter, fulfilling his promise to Lu He and assisting her in rapidly enhancing her strength. He strode purposefully towards the Academy's high-level skill trading center. Here, an array of rare high-tier skill books from various professions was displayed, their prices astonishing. With a clear objective, Ning Yang headed straight for the Bard skill section. "Boss, I'll take these few." Ning Yang waved his hand decisively, pointing at several high-tier skill books emanating a soft glow within the glass cabinet. Harmonic Waves, 1 million. Source of Magic, 1 million. Battle Melody, 1 million. Harmonic Waves, Level A. Integrates various melodies with superpowers to produce powerful sonic wave attacks, striking enemies from a distance. Damage, Magical Attack Power, 350. Damage Range, 15 meters. Area of Effect, 5. Learning Requirement, Bard LV50. Source of Magic, Level A. Stimulates the target's nerves with harmonious melodies, allowing the stimulated target to gradually recover MP over a certain period. Duration, 20 seconds. Recovery value, 1000. Recovery bonus, Magical Attack Power 80. Learning Requirement, Bard LV50. Battle Melody, Level A. Plays an uplifting melody to inspire all team members, increasing physical damage. Physical Damage Boost, 20. Consumes 100 MP per second. Effective Radius, 80 meters. Affected team members, 5. Learning Requirement, Bard LV50. These three are rare A-level skills that can only be learned by bards at level 50, each valued at 1 million. As for skills above A-level, there are S, SS, and SSS levels, the very pinnacle of abilities. However, those above S-level skills can only drop from world-class elite monsters, making them exceedingly rare and challenging to acquire, no matter how wealthy one might be. Lu had been pushing herself hard these past few days and had just reached level 50. For the sake of this lovely girl, Ning Yang was willing to spend extravagantly. Chapter 23. In the past, our success was largely thanks to Ning Yang. Just obtaining skill books was not enough. Equipment must be upgraded as well. Ning Yang muttered to himself as he turned and delved into the equipment and materials market. He meticulously selected 10 well-attribute 50-level Bard-specific weapons. Qin Feng Harp, along with various weaponry and gear. Additionally, he purchased a substantial amount of high-grade materials for enhancement and enchantment. This shopping spree cost him nearly 3 million credits, flowing out like water. Fortunately, after the national professionalization, everyone possessed a 30-slot system backpack, allowing these items to be absorbed into it as radiant light. For Ning Yang, who had extraordinary privileges, his private server system granted an extra 60 slots, providing him with a total of 90 slots in his backpack, alleviating any concerns about weight. Looking at his nearly half-filled backpack and the significantly reduced funds, Ning Yang felt no regret. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. Investment. This was all a necessary investment. Meanwhile, on the way back to her residence, and Shiyu remained irate. Her pretty face was taut, the previous grievances and anger not yet fully dissipated, and had instead intensified as she replayed the battle in her mind. Cease, and Shiyu could no longer restrain herself and tugged at Chun Yahan's sleeve, her tone filled with frustration and confusion. What about that scoundrel just now? What exactly is his profession? He is clearly registered as a support class, yet he is as tough as a tin can. I hit him for ages, and he barely lost any health. He is practically a blood cow. The most unreasonable part is his damage output. It must be higher than even the strongest elemental mage. Chun Yahan observed her cousin's angry demeanor and smiled helplessly, attempting to soothe her. His profession is indeed quite unique. I cannot fully comprehend it. His health, defense, and even attack power far exceed conventional understanding. He likely possesses a hidden class. She paused, her tone taking on a hint of serious contemplation. If he can systematically learn ancient martial arts to compensate for his lack of technique, given time, he could truly become another superclass star. Superclass? Him? And Shiyu exclaimed, her voice rising with indignation. She admitted that Ning Yang was peculiar and strong, but the term superclass struck a sensitive nerve within her. She desperately sought reasons to belittle Ning Yang. He is just a country bumpkin who doesn't even understand ancient martial arts. Coming from a backwater, how strong could he possibly be? Compared to Senior Yi, he is miles away. The Senior Yi she referred to was Yi Shinkuan, the captain of the superclass team Dawn, and also the object of Chun Yahan's admiration. And in Shiyu's eyes, comparing Ning Yang to Yi Xinquan was a direct insult to the latter. Shiyu. There's simply no comparison. Qin gently shook her head, her tone calm. Xinquan comes from a family of ancient martial artists, having practiced the family's ultimate techniques since childhood, possessing profound depth. He is also a rare hidden class. In terms of background, resources, and talent, Ning Yang is not on the same level as him. She attempted to help her cousin recognize reality, urging her not to make irrational comparisons out of momentary emotions. However, and Shiyu clearly could not accept this. Ning Yang's previous remark about being a perennial second fiddle and his disdain for her and her cousin felt like thorns piercing her heart. She simply could not swallow her pride. I don't care. And Shiyu stamped her foot, a flicker of stubbornness in her eyes. I want to let this go. He not only insulted me, but also looked down on our team, Fenghua, and even your team, Dawn. What gives him the right to be so arrogant? Who does he think he is, this despicable intruder? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and a thought began to take shape in her mind. No. I must tell Senior Yi. Let him understand the boundaries of the world. Shiyu, don't be foolish. Qin Yahan's expression changed slightly, her tone becoming more serious. This is merely a minor conflict. Why escalate it to Xinquan's level? How is this a minor issue? He disrespects the Dawn team, and that's unacceptable. And Shiyu stubbornly retorted. As Qin Yahan seemed about to argue further, she waved her hand dismissively. Cousin, don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. With that, she hastily left, her pace quickening with indignation, making her way toward the area where the Dawn team often gathered. Qin Yahan watched her cousin's willful figure disappear, her outstretched hand freezing in midair before falling back with a resigned sigh. She understood and Shiyu's temperament. She had been spoiled and could not tolerate even the slightest grievance, especially after suffering such a significant loss in public. She knew that her cousin's visit to Yi Xinquan would likely bring Ning Yang some trouble. Although she did not believe Yi Xinquan would take a minor character like Ning Yang seriously, the reputation of the Dawn team was not to be taken lightly, especially since Yi Xinquan was known for his assertiveness. A flicker of concern surfaced in her heart. The man who sold them the necklace had unknowingly stirred up some trouble. Hopefully, it wouldn't escalate into anything serious. In a corner of the cafeteria, Wei Shuamei, Wei Yangxing, He Zhongyang, and Zhou Jing gathered once more for a meal. The atmosphere was noticeably heavier compared to a week ago. Each individual bore a hint of fatigue that was hard to conceal, even exuding a sense of having survived a disaster. Over the past week, they had attempted several different A-class dungeons, only to describe the results as devastating. Faced with level 90 monsters, they struggled mightily, encountering perilous situations. Each of them had vividly experienced the sensation of their health hitting zero and the darkness of death. Had it not been for Jiang Fan, the priest capable of using the revive skill, this so-called new Black Star team would have been diminished or even wiped out several times. Damn it, this is just outrageous. He Zhongyang pushed around the food on his plate, lacking appetite, and finally voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind for days. When we were with that Ning Yang guy, we handled level 95 monsters like cutting through vegetables, never dying. Why is it so tough now with level 90 monsters? And we still have to rely on Jiang Fan to revive us. Do you think that our previous ease was actually all thanks to Ning Yang? His words landed like a stone in still water, causing ripples of confusion. Impossible. Zhongyang, don't be ridiculous. Wei Shuamei shot back, her tone sharp with urgency. When Ning Yang was with us, aside from directing our positions with his words, when did he ever contribute to actual damage output? PSA support. His attributes are maxed out. Do you think merely guiding our positioning could drastically change the difficulty of battle? Is that even plausible? Yes. Shuamei is right. Zhou Jing quickly nodded in agreement, as if trying to convince herself. How could such a thing even exist? Besides, didn't Tiwi ask Senior Jiang Fan? He said our performance far exceeded that of typical A-class teams, praising our positioning and output techniques. Zhou Jing deliberately overlooked the underlying implication of Jiang Fan's praise, which suggested that their performance was commendable only given their low attributes, rather than their skills being overwhelmingly superior. I've got it. At that moment, Wei Yangxing slammed his hand on the table, his eyes lighting up with realization. I know the reason. All eyes turned to him in an instant. What reason? The reason lies in the Naya Ruins dungeon, Wei Yangxing asserted with conviction. The others still wore expressions of confusion. Wei Yangxing did not keep them in suspense, excitedly explaining. Think about it. We've only been an A-class team for just over 2 months. During this time, which dungeon have we been primarily grinding? The Naya Ruins, right? Yes. They chorused. Now, if we go back to grind the Naya Ruins, do you think it will be difficult? Wei Yangxing pressed on. Not difficult at all. It's still as easy as before, Zhou Jing replied. Exactly, Wei Yangxing exclaimed, raising his fist as if he had discovered a profound truth. I'm certain that Ning Yang somehow obtained an exclusive, perfect strategy for the Naya Ruins dungeon, and he only had that one strategy. That's why he desperately took us to grind the Naya Ruins, because that was the only dungeon he was familiar with, allowing him to show off and lead us to victory. The more Wei Yangxing spoke, the more convinced he became, his voice rising in excitement. So, it's not that we VE weakened. It's that after leaving the Naya Ruins, we no longer have efficient strategies for other A-class dungeons. This led us to develop the illusion that all A-class dungeons were this simple. It was entirely an illusion. We were deceived by Ning Yang with a single strategy. This logical analysis, akin to clearing clouds to see the sun, instantly enlightened Wei Shuamei, He Zhongyang, and Zhou Jing. Right? It must be that way. I just knew it. How could we possibly have grown weaker? It turns out we were deceived by Ning Yang. He has only one strategy, yet he has managed to deceive us for so long. Indeed, He Zhongyang nodded eagerly, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted from his shoulders, his tone returning to its usual pride. Moreover, only after we discarded Ning Yang, this cumbersome burden, did we truly realize how brilliant we are, right? We were really hindered by him before. At this moment, he looked at everyone, eagerly seeking their affirmation. You're absolutely right. Zhou Jing immediately grasped He Zhongyang's hand, her voice sweetly echoing. I now understand that for ordinary players, reaching level 10 and battling monsters is already the limit. And what about us? We can fight monsters over 40 levels higher. Are we not geniuses? It's all Ning Yang's fault, that meddlesome caretaker, always imposing restrictions, preventing us from even knowing this basic knowledge. Wei Shuamei was completely persuaded by this logic. Indeed, being able to conquer level 90 dungeons puts us in the ranks of absolute geniuses. We must not be too harsh on ourselves. After all, we are only in our 50s, and being able to defeat level 90 monsters is an achievement we can be proud of. She nodded gracefully, summarizing with a tone that reflected her regained confidence. Yes, having high standards is commendable. Wei Yangxing seized the opportunity to suggest, but we cannot overexert ourselves. Recently, we have been grinding dungeons too frequently, and our spirits are tense. It's time to take a couple of days to rest and balance work with leisure. Zhou Jing immediately raised her hand in agreement. I remember there's a trendy barbecue restaurant that just opened on the 2nd floor of the campus food court, and the reviews are quite good. How about we invite Jiang Fan to join us there for dinner tonight? A good way to relax. As she spoke, she excitedly picked up her personal terminal on her wrist, preparing to check the details and discounts of the food court. Before she could see the food court's notifications, a bold and eye-catching headline suddenly popped up. Following it were several equally captivating titles. Shocking. A miraculous turnaround at the life and death arena. A level 53 support master slays a level 61 sword master in one strike. Is he a hidden master or using hacks? A deep dive into the true combat power of Black Star's Captain Ning Yang. And Shiyu suffers a disastrous defeat. The mystery behind the downfall of the Blossom team leader. Academy headlines. The rise of the support master. Ning Yang's name resounds throughout the campus. Look quickly, Zhou Jing exclaimed, hurriedly sharing her screen with the other three. Ning Yang. He has actually made it to the campus's headline news. Not just one, but several. The group immediately leaned in with curiosity, clicking on the accompanying edited duel video. The video prominently showcased Ning Yang enduring attacks, ultimately delivering a lethal blow to Shiyu. Isn't he a support master? Wei Shuamei mused with a slight frown, puzzled. How come his skills he used look somewhat like a berserker's ranged attack? After watching, she found herself filled with doubts. How could he be mentioned in the same breath as a berserker? He Zhongyang scoffed disdainfully at her words. Look how long it took him to defeat a level 61 girl, and he even lost half his health. What a useless fool. If it were me, I would have ended the battle long ago, without such disgrace. His strong sense of professional superiority as a berserker naturally led him to believe that Ning Yang was unworthy of comparison. Indeed, that girl in the video appears flashy, but is, in reality, quite weak. Wei Yangxing crossed his arms, assuming a critical stance. If it were me, A single shield bash would knock her out, and I would take her away. Ning Yang, that useless one, struggles against such a weak opponent. It seems that without us, his true colors are finally revealed. Zhou Jing nodded in agreement, her tone scornful. Exactly. Now that we're no longer guiding him. Does he think he can still effortlessly challenge level 90 opponents like before? Ha, what a joke. He can probably only bully such unworthy opponents. Wei Xiumei's frown relaxed slightly. Although she subconsciously felt that the girl in the video exhibited graceful and fluid techniques, possessing an indescribable rhythm, which did not seem truly weak. She quickly suppressed the flicker of doubt that had just arisen, swayed by her companion's unanimous disparagement and seemingly reasonable analysis. Never mind. Why trouble oneself over an inconsequential person? Zhou Jing casually closed the video and news page, excitedly searching for information about the barbecue restaurant again. Wei Xiumei and the others also diverted their attention, no longer focusing on the sensational news that had no bearing on them. They failed to notice, or perhaps deliberately ignored, then the fiery comments section below the video. The most upvoted comment clearly stated, "For your information, the girl who lost in the video is Shiyu, the captain of the A-Class Blossom team, ranked 58th among all school teams. In conclusion, anyone who can rank in the top 100 and serve as captain is no ordinary individual. Captain Ning Yang of the Black Star team truly deserves his reputation. This battle holds significant value." This comment, along with the harsh reality it represented, was selectively disregarded by Wei Xiumei and her companions. Chapter 25. A Confession to Lu He. In the late afternoon, in a cozy corner of a restaurant within the academy, soft lighting illuminated Ning Yang and Lu He. The table was adorned with several exquisite side dishes, yet both seemed preoccupied with thoughts beyond the food. Ning Yang gazed at Lu He, who was delicately nibbling at her meal, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, feeling that the moment had come. Clearing his throat, he retrieved 3 skill books emanating a gentle energy from his backpack. He gently slid them towards Lu He. "Lu He, this is for you." Lu He looked over with curiosity. Upon recognizing the names and grades of the skill books, her adorable, single-lidded eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape in disbelief. Harmony Wave, Source of Magic, Battle Melody. These are the rarest and most advanced skill books for the bard profession. Her voice trembled with excitement. "Senior Ning Yang, this is too precious. I cannot accept." Like someone scalded, she hurriedly pushed the skill books back with both hands. She understood their value well. Each was worth over 1,000,000 credit coins, a treasure she had previously dared not even dream of. Her initial plan was merely to save money to buy a few ordinary skill books priced at several thousand. Ordinary skill books would suffice for her. "Just take it," Ning Yang insisted, firmly pushing the skill books back towards her with an undeniable authority, his tone carrying a hint of dominance yet laced with concern. "Have you forgotten what you promised when you joined the team? In the team, you must listen to the captain. You are now an important member of our Black Star. If you grow stronger, the entire team's strength increases. If you refuse, are you not disregarding the team's interests?" That final was teasing, yet left Lu He with no rebuttal. Lu He looked at the skill book she had longed for, then back at Ning Yang's earnest gaze, torn in internal conflict. Accepting? This gift felt overwhelmingly heavy. She felt unworthy. Refusing? She feared hurting Ning Yang's feelings, and it would also seem too pretentious and distant. Her hands fidgeted anxiously, unsure of what to do. "Silly girl, just accept it. Since you have joined Black Star, we are family. Family does not speak in terms of distance. Why be so formal?" Observing Lu He's indecisive and pitiful demeanor, Ning Yang's heart softened, and his tone became gentle, imbued with unprecedented warmth. Yet, Lu He still hesitated. The surprise was too great for her to process. Ning Yang recognized that it was time to intensify his encouragement. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze burning as he fixed on Luo Hui's shyly lowered eyes, his voice lowered, imbued with sincerity. "Luo Hui, you must have noticed by now, right? I like you." Luo Hui's heart raced violently, her cheeks instantly flushing like a ripe tomato, even her ears turning crimson. She had not anticipated that Senior Ning Yang would confess to her so directly. Ning Yang continued, his words almost embarrassingly candid. "From the very first moment I saw you at the team formation square, when you timidly asked me if I would do anything bad to you, I found you to be an exceptionally cute and pure girl. You instantly captured my heart. Call it love at first sight or infatuation, but your beauty has lodged itself deep within my heart. Moreover, After spending these days together, I have come to realize your kindness, diligence, and thoughtfulness. Luo Wei, I truly like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Ning Yang had long harbored feelings for Luo Wei, and today he had resolved to launch a full-scale assault on her heart. This direct and passionate confession sent Luo Wei's heart racing like a startled deer, pounding wildly, leaving her mind a blank slate. A mix of shyness, joy, and panic intertwined within her. With her head bowed, she dared not meet Ning Yang's gaze, her fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. In truth, after a week of interacting, she had developed feelings for Ning Yang as well. He was handsome, strong, and a dual-class professional. As the team leader, he was responsible, and he took great care of her. Luo Wei understood very well that a boy as exceptional as Ning Yang, if missed, might never be encountered again. Her heart was willing, but, however, Senior Ning Yang, taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage, lifting her glistening eyes. Her voice faint and uncertain. Aren't you already in a relationship with Xueju and Jijia? Why? Why do you still? Her words trailed off, but the meaning was clear. Hey, don't mention her. Ning Yang waved his hand dismissively. Can't you see? Chun Xuejuan joined our team with ulterior motives. He had anticipated her question, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. Ulterior motives. Luo Wei blinked in curiosity. Yes. Ning Yang earnestly elaborated. Think about it. A beauty like her, with such exceptional skills, could easily choose any A-class team in the school. Why would she opt for a newly reformed team with a less than stellar reputation? She even agreed to my girlfriend's conditions, which were clearly meant to be a challenge. Is that reasonable? Tilting her head, Luo Wei appeared to ponder this, her adorable expression causing Ning Yang's heart to flutter. It is a bit strange. She agreed so readily that I found it odd, but I didn't dare to ask. She reflected softly. Exactly, Ning Yang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. So I guess, either she's attracted to my good looks, coveting the charm of your senior, or she wants to uncover the secret behind my strength. In any case, her intentions are certainly not pure. Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice further. Think about it. Although she's nominally my girlfriend, what can I do? If I even slightly pull her hand, her gaze could freeze me solid. When we grind monsters together, she hardly acknowledges me. Tell me, can that be considered a real girlfriend? It is merely a mutually beneficial relationship. As Luo Wei listened to Ning Yang's analysis, she found it quite reasonable. The thought that Ning Yang's relationship with Chun Xuejuan might not be genuine stirred an uncontrollable joy and anticipation within her. Even if part of what he said was meant to comfort her, she would willingly embrace it. At the very least, it indicated that Ning Yang cared about her feelings. Observing the hesitation in Luo Wei's eyes gradually replaced by budding affection, Ning Yang knew the moment was ripe. So, Luo Wei, there's nothing between me and her. My heart truly belongs to you. From the first time I saw you, I wanted to protect you, to make you happy and strong. Give me a chance to treat you well, to be my girl, all right? Ning Yang once again grasped Luo Wei's small hand resting on the table, his gaze deep and earnest, his tone exceedingly serious. Luo Wei felt the warmth emanating from his palm. Gazing into his eyes, which radiated unmasked sincerity and anticipation, the last remnants of her hesitation dissipated. Her heart raced, a whirlwind of shyness, sweetness, and nervousness nearly overwhelming her. Lowering her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttered delicately like butterfly wings. After what felt like an eternity, she finally responded in a voice so faint it was nearly inaudible, yet clear. This utterance sounded like a heavenly melody, filling Ning Yang with joy. Unable to contain himself, he leaned in swiftly and pressed a kiss to Luo Wei's warm, flushed cheek. Huh, that's wonderful, Ning Yang exclaimed with excitement. Luo Wei gasped at his sudden advance, covering her kissed cheek, her entire face glowing like a ripe apple. Yet the smile tugging at her lips betrayed the sweetness within. Ning Yang's heart swelled with happiness as he beheld his shy and charming girlfriend, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Luo Wei, I really want to see you do a somersault, he said with a playful grin, leaning close to her ear. Huh? Luo Wei lifted her head, a look of confusion and innocence on her face. A somersault? Here? Clearly, she did not grasp the deeper meaning behind Ning Yang's words. Ning Yang, observing her adorably bewildered expression, felt his heart warm even further. Come on, not here. He firmly stuffed 3 skill books into Luo Wei's arms and took her hand. I'll take you to a quieter place, my dorm. My roommate is currently away on a task, so he wanted to be back. In this world, college dormitories typically house 2 students. After all, it was a university for professionals. Those who gained admission to such an institution were the creme de la creme, having eliminated many mediocre candidates during high school. Thus, the accommodations for university students were quite generous. Upon hearing the word dormitory, combined with Ning Yang's fervent gaze and hints, Luo Hui, despite her innocence, instantly understood. Her cheeks flushed once more, as if boiling water were about to spill over, her mind racing with implications. Going to a boys' dormitory, she knew precisely what that signified. Clutching the weighty and invaluable skill books, she gazed at Ning Yang's handsome face and expectant eyes. Feeling the warmth of his hand, and the last vestige of her modesty melted away. The allure of a senior's affection, especially from someone she admired, was irresistible. Luo Hui neither verbally agreed nor explicitly declined. However, the blush on her cheeks, the slight tremor of her eyelashes, and her willingness to stand and follow him revealed everything. With her head bowed, like a compliant little lamb, she approached Ning Yang's dorm, her heart a mix of shyness, nervousness, and a hint of secret anticipation. The next day, in the dormitory, Ning Yang held Luo Hui's delicate hand, marveling at a physical law, the law of attraction. It was undeniably fragrant. Reflecting on the previous year, filled with hardship, he felt as though he had been groveling before Wei Xiumei, not only teaching them monster hunting techniques hand in hand, but also acting as a caretaker for her and her brother, worrying about everything from potions to equipment. Every piece of their reinforced gear was bought by Ning Yang himself. What had he received in return? Exchanging disdain, betrayal, and abandonment. Wei Xiumei never even spared him a glance. What a pity. However, things have improved now. He has encountered a girl who is 100 times better than Wei Xiumei. At last, he has endured hardship to reap joy. Lu He has bestowed upon him her most treasured possession. She is his girl now. A girl truly worthy of his sincere devotion in the future. Inhaling the faint, refreshing scent belonging to Lu He, Ning Yang gazed down at the girl curled up in his embrace, resembling a small kitten, soundly asleep. His heart overflowed with an indescribable sense of satisfaction and affection. As if sensing his gaze, Lu He's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her large, slightly dazed, single-lidded eyes. When she clearly saw Ning Yang, her initial confusion was swiftly replaced by shyness. A natural blush graced her cheeks, and her voice, imbued with the softness of someone just awakened, carried a hint of dependence. Ning Yang Gij, you're awake. Those words made Ning Yang's heart nearly melt. This was a new term of endearment that Lu He had unlocked the previous night, and in the morning light, it struck a particularly tender chord. Awake? Ning Yang's voice was tender as he tightened his embrace, pulling her closer. It's still early, my little lazy pig. Would you like to sleep a bit more? Nestled in his warm embrace, Lu He relished this sense of security. Yet, still bleary-eyed, she glanced at the clock on the bedside. Upon seeing the time, she instantly became more alert, exclaiming, "It's already 7:30. Why didn't you wake me?" As she spoke, Lu He attempted to prop herself up. In doing so, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. "It's all your fault." She shot Ning Yang a playful glare, her voice laced with mock annoyance. "We agreed with Xue Junjie to go dungeon diving at 8, didn't we?" Observing her cute yet flustered demeanor, Ning Yang couldn't suppress a chuckle. He reached out and pinched her exquisitely soft cheek. "Don't worry, I already messaged Chen Xuejun, informing her that we're resting today and will continue tomorrow." After all, Ning Yang deliberately elongated his tone, hinting, "I must ensure my little princess gets her proper rest. Right?" Lu He instantly grasped his implied meaning. Recalling the previous night, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade. Yet her heart swelled with sweetness due to Ning Yang's thoughtfulness and the endearing title. "Well, all right then," she obediently nodded. After a moment of quiet snuggling, Lu He seemed to ponder something. "Ning Yang Gij," she lifted her glistening eyes to meet his. "When we see Xue Junjie tomorrow, could you please not disclose our relationship just yet?" "Oh." Ning Yang raised an eyebrow. "Why not? Don't you wish to be my girlfriend in the proper sense?" "No, not at all," Lu He exclaimed, panic evident in her voice, shaking her head vigorously. Her small hands nervously clutched his shirt as she continued. "Of course, I want to. I would love for everyone to know I'm your girlfriend. However," she bit her lip, her tone becoming conflicted and subdued. "By title, Shuejun is still your girlfriend. You haven't formally broken up with her, and here I am, stepping in without her knowledge. I feel as if I'm the bad girl who ruins someone else's relationship. Her voice diminished with each word, her head drooping like a child caught in wrongdoing. I just don't want her to find out about us so soon. Will you agree to that? Finally, He lifted her head, gazing at Ning Yang with shy, pleading eyes, gently shaking his arm. Seeing her adorable, bashful expression tinged with a hint of grievance, Ning Yang's heart softened immensely, reluctant to tease her any further. All right, I'll do as you wish. Ning Yang leaned down and pressed a kiss on her cheek, readily agreeing. When Qin Shuejun is around, we will maintain our previous facade, keeping our relationship under wraps. But behind closed doors, just the two of us, he whispered close to her ear, his breath warm. You are the only one I acknowledge as my true girlfriend. Receiving his affirmative response, He's face instantly transformed from cloudy to sunny, blooming into a radiant and sweet smile. She eagerly leaned in, planting a kiss on Ning Yang's cheek, her voice bright. Thank you, Ning Yang Gij. You're the best. Just as the two were basking in this warm, sweet morning moment, bang, the dormitory door was suddenly thrust open from the outside. The loud noise abruptly shattered the cozy atmosphere within. Both Ning Yang and He froze in shock at the unexpected commotion. Ning Yang instinctively shielded He closer to him. Looking up, he saw his roommate, Chun Hufeng, entering in a disheveled manner. Chun Hufeng, upon entering, clearly did not anticipate the scene before him. He vaguely spotted the silhouette of a long-haired girl on Ning Yang's bed. He startled into awareness. Loud a short gasp, she hastily pulled the blanket around herself, revealing large eyes filled with panic and embarrassment. Oh, my apologies, my apologies. Chun Hufeng quickly realized the situation, embarrassment flooding his face as he stepped back, speaking rapidly. I didn't mean to interrupt. You all continue. Continue. With that, he hurriedly retreated, shutting the door behind him with a click. The room fell into a heavy silence. You big liar. After a brief moment of silence, He, flustered and angry, pounded Ning Yang with a blanket, her voice tinged with a whimper. Didn't you swear that your roommate wouldn't be back this month? What is going on? How embarrassing. Today has been mortifying. She felt as though she had never been so humiliated in her life. Ning Yang wore a perplexed and bewildered expression. While enduring He's playful punches, he scratched his head to explain, I didn't know. He had clearly told me he was going out of town for a long-term team assignment this month, and wouldn't be back. Who knew he would suddenly return? Ning Yang found the situation both amusing and frustrating. This guy had truly disrupted the mood. Chun Hufeng had been his roommate for over 2 years in college. Their relationship was relatively good. Before Ning Yang had arrived, Chun Hufeng had never looked down upon the original character, a useless support. After Ning Yang's arrival, Chun Hufeng had only looked up to him, having even less right to look down on him. I'm ignoring you. Bad guy. He puffed her cheeks in annoyance, shooting him a glare before hastily flipping out of bed. Ning Yang watched her flustered yet adorable figure and smiled helplessly, rising to his feet as well. Shortly after, He had tidied herself up, her cheeks still flushed like apples. Taking a deep breath and mentally preparing herself, she boldly swung open the dormitory door. Indeed, Chun Hufeng stood outside, still awkwardly lingering, seemingly unsure whether to step away or offer an explanation. Upon seeing he emerged. Chun Hufeng's expression turned astonished. This girl was stunning, her beauty rivaling that of Wei Xiumei. Who is she? Where did such a beauty come from? He, of course, paid no heed to the unfamiliar Chun Hufeng, angrily marching past him. Observing He's flustered and indignant retreat, Ning Yang couldn't help but chuckle wryly. I say, Fengzi, what on earth happened? He turned to Chun Hufeng, who stood awkwardly at the door, and reproached. Didn't you insist you wouldn't return this month? I was just starting to make some progress, and you've ruined it all. Hearing this, the embarrassment on Chun Hufeng's face was swiftly replaced by envy. Wow, you're impressive. He raised his eyebrows, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. It's only been a few days since we last met. Where did you find such a beautiful girl? She looked like a little fairy, rivaling even the top 10 beauties of the academy. A smug expression immediately spread across Ning Yang's face as he raised an eyebrow and declared, of course, she is my girlfriend. How could she be anything less? What do you think? Isn't she far more beautiful than your girlfriend? Are you envious? Jealous? Let me tell you, she is the new member of my team. and soon she'll be your sister-in-law. So show her some respect. Chun Huffing's smile froze for a moment, and a fleeting look of confusion and bewilderment crossed his eyes. My girlfriend? He muttered inwardly. Where did I get a girlfriend? Does Ning Yang know about my deep connection with Wu Gunyang? That's impossible. This is my absolute secret. No one, aside from the commoners, knows about my Wu Gunyang. Wait, didn't you just confirm your relationship with Wei Xuanmei? An inexplicable sense of embarrassment made Chun Huffing's toes dig into the ground. He quickly laughed off the situation and forcibly changed the subject. Just a few days ago, you were all lovey-dovey. How did you switch partners so quickly? That has quite the speed. Or are you? He displayed a mischievous grin that all men would understand, gesturing with his hands. Are you trying to play a high-difficulty game of juggling two ships? Shut up. Ning Yang's brow furrowed immediately, his tone dripping with disdain. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I confirm my relationship with Wei Xuanmei? That ungrateful, bridge-burning woman? I would take her even if she were given to me for free. Comparing her to your sister-in-law? That is an insult to her, you understand? Chapter 28. Wei Xuanmei is my girlfriend? In the past, Ning Yang might have indeed had feelings for Wei Xuanmei. However, over the course of a year, she had distanced herself from him, and his patience had gradually worn thin. It was only when Wei Xuanmei betrayed him alongside a few others that his feelings towards her turned to nothing but disdain. Chun Huffing was once again taken aback, scrutinizing Ning Yang's expression, which did not seem like a jest. Wait a minute. Didn't you just tell me not long ago that you would do anything for Wei Xuanmei? You said you finally broke through that barrier and officially got together. How could it be that just a few days later, you've broken up? He recalled Ning Yang's words and recounted them verbatim. This time, it was Ning Yang who was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say such foolish things? Officially together? That woman, Wei Xuanmei, is incredibly cunning. She kept me hanging for an entire year, and all I got was a few hand-holding moments. I gained nothing from her. We have no romantic relationship. He suspected that Chun Huffing might have gone a bit daft after running errands outside, or perhaps was just trying to find a new angle to tease him. Although the topic annoyed him, he didn't delve deeper into it. Chun Huffing, observing Ning Yang's resolute demeanor and natural expression, felt a sense of doubt arise within him. Yet, he still inclined to think that Ning Yang was just being stubborn or joking. So, he laughed and playfully poked Ning Yang. Keep pretending. Your bragging is getting more convincing. I almost believed you. As he spoke, he moved aside, opened a bottle of energy drink, and gulped it down, attempting to suppress the inexplicable discomfort within him. Ning Yang set down his cup, crossed his arms, and scrutinized Chun Huffing with a piercing gaze. Hey, have you been running dungeon raids outside these past few days? Are you bold enough to concoct such stories about your brother? Ever since he led the Haixing team to become an A-grade squad, Chun Huffing, whose skills remained at the B-grade level, felt somewhat inferior in his presence. Within their dorm, he had implicitly accepted Ning Yang as the leader, and it had been a long time since they joked around so casually. However, Chun Huffing's reaction surprised him yet again. Shut up, son. Chun Huffing exclaimed, his eyes widening. Have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to your father like that? So? The term made Ning Yang furrow his brow deeply, a mix of the strange and the familiar. It felt reminiscent of the initial days after he had traversed into this world when he and the original owner often exchanged playful jabs. But that had been more than a year ago. Since his rapid rise, surpassing Chun Huffing in strength, their childish banter had long vanished, replaced by admiration and a subtle sense of awe from Chun Huffing. What was happening today? Ning Yang's expression darkened as he retorted, You're the one acting foolish. I'm stating the facts. I wouldn't waste my time joking with you. Chun Huffing was momentarily taken aback by Ning Yang's sudden change in demeanor and the commanding aura he exuded, causing him an inexplicable shiver. He instinctively swallowed back the retort that had been on the tip of his tongue. This feeling was unfamiliar, and it made him uneasy. All right, you still refuse to admit it. But to cover up that moment of cowardice, and to prove my memory is intact, I'll hold my ground, he declared, trying to maintain his composure. Just 3 days ago, you secretly sent me a short video of you and Wei Xuanmei on a date, right by the small lake behind the academy, cuddling and flaunting your love in front of me. Damn it, you made this single dog feel miserable. I still have that video saved. It's irrefutable evidence. A video? Me on a date with Wei Xuanmei? Ning Yang? Enragid? Laugid bitterly. You must be hallucinating. Bring it here, I want to see it. Let us see what kind of video you can produce. He had expelled Wei Shui Mei from the team a week prior and hadn't seen her since. How could he possibly have gone out with her just 3 days ago? Moreover, it suddenly dawned on him that something seemed off in Chun Hufeng's words. This guy clearly had a girlfriend, yet was calling himself a single dog. Just wait. I'll find it and slap you in the face with it. I remember it clearly. It's saved in. Chun Hufeng, infuriated by Ning Yang's refusal to admit it, immediately began searching through his personal terminal, determined to prove his point. His fingers flew across the screen, opening several folders and checking chat histories. However, as time passed, the confidence on his face gradually faded, replaced by confusion and incredulity. This can't be. It was right here. I absolutely didn't delete it. The more he searched, the more his expression darkened, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Finally, he abruptly looked up at Ning Yang. His eyes filled with bewilderment and a hint of fear as his voice involuntarily rose. Impossible. How could it be gone? After a long pause, Chun Hufeng's voice trembled slightly, nearly shouting, "No. This terminal isn't mine. The records in here don't belong to me." Ning Yang was momentarily taken aback by his sudden reaction, feeling both amused and exasperated. Are you really this foolish, or just pretending to be? He stepped closer, pointing at the clearly displayed user information on the terminal screen. User, Chun Hufeng, gender, male, age, 21, affiliation, Song Vocational Academy, 3rd year. Written in black and white was his name. If this terminal wasn't his, then whose was it? Chun Hufeng stared at the irrefutable identity information, his panic only intensifying. He shook his head vigorously, speaking rapidly in protest. The information is mine, but the recent photos, videos, and chat records don't match at all. I have no recollection of any of this. Something is off. This is really wrong. He repeatedly swiped the screen, as if trying to find a semblance of familiarity within the unfamiliar data streams. But the result only heightened his agitation. Ning Yang crossed his arms and furrowed his brows as he scrutinized him. What is off? I think it's you who's out of sorts. He boldly opened Chun Hufeng's terminal. Locate the statement regarding the cleanup of Wei Shui Mei and others from a week ago on the Moment's platform. Take a look for yourself. I expelled those ungrateful individuals from the squad last week, and the announcement was made quite clear. Additionally, this is my newly recruited member, Liu He, who was just frightened away by your sister-in-law, along with another named Chun Xuejuan. Now, do you still dare to claim that I am exaggerating? Ning Yang's expression bore a hint of impatience. He truly could not fathom what was amiss with Chun Hufeng today. Chapter 29. Verifying Memories. Chun Hufeng stared at his terminal, fingers gliding as he meticulously reviewed the announcements and member information, word by word. After a considerable time, his expression shifted from skepticism to sheer astonishment and disbelief. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide open, as if meeting Ning Yang for the first time. So you truly are the captain of the A-grade team, Haixing? And you actually founded this Haixing team yourself? What else could it be? Ning Yang nodded, a touch of pride in his demeanor. Did you not already know this? Impossible. Chun Hufeng struggled to swallow, feeling a tightness in his throat. This is absolutely impossible. In my memory, you clearly joined the Jusher team. That was merely a C-grade team. How could you transform into the captain of an A-grade team? This is utterly absurd. Ning Yang scoffed, feeling that Chun Hufeng's words were becoming increasingly ridiculous. What nonsense. The Jusher team? I have never even heard of it. Are you intentionally questioning my capabilities, brother? Fine, let me enlighten you. Saying this, he directly opened the video recording of his life-and-death duel with Nshiyu. Fast-forwarding to the critical moment, he played it for Chun Hufeng while explaining. Do you see? This woman, Nshiyu, is the captain of the Fanhua team, ranked 58th in the school. Impressive, right? Yet she was defeated by me in just a few exchanges. Do you still think I cannot be the captain of an A-grade team? Chun Hufeng stared blankly at the screen, witnessing Ning Yang's fierce attacks and Nshiyu's eventual fall. He was utterly stunned. What shocked him was not merely Ning Yang's displayed strength, but the glaring LV53 level indicator in the video information bar. 53. Chun Hufeng's voice shifted in pitch due to extreme astonishment as he suddenly grasped Ning Yang's arm. Impossible. I distinctly remember you being at level 38 just 3 days ago. How could you leap up so many levels in just a few days? What did things go wrong? Am I dreaming? He pinched his arm hard, feeling the sharp pain that confirmed this was no dream. The vast, inexplicable chasm between memory and reality filled him with an inexplicable panic. Observing Chun Huffing's genuine terror, Ning Yang's earlier impatience began to fade, replaced by curiosity. So, according to you, your memories do not align with the events that have transpired in reality? You, my friend, do not actually have a serious issue, do you? Experiencing hallucinations? Shall I take you to the hospital for a neurological examination? Ning Yang stroked his chin, deep in thought. I am not ill. Chun Huffing immediately retorted loudly. I am absolutely certain that I am not sick. My memories are intact and continuous. From yesterday, the day before, last week, last month, all the way back to long ago, I recall everything clearly. It is certainly not a matter of my mind being faulty. He desperately sought to affirm his clarity. Yet, the more he insisted, the stronger the eerie sensation of disconnection from reality became. It was then that Chun Huffing noticed the layout of his dormitory. It seemed significantly different from his memories. Were these alterations made by Ning Yang? Ning Yang, intrigued by his confidence, responded, Very well, since you are so certain, let us thoroughly verify your memories. Ning Yang pulled a chair over and sat down, adopting a serious analytical stance. The first question, who is the president of the Dragon Kingdom's Professional Practitioners Federation? This is a prominent figure in the Dragon Kingdom, widely recognized, so there should be no one unaware. Mr. Zhou Yaoxian, Chun Huffing blurted out. Zhou Yaoxian? Who is that? Never heard of him. Wrong answer. The correct response is Mr. Duan Buyo. Before Chun Huffing could react, Ning Yang continued. The second question, based on your memory, who is my girlfriend? When did we establish our relationship? Wei Xiumai. Chun Huffing answered without hesitation. You two officially confirmed your romantic relationship 10 days ago. Ning Yang's brows slightly furrowed as he pressed on. What level of intimacy have we reached? Have we kissed? Shared a bed? If it were a week ago, he would have had no objections to being with Wei Xiumai. If such a fortunate event were true, Ning Yang would gladly embrace it. As for now, he could only express a dismissive laugh. Chun Huffing shook his head, his tone somewhat uncertain this time. To my knowledge, it seems you have only held hands and hugged. As for whether you have kissed or slept together, you did not elaborate, so I am unaware. Very well. Ning Yang nodded and proceeded with the next question. Now, who is your girlfriend? When did you establish your relationship? Have you kissed? I do not have a girlfriend. Chun Huffing interrupted directly. I have been single for over 20 years, a pure-hearted virgin. Wrong. Ning Yang interrupted him with certainty. You have a girlfriend. Her name is Chu Liping. You two have been together for nearly half a year. To Ning Yang, if this guy was not pretending, he was seriously unwell. What? Chu Liping? Chun Huffing exclaimed in disbelief, his voice rising. Are you certain? Chu Liping is genuinely my girlfriend. Of course. Ning Yang pointed at his terminal. Do you not believe me? Open your photo album now. Look at the intimate pictures and videos within, and the chat records. The campus terminal is linked to personal biological information. It cannot be fabricated. Chun Huffing's fingers trembled as he navigated the terminal. And when he opened the encrypted album marked with Liping's name, he was met with a plethora of intimate photographs and dating videos. As he scrolled through months of sappy chat records, his complexion turned pale, particularly upon seeing his social media post from half a year ago announcing his relationship with Chu Liping. He felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. This is impossible. Chun Huffing mumbled to himself, sitting down on the bed, his eyes somewhat glazed over. I did indeed harbor feelings for Chu Liping, but I distinctly remember she was with our Qiming team as captain, Lei Howren, half a year ago. I have always loved her from afar. How could she become my girlfriend? The Qiming team was the squad Chun Huffing recalled being part of. Qiming team? Ning Yang's brows knitted once again. He had heard of this team, which had recently been promoted to B grade, and its captain was indeed Lei Howren. He had never paid attention to such a weak team, but he had only slightly noted it due to his roommate's involvement. As far as he knew, Lei Howren had pursued Chu Liping, yet she ultimately chose the more honest and down-to-earth Chun Huffing. At that time, Ning Yang had even supported Chun Huffing in his pursuit of Chu Liping. Now the information was misaligned again. Following this, Ning Yang meticulously inquired about the significant events that had occurred in the academy according to Chun Huffing's memories, including the recent statuses of mutual friends and even trivial details about their dormitory. The more they verified, the more peculiar Ning Yang's expression became. Finally, he concluded, in other words, according to your memories, Starting approximately 1 year ago, the trajectory of many events diverges entirely from reality. 1 year ago, a fleeting thought flashed through Ning Yang's mind. Wasn't that the moment he had just traversed into this world? Could it be related to the bizarre memory confusion involving Chen Hufeng? No, that was impossible. He merely operated a private server cheat and lacked the ability to influence someone's memory. Chapter 30. The Tense Law. Observing Chen Hufeng, who appeared utterly lost. Ning Yang cleared his throat and offered his analysis. Well, given your condition, there are only two possibilities. What two? Chen Hufeng, as if grasping at a lifeline, eagerly inquired. First, Ning Yang raised a finger. As is widely recognized, we are in an era of universal occupational data digitization. Imagine our world as a terminal system, and you are merely a trivial application within it. When the system formatted or manipulated your data, it encountered a bug. Consequently, your data became disordered, leading to a corresponding chaos in your memories. Ning Yang recalled the absurdity of universal occupational data digitization in this world. However, he felt ill-equipped to delve into how skills and digitization came to be, so he refrained from overthinking it. Yet, Chen Hufeng's situation seemed to align with his explanation. Data digitization? A bug? Chen Hufeng's complexion paled further. He was aware that some public intellectuals had indeed propagated theories about our world being a virtual system. However, such theories felt distant, and he had never paid them much heed. And the second possibility? Chen Hufeng asked, his voice dry. Ning Yang gazed at him, his tone tinged with sympathy. The second possibility is that your mind is genuinely impaired. In medical terms, it could be referred to as amnesic confabulation. Essentially, when you lose part of your genuine memories, your brain automatically fabricates false memories to fill the void, leading you to believe that your logic holds. In simpler terms, you might be suffering from a mental disorder. You are now a mental patient. For this, you ought to consult a psychiatrist at a major hospital. There may still be hope for recovery. Ning Yang recalled how, in his previous life, some had used this theory to explain the Mandela effect. Seizing the opportunity to showcase his knowledge in front of his roommate felt rather gratifying. You are the one with a mental disorder, Chen Hufeng retorted reflexively. Though his response lacked conviction, both possibilities remained plausible. Yet, whichever it was, he found it unacceptable. Be honest. Suddenly, Chen Hufeng seemed to have an epiphany. He shot up, piercing Ning Yang with a suspicious gaze, questioning loudly. Is this all you're doing? Did you hire someone to hack my terminal and alter the data within? Then spun these lies to toy with me? Ning Yang was amused by his train of thought and replied, exasperated. Do you really think so highly of yourself? Am I truly invested enough to scheme against you? Moreover, are you unaware of how high the security level of the terminal is? Do you think I possess the prowess to hack it? Don't believe me? Fine, go outside now and ask a few of your teammates or acquaintances. Inquire if I, Ning Yang, am the captain of Haixing. Ask if Chu Liping is your girlfriend. I can't be bothered to continue this banter with you. Chen Hufeng was left speechless by Ning Yang's rapid-fire retorts. I'll do just that. I'm going to find out the truth. He stormed out of the dormitory, seemingly determined to unravel a mystery pertaining to the world's reality. Ning Yang watched his retreating figure, shaking his head. He couldn't discern whether Chen Hufeng was merely acting or if he had genuinely suffered some form of mental disturbance or brain injury. If he truly had a mental illness, all he could do was mourn for him. However, he wasn't a saint and had little inclination to dwell on such matters. Ning Yang's thoughts returned to something more significant. Equipment enhancement. The image of Loha, with her delicate and charming demeanor, brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Tomorrow, he would surprise my little girlfriend. Simultaneously, he recalled the enigmatic Chun Xuejuan. It would be delightful to once again impress that faux girlfriend. He wondered if she could maintain her usual poise when faced with his antics. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. At the designated entrance square for the dungeon, Ning Yang spotted Chun Xuejuan and Luaha arriving together. The moment Luaha laid eyes on Ning Yang, memories of their intimate moments from the previous evening flooded her mind. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed a rosy hue reminiscent of dawn, accompanied by a blend of girlish shyness and a barely perceptible sweetness as she lowered her head. Unable to meet Ning Yang's gaze, in high spirits, Ning Yang's gaze flitted between the two distinctively styled beauties, ultimately landing on Chan Xuejuan's breathtakingly cold visage. Good morning, girlfriend, he declared, his voice ringing clear and bright. ostensibly directed at Chen Xuejuan. He quickly winked at Luoha from a vantage point beyond Chen Xuejuan's line of sight, offering a flirtatious and intimate glance that only they could comprehend. Luoha's heart raced, caught between shyness and urgency, fearing that their secret interaction might be detected by Chen Xuejuan. She hurriedly buried her head lower, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ning Yang cleared his throat and commenced his impromptu performance. After a week of relentless training by our team, especially with Luoha demonstrating remarkable aptitude, she has elevated my unique technique, calisthenics, to an unparalleled zenith. Her abilities have undergone a transformative leap. As he spoke, he subtly activated the potent King's Crown buff linked to Luoha. Upon hearing this, Luoha lifted her still flushed face, her large eyes brimming with genuine confusion as she instinctively murmured, Ning Yang Ji, Ning Yang Sr. I almost let that slip. Flustered, her heart raced. Has my strength truly improved? I don't feel any different at all. She took a moment to assess herself, noting that her internal energy seemed unchanged. Beside them, Chen Xuejuan's finely arched brows knitted slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. She had been leveling up alongside the two for several days and believed she understood Luoha's progress. Where was this purported leap in abilities? What scheme was Ning Yang concocting? Do not doubt yourself, nor underestimate the power of my unique technique. Ning Yang feigned profundity as he patted Luoha's shoulder, his tone brimming with encouragement and persuasion. Potential must be ignited. By the way, did you study the skill book I gave you yesterday? Yes. At the mention of the skill book, Luoha momentarily set aside her doubts and nodded obediently. I learned the skills, harmonic wave, and battle melody. The experience required for source of magic is too high for me at the moment. I'll learn it later once I have more experience. With these two new skills, I should be able to assist everyone today. A smile of anticipation graced her face. Chapter 31. Chen Xuejuan's discontent. Yesterday? Skill book? Chen Xuejuan captured those keywords, her icy gaze snapping towards Ning Yang. Weren't they supposed to be resting yesterday? Did they meet privately? Moreover, Ning Yang actually gave Luoha a skill book. Given its name, it must be an A-grade rare skill book worth a considerable sum. And he just gave it away? A subtle bitterness, unbeknownst to her, began to blossom within her heart. There was undoubtedly something between these two that she was unaware of. Indeed, quite ambitious. Ning Yang, seemingly oblivious to Chen Xuejuan's scrutiny, expressed his approval with a nod towards Luoha. From today onward, you shall be an indispensable pillar of our Haixing team. Are you ready to embrace your newfound strength? Today, we shall challenge the Thunderous Cavern dungeon. Thunderous Cavern. The word struck like thunder on level ground, prompting simultaneous exclamations from Chen Xuejuan and Lu He. Ning Yang, are you certain? Chen Xuejuan's expression instantly turned grave as she stepped forward, speaking with utmost seriousness. That is a level 100 dungeon, renowned as one of the super A-class barriers. She was acutely aware that successfully clearing this dungeon would signify that their team's strength had approached the threshold of super A-class. However, the perils within were by no means trifling. Countless overconfident A-class teams had met their demise there, some even facing total annihilation. Lu Hie's small face paled. Anxiously tugging at Ning Yang's sleeve. Yes, Ning Yang, Sr., can we truly manage that dungeon? Ning Yang offered Lu He a reassuring smile, brimming with confidence, gently squeezing her palm in encouragement. This subtle gesture did not escape Chen Xuejuan's notice. Rest assured, I am here. Just follow my lead later, and we shall ensure success. Feeling the warmth of Ning Yang's hand and the conviction in his gaze, Lu He's frantic heart strangely settled. If you insist on going, I will accompany you, Chen Xuejuan remarked coldly, dousing their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. But let me make it clear, if we encounter insurmountable danger, I will withdraw immediately. I will not waste my energy trying to save you. Ning Yang waved his hand dismissively, his tone lighthearted. Relax, I've said it's fine. If it comes to that, I give you permission to make your escape, all right? His nonchalant demeanor left Chen Xuejuan momentarily speechless, resulting in a haughty snort as she ceased to press the issue. Just then, Ning Yang retrieved an item from his backpack. When he shared the attributes of the item, Chen Xuejuan's pupils constricted in astonishment. Qing Feng Shuqin, 9. Equipped level restriction. Level 50 Bard, rank, S-class magical attack power. 3,820, 1220, durability, 312, durability value, 100 hit rate, 60 critical rate, 5 strength, 1213, magic power, 1213, special skill, Mega Tsunami. Harnesses supernatural powers to significantly enhance magical damage. Duration of 900 seconds, magic damage increase of 35, magical attack power of 1400. These attributes were nothing short of luxurious. A level 9 enhancement was already rare, and it came with the exceptional special skill, Mega Tsunami. If placed on the staff of an elementalist, its value would be immeasurable. Even for a bard, it would undoubtedly be a weapon of legendary status. In the midst of Chun Xuejuan's astonished gaze, Ning Yang gracefully presented the resplendent instrument to Lu He. Here, this will be your exclusive weapon from now on. Lu He gazed at the harp seemingly tailored for her, its attributes outrageously powerful, her mouth agape in disbelief. Ning Yang, is this truly a gift for me? In her excitement, she momentarily forgot to disguise her address. Of course. Ning Yang nodded with a smile, implying, you have been exceptionally outstanding lately. This is your well-deserved reward. He intentionally emphasized the word outstanding, casting her a knowing glance. Lu He's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, fully aware of what he implied. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, yet her heart swelled with joy. Ning Yang continued, your new skill, Harmonic Wave, is an area attack skill. This weapon's special ability will elevate your damage to a new level. Take it and make good use of it. Thank you. Thank you, Ning Yang. Louis did not hesitate this time, carefully accepting the substantial harp and cradling it close. Had this been before yesterday, she would never have dared to accept such a valuable gift. But now, circumstances had changed. She regarded this offering as a manifestation of her boyfriend's affection. She silently vowed to strive to become stronger and not disappoint his expectations. At the same time, she resolved that if there came a day when Ning Yang needed it, she would return the weapon without hesitation. Ning Yang, this weapon must be incredibly precious, right? Clutching her new instrument, Lu He curiously asked, where did you acquire it? Our team's funds should be far from sufficient to purchase it. Ning Yang replied, patting his chest, I've told you, I am a versatile player. Do you understand what that means? I personally gathered the materials, conducted the enhancements, and enchanted it. The cost was much lower than what those unscrupulous vendors sell in the market. Wow, Ning Yang, you are truly remarkable. Lu He transformed into an adoring fan, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. Knowing that it was crafted by Ning Yang's own hands brought her even greater joy. The notion of a handmade gift held a significance that transcended that of a mere purchase. It felt like a token of their commitment. Meanwhile, Chun Xuejuan felt a renewed shock within. She understood the difficulty of this endeavor far better than Lu He. There was no profession known as an enhancer in this world. The success rate for equipment enhancement was appallingly low. To enhance to level 9 by sheer luck was akin to chasing a mirage. Unless one possessed exceedingly rare, top-tier alchemical tools or special equipment that could increase success rates. Despite her ample financial resources, her own equipment barely reached level 7. For Ning Yang to casually produce a level 9 weapon, could he truly possess such extraordinary fortune? All right, let's go. It's time to tackle the dungeon. Ning Yang finally prepared to engage in battle. At that moment, the innocent Lu He hesitated. Holding her new weapon, she glanced at the silent Chun Xuejuan, sheepishly asking, Ning Yang, am I the only one receiving a weapon? What about Sister Xuejuan? She felt a lingering guilt for seemingly having taken someone else's boyfriend. Now, seeing Ning Yang bestow such a precious item solely upon her, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. Chapter 32. Lu He, I have truly grown stronger. Seeing Ning Yang remain unresponsive, Chun Xuejuan's subtle discontent grew more pronounced. Ostensibly, she was his girlfriend, yet Ning Yang, in her presence, had gifted such an exquisite weapon to another girl without any acknowledgement toward her. What was this? Sister Xuejuan? Ning Yang, hearing Lu He's question, donned a slightly sarcastic expression. She has plenty of fine things. Why would she care for my trifling offerings? You must have witnessed her magnificent and formidable skills while slaying monsters, right? Yes. Lu He nodded obediently. Sister Xuejuan's techniques are exceptionally impressive, both beautiful and practical. Ning Yang revealed the truth that is called ancient martial arts. It is not the same as the skills on our data panels. Those techniques are exclusive to the upper echelons of society, the wealthy families who are privileged to learn such advanced skills. With the enhancement of such techniques, any skill unleashed can multiply in power by 2 or 3 times. It is not something we ordinary practitioners from common backgrounds can easily access. Pausing, Ning Yang cast a glance at Chun Xuejuan, whose expression had subtly shifted, then continued. If I hadn't been fortunate enough to meet a friend skilled in ancient martial arts 2 days ago, I might still have been oblivious, thinking it was merely some special skill. Those of noble status, with profound backgrounds, would hardly regard my humble handiwork. Ah, so that is how it is, Lu He realized, her gaze toward Chun Xuejuan, now tinted with a hint of envy and distance. Sister Xuejuan, Lu He turned her head, timidly seeking confirmation from Chun Xuejuan. Is what Ning Yang said true? Seeing Ning Yang so bluntly expose and ridicule her, Chun Xuejuan felt a surge of anger. She thought, you haven't even given me anything. How would you know I wouldn't appreciate it? Suppressing her displeasure, she maintained a facade of calm and explained to Lu He, indeed, that is ancient martial arts. I had not explicitly stated before that the learning threshold for ancient martial arts is exceedingly high, demanding exceptional talent and comprehension, with scarcely 1 in 100 able to gain entry. Furthermore, the optimal age for learning is during childhood, when bones and meridians have yet to be fully formed. At your current age in your 20s, you have unfortunately missed the golden period. Her words not only conveyed the harsh truth, but also subtly extinguished Luoha's desire to learn. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Luoha's face bore a distinct look of regret. She had hoped to master those impressive techniques as well. I doubt it. Ning Yang, unimpresset, retorted, how can you know we cannot learn if you do not even let us try? Luoha, do not worry. Your brother Ning Yang has already learned 2 techniques from a friend. I will teach you personally one day. I guarantee you will experience the power of ancient martial arts. Through the analysis of the eagle eye skill, Ning Yang had tested it yesterday. As long as one follows a specific method of exertion while meeting high attribute standards, everyone can indeed learn ancient martial arts. However, others lack the eagle eye skill and cannot analyze the underlying principles. Thus, what Chun Xuejuan said is almost true. For the average person, it is indeed quite challenging to learn. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Brother Ning Yang. Luoha's gloom vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant and joyful smile. Her gaze towards Ning Yang filled with reliance and trust. Enough of idle chatter. Let us prepare to depart for our destination. Thunderous Cavern. With a grand gesture, Ning Yang concluded the conversation. Chun Xuejuan stood silently, observing the natural and intimate interaction between Ning Yang and Luoha, listening to their discussions about secrets they withheld from her and Ning Yang's insinuative remarks. A palpable sense of alienation surged within her. She suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to her, she had been subtly pushed to the periphery by this small team, by Ning Yang and Luoha. They shared a secret bond, an unspoken trust and reliance. While she remained an outsider, masked and not fully trusted, this growing feeling of marginalization left a bitter taste in her heart. No, clearly, Ning Yang possesses more secrets. He did not reveal them, so why should I? Why am I regretting something at this moment? Chun Xuejuan quickly shook her head and followed into the dungeon. The 3 of them entered the thunderous cavern dungeon. The air was immediately filled with a damp, musty odor and a faint rumble of thunder. The light was dim, with only some luminescent blue moss on the rock walls providing illumination. Not long after, 4 creatures were spotted lounging on the ground at the bend of the cave. Cavernous conch, LV-100. They were as large as grinding wheels, their shells covered in sharp, bony spines and twisted patterns, emanating ominous dark purple energy fluctuations, producing a nauseating rustling sound. Luoha, you can handle these minor minions. It is perfect for you to test your new skill, Harmonic Wave, and familiarize yourself with your own strength. This time, Ning Yang did not take the initiative as usual. Instead, he encouraged the somewhat nervous Luoha, embracing her Qing Feng harp. Luoha looked at the level 100 monster indicator, her face paling slightly. With a hint of doubt, she asked, can I really do this? They are level 100, and I'm only level 50. Fear not. Ning Yang offered an encouraging glance. Believe in yourself, and also in my judgment. Just give it a try. With encouragement, Luoha took a deep breath and delicately plucked the harp strings. As her fingers flowed, a blue aura resembling rippling water enveloped the Qing Feng harp. Soon after, Several visibly pure sound wave energy crescents, shimmering in pale blue, shot forward with a sharp, buzzing sound. Harmonic wave. Crack, 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 crack. For crisp sounds akin to shattering glass, rang out almost simultaneously. The four seemingly troublesome level 100 cavernous conch shattered like paper under the dazzling sound wave blade's assault. They did not even have time to scream before transforming into four glowing orbs of experience and scattered materials. What? Luaha was astonished. Holding her harp, she gazed incredulously at her hands, then at the empty ground ahead. When did I become this powerful? With a single move, Ning Yang stepped forward and patted her shoulder again. See? I told you. You have mastered my unique technique to perfection. Your strength has vastly improved. And you still did not believe it. Do you believe it now? Although Luaha found the effect of this exercise routine somewhat miraculous, the undeniable evidence before her left her no room for rebuttal. Excitedly, she turned to Chun Xuejuan to share her delight. Sister Xuejuan, did you see that? I really have gotten stronger. Chapter 33. Ning Yang seems to have gained celestial insight. Chun Xuejuan stood to the side, her shock far greater than that of Luaha. She had just witnessed clearly that, apart from the 20 points of strength magic attribute bestowed by Ning Yang and the halo of connection from Tianshan divine armor, there were no other buffs present. A level 50 bard, armed with only a single skill and a level 9 weapon, could annihilate 4 level 100 ordinary monsters. This utterly contradicted her understanding of the class system and attribute suppression. Ning Yang, what is going on? Chun Xuejuan could no longer contain the tumultuous waves within her heart and turned to Ning Yang. How did you enable her to achieve this? Even I would require a combination of ancient martial arts and skills to strike down level 100 monsters in 2 consecutive rounds. How could she possibly eliminate 4 with a single blow? Ning Yang turned his head, revealing a mischievous grin that could infuriate. I told you long ago to learn the exercise routine from me, but you refused to listen. Now you envy it, don't you? Impossible. Chun Xuejuan firmly denied, her tone urgent. The movements you demonstrated are merely basic stretching. How could they yield such incredible effects? You must before she could finish. Ning Yang interrupted her directly. Facts speak louder than words. Luaha's example stands before you. Yet you refuse to believe. What more can I say? Ning Yang disregarded Chun Xuejuan's skepticism and gently asked Luaha, how does your body feel now? Besides your attack power, have you noticed any other changes? Upon hearing this, Luaha carefully sensed her own body and was astonished to discover. Brother Ning Yang, I feel like I have truly gained so much more strength. My mind is particularly clear, and my body feels incredibly light. Let me try running. With that, she secured the harp on her back and lightly jumped in place. Then she began to jog within the not-so-spacious cavern. As she ran, Chun Xuejuan's pupils widened in shock. Luaha's figure moved so swiftly that it seemed to leave behind faint afterimages. Her footsteps were as light as a swallow, deftly weaving through the rugged rocks. After 2 laps, her breath was steady, her face flushed with a healthy glow, showing no signs of fatigue. Brother Ning Yang, Sister Xuejuan, did you see that? I'm running so fast. Luaha halted, exuberantly bouncing with excitement at her newfound speed. Ning Yang secretly wore a satisfied smile. How could she not be fast? The King's crown buff had directly augmented her agility by 100 points. The agility of a typical level 100 ordinary practitioner could not compare to Luaha's current level. Chun Xuejuan, however, was already overwhelmed with emotions, unable to remain calm. What incredible speed! This absolutely surpasses the agility range of a level 50 practitioner and is even comparable to my agility-focused build, coupled with the previously unfathomable damage. A singular thought began to fervently blossom in her mind. Luaha has truly become stronger. Moreover, her strength has improved in a comprehensive and transformative manner. This is certainly not something achievable through ordinary cultivation or a few skill manuals. She cast her gaze once more towards the seemingly nonchalant Ning Yang, gritting her teeth inwardly. It must be his doing, but there are clearly no enhancement buffs. What method has he employed? All right, the warm-up is over. Let us proceed. With a grand sweep of his hand, Ning Yang interrupted Chun Xuejuan's thoughts. Following this, Ning Yang and Chun Xuejuan joined the fray against the minor foes. Soon, they encountered their first elite monster. It was a colossal fish skeleton, its body reduced to a ghastly white, with remnants of decaying flesh still clinging to its bones. In its eye sockets flickered a ghostly green flame of the soul, and its massive bony tail and sharp spines instilled fear, exuding a potent aura of death and decay. Prepare for battle. Ning Yang's expression turned serious as he began to command. Xuejuan, you will focus your attacks on the energy node beneath the third rib on its left side. That is its weakness. Luo He, maintain the battle melody, buff, and await my command to unleash harmonic wave. The battle commenced. Following his instructions, Chun Xuejuan moved with agility, approaching Undying Kara like a wraith. Her dual blade struck precisely at the indicated weak point. Indeed, that spot appeared to be the core of its energy convergence, and the impact was significant. Now, Luo He, unleash your sound wave attack. As Ning Yang observed the monster raising its bony claw to strike, he commanded at the instant its chest was exposed. Luo He was already prepared. Her strings danced. Several sound wave blades whistled forth, striking accurately against the monster's ribcage, causing its skeleton to tremble and the ghostly fire to flicker. Xuejuan, retreat. It's about to swing its tail. Ning Yang's voice rang out just in time. Chun Xuejuan instinctively withdrew upon hearing the command. A massive bony tail, imbued with a fetid wind, swept past her nose, carving a deep trench in the ground. She was astounded. Had it not been for Ning Yang's warning, she would have sustained severe injuries. In less than 2 minutes, under Ning Yang's remarkably precise command, this formidable level 100 elite monster was rendered nearly powerless to retaliate. The immense skeleton finally collapsed under repeated strikes at its weak points and the impact of sound waves, scattering across the ground. Chun Xuejuan discovered another startling fact: Ning Yang's command. His instructions were always concise and precise. It was as if Ning Yang possessed the foresight to predict the monster's attacks and skill animations by a second, allowing her and Luo He to inflict maximum damage at minimal cost. She had never experienced such a thrilling battle, where her output efficiency was pushed to its theoretical limits while suffering negligible harm. This sense of complete control made her question whether Ning Yang possessed some extraordinary foresight skill. After the battle concluded, Luo He curiously summoned the team damage statistics panel and cheerfully read, Brother Ning Yang 48, Sister Xuejuan 36, and I have 16 too. She was quite pleased with this result, as her primary responsibility remained as support. The 20 physical damage increase from Battle Melody made her feel that every point of damage dealt by Ning Yang and Chun Xuejuan bore her contribution. Chun Xuejuan glanced at the damage statistics, her expression shifting once more. She recalled that 2 days prior, the damage output had been nearly evenly split between herself and Ning Yang. Yet today, Ning Yang's damage was astonishingly higher than hers. The shock at Luo He's significant power increase was also ever present. After a brief rest, the trio finally arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon, encountering the final Guardian boss, Heaven Abyss Serpent Scale Guardian, LV-105 boss. It was a 5-meter tall creature with a human head and serpent body. The upper body was a robust, bear-like form covered in dark green scales, its face fierce and its eyes blood-red. The lower half was a thick serpent tail coiled on the ground, covered in a tough, horned epidermis. It wielded a gigantic cleaver the size of a door in one hand, while the other held a heavy bone shield inscribed with bizarre runes, radiating an oppressive aura. Prepare to engage the boss. Ning Yang spoke solemnly. Xuejuan, you and I will hold the front line. Be cautious of its shield blocks and hidden attacks from its left hand. Luo He, maintain the farthest distance in the back, keep the battle melody active, and follow my commands to attack. Though this was his first encounter with such a creature, he remained calm. He possessed the skill, Eagle Eye, capable of perceiving the boss's movements at a moment's notice. As the battle commenced, Chun Xuejuan immediately sensed the pressure. This Heaven Abyss Serpent Scale Guardian was highly intelligent. Whenever she attempted to attack from the side, it would swiftly raise its bone shield to block, leaving no openings. Xuejuan, immediately retreat. Quickly. Just as Chun Xuejuan planned to change her angle and seek a new opportunity, Ning Yang's urgent voice rang out. Though puzzled, Chun Xuejuan had already come to trust Ning Yang's judgment and did not hesitate to withdraw. At that moment, the Guardian's left hand, which had been hanging down, shot upward. Its fingers spread wide, a dangerous dark red energy ball coalescing in its palm, ready to unleash. Flying blade chi. Ning Yang called out sharply, unleashing 3 silver-white blades that struck precisely at the boss's wrist, interrupting its energy buildup. Roar. The energy ball shattered, and the boss let out an enraged roar. Its ire instantly redirected towards Ning Yang. Chun Xuejuan watched the dissipating energy ball and the shallow white mark on the boss's wrist. Her back chilled. Had Ning Yang not intervened in time, she would have likely been severely injured by that treacherous ambush. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yang advanced to engage the boss head-on. His blade clashing against the massive cleaver, sparks flying. Although he appeared clumsy in his blocking and dodging, he consistently managed to narrowly evade fatal strikes. After several exchanges, the boss seemed to become enraged. It raised its massive cleaver high, dark red energy swirling around it, and unleashed a powerful downward slash. The violent aura instantly locked on a Ning Yang, sealing off all avenues of escape. Chun Xuejuan's heart sank. This attack has too wide a range. He cannot evade it. However, in that instant, she was astonished to see Ning Yang's footwork shift in a peculiar, fluid rhythm. His body appeared to lose weight instantly, gliding sideways like a willow fluff caught in a storm. He narrowly escaped the deadly strike. That movement unmistakably bore the essence of an ancient martial art. Could it be that Ning Yang truly practiced ancient martial arts, and so skillfully? Chun Xuejuan's heart surged with waves of surprise. She had previously dismissed his claims as mere bravado, but it turned out he had genuinely mastered them. Moreover, judging by his proficiency, it was clear that this was not a skill acquired overnight. He had undoubtedly learned it long ago and kept it concealed until now. Luo He. Harmonic wave. Ning Yang, having evaded the attack, immediately commanded. Luo He was already prepared, her melodious yet lethal music resonating once more, the sound wave blades striking the boss, interrupting its follow-up combo. Taking advantage of the moment, Ning Yang distanced himself, a faint golden aura enveloping him. Heavenly Mountain Chi control technique activated. His block rate surged to 55. He charged forward fearlessly once more, engaging the boss in a head-on clash. A scene that left Chun Xuejuan utterly dumbfounded unfolded, following a normal attack. As he connected with flying blade chi, Ning Yang's arm muscles tensed in a unique manner. Instead of 3 blades, he unleashed a full 5, each more refined and rapid silver-white blades. The 5 blades spread like a peacock fanning its feathers, covering a greater area. They struck fiercely against the boss's scales, producing astonishing damage numbers. 5 strikes. This also pertains to the techniques of ancient martial arts. Chun Xuejuan has now confirmed that Ning Yang not only practices ancient martial arts, but has mastered it far beyond superficial knowledge. Just how much strength does he conceal? Filled with astonishment and perplexity, Chun Xuejuan rejoined the fray. However, amidst the intense battle, another inexplicable phenomenon emerged: health points. Both she and Lu He were connected to Ning Yang's Tianshan Divine Armor. Ning Yang's Tianshan Divine Armor had now upgraded to disperse 60 of the damage taken by each individual. Theoretically, after sustaining damage, their health bar should decrease at a roughly equal rate, especially since they could not avoid the boss's area of effect skills. Yet, Chun Xuejuan keenly noticed that Lu He's health bar dwindled at an astonishingly slow rate. Often, while she lost 20 health points, Lu He barely lost 5. To what extent had Lu He grown stronger? Had her defense and health points escalated to that of a tank? This completely exceeded her understanding of the bard profession. The battle raged on, and finally, the deep abyss serpent guard. S health plummeted to a mere 10. It let out a deafening roar, its massive serpentine body coiling ominously. Dark red energy rapidly expanded from it, forming an enormous area of effect attack that engulfed the entire battlefield. Abyssal shock. Even with Tianshan Divine Armor mitigating 60 of the damage, Chun Xuejuan's health instantly plummeted by 80. Her complexion turned pale. Before she could utilize a potion, it seemed the boss had locked onto her with its hatred. The colossal blade, imbued with a sense of destruction, was already cleaving down towards her. The speed was blinding. She had no time to evade. This is bad. Panic gripped Chun Xuejuan as the shadow of death enveloped her. In that moment of despair, she heard Ning Yang seemingly utter a low incantation. Divine Eline Technique. A soft, vibrant green light flickered over her. 100. Her health was instantly restored to full. Simultaneously, the boss's blade struck her. 50. She was left with half her health. The tremendous impact sent her hurtling away, yet she remained gravely injured, not instantaneously slain. Regaining her composure, she looked at Ning Yang with disbelief in her eyes. He can heal, and he restored my health in an instant. Seizing the brief moment of the boss's post-attack stasis, Ning Yang activated Tianshan Qi manipulation technique. Once more, he charged forward, engaging in the final confrontation with the critically wounded boss. Many of the boss's attacks struck against the faint golden halo surrounding him, all displaying a series of zeros. At last, under Ning Yang's fierce onslaught, it emitted a mournful wail of defeat. Its massive form crashed to the ground, erupting in a brilliant display of light and abundant experience rewards. Ning Yang, you are truly remarkable. After the battle concluded, Lu He joyfully approached, her eyes filled with admiration for her boyfriend. Ning Yang smugly lifted his chin, responding, of course. Chun Xuejuan stepped forward, unable to restrain her curiosity. Was that a healing skill you just used? How can you heal? Ning Yang shrugged. Come on, I am an auxiliary class. Isn't it strange that I can heal? It's basic operation. He turned to Lu He. Moreover, not only can I heal, but I can also resurrect. As long as I stay alive, you 1T die? He certainly wouldn't T reveal to Chun Xuejuan that he had learned the healing and resurrection skills of the Tianshi class from a private server for this dungeon. Although his proficiency was not high, it was sufficient for their team. The Tianshi class is purely auxiliary in nature. In Ning Yang's view, a Tianshi is far superior to this world's aura priests. They can likewise heal and resurrect, but they provide greater healing than aura priests, and also possess group amplification and crowd control clearing capabilities. However, Ning Yang had not intended to master the skills of this class to a high degree. He was in dire need of experience. With experience, he would prioritize maximizing the level of the King's crown buff. At the very least, he would learn some urgently needed skills. Consequently, he had not leveled up in 2 months. For him, the benefits of using experience to level up were minimal. Chapter 35. Chun Xuejuan. I am your girlfriend. Observing Ning Yang's prowess, Lu He was filled with pride and admiration, eager to proclaim to anyone, look, this is my boyfriend. However, recalling that their relationship was not yet public, she forcibly quelled that notion. Chun Xuejuan watched Ning Yang's nonchalant, somewhat infuriating demeanor, her teeth gritting in frustration, yet feeling powerless. Who said that an auxiliary class must heal? Hadn't she seen Lu He, also an auxiliary, unable to heal? Healing skills are not ubiquitous. Only aura priests, celestial clerics, and certain hidden classes possess them. Wait a moment. Hidden class. He must be a hidden class. At last, Chun Xuejuan could now be 100% certain that Ning Yang was indeed a hidden class. Well, everyone performed admirably. Ning Yang glanced at the spoils, nodding in satisfaction. The experience and loot from this dungeon are quite substantial. I think we're in good condition. Let us aim for a 20-minute clear time. Today we'll camp here, fully dedicate ourselves to grinding, and use the experience gained to enhance our levels and skills. MHM. Lu He nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Ning Yang's plan. Chun Xuejuan observed their closeness, feeling an unshakable sense of shock and alienation in her heart. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded gently, offering no objection. After 3 days of intense grinding in the Thunderous Cavern dungeon, the rewards were immense. Lu He's level skyrocketed to 72, while Chun Xuejuan reached level 78. However, the joy of leveling up could not overshadow the growing astonishment and unease in Chun Xuejuan's heart. Over these 3 days, she felt like an observer, watching Lu He become powerful at an unnatural pace. The first day was tolerable, although Lu He's output was considerable. It was still far from her own as an assassin trained in ancient martial arts. However, from the second day onward, the situation grew bizarre. Lu He, a bard with only a single attack skill, saw her damage output steadily approach Chun Xuejuan's. By the third day, Chun Xuejuan was horrified to discover that Lu He's damage per second actually surpassed her own. That seemingly singular sonic attack dealt damage numbers that were outrageously high. And this was merely in comparison to Lu He. The seemingly laid-back Ning Yang, whose level remained at 53, displayed an overall output that was terrifying, easily surpassing her by a significant margin. This immense disparity in strength growth rendered the usually composed Chun Shuejuan unable to maintain her calm. At the end of the third day's dungeon, Chun Shuejuan finally resolved to meet Ning Yang privately at a quieter lakeside path within the academy. The sunset cast a golden hue over the lake as Ning Yang ambled towards her. "Oh, my girlfriend, what brings you here to summon me alone today? Are you missing me?" Ning Yang, spotting Chun Shuejuan waiting for him, instantly donned his signature roguish grin. He approached casually, reaching for her hand. "Be serious. I have something important to ask you." Chun Shuejuan irritably sidestepped his advances. "I'm being serious, my girlfriend. What instructions do you have? I'm all ears." Ning Yang's hands were tucked into his pockets, shrugging, maintaining his playful demeanor. "Ning Yang, you must tell me honestly." Chun Shuejuan took a deep breath, fixing her gaze on Ning Yang's eyes, and voiced the question that had been bottled up within her for 3 days. "What exactly did you do to make Lu He become so strong in just 3 days? And your own increase in power is also completely unreasonable." Ning Yang's face displayed an expression that conveyed, "Here we go again," as he skillfully began to deceive. "Did I not tell you before? It's an exclusive secret technique, the broadcast gymnastics. You refused to learn it when I offered. And now, seeing our prowess, so while you lag behind, are you beginning to feel anxious?" Chun Shuejuan harbored a deep resentment within. This man always evaded core issues with his banter. Yet, she had compelling reasons to grow stronger, and today, she was determined to unveil the truth. "Stop deceiving me." She suppressed her anger, her tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness. "I have carefully observed your broadcast gymnastics. They are merely the most fundamental body-stretching exercises. There is no way they could yield such miraculous effects. Ning Yang, what will it take for you to speak the truth?" "Oh, you have seen through it?" Ning Yang's nonchalance diminished slightly upon hearing her words, and instead arose a playful scrutiny as he retorted, "But why should I tell you? This is my secret. You." Chun Shuejuan was momentarily at a loss for words, her frustration surging. "I am your girlfriend." Ning Yang let out a vague chuckle, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Girlfriend? Chun Shuejuan, do you truly consider yourself my girlfriend? Are you not aware of your own heart?" Chun Shuejuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she argued. "How can I not count? You kissed me and held my hand." "Yes, I did kiss you once." Ning Yang nodded, then swiftly shifted the tone of the conversation with a hint of sarcasm. "But that was only because I caught you off guard. After that, you guarded yourself against me like I was a thief, making it nearly impossible for me to approach you again. Furthermore, you insist I am your boyfriend. Yet how much have you concealed from me? Your origins, your true strength, the ancient martial arts you possess. Have I and Lu He ever concealed any past information from you? We regarded you as a trustworthy companion. What about you?" This barrage of questions struck Chun Shuejuan like a hammer, leaving her speechless and unable to counter. Although she wished to retort that he too harbored secrets, she understood he had no expectations from her, apart from his desire for her body. Ning Yang was correct. From the very beginning, she approached him with intention, always holding back. Observing Chun Shuejuan's silence, Ning Yang sensed the moment was ripe. If she wished to uncover his secret, she could. He softened his tone. "If you aspire to rapidly enhance your strength like Lu He, that is possible. However, Chun Shuejuan, there is no such thing as a free lunch. What can you offer in return?" Chun Shuejuan felt the pressure in his gaze, biting her lip as she humbled herself. "What must I do for you to help me?" Ning Yang deliberately scrutinized her figure from head to toe with a mischievous glint in his eyes before leisurely responding. "What I desire is you. Impossible. You wish for that." Chun Shuejuan instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, taking a step back, her tone filled with indignation and determination. "I will never trade my body." "However," Ning Yang interrupted her abruptly, a mischievous smile gracing his features. "Young lady, why is your mindset so impure? What I want is for you to cease all concealment and impart all the ancient martial arts you possess." Chapter 36. This is an external aid. It's cheating. Boredom. Chun Shuejuan quickly realized she had been played, a rare flush of anger appearing on her face. "Why didn't you speak clearly, you scoundrel?" Yet, Ning Yang chucklet. "Since we are nominally boyfriend and girlfriend, shouldn't our relationship be a bit more intimate to seem more genuine, more like what it is?" For instance, Chun Shuejuan's heart tightened once more, and she warily inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Ning Yang promptly replied in a nonchalant tone, "If I want to, I must. Scoundrel." Chun Shuejuan muttered under her breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. She gazed into Ning Yang's eyes, filled with mirth and anticipation, grappling internally for a moment before reluctantly conceding a little. In a voice as soft as a whisper, filled with immense shyness, she declared, "You may only kiss me." No further actions. No sooner had her words left her lips than she found Ning Yang's face rapidly approaching. The next second, mouth to mouth, Chun Xuejuan's mind went blank in an instant. Her body stiffened, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if all cognitive ability had vanished. All she could perceive was the masculine aura emanating from Ning Yang and the unfamiliar sensation upon her lips. After several seconds of dazed surprise, Chun Xuejuan abruptly regained her senses. She forcefully pushed Ning Yang away, shooting him an indignant glare, her chest heaving as she longed to unleash a tirade of reproach. Hey, hey, you were the one who permitted me to kiss you," Ning Yang interjected, his expression savoring the moment. "But I must say, it felt quite delightful, rather sweet." Chun Xuejuan's face flushed crimson, a mix of anger and embarrassment swelling within her, yet knowing that quarreling with him would only exacerbate her frustration. She forced herself to regain composure. Taking several deep breaths to steady her emotions, she finally asked, "Now, can you tell me what that secret truly is?" Seeing her earnestness, Ning Yang refrained from jesting, nodding in agreement. "Fine, in light of your sincerity, I will not conceal it from you any longer. In truth, it is a special enhancement skill of mine." He paused, weighing his words carefully before elaborating. "This skill can significantly boost the basic attributes of linked teammates. Specifically, it can elevate strength and magic by 300 points, while endurance and agility can increase by 200 points. Upon hearing this, Chun Xuejuan's pupils dilated, her face reflecting sheer incredulity. 300 points. If that were true, a level 50 practitioner would possess attributes equivalent to those of a level 150 practitioner. Ning Yang continued, each word resonating like a hammer, striking her understanding. Moreover, it can enhance physical and magical attack power by 70. Additionally, it absorbs 70 points of physical and magical damage. Furthermore, it can add a certain critical hit rate and damage mitigation effect. Ning Yang recalled that he had only upgraded the Wangzhe Huangguan buff to level 20 just yesterday. Glancing at the buff's effects, Wangzhe Huangguan buff, LV 20 max, HP increase, 220 MP increase, 180 physical absorption, 70 magic absorption, 70 physical damage increase, 70 magic damage increase, 70 critical hit increase, 10 block increase, 10 speed increase, 30 strength, 300 magic, 300 endurance, 200 agility, 200 linked targets, Wei Xiumei, Wei Yangxing, He Zhongyang, Zhou Jing, Lu He. The effects at maximum level were naturally even stronger, with the most significant boost being a 30-point increase in speed. Here, speed referred to attack speed, spellcasting speed, and movement speed. For instance, a typical elemental mage requires chant time for spells, and a major spell necessitates a 35-second charge time. If linked to him, the casting time could be directly reduced by 12 seconds. However, this maxed out buff did not come without its cost. Observing that Lu He was already at level 72, while he remained at a stable level 53 was the price he paid. Impossible, Chun Xuejuan blurted out, her voice tinged with shock. How could such an outrageous enhancement skill exist in this world? This completely disrupts balance. Moreover, if it is indeed an enhancement skill, why do I and Lu He not see any relevant status indicators on our data panels? Ning Yang, unperturbed by her reaction, calmly explained, as I said, is a special skill. It will not manifest in a conventional manner on anyone's data panel, not even on my own. Yet its effects are undeniably real. This is the fundamental reason I can swiftly enhance my teammate's strength. The private server's cheating system, buff, and skill details can only be viewed through the private server system. In other words, Ning Yang currently possesses 2 data panels. Chun Xuejuan was momentarily stunned by this astonishing revelation. So, you have been relying on this unique skill to augment your teammates' abilities all along, like Wei Xiumei and the others from before? After a considerable pause, she asked with a somewhat hoarse voice. Indeed, Ning Yang admitted with composure. Chun Xuejuan immediately thought of the new Black Star team. How many people can this skill link simultaneously? Is there a time limit or cooldown period? Does this effect still apply to Wei Xiumei and the others? She quickly inquired. Having slightly followed the new Black Star team, which still ranks as an A-class team, its strength not diminished significantly. It can link up to 7 individuals. A cold, playful smile graced Ning Yang's face. There is no time limit, nor is there a cooldown period. Once linked, the effect persists indefinitely, unless I choose to sever it. As for the link with Wei Xiaomei and the other 3, I have indeed not disconnected it yet. Chun Xuejuan gasped in astonishment. No duration, no cooldown, permanent effect. This completely upended her understanding of the professional skill system. This is akin to cheating. It took Chun Xuejuan some time to reluctantly accept this reality, bewildered. She asked, "Then why don't you sever the effects on them? They betrayed you." Ning Yang sneered, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Oh, why? Did they not once swear that bringing me along would only hinder them in the Academy Alliance Grand Tournament? Did they not believe they could soar higher without me? Very well, then I shall grant them their wish. I will allow them to continue enjoying my blessings." Charging forward triumphantly, when the Academy Alliance Grand Tournament officially commences. At the moment they feel most proud and on the brink of reaching their peak, Ning Yang paused, his tone turning as frosty as winter. "I shall personally sever the enhancement effects they possess. I am genuinely curious to see the expressions on their faces when they realize they have lost the pillar of support that was me. I want them to clearly understand who has bestowed upon them the strength and status they take pride in." Chapter 37. Let us go to the hotel and book a room. Hearing Ning Yang calmly articulate such a malicious plan, Chun Xuejuan could not help but shiver. "You truly possess a wicked sense of humor," she remarked, shaking her head slowly. Then, with an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of barely perceptible anticipation, she said, "Ning Yang, I am willing to teach you all I know of ancient martial arts. In return, could you link me to your enhancement effect?" Chun Xuejuan's mind raced. If this enhancement effect is indeed as powerful as Ning Yang claims, her strength could conservatively be enhanced 2 to 3-fold. This is crucial for her. She harbors secrets that cannot easily be revealed to Ning Yang and troubles she must confront. Only by possessing sufficient power can she muster the confidence to tackle them. The matter of ancient martial arts can wait for now. Ning Yang, observing the urgency in her eyes, donned his signature playful grin. "Xuejuan, we are now boyfriend and girlfriend, correct? You see, I am genuinely sincere towards you. Just moments ago, I even initiated a kiss. Therefore, shouldn't you express some affection for your boyfriend?" As he spoke, Ning Yang mischievously pointed to his cheek, his intentions unmistakable. Chun Xuejuan, infuriated, felt her cheeks flush, silently cursing this rogue for taking advantage of her. Yet, thinking of the formidable power that could alter her circumstances, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, internally chanting, "I will endure. For the sake of strength, I will endure." Chun Xuejuan rallied herself, and with a sudden resolution, she leaned in, eyes closed, and aimed a forceful kiss at the spot on Ning Yang's cheek. However, just as she was about to make contact, Ning Yang deftly tilted his head. With a soft sound, their lips met briefly, though they parted almost immediately. Mouth to mouth. "You tricked me again." Chun Xuejuan recoiled like a startled rabbit, covering her mouth. Blushing with embarrassment and fury, she glared at Ning Yang, her words stumbling in her anger. "Haha, all as fair in love and war." Ning Yang grinned wickedly, akin to a cat that has successfully snatched a fish. "However, Xuejuan, I felt your sincerity. From this moment forth, we are truly on the same side." He snapped his fingers. "The enhancement skill is now linked to you. Feel it for yourself." Chun Xuejuan had intended to scold him further, but upon hearing that the link had been established, her focus immediately shifted to herself. She stood up and moved her limbs. Initially, she felt no significant difference. Instinctively, she drew the dagger she always carried and swung it casually. Buzz! The sound of the dagger, slicing through the air, became sharp and piercing. The speed was astonishing, far exceeding her expectations. She even sensed the surrounding air compressing violently, twisting and creating a subtle vortex. This power, it is terrifying. Chun Xuejuan was astounded, trying to run forward. Whoosh! Her figure seemed to transform into a fleeting shadow, appearing beside a large tree several dozen meters away in the blink of an eye. Before she could steady herself, she thought, and with another whoosh, she returned right in front of Ning Yang. Her breathing remained steady, as if she had merely taken a step. "This is incredible. It feels like being reborn." She finally grasped why Luoha could experience such a rapid surge in strength. Although her data panel still displayed no new status icons, the terrifying enhancement across her attributes, strength, agility, endurance, and magical power, each felt as though they had been infused with new vitality. Particularly, her attack speed and movement speed had likely increased by over a third from her original base. Ning Yang truly did not deceive her. At that moment, Chun Xuejuan regarded Ning Yang with newfound seriousness, casting aside her earlier embarrassment, saying, "Ning Yang, thank you." This gratitude was heartfelt, and the way she looked at him softened considerably, an indescribable sentiment quietly blossoming. "Thank for what?" Ning Yang waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. "You are my girlfriend. Is there a need for such formalities between us? From now on, as long as you remain obedient, do not betray me or make me wear a green hat. This enhancement effect will always be with you. I will never sever it voluntarily." The flicker of affection that had just ignited was swiftly extinguished by Ning Yang's reckless words. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chun Xuejuan's expression soured, and she retorted crossly, "I am not that kind of person. How could I ever make you wear such a hat?" As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and the blush that had faded from her cheeks resurfaced. Seeing this, Ning Yang immediately adopted a deeply affectionate demeanor, opening his arms as if to draw closer. "Really? Xuejuan, I love you so much. Come, let your boyfriend receive another kiss. Go away." Chun Xuejuan pushed his face away in disgust. "Oh, you heartless woman." Ning Yang feigned anger, looking pitiful. "Is this how you repay me? Having received the power you desired, you immediately turn your back on me?" Chun Xuejuan looked at his antics in disbelief, face-palming. "Are you still going to study ancient martial arts or not? Seize the moment to learn, or else I shall retreat to my dormitory for rest." As the conversation turned serious, Ning Yang reigned in his playful demeanor, his expression shifting to one of earnestness. He asked with genuine concern, "Of course I want to learn. However, Xuejun, I wonder if your family elders or the forces behind you might hold you accountable for imparting your family's ancient martial arts to me. If the consequences are grave and could lead to your punishment, then perhaps it would be best for me not to learn this martial art. I would not wish to see my girlfriend suffer for aiding me." This statement momentarily startled Chun Xuejun, gently touching a soft spot within her heart. Gazing into Ning Yang's earnest eyes, she mused, "This fellow, despite his usual antics and somewhat rogue demeanor, displays thoughtfulness in critical moments. Unbeknownst to me, perhaps I do not find him as intolerable as I once thought. In fact, the idea of being his girlfriend might not be so bad after all." As this thought emerged, Chun Xuejun quickly shook her head to dispel it. "Rest assured, my family situation is rather unique. No elder in my family will inquire about my teaching of ancient martial arts. I shall be fine," but Chun Xuejun paused, her gaze shifting to Ning Yang, a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. "I worry that even if I am willing to teach, given your age and foundational knowledge, you may not grasp or master it." "Ah." Ning Yang's brows immediately shot up at her words. "Are you implying that I am incapable? Should we head to a hotel room now, so you can personally assess my abilities?" "Rascal, I'm discussing serious matters with you." Chun Xuejun's face turned crimson with embarrassment, her expression darkening. Ning Yang feigned innocence, saying, "I too am speaking of serious matters, matters of a man's dignity." Upon noticing that Chun Xuejun was less resistant to him, Ning Yang felt a surge of excitement. Although he could not claim to harbor profound love for Chun Xuejun, he undeniably appreciated her beautiful and pure appearance. Despite already being involved with Lu He, what man would ever find more beauty a burden? Ning Yang candidly acknowledged to himself that he was a greedy man who desired it all. "Are you still going to learn?" Chun Xuejun fumed, stamping her foot, feigning an intention to leave. Of course. I was merely joking, my dear girlfriend. Do not be angry." Ning Yang swiftly donned a charming smile, bowing theatrically. "Master, please accept your disciple's salute." Naturally, he merely spoke the words, refraining from a genuine bow. Enough with the antics. Chun Xuejun, caught between amusement and exasperation, shot him an exasperated glance. "This place is not suitable. Let us proceed to the dungeon." The academy's initial area of the dungeon was spacious and safe, perfect for practice, with the option to exit at any time. Ning Yang readily agreed. The two swiftly traversed the teleportation array, entering the starting plaza of a low-level dungeon. It was vast and tranquil, with only the two of them present. Ning Yang listened carefully. Once they had settled, Chen Shuijun's demeanor became focused and solemn. She cleared her throat and began to impart her knowledge. Ancient martial arts are profound and intricate, but fundamentally, they can be divided into three main categories, also referred to as the three foundational pillars: Gang, Ju, and Zhou. Gong, Yu, Sao. Ning Yang's expression was one of confusion, as this seemed rather different from the martial arts he had envisioned, which typically included styles like Tai Chi or Bagua Zhang. Surely, if nothing else, he could accept references to the Jiuyang or Qian Kuan de Nuo. Do not interrupt. Chen Shuijun glared at him before continuing her explanation. Gang refers to Gang Qi, encompassing the cultivation and application of Gang Qi's footwork and techniques, commonly known as stepping on the gang and treading on the dough. This forms the foundation of ancient martial arts. Her tone carried a sense of solemnity befitting a lineage. Cultivating Gang Qi requires adherence to the ancient 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, in conjunction with unique breathing and visualization techniques. This guides the internal energy and blood, condensing it into a force that is both incredibly strong and protective against adversaries. When mastered to a high level, Gang Qi can manifest outside the body, forming a protective shield or be infused into one's fists, feet, or weapons, rendering them indestructible. At that point, even without relying on professional skills, one's mastery of Gang Qi alone would suffice to defeat many ordinary practitioners. Observing Ning Yang's gradually serious expression, Chen Shuijun elaborated further. Gang Qi primarily enhances your agility, physique, and attack techniques. Once you master Gang Qi, any professional skills related to agility and techniques will yield extraordinary results, potentially generating entirely new offensive effects and combat styles. It can be said that Gang is the foundation of all ancient martial arts. Without the cultivation of Gang Qi, the subsequent Ju and Zhou become moot. Ning Yang felt a stirring in his heart. This concept of Gang Qi bore resemblance to the Taoist notion of Xiantian Yi Qi, or the internal force known as Jinqi. Chen Shuijun continued. Next is Ju, which refers to hand gestures. She extended her slender fingers. You should know that ordinary practitioners, particularly spellcasters like elementalists, typically require incantations to release skills, taking anywhere from 2 to 10 seconds to gather magical energy. However, the Ju in ancient martial arts is executed through specific hand signs, resonating with the Gang Qi and the energies of heaven and earth, achieving the effect of nearly instantaneous skill activation. Extend your hand, Chen Shuijun instructed. Ning Yang hesitated for a moment before extending his left hand. Chen Shuijun stepped forward, gently cradling his left hand and spreading his palm open. She tapped his palm at the joints and fingertips. You see, aside from the thumb, the other 4 fingers each have 3 joints, totaling 12 joints, symbolizing the 12 earthly branches. Additionally, the fingertips yield 16 primary nodes. These 16 nodes correspond to the core combinations of the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. Chen Shuijun began to elucidate in detail, commencing from the base of the ring finger, sequentially correlating it to the 12 earthly branches: Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chun Si, Wu, Wei, etc., while integrating the heavenly stems to explain the elemental and 8 trigrams meanings behind different node combinations. Different hand gestures invoke various node combinations and, when harmonized with Gang Qi, can yield diverse effects. She demonstrated several simple hand gestures, such as the starting position of the sword gesture. Although these were merely rudimentary forms, they already exuded a unique rhythm. For instance, this gesture, when combined with Gang Qi, can slightly accelerate energy accumulation, that one can stabilize casting to a small extent, reducing interference. Truly intricate and advanced hand gestures can only be performed upon achieving mastery of Gang Qi. Otherwise, they hold no efficacy. Ning Yang experienciat an epipani. These hand gestures were not mere calculations, but a sophisticated energy guidance system. This reminded him of fortune tellers for his past life, who would often manipulate their fingers while reading fortunes. Previously, he had failed to grasp the significance, but now he had a vague understanding. Chen Shuijun patiently explained for nearly 20 minutes, imparting the principles of basic hand gestures and several introductory signs to Ning Yang, repeatedly confirming that he had noted the corresponding nodes and operational routes. Finally, they approached Zhou. Chun Shuejun's expression grew even more solemn. This zhou does not refer to curses, but to incantations, a form of prayer and blessing technique, which can also be understood as a higher-order enhancement. The prerequisites for casting this zhou are exceedingly stringent, requiring a considerable mastery of both Gangqi and Zhu, culminating in a harmonious union of the three. She elaborated further by reciting specific prayers imbued with ancient power, in conjunction with the appropriate hand gestures to guide the surging Gangqi within. It sometimes necessitates the sacrifice of materials containing special energies, such as certain high-grade alchemical potions or treasures dropped by monsters. This invocation taps into deeper layers of power, temporarily amplifying one's abilities or manifesting extraordinary effects. Especially for enhancement skills, the effects of the zhou are most pronounced. When it comes to enhancement skills, Chun Shuejun furrowed her brow slightly and looked at Ning Yang. However, your unique enhancement skill transcends conventional boundaries. I am uncertain whether the power of spells can yield an additional amplification effect on it. Ning Yang nodet tog fully, understand. Once I have gained proficiency in both qi and hand seals, I shall attempt it again when the opportunity arises. Chun Shuejun nodded, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. The realm of spells involves a high echelon of power, accompanied by correspondingly obscure and intricate incantations and rituals. Generally, practitioners have little access to them, and my knowledge is limited. In this regard, I am not well-versed. If you truly wish to delve deeper into the study of spells in the future, you may need to seek out ancient families or reclusive factions with a more profound heritage to obtain authentic teachings. Well, I'm already quite satisfied to know this, Ning Yang noted, committing it to memory. Now, the theoretical knowledge is nearly complete. Chun Shuejun clapped her hands, redirecting Ning Yang's attention. Now, I shall teach you the most fundamental, yet crucial first step, how to perceive and attempt to condense your very own first strand of qi. Chapter 39. Wei Shuamei. We are unparalleled prodigies. Deep within the 100-level dungeon, Thunderous Cavern, the rampant energy gradually subsided. The enormous boss, Heaven Abyss Serpent Scale Guard, collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. The final 10 of its health was utterly obliterated by a sudden shower of meteors ablaze with scorching flames. The scene was nothing short of cataclysmic. Wei Shuamei, who unleashed this final blow, still exuded the lingering heat of her unspent magical energy, her hair dancing as if stirred by an unseen wind, resembling a goddess of fire descending. Witnessing the terrifying damage she had inflicted, a smile of triumph crept upon her lips. Oh my heavens! Wei Shuejia, Jiang Fan hurriedly approached, his face brimming with nearly obsequious awe and admiration. This damage, it's nothing short of miraculous. Absolutely unbelievable. The boss's health was cleared in an instant. Internally, Jiang Fan was overwhelmed with shock and a tinge of self-doubt. This was the 100-level Thunderous Cavern, recognized within the Academy as the crucible for ascending to super A-level power. The most challenging A-level dungeon to conquer. Just days prior, he wouldn't have dared to dream of stepping foot here. Yet, in the span of a mere 2 or 3 days, Wei Shuamei, Wei Yangxing, He Zhongyang, and Zhou Jing seemed to have collectively taken a potent elixir. Their abilities surged at an astonishing rate, and their combined combat power had even breached the 300,000 mark. His own meager 120,000 combat power felt utterly out of place within the team, contributing almost nothing, rendering him nearly a mere ornament. Impressive cousin, He Zhongyang, wielding a battle blade, approached with a hearty laugh, clapping Wei Shuamei on the shoulder. That meteor shower you summoned was akin to a human nuclear bomb, absolutely ferocious. Wei Yangxing and Zhou Jing gathered around, their expressions radiating pride and admiration, offering their praises. Wei Shuamei basked in their adulation, yet she endeavored to maintain an air of modesty. You all flatter me. This is the result of our team's collective effort. Without you all creating the perfect output environment and restraining the boss, I could not have so effortlessly unleashed my spells. However, the flicker of pride in her eyes revealed her true sentiments. Jiang Fan, wearing a bittersweet smile, expressed his deep-seated disappointment. Compared to you all, I feel like I merely came for a sightseeing tour today. I haven't contributed anything substantial. Reflecting back to 3 days prior, he had been an indispensable core of the team. His healing and resurrection skills were the bedrock of their safety. Yet now, these four prodigies had grown at such a phenomenal pace that he, as a priest, felt increasingly irrelevant. This stark contrast weighed heavily on his heart. Wei Xiumei, upon hearing this, instantly adopted a gentle and caring demeanor, soothingly assuring him, "Jiang Fan, please do not say that. Your presence is the most essential stabilizing force for our team. Your healing and resurrection skills have given us the confidence to fight recklessly. Without your support from behind, how could we unleash our full potential without reservations?" Her words rang with sincerity, as if Jiang Fan remained an irreplaceable member of the team. Hearing this, Jiang Fan felt somewhat reassured, nodding in agreement. "As long as I can provide some support to everyone, I am content. All right, let us conclude today's dungeon here." Wei Xiumei gracefully adjusted her impeccably arranged robe, smiling at Jiang Fan. "Thank you for your hard work, Jiang Fan. We shall regroup tomorrow." After bidding farewell to the complex-faced Jiang Fan, the four of them intuitively made their way to their usual gathering spot, an elegant tea room private booth. "So, what do you think? I told you." As soon as they settled in, Wei Yangxing eagerly slapped the table, exclaiming with excitement, "Our potential is limitless. Our strength has nothing to do with that Ning Yang fellow. I was truly misled. I thought we couldn't do without him." Zhou Jing immediately nestled against He Zhongyang, sweetly chiming in, "Exactly. Xingge is absolutely right. What does Ning Yang have to do with us? He is probably struggling in some low-level dungeon right now." She then shifted the topic, her face displaying a perfectly timed look of concern. "But speaking of which, isn't our rapid growth over the past 2 days a bit too fast? It's a tad alarming." As soon as those words were uttered, the booth fell silent. The four of them exchanged glances, each seeing the same bewilderment reflected in the other's eyes. Indeed, their experiences over the past 2 days were exceedingly strange. Their attack power, health points, endurance, every attribute seemed to surge without restraint, as if some dormant shackles within them had suddenly been unshackled. Or perhaps it felt as if they had activated a cheat. Not just attributes. Have you all noticed? He Zhongyang stroked his chin and added in a deep voice, "The charging time for those powerful skills seems to have significantly decreased." Furthermore, he felt that his resilience, agility, and health had reached an entirely different echelon compared to before. Wei Xiumei immediately nodded. As an elemental sorceress, her perception was the most direct. "Zhongyang is right. My spell charging time has decreased by at least 30. Moreover, our overall attribute enhancements are remarkably exaggerated, with attack speed and movement speed boosts being astonishing. Zhongyang, you used to be able to perform a maximum of 2 normal attacks per second. What about now? 3. He Zhongyang waved his arms in a gesture, affirmatively stating, "Definitely 3, and it feels like I can go even faster." Wei Xiumei's delicate brows slightly knitted together. She softly posed the question that lingered in the hearts of the four. "So the question is, why have we suddenly become so strong? There must be a reason behind this, right?" The booth once again fell into silence. "I've got it." After a moment, Wei Yangxing suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling with excitement, wearing an expression of having finally grasped the truth. "Xingge, quickly tell us why." Zhou Jing eagerly prodded. Wei Xiumei and He Zhongyang also cast curious glances. "Do you all remember about half a year ago?" Wei Yangxing wore a mysterious and triumphant smile. "It was when we first tackled that 40-level dungeon, Misty Forest Ruins. At that time, didn't our strength inexplicably increase, just like now?" Upon his reminder, Wei Xiumei instantly recalled, her eyes brightening with realization. "You mean like last time, we have awakened the latent power sleeping within us?" "Precisely." Wei Yangxing nodded vigorously, feeling immensely proud of his cleverness. "Back then, we were as baffled as we are now. Later, it was Ning Yang who, unbeknownst to us, managed to procure an article from some obscure corner of the internet to deceive us. It spoke of certain exceptionally gifted practitioners who, at specific stages, could unleash their latent potential, resulting in a meteoric rise in strength. In retrospect, that article was indeed correct. We are precisely those rare and extraordinary geniuses." Chapter 40, Ning Yang's Plans. "Oh, I understand now," He Zhongyang exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, as he forcefully slapped the table. "Cousin, what you mean is that through our relentless efforts in training and battle over the past 6 months, the deeper layers of our potential have been unearthed once more." "Yes, that's precisely the rationale." Wei Yangxing leaned back in his chair, a satisfied grin adorning his face. "So, It is, Zhou Jing echoed, immediately supporting him with an admiring tone. It seems that the four of us are indeed exceptional talents, truly one in 1,000. Darling, you're being far too modest, Ning Yang declared, playfully wrapping his arm around Zhou Jing, correcting her with a sense of pride. At the rate of our progress and with our innate potential, we are at least 1 in 10,000. The four exchanged knowing smiles, the air thick with a jubilant and self-indulgent atmosphere. After a few rounds of mutual flattery, it felt as though they had already ascended to the pinnacle of the world. Ahem. At this moment, Ning Yang cleared his throat twice, an expression of calculation crossing his face as he shifted the subject. Well, since our strength has reached such a level, what do you think about Senior Jiang Fan? Recently, he seems to be falling behind our pace, doesn't he? He left his sentence unfinished, yet the implication was unmistakable. Indeed, Zhou Jing immediately grasped the meaning, nodding in agreement, her tone laced with subtle disdain. Though Senior Jiang Fan's healing and resurrection provide some assurance, our recent condition has been remarkably good, and we hardly lose any health, rendering his healing unnecessary. Moreover, he is rather fragile. In a level 100 dungeon, a mere brush from a monster leaves him severely injured, forcing us to divert our attention to protect him. It feels as though he is slowly becoming a burden to the team, much like the old Ning Yang. Exactly, Wei Yangxing scoffed, his voice filled with disdain. An ordinary person like him will never comprehend the world of geniuses like us. He simply cannot keep up with our pace of progress. It is time to consider replacing him with a more formidable teammate, ideally one who is of equal caliber to match our team. Listening to her companion's discussion, Wei Shumei lightly tapped her slender fingers against the table, feigning contemplation. What you say is not without merit. After a moment, she raised her gaze, a seemingly troubled yet broad-minded expression gracing her face. From the perspective of the long-term efficiency of the team's development, it is true that Senior Jiang Fan may struggle to adapt to our future pace. Pausing, Wei Shumei feigned a compassionate tone. However, we must acknowledge that Senior Jiang Fan has contributed to our team, and while he may not have considerable achievements, his efforts cannot be overlooked. Dismissing him outright would seem rather callous. How about this? With only 4 days until the Academy Alliance competition, it would be impractical to replace a team member at this late hour. Instead, let us allow Senior Jiang Fan to accompany us for this competition. After it concludes, we can amicably part ways and search for more suitable teammates. This will also provide him with a fitting farewell. Her words were delivered with an air of eloquence, showcasing their loyalty while conveniently outlining the steps for an eventual dismissal. The other three nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a deep understanding. Indeed, Sister Shumei has considered everything thoroughly. Let us proceed as she suggests, allowing him a few more days to bask in the glory of our genius team. They made light of another's fate, wearing expressions of superiority as though bestowing a great favor, entirely forgetting who had repeatedly pulled them back from the brink of death during the perilous battles in the dungeons, who had granted them second and third chances with resurrection spells, unbeknownst to Wei Shumei and the others. Their newfound strength was solely due to Ning Yang's buff effects having significantly increased. Meanwhile, in the vast plaza of the dungeon's initial location, only Ning Yang remained, seated in meditation. A faint aura of energy surrounded him, a sign of the nascent qi circulating within his body. Chun Xuejuan had long since departed, leaving this tranquility to him. However, an invisible weight pressed upon his heart. This pressure did not stem from the difficulty of learning ancient martial arts and their techniques. Quite the opposite. After Chun Xuejuan's departure, he had successfully grasped the fundamentals of qi and basic hand techniques, even reaching a small degree of mastery. While he had struggled to comprehend the nuances during theoretical explanations, he found that whenever Chun Xuejuan demonstrated the techniques 2 or 3 times, his eagle eye skill would automatically activate, precisely analyzing the energy flow trajectories, exertion techniques, and core principles akin to a high-efficiency supercomputer. Thus, he was able to bridge what would typically take months or even years for an ordinary person to complete within half a day. Now, even without relying on any professional skills, he could release his cultivated qi externally, executing long-range attacks akin to skill effects. A rough estimation revealed that the overall strength boost from this ancient martial art was approximately 35. This was undoubtedly a cause for ecstatic celebration. Yet, what compounded his frustration was the formidable comparison. After Chun Xuejuan connected with his King's crown, buff, receiving that terrifying all-attribute enhancement. Her mastery of ancient martial arts had skyrocketed. The depth of one's understanding of ancient martial arts was heavily dependent on one's attribute values. Now, Chun Xuejuan's prowess resembled that of a small superhero. Ning Yang had witnessed her experiment, where she, without employing any professional skills, merely concentrated her qi in her palm and with a casual strike, obliterated a nearby rock formation several meters high. In her own words, this was the power one should expect from a mastery of qi. Ning Yang had privately assessed that if they were to compare professional skills only, they might be evenly matched. However, considering the disparity in their mastery of ancient martial arts, should he engage in a serious battle with Chun Xuejuan now, the outcome would be beyond doubt. He would be soundly overpowered. This reality inflicted a significant blow to his pride as a man. How could he possibly charm the ladies under such circumstances? Lacking strength meant his words would lack conviction. The next time he wished to steal a kiss, he feared she might send him flying with a single slap. Ancient martial arts required diligent practice. It would be utterly impossible to catch up with Chun Xuejuan in a short span of time. Hence, Ning Yang turned his gaze toward an alternative path. Insufficient skills? Then let us rely on external aids. He accessed his private server system interface, his gaze landing on the vast reserves of experience points and credits originally intended for learning the 10 top-tier buffs. Hesitation lasted only a moment before he resolutely invested them into 2 pre-selected professional skills: the ultimate skill of the gunner, Demon God S Fury, and the ultimate skill of the Chi Master, Heavenly Master S Gift. Chapter 41. Lu He. I am unbelievably happy. As experience and funds rapidly dwindled, the icons for both skills illuminated to their maximum level, LV10 Max. Demon God S Fury, LV10 Max. Gunner's ultimate skill harnesses the power of ancient demon gods to enhance oneself, increasing all attack speeds to 200 for the duration. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Heavenly Master S Gift, LV10 Max. Chi Master's ultimate skill communicates with the heavens to receive celestial powers, allowing any skills to be cast without regard for their original cooldown limits for the duration. Duration, 20 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. As he gazed upon the intricate descriptions of these 2 skills, Ning Yang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Being a seasoned player of this private server game from his previous life, he was acutely aware of the terrifying potential these skills possessed. Hui Shen Guangnu. A straightforward and brutal skill that doubles both damage and speed. The most critical aspect is that this doubling occurs after all other enhancement effects have been accounted for. For instance, with a base damage of 100 points, augmented by various buffs, equipment, and ancient martial arts bonuses, it could reach a total of 300 points. Upon activating Gue Shun Guangnu, the final damage would skyrocket to an astonishing 600 points. Meanwhile, Tianzun Ci-Fa, the core divine technique of the Chi Master, boasted even more extraordinary effects. For a duration of 20 seconds, there would be no cooldown restrictions on skills. Ning Yang's gaze fell upon his frequently utilized Fei Tian Rinchi. This skill requires merely 0 for seconds to unleash, allowing for a theoretical 50 consecutive releases within 20 seconds. Visualizing the torrent of blades raining down, he felt his earlier frustrations stemming from his lack of proficiency in ancient martial arts dissipate entirely. He had always believed that magic-based professions, such as Chi Masters and Elementalists, necessitated lengthy incantations and charging time, often requiring 2 to 3 seconds at a minimum. This did not align with his preference for a direct, confrontational style, leading him to forego learning them. He rose to his feet, stretching his muscles, and sensed the latent power bestowed by his new skills. However, times had changed. The hand gestures in ancient martial arts could significantly shorten, even instantaneously complete, casting times. Why should I be bound by rigid occupational mindsets? Since this private server system permits me to learn skills from all professions, I shall shatter conventional beliefs and become a true, well-rounded practitioner without any shortcomings. Ning Yang's thoughts grew increasingly lucid. The combination of Tianzun Ci-Fa with nearly instantaneous spellcasting abilities would allow for the unleashing of devastating power in a short span. He recalled the skill system of the Chi Master, primarily categorized into 3 major elements: ice, thunder, and fire. Ice skills may not boast the highest damage, but their potent slowing effects and chance to freeze are incredibly useful for battlefield control and self-preservation. Thunder skills excel in single-target damage, showcasing unparalleled explosive power, yet they lack in area of effect capabilities compared to the other two elements. Fire skills, while slightly less powerful than Thunder, possess the broadest area attack capabilities, making them perfect for clearing zones. Ideally, one would master all three elements, complementing each other for perfection. However, at present, his experience and resources were limited, necessitating a step-by-step approach. His next objective was to prioritize learning a powerful fire-based area attack skill. With a 20-second cool-down free duration of Tion Zun CIF, envisioning the relentless casting of hundreds of expansive fire spells would indeed be akin to a heavenly inferno engulfing the city. A surge of confidence flooded back into Ning Yang, and he thought of Chun Shuejuan. Just wait until then. How will you flaunt yourself before me? Ning Yang transformed all the pressure Chun Shuejuan had exerted upon him into a stronger driving force. He concluded his planning for the new skills and withdrew his consciousness from the private server system. Only then did he notice a flurry of messages on his personal terminal. Upon glancing down, he was surprised to find a multitude of unread messages and several missed video calls from Lu He. Ning Yang Ji, are you in your dorm? Are you free today? Let's go out for a walk together. Where are you? Still ignoring me? I'm angry. Demote, a puffed-up rabbit, seeing this string of messages brimming with emotion, Ning Yang slapped his forehead. He had been so engrossed in his training and skill planning that he had completely forgotten his terminal was set to silent mode. He could not afford to delay any longer and quickly initiated a video call back. The waiting tone rang only a few times before the call was swiftly answered. Lu He's face appeared on the screen, visibly displeased. Ning Yang, where have you been? She puffed her cheeks, her adorable eyes filled with grievance and a hint of playful reproach. Why didn't you answer my calls or messages? I waited for you forever. Her angry demeanor was not intimidating. Rather, it appeared all the more endearing. Ning Yang, witnessing her expression, immediately donned a charming smile and gently coaxed. Ah, my fault. My fault. Little princess, my dear wife, I was just practicing ancient martial arts in the instances starting area. I was so absorbed that I didn't notice the Terminal S alert. As he spoke, he quickly switched the camera to show her the spacious instance square in real time as proof of his innocence. Seeing the backdrop of the instance, Lu He's anger dissipated considerably. Who is your wife? She feigned annoyance, muttering softly. Don't call me that. We're just in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship right now. Although she denied it, the faint blush on her cheeks and the joy concealed in her eyes betrayed her inner sweetness. Ning Yang chuckled. It's all the same. The outcome is inevitable. With a few light-hearted remarks, he effortlessly alleviated Lu He's slight irritation. As she was soothed, her frown transformed into a radiant smile. She appeared comfortably reclined on her dormitory bed, clad in a pristine nightgown, exuding an even more pure and charming aura under the soft lighting. Ning Yang, did you know? I've been incredibly happy these past 2 days, super-duper happy. Oh, what wonderful news has made my little princess so jubilant. Ning Yang inquired, his tone imbued with fondness. It's all because of you. Lu He's voice brimmed with excitement. Now my roommates and a few girls I usually hang out with all know that I joined the Heixing battle team, and they're envious to the point of being wide-eyed. She animatedly recounted. I even showed them the clips of us clearing Thunderous Cavern, and they all said you're so strong and handsome, with unfathomable prowess. They lamented why they weren't the ones who joined Heixing. There was a touch of pride and slight boasting in her tone. So how did you convey this to them? Did you sing the praises of your Ning Yang Ji? Ning Yang chuckled heartily at her words. Chapter 42. A Date with Lu He. Lu He playfully blinked and smiled. Of course, I said I was chosen by the captain because of my own abilities and potential to join Heixing. She continued, they also witnessed my valor in battle. And you can't imagine how envious they were. They also said. At this point, she suddenly grew bashful, her voice dropping, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. What else did they say? Ning Yang inquired curiously. They said that you and I are a perfect match, like a pair destined to be together. Lu He's voice was barely a whisper, tinged with youthful shyness. They also mentioned that they wished for a strong, reliable, and dependable captain like you to be their boyfriend. Hearing this, Ning Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. They indeed have discerning eyes. We are a match made in heaven. But he deliberately shifted the topic, teasingly asking, "Are your roommates and those girls good-looking? If they're all pretty, perhaps we could recruit them into our battle team. After all, as long as they're beauties, your Ning Yang is always welcoming. The more the merrier." Upon hearing this, Luhi immediately pouted. The earlier shyness was swiftly replaced by a hint of jealousy. She puffed out her cheeks like a little cat, guarding its food, and playfully scolded, "Ning Yang, why are you so annoying? You're mine. They may be all right, but you mustn't take an interest in them. You have me now." Her words carried a distinct possessiveness. Yet she dared not speak too forcefully, fearing to upset Ning Yang. Her mix of urgency and shyness rendered her exceptionally adorable. At that moment, another lively and charming face suddenly squeezed into the video frame, adorned with a mischievous smile. Yin Jiahua, Luhu's roommate. "Hi. Hello there, handsome Ning Yang." Yin Jiahua waved at the camera, interjecting with a grin. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the most beloved roommate of your little princess, Yin Jiahua." "What you just said, is it true? What do you think of me? Is there really a chance for me to join your Black Star team? I'm serious about this." Ning Yang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his intimate conversation with Luha to be overheard. However, he quickly reassured himself that this was not Luhe's fault. It was he who had abruptly initiated the video call. Moreover, he recalled Luha mentioning that she shared a close bond with this roommate, akin to sisters. Thus, there was no significant harm in her hearing. Jiahua. Luha, flustered by her roommate's sudden intrusion, hurriedly reached out to push Yin Jiahua away, saying, "You need to leave. I'm on a call with my captain. Why are you interrupting?" Yet, Yin Jiahua deftly dodged, continuing to tease, "Oh, Captain, you say? Just now, I distinctly heard a certain handsome fellow call you wife. Confess, have you two been secretly involved for a long time?" Seeing Luha's face turn crimson from the teasing, Ning Yang quickly intervened to rescue her, addressing the camera. "Ahem, so this is Yin Jiahua, right? Luha and I are indeed in a relationship. However, Luha is quite shy and reserved, so I hope you won't spread her affairs around the academy." After a brief pause, Ning Yang presented an irresistible temptation. "Although my team currently does not need additional members, given your close relationship with Luha, I can customize a level 7 exclusive weapon for you. Consider it a reward for looking after my Luha in the dormitory." Upon hearing Ning Yang's words, Luha felt a wave of sweetness fill her heart. Not only had he acknowledged their relationship, but he had also thoughtfully considered her well-being, even offering a precious level 7 weapon to win over her roommate, ensuring she felt more comfortable in the dormitory. His feeling of being cherished and protected made Luha nearly dizzy with happiness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the video, Yin Jiahua's eyes widened in disbelief and joy upon hearing about the level 7 weapon. "Really? Handsome Ning, you're truly going to give me a level 7 weapon?" Yin Jiahua's voice became slightly higher with excitement. A level 7 weapon. For an ordinary student like her, this was a dream equipment she could hardly have envisioned. Although she knew Luha possessed a more exquisite level 9 harp, given by her boyfriend, she could only admire it from afar. "Of course, I keep my promises," Ning Yang affirmed with a nod. Fearing he might change his mind, Yin Jiahua quickly blurted out her request. "I am a two-handed sword warrior. I'm about to reach level 30. I want a level 32-handed sword. Please, handsome Ning, you can count on me. I'll treat little Luha like royalty in the dorm. I promise not to let her suffer even a bit and will keep her secrets." Yin Jiahua clasped her hands together, adopting a pleading posture toward the camera, her sincerity evident. "All right, a level 32-handed sword it is." Ning Yang chuckled at her enthusiasm and readily agreed. "No problem. I'll have Luha bring it back for you in a couple of days." Internally, he mused that a level 30 weapon, even enhanced to level 9, would only cost around 10,000 credits, making it exceedingly easy to satisfy her. He couldn't help but think that had Luha not met him, she would likely still be at level 30, perhaps fretting over a mere ordinary level 30 piece of equipment. Poor girl, if not for the limited slots, he wouldn't have minded helping her out. Of course, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. Ning Yang would never admit that, although Yin Jiahua was somewhat charming, she ultimately fell short of his ideal of a perfect beauty. However, speaking of roommates, Ning Yang recalled his own roommate, Chen Hufeng. This fellow had been acting strangely lately, claiming that nothing matched his memories, as if he were going mad. "All right, thank you so much, handsome Ning," Yin Jiahua exclaimed with joy upon receiving Ning Yang's affirmative response. Nearly jumping with excitement, "You can rest assured, I will definitely keep my word. I won't disturb your sweet nothings any longer. With that, she adeptly exited the video frame. Once Yin Jiahua left, Luha, feeling a bit embarrassed, said to Ning Yang, please don't mind her. Jiahua has that kind of temperament. She is quite carefree, almost like a boy, but she is genuinely good-hearted and takes care of me. Ning Yang shrugged off her concern. It's fine. I can see she has a straightforward personality. Now, let us not talk about her anymore, my little princess. Are you free now? Shall we go out for a walk? Perhaps a date? Yes, that sounds great. Luha's eyes lit up at the mention of a date. In no time, they met offline. Ning Yang naturally took Luha's delicate hand, tracing gentle circles on the smooth back of her hand. After planting a kiss on her, he gazed at her intensely, saying, my little princess, I've missed you terribly these past few days. Ning Yang, Luha looked up with her clear eyes, somewhat puzzled, but we see each other every day, don't we? Ning Yang flashed a mischievous grin, leaning closer to her ear, his voice rich and magnetic. We do meet, but what I mean is, I want to devour you. Luha was momentarily taken aback, then instantly comprehended his innuendo, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. You are so naughty, she scolded softly, lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper. How about we continue the lovely moments from last time? Ning Yang suggested, his heart swelling with affection as he embraced her slender waist. But your roommate just returned, right? Jiahua is in the dorm, making it inconvenient. Luha recalled their last intimate encounter in Ning Yang's dorm, her heart racing. Nevertheless, she liked Ning Yang and evidently showed no intention of rejecting him. Ning Yang chuckled, squeezing her hand gently. Just because it's inconvenient at school doesn't mean we can't find another place. Let us go outside and find a quiet, comfortable spot. Luha wasn't naive and understood he was referring to a hotel. Her cheeks remained flushed, but her heart was filled with both anticipation and shyness. Under Ning Yang's burning gaze, she ultimately relented, softly murmuring her consent. Ning Yang's face broke into a triumphant smile as he tightly grasped her hand. They walked hand in hand, like countless ordinary couples on campus, leaning against each other as they strolled into the fading twilight. The air was thick with a sweet atmosphere. As they meandered along a somewhat tranquil street, Luha remarked, Ning Yang, the chi and hand techniques you taught me earlier are so difficult. My fingers are almost tangled. I can't seem to learn them. Nonsense, it's not that easy to master. Ning Yang affectionately pinched her nose, laughing, take your time, just practice more. Once you learn, releasing skills will be as graceful as playing the piano. But what if I never learn? Will you think I'm foolish? Luha looked up with her watery eyes, a hint of worry evident. How could I? Ning Yang paused, gazing earnestly at her. My little princess is the smartest. Besides, even if you never learn, I will always protect you. Luhi felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly said, Ning Yang Gij, you are truly wonderful. The two were immersed in their sweet world when an abrupt, discordant sound of footsteps shattered the tranquility. 6 figures emerged from the corner ahead, blocking their path. At the forefront was the distinguished captain of the Dawn Battle team, Yi Xinquan, accompanied by the indignant and Shiyu and the frowning Chen Yahan. Yi Shuizhang, it's him, and Shiyu exclaimed, her eyes narrowing at Ning Yang as if she had found her nemesis. The arrogant person I told you about before is him. His name is Ning Yang. Not only did he humiliate me, but he also boasted that the Dawn Battle team has been a perennial second-rate team, lacking even the qualification to be remembered. She had long harbored a grudge against Ning Yang, and although she had mentioned this to Yi Xinquan earlier, he had dismissed it. Now that they had encountered him on the street, she certainly could not let Ning Yang off easily. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinquan's expression remained inscrutable, his deep gaze scrutinizing Ning Yang. However, the members of the Dawn Battle team behind him erupted in outrage. A towering, muscular man stepped forward, his voice booming with a menacing intensity. Brat, you dare to look down on us, the Dawn Battle team? To call us perennial second-rate? His eyes widened with fury, fists as large as clay pots clenched tightly, cracking ominously, as if ready to flatten Ning Yang into a pulp. Although the Dawn Battle team was indeed only the second in the academy, they despised being mocked for it, and no one had the right to belittle them. Oh, I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's just you, a defeated foe, Ning Yang replied, lazily lifting his eyelids and directing his gaze over the bulky man to Shiyu. What? Unable to defeat me? You come crying to your parents for backup. How pathetic. You're talking nonsense. And Shiyu's face flushed with anger, her finger trembling as she pointed at Ning Yang. but she struggled to find a retort. Ning Yang was right. She had indeed lost. Bringing Yi Xinkuan and the others to seek revenge for her was essentially a call for parental intervention. Her normally proud demeanor crumbled under Ning Yang's public humiliation, leaving her feeling intensely ashamed and furious. Brat, do you dare to ignore me? Xiang Xiongjuan? The muscular man, feeling utterly disrespected by Ning Yang's indifference, roared in fury. What kind of wild dog are you to bark here? Ning Yang feigned surprise, as if just noticing him, and with a look of disdain, he dug at his ear with his pinky. Can't you see? I'm on a date with my girlfriend. Good dogs don't block the way, got it? Feeling the fierce aura emanating from Xiang Xiongjuan, Lu He anxiously tugged at Ning Yang's sleeve. He tightened his grip around her small hand, offering her a reassuring look that said, "Don't worry, I've got this." Who the hell are you calling a dog? Xiang Xiongjuan's forehead bulged with veins from anger. Listen, brat, this ISNT school. There are no rules here. Ning Yang skofet kodidi. Oh. So what if it's not school? Are you planning to commit violence right here on the street? He felt no fear, fully prepared to unleash his formidable power should the situation escalate. With his current strength, he was undoubtedly an S-class powerhouse, capable of holding his own against the best in society, let alone these students who had yet to fully leave the academy. Xiang Xiongjuan snarled, "I want to kill you. But today, I will make you, this arrogant brat, understand your place." Chen Yahan, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, felt a wave of dread wash over her. Xiang Xiongjuan was the team's main tank, not particularly ill-tempered, but he could not tolerate provocation. Knowing Ning Yang's insults would surely ignite his fury, she stepped forward to defuse the tension. Xiongjuan, Ning Yang, please calm down. Let's talk this out. However, before she could finish, an enraged Xiang Xiongjuan roared, gathering his energy into his right fist. The punch, enveloped in an invisible aura, surged forward like a cannonball, aimed directly at Ning Yang's face. Chapter 44, Conflict Outside School. The Demon Royal Family. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Ning Yang's eyes glinted coldly as he thought. Indeed, there are few good people around in Shiyu. The mere presence of one who understood ancient martial arts, and to such a degree, was surprising. However, he was no longer the naive individual he once was. Facing the oncoming punch, he did not flinch. Instead, he casually raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, perfectly poised to meet the attack head-on. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Xiang Xiongjuan's punch, filled with fury, was effortlessly caught by Ning Yang's single hand, halting it in midair, unable to advance further. It felt as if he had struck an invisible steel wall. As Ning Yang felt the force emanating from his palm, a smirk of derision grew on his lips. He tightened his grip slightly, as if crushing an egg with ease. Xiang Xiongjuan howled in agony, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. It felt as though his fist was caught in an iron vise, an overwhelming force causing excruciating pain. Ning Yang held his fist, his tone dripping with contempt. With such a massive frame, I expected more from you. Is that all the strength you possess? Pathetic like a feeble girl. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Let go. Please let go. Xiang Xiongjuan's face turned as pale as a ghost, trembling in pain, incoherently pleading. Umph. Ning Yang scoffed. You want to strike, yet you expect me to release you? Who do you think you are? Do you really consider yourself a person of significance? Before his words had fully settled, he exerted more force. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed clearly. Xiang Xiongjuan's fist twisted grotesquely, the shattered bones even piercing through the skin, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In a single grasp, Ning Yang had rendered his entire right hand utterly useless. He then casually released his grip, as if discarding trash. This scene caused the expressions of everyone present, except for Ning Yang and Lu He, to change dramatically. Chen Yahan reacted swiftly, chanting a healing incantation as a gentle holy light enveloped Xiang Xiongjuan's mangled hand, attempting to mend the horrific injury. However, with shattered bones, even her divine healing arts would require time to restore him. The usually composed Yi Xinkuan's expression darkened significantly, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Brat, you indeed possess some skill. State your name. Those familiar with Yi Xinkuan understood that he was seething with rage. This person had, right before his eyes, incapacitated his teammate's hand, a blatant slap to his face. Ning Yang found this yet another display of foolishness. Hadn't Shiyu just mentioned his name? Little girl, Is this the so-called expert you brought for backup? Ning Yang couldn't be bothered to spare Yixinku in a glance, redirecting his attention to the pale-faced and Shiyu. Too weak, utterly worthless. You don't even qualify to serve as my warm-up. If you really can't manage anymore, and no one wants you, come to me and beg for a favor. Perhaps I'll be in a good mood and toss you a few chicken legs to eat, which is certainly better than sticking with these useless fools. His words were venomous, not only humiliating in Shiyu once more, but also rendering the entire Dawn battle team utterly insignificant. Today, it was indeed Ning Yang, and if an ordinary university student were to be struck by this hulking figure, they would surely be left either dead or severely injured. And sure, you had never endured such a profound humiliation. Her body trembled with rage as she pointed at Ning Yang and shouted, "Ning Yang, you scoundrel! Sister and enough?" Yi Xin Kun intervened, raising his hand to restrain the almost uncontrollable Shiryu. He stepped forward, standing face to face with Ning Yang, his aura surging violently. A solid, visibly thick layer of light golden energy shield enveloped him, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. "You dare to disregard me. You are indeed audacious. Today, I will act instead of your mentor and teach you what respect truly means." A more intense confrontation was imminent, filling the air with a palpable tension. Just then, a strange and rapid crackling sound of electrical interference pierced through the atmosphere. The streetlights began to flicker erratically, their brightness fluctuating chaotically as if the power system had encountered a grave malfunction. The group looked up sharply. In the dimly lit night sky, a massive fireball, blazing like a meteor, streaked through the clouds with astonishing speed, hurtling toward their vicinity. The energy waves emanating from the fireball were heart-stopping. Moments later, the city's air raid sirens blared with an ear-piercing urgency, accompanied by a loud announcement echoing in every corner. "Warning! Warning! An unidentified dimensional creature has breached the city limits. Energy levels are extremely high. All citizens are advised to seek shelter immediately." Repeating, all citizens are advised to seek shelter immediately. The repeated emergency broadcast surged through the streets like a cold torrent, dissipating the tense atmosphere and forcibly redirecting everyone's attention to the impending unknown threat descending from the sky. Boom! The city's defense alarm shrieked for barely 10 seconds before being utterly drowned out by a deafening explosion. Following that was an enveloping darkness. As the power system collapsed entirely, Ning Yang suddenly looked up to see the meteor-like fireball crashing violently into a nearby skyscraper. The shockwave reverberated through the ground, causing the building's upper third to collapse with a thunderous roar, sending steel and concrete cascading down like a torrential rain. A fierce blaze raged at the impact site, and a sinister, black-purple energy twisted like a living entity within the flames. Thick smoke billowed upwards, turning half the sky into an ominous hue. "Help! Run! Monsters! Mommy!" The terrified cries and screams instantly filled the darkened area. Ning Yang's pupils contracted as he caught sight of the sign on the damaged building. It was the main teaching building of a middle school. The panicked students fleeing from the crumbling structure were mostly clad in uniforms, their ages just over 10. In this world where everyone relied heavily on the strength of professionals, the conventional public safety emergency system was relatively weak. When such a catastrophic disaster struck, it was challenging for professional rescue teams to arrive promptly. "This is bad." Yi Xin Kuen's face changed dramatically as he shouted. "The team that was attacking the dimensional pillar has been wiped out. The monsters have emerged. It's the Demon Clan." Chun Yahan's beautiful eyes were filled with gravity. "And look at those curved horns on its forehead. The pure, dark energy. It belongs to the demon royalty. Its power far surpasses that of ordinary demons." Chun Yahan fixed her gaze on the figure emerging from the flames and rubble, radiating a terrifying pressure, her voice trembling slightly. Chapter 45, Blood Bar Zeroing Technique. Ning Yang instantly comprehended. He recalled the common knowledge of this world. Randomly generated dimensional pillars, composed of pure energy, appeared worldwide. They served as gateways to monstrous dimensional realms. Upon discovery, the local professional guilds would typically dispatch elite teams to conquer them. Success would cause the dimensional pillar to vanish and yield treasures, while failure meant the portal would be breached by monsters, bringing calamity to reality. Humanity and these dimensional creatures were absolute foes, leaving no room for compromise. In such encounters, one must either flee or fight. In the brief moment they spoke, the humanoid demon had already commenced its merciless slaughter. It stood tall, covered in dark red, chitinous skin, with bone spikes protruding from its joints and a barbed tail that lashed about carelessly. With each swipe of its claws, students unable to escape or unfortunate adults were easily torn apart. Limbs and blood splattered everywhere, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. Just as a terrified 7- or 8-year-old girl fell limp on the ground, a resolute 30-something female teacher stepped forward. An impressive surge of energy radiated from her, revealing her to be a professional of over 100 levels. She cast a skill, and a sturdy rock shield materialized instantly, attempting to block the demon's attack. Clang! The rock shield collided with the claws, producing a ringing sound of metal against metal. The teacher successfully blocked the strike, saving the girl. But the tremendous recoil forced her to stagger backward. However, could she withstand the strength of the demon royalty? Just a few exchanges later, the demon let out a disdainful laugh. The black-purple energy surged on its claws, effortlessly shredding the rock shield and slamming into the teacher. Thud! The teacher was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing through several walls before finally collapsing amidst the ruins. A horrific gaping wound appeared on her chest, blood gushing forth as her energy waned, teetering on the brink of death. Clearly, the demon was toying with her. Otherwise, the first strike would have sufficed to end her life. We cannot wait any longer. Yi Xi and Cohen, witnessing this, decisively commanded, Yahan, go save people. Ensure you are too low level. Stay away from the battlefield and find a safe place. Xiangjun, Xiaoji, Zheng Kai, follow me. Upon hearing the order, ensure you bit her lip hard, her nails digging deep into her palm. She watched the others rush forward, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and self-loathing swell within her. Why am I so weak? Why can't I help? Meanwhile, Ning Yang had also observed for a moment and quickly said to Lu He, we must go as well. Stay close behind me and maintain your distance. If I engage in battle, use Source of Magic to replenish my mana from afar. With the King's Crown buff, Lu He was no longer a mere ornament. Her mana regeneration ability was exceptionally formidable. Due to the significant attribute boost from the buff, her MP exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Regular potions would not suffice. Only skills from teammates could restore her mana significantly. Got it. Brother Ning Yang, you can rest assured. I will act at the right moment. Lu He nodded earnestly, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. And with your Tianshan divine armor, for protection, I am not afraid. Ning Yang nodded, with skills to mitigate damage. He felt considerably reassured about his teammate's safety. Hey, you too, why aren't you running? That kind of monster is beyond our capability. At this moment, ensure you overheard Ning Yang and Lu He's conversation and hurriedly interjected. Ning Yang turned to her. You should mind your own business and stay safe. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. He mused that this little girl wasn't entirely bad, just a bit willful. Ensure you, infuriated, retorted. If you disregard good advice and something irreversible happens, you'll bear the consequences. When Yi Xi and Kuan and the others reached the upper platform of the collapsed teaching building, the female teacher was already on the verge of death. Chun Yahan was fervently wielding her healing arts, a gentle white light enveloping the gaping wound in her chest. Yet the effect was minimal. Yi Xinkuan's gaze was sharp, his tactical commands clear and precise. Xiangjun, hold the front line. Use your immovable as a mountain to withstand it. Xiao Ji, maneuver and harass. Use armor-piercing arrow to aim for its joints and eyes. I will take the lead in the assault. With a fierce roar, Xiangjun's muscles tensed, a heavy, earthy aura enveloping his body like a colossal shield, crashing into the demon with tremendous force. The agile team member, known as Xiao Ji, darted with the swiftness of the wind, releasing a flurry of arrows. The armor-piercing arrows, imbued with potent energy, targeted the demon's vulnerable eyes and knees. Yi Xinkuan moved fluidly with his sword, his ancient martial arts evidently having reached a remarkable mastery. His sword strikes were extraordinarily fierce, a pale golden energy clinging to the blade. Each swing produced a shrill cry that tore through the air, clashing fiercely with the demon's claws, which were entwined in dark, purple energy. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the sound of metal clashing echoed like a rapid-fire barrage. The four of them coordinated seamlessly, their tactics effective. For a moment, they truly engaged the humanoid demon with equal ferocity. Sword-like claw shadows and arrows intertwined to create a tempest of death. The shockwaves of their battle sending debris flying. Their movements were so swift that the naked eye could scarcely follow, leaving ordinary spectators with only blurred afterimages and bursts of energy. However, just as the battle seemed to reach a critical juncture, Chen Yahan, who was fully dedicated to healing the female teacher, suddenly turned pale. She sensed an extremely cold and malevolent energy clinging to the demon's attacks, shouting urgently, "Captain, be cautious. Its attacks carry a soul annihilation effect." What? Soul annihilation? Yi Xinquan and the others were rocked to their core upon hearing this. The soul annihilation effect meant that once tainted upon death, a soul would disintegrate, rendering even the most potent resurrection spells powerless. Moreover, this effect would severely diminish healing and recovery capabilities, often by over 60%. This was truly a nightmare for all professionals. The demon seemed to comprehend Chen Yahan's warning. A flicker of mockery and disdain flashed in its crimson eyes. A low, raspy laugh, akin to metal grinding, escaped its throat. In the next instant, the demon's speed surged dramatically. If its previous speed was within the realm of Yi Xinquan and his team's response, now its movements were as swift as a specter. Nearly at the speed of sound, whoosh, a black-purple silhouette swept past. The team member Xiao Ji, stationed on the flank and continuously releasing cold arrows, had no time to react. All he could see was a claw, shrouded in a keratinous layer, rapidly enlarging before him. With a sickening crunch, akin to a watermelon being crushed, Xiao Ji's head was obliterated, blood spraying everywhere. His headless corpse had barely begun to topple when the demon executed a swift spinning kick, brutally striking the body. Boom! The corpse flew like a cannonball, soaring over 100 meters before crashing into the outer wall of a distant commercial building, embedding itself within, and then fell silent. HP 100. The health bar instantly plummeted to 0. Chapter 46. Confronting Death in Live Broadcast. Xiaoji, Yi Xinquan's eyes widened in fury, emitting a roar of anguish. His comrade, with whom he had shared countless moments, was abruptly slain, with even the chance of resurrection snatched away, driving him into a frenzy. "You monster!" Yi Xinquan's golden aura blazed like flames, his momentum soaring. He unleashed a dazzling and powerful sword technique. The sword light bloomed like a golden lotus, each strike imbued with terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. Combined with his mastery of ancient martial arts, speed and strength melded perfectly. He once again entangled himself with the demon, a whirlwind of sword energy and claw shadows erupting. In the core area of their battle, the air twisted and exploded, rendering their actions indecipherable to the average observer. Chen Yahan and Xiang Xiangjun, witnessing the captain unleash such power, felt a glimmer of hope rise within them. However, the humanoid demon's face contorted into a cruel smile, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. It seemed bored, effortlessly parrying Yi Xinquan's full-force thrust. In an instant, its other hand shot out like lightning. Seizing Ye Xinquan Sidist. Then, the demon flickered, appearing above Yi Xinquan as if teleporting. With a knee strike imbued with horrific power, it forcefully struck his lower back. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated. Yi Xinquan transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling downward at an incomprehensible speed, akin to a cannonball. Bang! 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 The relentless, heart-stopping sounds of impact echoed. He shattered through layers of the building beneath him. Steel and concrete crumbled before him like paper, obliterating countless floors. Ultimately, he was plunged into the depths, silence enveloping him. And it was not over. The third team member, known as Zheng Kai, was also cleaved in half by the demon's tail. HP 100. The health bar again plummeted to 0. Captain, Xiao Ji, Zheng Xiang Xiangjun watched helplessly as 3 comrades perished one after another, his sanity consumed by boundless grief and rage. His eyes turned crimson, resembling a frenzied beast, heedlessly charging at the demon. "Monster, I'll take you on. Xiangjun, don't go. Come back." Chen Yahan's shrill cry echoed, but it was too late. The demon regarded the advancing Xiang Xiong-jun with icy indifference. In a flash, it appeared before him. Its claws pierced through his thick, earthy aura and sturdy chest armor as if piercing through tofu, directly creating a gaping, bowl-sized hole in his broad chest. Xiang Xiong-jun's forward motion abruptly halted. He looked down at his hollow chest in disbelief, then up at the demon's grotesque visage, mere inches away. The massive figure crashed to the ground like a collapsing mountain, blood instantly saturating the ground. No! Chen Yahan emitted a heart-wrenching wail, tears blurring her vision. In mere moments, for teammates, for companions she had fought alongside for 3 years, were brutally slaughtered before her eyes. No, it wasn't over. She had a resurrection skill. She could surely save them. The demon slowly withdrew its blood-soaked claw, its crimson gaze turning with interest toward the trembling Chen Yahan, consumed by profound sorrow and fear. It seemed to revel in the despair of its prey. In the next instant, the shadow flickered again, carrying an oppressive aura of death. Lunging toward the isolated and defenseless Chen Yahan, the glimmering claws swung mercilessly toward her pale, fragile neck. In that moment, despair unfurled in her eyes, irrevocable and complete. Death was imminent. Su Zhongxing had been feeling exceedingly frustrated lately. He was a student eliminated from the college entrance examination due to a lack of talent. At just 22, he now made a living by editing videos. Previously, he had the fortune to accompany a C-tier team on an interdimensional adventure. During that time, he recorded a wealth of rare footage. When he published it online, though it did not go viral, it garnered a modest following and provided him with a decent living. However, months had passed, and his videos had failed to produce any hits, leaving him on the brink of poverty. What could he possibly film to achieve success? Su Zhongxing bit down on his straw, aimlessly wandering the streets. The drink was bottoming out, producing hollow sounds, much like his now-deflated wallet. As he pondered whether to take on more odd jobs, a thunderous explosion reverberated, causing his eardrums to ache. A nearby commercial building billowed thick smoke, while shards of glass cascaded down like raindrops. As a video blogger, Su Zhongxing instinctively raised his recording device and pressed the record button. Once the smoke began to clear, he discerned a massive dark figure. Was it a demon or perhaps a demonic royalty? Su Zhongxing's heart raced, cold sweat instantly soaking his t-shirt. Rationality screamed within him, urging him to flee. Staying would be tantamount to courting death. Yet another voice in his mind sneered. Considering his impending starvation, why not take a gamble? Gritting his teeth, Su Zhongxing not only refrained from retreating, but instead surged forward, trembling fingers activating the live stream. The camera focused on the rampaging demon. "Dear viewers, I am currently on site." He stammered, fear causing his voice to falter. "Do you see that demon? This is not a special effect." Through the lens, he witnessed a harrowing scene. A young girl clad in a school uniform sat helplessly on the ground. Beside her lay a teacher, lifeless in a pool of blood. The demon approached the girl step by step. "Someone, please save her." Su Zhongxing gripped his device tightly, his face pale. As if in response to his plea, a 5-member professional team arrived just in time. Su Zhongxing's spirits lifted, and he quickly updated the live stream's title, Life and Death Livestream, confronting demonic royalty. "I could be the next victim. They're here. The professionals have arrived." Su Zhongxing whispered excitedly to the camera, his voice trembling with anticipation. Initially, the battle seemed promising. The team coordinated effectively, with the warriors shielding the front, archers launching distant attacks, and assassins darting around to harass. Particularly impressive was the paladin wielding a sword, radiating an aura of golden light, his face obscured. Seeing the tide turn, Su Zhongxing even began to calculate the potential traffic and earnings from this footage. However, in the next moment, the situation took a drastic turn. The demon unleashed a deafening roar, effortlessly tearing apart the archer and dispatching the paladin with a single kick, then striking down another with 2 swift blows. The ruins fell silent, save for the lone, beautiful priestess. This was no ordinary massacre. Su Zhongxing's legs weakened, and he barely managed to support himself against a crumbling wall. Chapter 47, Ning Yang Takes Action. Sporadic comments fluttered through the live stream, filled with expressions of terror. Although Su Zhongxing was not a major influencer, he had a loyal following, and viewers began to trickle into his stream. The audience count finally started to rise. But he had no time to celebrate. The demon's gaze fixed upon the last standing figure in the arena, a girl clad in white priestly garb. Her hand trembled around her staff, yet she did not retreat. The massive claw descended toward her. "Someone help her! Su Zhongxing Sao Det Haupa!" His voice filled with despair amidst the ruins and corpses, only his ragged breaths echoing around him. The girl was about to be pierced by the demon's claws. Su Zhongxing's lens instinctively followed the unfolding scene. Through the high-definition camera, he could even see the girl's pupils dilating in terror. Closing his eyes, he could not bear to watch. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a figure enveloped in blue-black light crashed onto the battlefield like a falling star. In a split second, the figure's blade firmly blocked the demon's claws poised to tear into Chen Yahan. Sparks flew as shockwaves rippled through the air. Su Zhongxing nearly held his breath. The camera fixated on this unexpected twist. "Someone has saved that girl," he exclaimed hoarsely, his voice trembling with the thrill of survival. However, an unforeseen change occurred. The demon's blocked arm began to twitch as if alive. Its 5 sharp fingers elongated and distorted, resembling snakes emerging from their burrows, slipping past the blade's defense. They plunged deep into the chest of the newcomer. Drip, drip, drip. Blood gushed from the blue-black figure's chest. HP 10. Ning Yang let out a muffled groan, startled. He had not anticipated the demon's attack to be so cunning, delivering a second wave of damage. As the pain surged, a fierce glint sparked in his eyes. With eagle eye, he precisely identified the weak point on the demon's arm. Seizing the opportunity while the demon's fingers were embedded in his body, he struck decisively. With a flash of cold light, the demon's arm was severed. Without hesitation, Ning Yang, enduring the excruciating pain, delivered a powerful kick to the demon's abdomen. The demon's massive form was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby building, sending dust soaring. "Don't just stand there." Ning Yang quickly turned to Chen Yahan, who was still in shock, and urged, "Check on your teammates. See if they can still be saved." His voice bore a tinge of pain, but remained steady. Chen Yahan gazed incredulously at this transformed figure, barely believing her eyes. "You are Ning Yang?" Yet she knew this was not the time for questions. Gratefully, she uttered a quick thank you and dashed towards her fallen comrades. Just then, with a resounding roar, the demon shook off the debris surrounding it, hovering in midair. Flesh and muscle at the severed arm's stump writhed, and in the blink of an eye, a new arm regrew. It gazed at Ning Yang with interest, emitting a chilling cackle. Ning Yang's heart sank. He had arrived while Yi Xinquan's team was engaged in a fierce battle. The reason for his delay in intervening was to observe with eagle eye, searching for the demon's vulnerabilities. The conclusion was that this demon was formidable, with few and fleeting weaknesses. With Luo, he still by his side, he could not allow her to fall into danger. Had it not been for his slight affection for Chen Yahan, he would not have revealed himself so recklessly. However, he also felt confident enough to confront the enemy. Now, he had activated the demon God Fury skill, transforming his appearance and doubling his power, yet he still felt immense pressure. The demon possessed a recovery ability similar to that of the great demon Bic. This was infuriating. Before the laughter had faded, the demon's figure blurred and almost instantaneously appeared before Ning Yang. Its enormous spiked tail descended with a piercing shriek, crashing down with tremendous force. Ning Yang felt a chill run down his spine, and he executed his swiftest evasive maneuver, narrowly avoiding the strike. Boom! The ground where Ning Yang had stood was obliterated by the tail, creating a massive crater. Gritting his teeth, Ning Yang swung his blade, infused with energy, towards the demon's head. The demon sidestepped, retaliating with a sweeping kick that bore such force that even Ning Yang, who attempted to block, was sent staggering back, his arm tingling. What kind of creature was this? How could it possess such strength? Ning Yang grew increasingly alarmed. Despite the 300-point strength boost from the Crown of Kings and the double amplification from Demon God Fury, he still found himself at a disadvantage in a pure test of strength. The two engaged in a rapid clash amid the ruins, their weapons colliding in a cacophony of sound. For the most part, Ning Yang could only defend, forced to retreat amidst the barrage of attacks. Suddenly, the demon feigned a move, retreating several steps as it began to gather a menacing dark red energy, the temperature of the surrounding space rising dramatically. It was about to unleash a powerful attack. Ning Yang's pupils constricted. Eagle Eye and his combat instincts told him he could evade this strike using Step on the Stars. However, just as he prepared to dodge, he caught a glimpse of a scene from a nearby room. It was a daycare center where a group of 20 to 30 children aged 5 or 6 and 2 female teachers huddled together in a corner, trembling in fear. Damn it! Ning Yang cursed vehemently. If he were an adult, he might choose to turn a blind eye. After all, the fate of others has little bearing on his own. Yet, when confronted with a group of defenseless children and women, the conscience stemming from his past life on launching would not allow him to retreat. With gritted teeth, Ning Yang faced the impending wave of destructive energy from the demon. He merely leaned slightly to the side to evade a fatal blow to his heart. Simultaneously, he channeled all his internal energy into his battle blade, resolutely advancing as he swung it towards the demon's shoulder, attempting to trade injury for injury, to disrupt or deflect the impending attack. However, at the very moment he struck, the information relayed by Eagle Eye sent a chill through his heart. The demon's vulnerabilities vanished entirely at that moment. Thud! The demon's claws, charged with terrifying energy, pierced through Ning Yang's left shoulder with no hindrance, blood gushing forth. HP 25. His health bar dropped yet again, while his battle blade successfully sank into the demon's left shoulder. It only penetrated about 10 centimeters before it met with an impenetrable force akin to the hardest alloy, unable to advance further. Human, you are quite impressive. To die by my hand, you should consider it an honor. The humanoid demon spoke for the first time, its voice hoarse and distorted, laced with mockery. Ning Yang's eyes widened in shock. The demon was capable of human speech. He distinctly recalled reading in textbooks that interdimensional monsters could not communicate with humans. How could it speak? At that moment, the demon attempted to extract the embedded blade from its shoulder, but Ning Yang would not grant it that satisfaction. Chapter 48. A deteriorating situation? Luaha joins the fray. He immediately released the hilt, gathering energy in his right fist and delivering a powerful blow to the demon's chest. Clang! His fist struck like a hammer against a millennium-old iron, sparking brilliantly but yielding little effect. The demon cackled maniacally. Ensnared by Ning Yang, it retaliated with its unharmed arm, raining down blows upon Ning Yang's chest and the wound on his abdomen. Realizing the dire situation, Ning Yang quickly activated Tian Shan Qi technique LV-10 Max, coupled with his dragon-scaled Qi, providing a 30 boost and the passive block from King's Crown. His block rate soared to 80. But, miss. HP 5. Miss. HP 5. The two engage in a brutal and primitive struggle, exchanging blows. After just a few strikes, Ning Yang could not help but spit out blood. What alarmed him further was that each of the demon's attacks, even when completely blocked, still inflicted damage upon him. What manner of ability does this monster possess? How could it cause harm even when its strikes were thwarted? How could he continue to fight like this? Moreover, his MP was rapidly dwindling, even though he had not utilized any mana-consuming skills. Now, not only was his HP down to 40, but his MP had also plummeted to 50. Meanwhile, in Su Zhongxing's livestream, he questioned why not dodge. The prowess of that warrior was evident. He could have evaded that punch. Why didn't he? Others watching the stream shared his doubts. Although Su Zhongxing's popularity was modest, the tension of the moment and the drama of confronting a demon drew in thousands of viewers. As they witnessed the warrior's demise, feelings of rage and sorrow swelled within them. When the last priestess was on the brink of death, they prayed for someone to rescue the beautiful woman. When Ning Yang appeared, they rejoiced. Yet, their elation turned to outrage when they saw the demon regenerate its severed limb. However, what perplexed them most was why the warrior did not evade the demon's charged attack. As they witnessed Ning Yang endure the piercing blow, their hearts clenched in unison. The barrage of comments erupted. I don't understand. What is this maneuver? What is the black-haired warrior doing? Don't take it head on. Is he dazed? Hurry and dodge. In his current state of rage, Ning Yang was enveloped in a swirling blue-black aura, his appearance obscured, save for the wisps of black light shooting skyward from his head. Thus, the viewers affectionately dubbed him the black-haired warrior. At that moment, Su Zhongxing had a sudden realization. He steadied his trembling hands, swiftly adjusting the camera to focus on the building behind Ning Yang. He clearly captured the classroom of the nursery, filled with terrified children. A lightning bolt of understanding struck him. I see it now. It's because of them. The black-haired warrior is fighting to protect those children. He shouted into the microphone with all his might, his voice breaking. If he dodges, the demon will rush into that classroom. Those children will be doomed. The truth was unveiled. The live chat momentarily froze before erupting like a volcano. Damn the demon. Black-haired warrior, hold on. Em crying. He is enduring for those kids. Hero. The black-haired warrior is the true hero. Those who doubted him, show yourselves. Look at what you said. Black-haired warrior, hold on. Help is on the way. Damn it. I'm filled with righteous fury and anxiety. Who can assist him? Black-haired warrior, you must survive. You are my eternal idol. This black-haired warrior was powerful. He had the chance to evade. Yet, for the sake of the innocent children behind him, he chose the most perilous path. All we can do now is pray for him, to let more people see this, to hasten the arrival of rescue. The struggle between Ning Yang and the demon escalated into a brutal phase, each exchange of blows causing his blood to surge and wounds to tear. The demon's regenerative abilities were formidable, while Ning Yang's attacks often merely tickled it. This was dire. If this continued, he would surely be worn down to nothing. A chill ran through Ning Yang's heart. Just as the situation grew desperate, a familiar voice he deeply cared for rang clear. Ning Yang Gij, look down. It was Aloha. Almost instinctively, Ning Yang jerked his head aside. The next moment, a visible destructive wave of distorted sound energy, accompanied by a piercing shriek, struck the demon's arm with deadly precision. Harmonic sound wave. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the demon's robust arm, along with half of its shoulder, was obliterated in that single blow. Black blood and mangled flesh rained down upon Ning Yang, splattering his face. The demon let out a roar filled with pain and fury, its previously mocking expression now marred by shock and rage. The pressure lessened. Ning Yang's heart soared with joy. To be honest, his energy-infused slashes were not weaker than his energy blade attacks. However, the demon had been like an impenetrable shell, showing no vulnerabilities. Now, with a gap created by Luo's powerful strike, Ning Yang seized the opportunity. He delivered a fierce kick to the exposed weak point, sending the demon flying. Luo, well done. Ning Yang praised her, rushing closer to provide her with healing and restore their health. Evenly Eling Technique. Evenly Eling Technique. HP 40 HP, 100 Luo. His health was instantly restored to full, although she had not actively participated in the battle due to the protection of the Tianshan divine armor. She had helped absorb some of the damage for Ning Yang. Her current HP stood at 60, while his was only 40. However, Ning Yang frowned. He had only regained 10 health. To understand his Tian Yi Shu Miao Shou, it restores health in proportion, with a maximum recovery of 80. Now, it has surprisingly dwindled by 70 to 80%. Upon inspecting his status, he realized he had also been afflicted by the soul extinction effect. This meant that if he died, he would truly perish, unable to be revived. Fortunately, he still had 40 HP left to continue fighting. The source of magic. Luo immediately began to play her harp, gently caressing the melody. The magical elements in the surrounding space rapidly converged towards Ning Yang, and his nearly depleted magical energy began to replenish swiftly. Luo looked at Ning Yang with concern. Brother Ning Yang, are you all right? That demon is too formidable. Ning Yang patted her shoulder, offering a reassuring glance. I'm fine. Thanks to your strike, or I would be in real trouble. Don't worry, I won't give him another chance. At that moment, the demon, with its shattered arm restored, wore a twisted, furious expression. Luo's recent attack had evidently inflicted considerable damage on it. Ning Yang silently preset Luo. Luo's chord sonic wave had now reached level 10 max, capable of dealing 850 points of magical attack damage. Coupled with the buffs from the Crown of Kings and the weapon's special skill, the Magic Tsunami, which increased magical damage by 35 and had a magical attack power of 1400, the explosive damage was something Ning Yang could scarcely endure more than a few hits from. Now, having sustained a heavy blow, and with the aid of Eagle Eye, he identified numerous vulnerabilities on the demon's body. An opportunity. Ning Yang's spirits soared. With 30 seconds remaining before the demon god's fury wore off, he had to eliminate the foe within that time frame. Ning Yang and the demon engaged in another fierce battle. He deliberately steered the battlefield away from the crowd, moving to a relatively open area. Now, Ning Yang could unleash his full power without hesitation. He shouted, Tianzun Chifa, activate. Boom! A massive, fiery aura, radiating a pale pink hue, erupted from within him. Like a blazing inferno, it enveloped him entirely, his momentum surging once more. He raised his battle blade, which hummed with power as colossal energy surged forth. Flying Bladoha. With a roar, the first, fifth, and 10th crescent-shaped blades, glistening with a chilling light, began to materialize around him, their numbers increasing rapidly. 10, 20, 50, 100. In an instant, he seemed surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of razor-sharp blades, the air filled with a spine-chilling sound of cutting. Go! The countless flying blade auras transformed into a cataclysmic metallic storm, emitting a piercing wail that tore through the heavens, cascading towards the demon, which had just regained its footing. Bang! 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 The blades rained down like a torrential storm, relentlessly striking the demon's position. The ground was effortlessly cleaved apart. Surrounding structures reduced to dust under the indiscriminate bombardment. Smoke, debris, and flashes of energy intertwined, forming a death zone spanning nearly 100 meters, as if doomsday had arrived. Within this 20 seconds, leveraging his ancient martial arts, Ning Yang unleashed a staggering 250 blade strikes. The violent explosions persisted for a full 20 seconds before gradually subsiding. Ning Yang gasped for breath. That last surge had nearly drained his recently replenished magical energy, leaving him with only 20. He fixed his gaze on the core area shrouded in thick smoke and dust, his eagle-eye skill operating at its peak. This surely must be the end, right? The reason ENT employed Tianzun CI-FA from the outset was that the demon had shown no vulnerabilities. Ning Yang suspected it was in a state akin to a 100 block or damage immunity. Only after Luhua had created several openings did Ning Yang dare to attack with full force. After all, he could only use Tianzun CI-FA once every 2 minutes. However, despite the smoke and dust, he still discerned a figure, albeit battered, hovering in the air. This caused his heart to sink. The demon's attire was riddled with intersecting wounds, black blood dripping continuously, yet its body began to restore itself once more. It fixed its gaze on Ning Yang with a deep-seated hatred and rasped, "Human, I will remember you. I will return for revenge." Before the words could leave its lips, the demon's entire form suddenly contracted inward, instantly coalescing into a basketball-sized energy orb radiating ominous red light. Not good. Just as Ning Yang intended to act, the orb shot forth a red beam so swift he could hardly evade it, striking his chest in an instant. Subsequently, a warped dimensional portal appeared behind the orb. The orb zipped into it, vanishing from sight. As the red light entered his body, Ning Yang felt a chilling, malevolent power imprinting itself deep within his soul. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent, sleekly designed system prompt panel abruptly unfolded in his field of vision. Ding. You have been cursed by the SSS grade Abyssal Demon. You have received the debuff mark, Demon Command. Demon Command LV-150. Debuff, you will become the sworn enemy of the demon race. When you encounter any member of the demon race, you will be relentlessly hunted by them. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the SSS grade Abyssal Demon Avatar. You have gained 1,000,000 experience points and received a selection of 1 reward skill. Please choose one of the following 3 skills as a reward. Supersonic Regeneration, possessing the self-healing ability of the Abyssal Demon's bloodline. Consuming energy to instantly restore your injuries. Soul Extinction Strike passive trigger. Effect 1. Gain a specialized template ability of the Abyssal Demon. Each attack has a 30 chance to inflict soul extinction status on the target, lasting 60 seconds. Effect time can stack. Targets under soul extinction status have all recovery effects reduced by 80 and cannot be revived by any means upon death. Effect 2. Each attack inflicts an additional 10 points of true damage and burns the target for 5 maximum MP. Demon Avatar consumes a large amount of MP to create up to 4 avatars possessing 60 of your attributes and abilities. The avatars are under your mental control, lasting for 24 hours or until destroyed. Selection countdown, 987. Ning Yang felt a jolt within. After defeating the otherworldly demon, he had received a staggering 1,000,000 experience points. To put this into perspective, he had previously earned only 10,000 experience points for each run of the level 100 Thunderous Cavern dungeon at school. Now, just by defeating one monster, he had garnered 1,000,000. This was equivalent to his total experience over 4 or 5 days of grinding. and he was even presented with a reward selection. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered nor heard of before. Each of these skills was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing his current skill set. No wonder that demon avatar had been such a nuisance. It made sense that the demon could break through his defenses. It was due to this absurd true damage. Ning Yang had long contemplated that he would inevitably encounter skills or abilities capable of bypassing defenses. But he had not expected it to happen so soon. If the avatar was this formidable, how terrifying must the original be? A wave of trepidation washed over him. Time was of the essence, and Ning Yang quickly weighed his options. Supersonic regeneration was appealing, but his healing skills were sufficient for the time being. Demon Avatar would significantly enhance tactical flexibility, which was quite tempting. However, Soul Extinction Strike, with its ability to prevent revival, reduce recovery, inflict true damage, and drain an enemy's mana, was nothing short of a divine skill for dealing with high-level bosses and foes with healing capabilities. Had he possessed it today, the battle would have been far less arduous. With the countdown nearing its end, Ning Yang no longer hesitated and silently declared, "I choose to. Soul Extinction Strike. Selection confirmed. Congratulations, you have learned the new skill, Soul Extinction Strike." The panel vanished, and Ning Yang immediately felt a new power imprint integrate within him. And indeed, an icon emanating a dark glow appeared in his skill bar. Soul Extinction Strike. He exhaled deeply, feeling a mix of relief despite being targeted by that malevolent entity and having fallen victim to a curse. Yet, he had acquired a power that could only be described as divine. This harrowing battle for survival had not been in vain. He turned to face the anxiously approaching Luha and welcomed her with open arms. At that moment, Su Zhongxing's live stream resembled an emotional roller coaster. The number of viewers skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 30,000. The barrage of comments was so dense it nearly obscured the entire screen. When Ning Yang was pierced through the shoulder by the demon and found himself in dire straits, grappling fiercely in a life-or-death struggle, the atmosphere in the live stream reached a suffocating climax. It was over. The black-haired warrior was about to succumb. "Damn, this is making my fists clench. Who will come to his aid?" he asked, bleeding profusely. "Where's the rescue team? Why haven't they arrived yet? Oh no, hero, you cannot fall. Did everyone see that? This is our hero," he asked, fighting desperately for us ordinary people. Just as despair enveloped everyone, and they believed Ning Yang was on the brink of defeat, Luha's resounding, harmonic wave shattered the chaos of the battlefield. It instantly ignited the live stream. What the heck? What has happened? It's a beauty. Another stunning woman has taken action. Chapter 50, The Late Rescue Team. With a single move, just one move obliterated the demon's arm. What kind of terrifying damage is this? A goddess. This is a celestial being descended to save the suffering. Brothers, we have reinforcements, and it's a healing mage, no less. This coordination, the black-haired warrior absorbs damage, while the beautiful mage unleashes her ranged attacks. Incredible. To clarify, she isn't a mage, but a bard. I've just never seen such an extraordinary bard before. Exactly. All those elemental mages pale in comparison to this D-rank bard's sister. The comments transformed from a gloomy gray to a vibrant spectrum of hope. Countless viewers erupted in cheers at this sudden turnaround. And when Ning Yang received healing and activated divine blessing, a pinkish-white aura enveloped him, summoning a multitude of flying blade chi. The astonishment in the live stream reached a peak. Oh my heavens, what kind of skill is this? He transformed. He transformed again, this time into pinkish-white. With a dark shadow in the center, the special effects are off the charts. The momentum. I can feel my legs weaken just through the screen. Blades. So many blades. How is this even possible for one person to unleash? Is this even a skill? Professionals. Where are you? Can someone explain what profession this is? Warrior? Berserker? Or a hidden class? I'm an elemental mage from a B-rank team, and I can assure you, I've never seen such a skill. The energy waves and manifestations completely exceed conventional skill boundaries. It's outrageous. This rain of blades is like it costs nothing. Those two buildings across the street have been leveled. Is this truly a power that humans can wield? What is the true origin of the black-haired warrior? Who cares about origins? Just being awesome is enough. Let us vanquish that demon. The black-haired warrior is magnificent. The goddess is imposing. The tempest of blades raged on for a full 20 seconds, with explosions and dust engulfing everything. The audience in the live stream held their breath, and the comments fell momentarily silent. All eyes were glued to the screen, awaiting the final outcome. However, disappointment was inevitable. The rescue team arrived late, sealing off the scene. Su Zhongxing was also forced to cease his live stream. As the clamor of battle subsided, it left behind a scene of devastation. Luha rushed to Ning Yang's side, her gaze falling upon his bloodied body and wounds. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string as she threw herself into his embrace. Her voice trembling, "Ning Yang, you've lost so much blood. I was so scared you might." The words lingered unspoken, but she clung tightly to him. As if fearing he would vanish the moment she let go. "Silly girl, I'm fine, see?" Ning Yang's heart softened as he gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "Stop crying. Thanks to my little princess stepping in at a crucial moment, your brother might have truly been in danger." Luha lifted her tear-streaked face, a mix of anger and concern as she lightly pounded his chest. "You mustn't take such risks again. Do you hear me? All right, I'll listen to you. I won't take any risks next time," Ning Yang replied, feigning compliance while inwardly reflecting on the gains from that battle. Such a remarkable skill as Soul Destruction Strike is not something one acquires through mere routine. Risk and reward coexist. Just then, Lua noticed the glaring negative status indicator in Ning Yang's status bar and exclaimed, "Ning Yang, you've been cursed by the demon." Since they were in the same party, their buff status information was shared. Ning Yang smiled nonchalantly, reassuring her, "It's nothing to worry about. You've seen the effect description. It simply makes it easier for the demon race to target me, but it's not a big deal. We don't encounter demons, often anyway." Lua thought carefully and realized that Ning Yang's assessment was correct. The curse primarily attracted hatred rather than directly weakening or injuring, which eased her concern slightly. Moreover, defeating the demon had granted her an astounding 1 million experience points, leaving her momentarily stunned. At that moment, Shiyu approached. "Ning Yang, how are you so powerful just now?" A mix of shock, fear, and disbelief painted her face. She had witnessed Ning Yang's battle with the demon in its entirety, and the cataclysmic storm of blade chi had completely overturned her perception of him. And the seemingly delicate girl beside him, the power of her sonic explosion was equally astonishing. Now is not the time for that. "Where is your cousin, Xin Yaowan?" Ning Yang waved his hand, avoiding her question. "My cousin is over there helping to tend to the wounded. The rescue personnel have finally arrived," Shiyu replied, her tone tinged with barely concealed ire. Just as she finished speaking, a team clad in standard rescue gear hurried over. The leader, a man resembling a squad captain, scanned the somewhat disheveled Ning Yang and the others with a detached tone. "Are you the survivors here? If you're fine, please leave the scene promptly. We're taking over now. Do not obstruct our work." This statement ignited in Shiyu's pent-up anger. "Leave? You want us to leave? Where were you when that terrifying demon was rampaging and slaughtering? Our people were dying and injured, and you were nowhere to be found. Now that the demon is defeated, you immediately show up to take over? What are your true intentions?" And Shiyu stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Watch your words." The squad captain's expression darkened, clearly embarrassed to be publicly chastised by a girl. "Our rescue team has our protocols and arrangements. The dimensional invasion events are complex and unpredictable. We arrived as quickly as we could. Now, please cooperate and leave immediately." And Shiyu stood her ground, her emotions flaring. "The quickest time? You show up just as everyone is about to die. Is this your idea of quick? Enough." A hot-headed team member behind the captain couldn't contain his temper any longer and stepped forward, attempting to shove Shiyu aside. "When we say to leave, you leave. No need for all this nonsense." However, before his hand could reach Shiyu, a cold glint of blade light flashed. With a swift motion, the team member felt an irresistible force strike him. He was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground and struggling to rise. Ning Yang stood firm, wielding his battle blade, his gaze as icy as the steel he held, positioning himself protectively in front of Shiyu. To the stunned rescue team, he uttered a single word: "Leave." The voice, though soft, was imbued with a lingering aura of terror from the recent battle with the demon, accompanied by an undeniable authority. The rescue team members were struck by his imposing presence, and as they gazed upon their groaning comrade on the ground, none dared to advance. The team leader's complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush, ultimately succumbing to a reluctant decision to assist his companion, retreating dejectedly to a distance, too intimidated to intervene further. Ning Yang paid them no heed as he swiftly led Lu He and Yu to Qin Yahan, who was diligently administering emergency care to the injured. Without delay, he joined the fray, employing the Tian Yi Shu Miao Shou to channel gentle life energy into the victims, stabilizing their conditions. Soon, a professional medical team arrived, transporting all the injured, approximately 40 to 50 individuals, onto ambulances for transfer to the hospital. As for those who had already succumbed, they were taken directly to another location. At this moment, Qin Yahan wore an expression of sorrow and hesitation. Chapter 51. Force me to become a traitor? Qin Yahan joins the team. In a private hospital room, only Qin Yahan remained with Yi Xian Kun, who lay on the bed, his complexion ashen. His breath was faint. Shrouded in a malevolent black aura, the death curse of the demon relentlessly eroding his vitality, leaving him with little time. That demon was exceedingly powerful. Qin Yahan recounted the battle in a choked voice. Yi Xian Kun listened quietly, and after a prolonged silence, weakly raised his finger to gesture in the air. Immediately, Qin Yahan received a system notification. System notification. Captain Yi Xian Kun has disbanded the Dawning team. You are now without a team. Xian Kun. Qin Yahan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Yi Xian Kun, her voice trembling. What are you doing? Yi Xian Kun offered a bittersweet smile. His voice barely a whisper. Yahan, Dawning is over, and the brothers cannot return. You cannot remain without a team. Go, find a new one. I see that Ning Yang's team is quite impressive. He is strong. No, I will not go. Qin Yahan shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face once more. Dawning is our blood, sweat, and tears. From the day we formed the team, leveling up together, completing quests, camping in the wilderness, facing countless dangers, so many memories. How can you say we should disband? I will not leave. I want to stay with you. Yekin Kunyachitev. A flicker of pain in his eyes, but more resolutely than ever, he said, Yahan, stop. I have already been cursed at level 150. There is no saving me. And I have told you before, it's impossible between us. I have a fiancé whom I love dearly. You know all this. There is no need for you to waste your time on me. I do not care. I just want to be with you. Xinjiang Sobit uncontrollably. Yi Xian Kun took a breath, summoning all his strength to say, do not forget your goal. You are about to reach level 100. To advance in your profession and gain greater power, you must achieve a good ranking in the Academy Alliance competition. Now that Dawning is gone, you must join a stronger team to realize your ambitions. Do not let me hinder your future. Qin Yahan hesitated, gazing at Yi Xian Kun's pale and earnest face. Her heart caught in a tumult of struggle and confusion. On one hand, there was the deep-seated affection she had harbored for years, a feeling she found difficult to relinquish despite knowing it was hopeless. She truly wished to accompany Yi Xian Kun, even if only to watch over him. On the other hand, there was her pursuit of the future. Without the support of a team, she risked achieving nothing in the upcoming Academy Alliance competition. All her years of effort could go to waste. What was she to do? At that moment of intense inner conflict, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open, and Ning Yang, and Yu, and Lu He entered. And Yu glanced at the bedridden Yi Xian Kun and the tear-streaked face of her cousin, nervously inquired, Cousin, how is Yi Shuizhang? Qin Yahan took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, though the sadness in her expression remained palpable. He is stable for now. But she nodded, her voice hoarse. He has been afflicted by the level 150 death curse from that demon, and his bodily functions are deteriorating. Only a level 150 priest can lift a level 150 curse, but there are hardly any such priests in the entire Federation. The implication was clear. Yi Xian Kun was beyond saving. Ning Yang was already aware of the fate of the Dawning team. All members had perished. At that time, when the demon toyed with them, they were all struck by the soul destruction strike, and there was no way to resurrect them. This cannot be blamed on anyone. It was merely a reflection of their insufficient strength. Nevertheless, they were heroes in their fight against the monsters. Now, only Qin Yahan and Yi Xian Kun remained of the Dawning team. However, one must admit that Yi Xian Kun was indeed formidable. Despite being struck by such a powerful attack, he had not succumbed. To still cling to life under such an assault demonstrated both his willpower and physical prowess. Yet, he was nearing death. At that moment, Yi Xian Kun weakly opened his eyes, looking at Ning Yang, his voice faltering. Ning Yang, I have heard from Yahan that you are quite strong. I underestimated you before. In the face of that demon, for the first time, I felt my own insignificance and helplessness. Yet, such a powerful demon was actually repelled by you. A bitter smile crossed Yi Xinquan's lips as he continued with a plea. I have an unusual request, and I hope you will grant it. Ning Yang frowned slightly, pondering. Do I know you well enough to comply with your request? Let us hear it. But seeing that the other was indeed a man of substance, and that he had met such a fate while protecting others, Ning Yang decided to grant him a measure of respect. Yi Xinquan stated, I will certainly be unable to participate in this Academy Alliance competition. I hope you will allow Yahan to join your team. She has compelling reasons to participate. Ning Yang raised an eyebrow, glancing at Qin Yahan. Oh, you wish to join my team? Qin Yahan felt a whirlwind of emotions, looking at Yi Xinquan and then at Ning Yang, unsure of how to respond. Yi Xinquan interjected. Ning Yang, you see, Dawning is effectively defunct, and I am doomed. Only Yahan remains. The Academy Alliance competition is crucial for her. She needs a strong platform. Ning Yang directly inquired. What is the reason? Be specific. He needed to assess the value. It's no secret. She is a Tian Ci Shanguan, about to reach level 100. Due to the nature of her profession, to advance and change her class, she must go to the Teibai Shandian. The Teibai Shandian is managed by the Longjiju. Only by excelling in the Academy Alliance competition can she garner the attention of the higher-ups at the Longjiju and gain the opportunity to enter the Teibai Shandian for a class change. Ning Yang furrowed his brow again. He seemed to recall hearing about the Longjiju, a newly established department for managing professionals in recent years. However, he was unfamiliar with what the Teibai Shandian entailed. Please, Ning Yang, let my cousin join. She truly needs this opportunity. At that moment, Shiryu stepped forward to plead, tugging at Ning Yang's sleeve. Ning Yang observed Shiryu, then turned his gaze to Lu He, who also pulled at his arm, whispering, Ning Yang Gij, Chun Jiejia is so pitiful. Her team is gone. Please help her. Our team only has 3 members. We can still recruit 2 more. Ning Yang glanced at Lu He, then at the hopeful Shiryu. Very well, Qin Yahan, I shall offer you 2 choices. His voice turned cold, each word piercing. First, continue to guard this worthless individual who cannot even protect his own team, and rot alongside him. Second, forget your past, especially the Dawning team and your captain, and join my ranks. I will ensure you complete your class change within a month and reveal to you what true power is. He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over Yi Xinquan's suddenly pale face, and continued, of course, if you choose the first option, I will leave right now. However, let me remind you, as he spoke, Ning Yang's consciousness descended into the private server system, locating the celestial healer's skill, Tian Ishu Xianyu, and executed it with fervor. Tian Ishu Xianyu LV-15 utilizes divine words to heal abnormal states. Weakening series treatment, 9,866 power, level 15, restriction series treatment, 9,866 power, level 15, curse series treatment, 9,866 power, level 15, healing probability, 100 number of targets, 1 cooldown time, 10 seconds. This is a single target abnormal state healing skill that cost him a total of 150,000 experience points. Initially, he had no intention of learning this skill due to its limited utility, as it could only treat 1 person at a time. Were it not for the desire to impress, he certainly would not have learned it, but now presented the perfect opportunity to showcase his prowess. Suddenly, brilliant golden light erupted from his fingertips, and a majestic, sacred aura instantly filled the entire ward. The data on the medical instruments fluctuated wildly, and the dark energy surrounding Yi Xinquan visibly ebbed away. With injuries like his, I could heal him effortlessly. Ning Yang looked down at the astonished Qin Yahan with a tone of indifference. But unfortunately, since it is not a request from my teammate, I have no obligation to intervene. Ning Yang could certainly perceive Qin Yahan's affection for Yi Xinquan. However, this also reminded him of the legacy of Chao Songxiang's Wei Wu, even though the current situation was not quite the same. But could this be considered NTR? He felt a sudden surge of wickedness within himself. Qin Yahan was utterly stunned. She gazed at the divine radiance emanating from Ning Yang's fingertips. Was this the pinnacle of purification magic? How could this be possible? Such a powerful purification technique could only be mastered by a level 150 top priest, right? Cousin, Quickly agree. And Shiyu immediately urged her. Ning Yang is so formidable. He is even stronger than Senior Yi. Joining his team will not only save Senior Yi, but will also guarantee you better results in the competition. And in Shiyu's eyes, Ning Yang far surpassed Yi Xinkun. Had she not seen the demon that had knocked Yi Xinkun down being defeated by Ning Yang? And with such an extraordinary purification technique, she was dying to discover what hidden profession Ning Yang possessed. If she were not the captain of a team, she would have eagerly joined Ning Yang's ranks. Only by aligning herself with such a powerful individual could her future be more promising. At this moment, Chen Yahan was torn within herself. The gaze Ning Yang cast upon her was laden with unmistakable possessiveness. Yet, individuals possessing level 150 purification magic were exceedingly rare. I agree. Chen Yahan almost cried out, I will join your team. Please, save him. Chapter 52, Fame. The attention of the Longji Bureau. Very well, remember your choice now. Ning Yang's lips curled into a smirk. From this moment on, your eyes will only hold the Heixing battle team, and the captain you see shall only be me. Ning Yang. He strolled over to the bedside, smiling lightly at Yi Xinkun, whose face was ashen. Then, in a voice only Yi Xinkun could hear, he whispered, Senior Yi, do not worry. I will take good care of Chen Yahan from now on. After speaking, he unleashed a surge of golden light from his fingertips, activating the celestial skill to its fullest extent. Divine power surged toward Yi Xinkun like a tidal wave, purifying the deadly curse layer by layer. Finally, Ning Yang deliberately knocked him unconscious. In the last moments of his fading consciousness, Yi Xinkun saw the scene of Ning Yang embracing the weeping Chen Yahan, completing the most thorough NTR before his eyes. This sight left Liu He beside the myth for quite some time. After a while, once Chen Yahan was comforted, Ning Yang said, by the way, the little girl we saved earlier is the child who sacrificed herself to protect the female teacher. She seems to have undergone significant trauma and is experiencing some mental issues that I cannot resolve. As a professional priest, do you have time to help? Chen Yahan paused, then nodded, collecting her thoughts. All right, let us go together. She cast a final deep glance at Yi Xinkun on the hospital bed, as if to engrave his image in her heart. Then she turned and followed Ning Yang and the others out of the ward. This step also signified her farewell to the Dawn battle team. Su Zhongxing nearly dashed back to his cramped rented room. The excitement within him rendered him oblivious to fatigue. He eagerly opened his computer, importing the footage from his recording equipment, and plunged into the editing process. Whether he could indulge in luxuries would depend on this one venture. The glow of the screen reflected off his flushed face from exhilaration as he deftly maneuvered the software. Su Zhongxing was well aware that this would undoubtedly be a viral sensation that could explode across the internet. Not to mention the content itself, an event of the demon royal family's invasion that had captured widespread attention. Just a first-hand close-up and practically professional combat footage was irreplaceable across the internet. Although he had interspersed a few of his own panicked moments to enhance authenticity, the core content was entirely focused on that mysterious black-haired warrior. Even if someone were to share it, they could never siphon off his original, immersive traffic. Remembering the steadily rising viewership during the live stream, Su Zhongxing felt even more confident. He logged onto the Doushou platform and, sure enough, saw that the private messages had exploded, overflowing with inquiries about the black-haired warrior's details. At the time, the surrounding area's power had failed, and the surveillance had gone dark. With the populace already fled, who could possibly understand the situation better than he, who was present and possessed professional filming skills? He took a deep breath, steadying his racing heart, and dragged the meticulously edited video into the upload box. In the title bar, he solemnly typed a few words, with a mortal body, a fierce clash against the demon lord, the children's angel, the black-haired war god. He felt this title not only encapsulated the essence of heroic guardianship, but also brimmed with the explosive appeal that internet users adored. Click to upload. For the next while, Su Zhongxing held his breath, refreshing the backend data every few seconds. In 10 minutes, the view count surpassed 10,000, and likes and favorites skyrocketed like a rocket. In 30 minutes, the backend private message notifications ballooned to 999, and the comments section refreshed at a dizzying pace. It exploded. It truly exploded. Su Zhongxing leaped from his chair, pumping his fist in triumph, unable to contain his overwhelming joy. He knew that his worries about food and rent for at least the next month or two were now alleviated. He eagerly clicked into the comments section to see how netizens were praising the black-haired war god. The comments were already inundated with awe, admiration, and gratitude. Wow, wow, wow. I don't know what else to say besides wow. Is this truly the power that humanity can possess? That sweeping blade energy is as if it were free, leveling several buildings. The black-haired war god is incredible. Analyzing rationally, this black-haired war god's profession is a mystery, and his skill set completely exceeds conventional understanding. His combat rating is at least SS level. Terrifying. Ik cried. Ik cried. I am one of the parents of the children in that nursery. Thank you, black-haired war god. Thank you for shielding us from the demons. If it weren't for you, my child would. You are a great benefactor to our family. I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Attached. Photo of the child safe. Everyone, don't just focus on the black-haired war god. That beautiful lady is also crucial. That sonic blast was perfectly timed. And if you look closely, she has been providing support and magical healing from the back. They truly are a divine couple, fighting side by side. As a retired veteran, I must say, this person is a true hero in a resolute act of bravery. He stood firm against the malevolent onslaught of the demon, shielding the vulnerable behind him. Such courage and responsibility command greater admiration than his formidable abilities. Salutations. Regrettably, the black-haired war god radiated an overwhelming luminosity, rendering his features indistinguishable. One could not ascertain his handsomeness. The official federal agency is indeed formidable. At this moment, within the operational analysis room of Longshu City's Dragon Mechanism Bureau, the atmosphere was laden with tension. A colossal screen repeatedly displayed a meticulously processed video, showcasing Ning Yang, transformed into the black-haired war god, engaged in fierce combat with the demon royal family, culminating in the unleashing of a torrent of blade energy. As the footage revealed Ning Yang enveloped in a pinkish-white aura, an array of aerial blades cascaded forth like a cataclysmic storm, obliterating vast expanses of ruin. A collective intake of breath resonated through the conference room. Ziyuan, what is your assessment? Inquired the director of the Dragon Mechanism Bureau, a middle-aged man exuding authority without anger. His brow furrowed. The man designated stepped forward. He possessed a gentle demeanor, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring. Yet the slightly outlandish green cap atop his head lent him an air of nonconformity. He was Yuan, universally acknowledged as the foremost combatant of the Dragon Mechanism Bureau, bearing the hidden profession of battle mage. His vocation amalgamated terrifying close-range explosiveness with the formidable prowess of an elemental mage. His ultimate transformation skill, God of War Manifestation, could bestow upon him near invincibility for 1 minute, capable of annihilating a small city with full exertion. Director, this individual is no ordinary foe. I surmise he too possesses a hidden profession, likely at a comparable level to mine, having reached the pinnacle of level 150. However, the crux lies in his possession of a dual transformation ability that I lack. Ziyuan gestured toward the still frame of the pinkish-white aura. Observe. His initial blue-black transformation has significantly enhanced his attributes. This pinkish-white form, with its 20-second blade storm, suggests a terrifying characteristic that allows specific skills to bypass cooldowns during transformation, enabling limitless release. The director nodded slowly, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the table. Your analysis is astute. In terms of the instantaneous eruption and destructive output within that 20 seconds, he surpasses you. Nevertheless, considering his overall combat rhythm and skill application, his foundation in ancient martial arts is not as solid and seasoned as yours. Even so, he is an exceptionally rare and elite powerhouse. We must exert every effort to recruit him into the Dragon Mechanism Bureau. The director's gaze shifted to a corner of the conference room, where a young woman donned in a crisp blue departmental uniform sat. Lise Wang, we must go to any lengths to bring Ning Yang into our fold. The woman lifted her head, her beauty ethereal, akin to a celestial being emerging from an ancient painting. Her brows arched slightly with a hint of resolve, and her eyes, naturally upturned, bore no trace of allure, only an air of aloofness. Lise Wang, the director commanded, how he clarified this individual's background information. Lise Wang nodded, lifting her tablet. Her voice rang clear as she reported, we have preliminarily identified him, although his visage remains unrecognizable in the video. We have tracked his female companion and retrieved residual surveillance from the surrounding area for cross-comparison. She deftly swiped through the screen to display the data. However, in the next moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed her typically icy demeanor, prompting her to blink in disbelief. What is it? The director, keenly perceptive, noted her unusual reaction. Director, this is rather peculiar. Li Xuang raised her gaze, incredulity evident in her expression as she spoke, according to the real-time linked information from the database and campus network. His identity is that of a student at Sangsong University, currently a junior at the age of 21. His registered profession is that of a support mage, with a current level of 53. What? This is impossible. The director and Ziyuan exclaimed in unison. Dawn, taken aback, swiftly approached Li Xuang, his expression rife with incredulity. What joke? Level 53? I evaluated his basic attributes during transformation. They are at least double mine. Such a powerhouse. I would believe it if you told me he was level 200. How can he possibly be only level 53? This must be a case of information obfuscation. Li Xuang shook her head, asserting it is not obfuscation. His student information is synced in real time with the Federal Citizen Database, and the level information is linked to the campus network. For the past 2 months, his level record has remained unchanged at 53. Just 2 months ago, he was merely elevated from level 52. An oppressive silence enveloped the conference room, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing. They all understood that no one could ascend from level 50 to level 150 in such a brief span. A mere level 53 wielding such terrifying power. The director slammed his hand on the table, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. If that is the case, what level will he reach when he truly matures to level 150? Could he not easily overpower Ziyuan? He articulated the conclusion that sent shockwaves through the assembly. Ziyuan, shaking off his initial disbelief, was overtaken by an unprecedented gravity and urgency. Director, this prodigy must be recruited at all costs. We cannot afford to let him slip through our fingers. His potential and value are beyond measure. The director inhaled deeply, forcefully restraining the tumultuous emotions within him, and gravely nodded. This matter will be assigned the highest priority. I will personally oversee it. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the director summoned Li Xuang into his office. Once the door was closed, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Li Xuang, your task requires modification. You must engage with this student Ning Yang immediately and find a way to draw him into the Dragon Mechanism Bureau. A talented young genius, like him, will be more receptive to an exceptional woman like yourself. The director paused, lowering his voice slightly, laced with an undeniable firmness. If necessary, all means may be employed to ensure the success of this mission. Upon hearing this, a flicker of resistance and hesitation crossed Li Xuang's brow. What? Do you find it challenging? No. Li Xuang gently shook her head. The director nodded in satisfaction. Li Xuang, your eyes cannot deceive me. Do not blame your father. We live in tumultuous times. The activities of otherworldly creatures are becoming increasingly frequent, and various factions are scheming against each other in the shadows. Though my position appears enviable, it is, in fact, precarious. Recently, Minister Zhao's son and the newly arrived genius Ding Yiqi. Do you not sense how they regard you? With your beauty, if you lack sufficient strength for protection, who knows what troubles and tribulations await you in the future? It became evident that they shared a father-daughter bond. The director turned, his gaze piercing as he regarded Li Xuang. This Ning Yang is untainted. If you can win his favor with such a formidable ally by your side, I can rest assured. I trust your mother in spirit would support this decision. There was a subtle undertone of pleading and helplessness in his voice. I understand, father. Li Xuang remained silent for a moment, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing her emotions. Who on earth gave me the moniker of the black-haired war god? During the time that Chun Yahan attended to the young girl's ailment, Ning Yang also stumbled upon a video of his battle against the demon. What irked him most was that some fool had dubbed him the black-haired war god. For heaven's sake, black-haired, that sounded more like a dog-esque name. He hoped he would not cross paths with the streamer known as Su Laojio. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly deliver a sound thrashing. Simultaneously, Ning Yang realized that he had now achieved a degree of notoriety. Fortunately, the video was exceedingly brief, lasting only 2 minutes, with his own appearance limited to less than a minute. Throughout, he had activated the ghostly fury skill, Thus his true visage had remained concealed. At that moment, a family member of the young patient spoke up. "Greetings, esteemed pastor. My name is Lin Yu, and this is my daughter Zhou Nua, she, affectionately known as She. The young mother's eyes glistened with tears, her voice hoarse from recent weeping, as she anxiously grasped Shishi's hand and spoke to Chinyahan. The ailment afflicting Shishi is not a result of the recent demonic incident. It began last week. She was perfectly fine before bed, but upon waking the next morning, everything seemed amiss. Amiss? Chinyahan gently echoed, her gaze falling upon the little girl, who appeared startled and quickly lowered her head, leaving only her light yellow bear-shaped hairpin trembling slightly. Chinyahan softened her tone and inquired further. What does she not remember? It struck her as peculiar. Upon preliminary examination, the child appeared to be in good health. What was it that Ning Yang could not manage? She was aware that Ning Yang possessed a healing ability. How curious indeed. Lin Yu spoke with urgency. She remembers her name and some details from kindergarten, but many events since she started first grade seem to have been replaced. Not only has she forgotten, but her mind also conjures up occurrences that never transpired. Occurrences that never happened? Chen Jian leaned slightly. Lin Yu nodded vigorously. Yes. Last week, as I prepared her breakfast as usual, she suddenly remarked, "Mom, don't we always eat breakfast from white porcelain bowls for kanji? Why are we using a plate today?" However, the truth is, we have always used plates for milk and bread. We have never had kanji. Chapter 54. The moon is made of cheese. Lua's request. Moreover, when I took her to school, she stood at the entrance and refused to go in. Pointing at the school sign, she asked me, "Why did you bring me to Xinguang Primary School? I attend Kaihonkyo Primary School." I was utterly bewildered at the time. Later, I cautiously asked her about a few things and discovered her memories did not align at all. Lin Yu's voice trembled increasingly as she retrieved a slip of note from her coat pocket and read aloud. "First, we just bought her a pink backpack last month. Yet she insists it is a blue dinosaur backpack, claiming it is her favorite color. Second, we have a golden retriever named Dodo, but she insists we own a calico cat named Meow Meow, which we have never had." Upon reaching this point, Lin Yu paused, casting an anxious glance at Chinyahan. Third, and most terrifyingly, she claims that her father has been dead for a long time. Yet my husband is very much alive. Ning Yang felt a jolt in his heart. A sense of familiarity washed over him. This symptom was strikingly similar to the case of his former roommate, Chen Hifeng. When he treated this little girl, her mother had not mentioned any of this. Now, with this revelation, an unsettling feeling stirred within him. It seemed a conversation with Chen Hifeng was imperative upon returning to school. Chinyahan furrowed her brow slightly and asked in a particularly gentle tone, "Shishi, do you remember what your mother just said?" Shishi's voice was as soft as a whisper, her little hand clutching her mother's clothing tightly. "Pastor sister, can you help me? The memories in my head do not match what my mother says. My dad is alive, and I am so scared. Shishi, would you look up at me?" Chinyahan smiled gently, her voice softening further. Shishi relaxed a bit. Chinyahan raised her staff, which emanated a soft glow, and began to chant quietly. A pure and holy radiance descended upon them. Light of devotion, sparkling particles, akin to stardust, gently cascaded upon Shishi, slowly permeating her being as it meticulously examined her condition. After a brief moment, Chinyahan's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of confusion appearing on her otherwise smooth forehead. She focused her energy once more, her eyes shimmering with a deeper glimmer, as if she could perceive the essence of things. "I have providence." She scrutinized Shishi, particularly her brain and the fluctuations of her soul. After a long while, the light receded, and Chinyahan lowered her staff, letting out a soft sigh. "From a purely physiological and energetic perspective, your child is very healthy. Her bodily functions are operating well, her brain structure is intact, and there are no signs of injury or illness. There are also no traces of mental erosion or residual curses." Was it truly as she said? The light in Lin Yu's eyes dimmed instantly. She despondently embraced her daughter, her voice heavy with helplessness. "To be honest, esteemed pastor, I have consulted several other pastors and physicians, and their conclusions were quite similar to yours." Her shoulders sagged slightly, revealing the toll of multiple dashed hopes. Beside her, Ensure you quickly interjected to ease the atmosphere. "Sister Lin, you see, while we may not have identified the specific cause for now, the fact that she is healthy, able to eat, sleep, run, and jump is the greatest blessing. The three of you being able to live together in peace is perhaps the happiest thing of all. Her intention was to reassure Lin Yu while subtly defending her cousin's capabilities, which might be questioned. Indeed, Lin Yu managed to force a smile and nodded. Perhaps we must think of it this way. Thank you, esteemed pastor, for your help. Just then, Ning Yang, who had been silently observing, stepped forward and asked, "Little sister, may I ask you a question? Do you know who the current president of our Dragon Kingdom's Federation of Practitioners is?" This question came as a surprise, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Shishi looked at Ning Yang without fear, recalling how he had healed her previous injuries. With unwavering confidence, she replied, "It's Uncle Zhou Yaoxian." Zhou Yaoxian? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Chun Yahan, and Shi Yu, and even Lin Yu displayed expressions of bewilderment. It was common knowledge that the current president of the Federation was Duan Buyu. Who was this Zhou Yaoxian? They assumed it was merely another instance of Shishi's confused memories, not giving it much thought. However, at the mention of Zhou Yaoxian, Ning Yang felt as though a bomb had detonated in his mind, leaving him frozen in place. Chen Hifeng had mentioned that the Federation president was Zhou Yaoxian. In that moment, all previous speculations and feelings of familiarity were brutally confirmed. If Chen Hifeng had been the only one exhibiting such memory distortion, it could have been explained as an exceedingly rare mental condition. Yet now, this little girl named Zhou Nuo Shi, a child with no apparent connection to Chen Hifeng, displayed identical symptoms and named the same non-existent Federation president. This was no mere coincidence, nor a simple case of mental illness. A chill ran down Ning Yang's spine as a terrifying hypothesis emerged in his mind. When one person claims that the moon is made of cheese, one might consider them insane. But when two strangers, with no connection to each other, assert with absolute certainty that the moon is made of cheese, it is not those two individuals who must be examined, but rather the reality they perceive. Ning Yang pushed down his inner turmoil. He understood that further questioning would yield no additional results and might lead to unnecessary complications. Chen Yahan, observing Ning Yang's silence, realized she could not uncover the cause either and offered Lin Yu a few more words of comfort. Ultimately, the peculiar memory disarray afflicting little Shishi remained suspended in an apparent conundrum, left unresolved for the time being. Once Exi and Kuen's family arrived to take him home, Ning Yang and the others finally returned to school. On the way back, the atmosphere was relatively light, yet Luhi appeared somewhat troubled. She quietly slowed her pace, gently tugging at Chun Yahan's sleeve, signaling her to step aside. Ning Yang and ensure you were a few paces ahead and did not notice. "Sister Chun, there is something I wish to discuss with you first." Luoha's voice was soft, tinged with evident shyness and unease. Was it that seems so mysterious? Chun Yahan looked at Luoha with a hint of confusion. "Actually, there's another member in our team." Luoha's cheeks flushed, her fingers intertwining nervously, her voice dropping even lower. "It is Sister Chun Xuejuan. The relationship between the three of us is rather complicated. I hope you can keep this confidential for the time being. Please do not inform Sister Xuejuan about my current relationship with Ning Yang." Chapter 55. As long as I am not wearing a green hat. Chen Yahan immediately recalled the affectionate demeanor Ning Yang had displayed towards Luoha during their previous meeting, as well as the moment when he unabashedly declared Luoha to be his girlfriend. She had thought they made a lovely couple. Is it a romantic relationship between you two? At Luoha's request, Chen Yahan felt increasingly perplexed. "I think you two are quite compatible, so why hide it from Sister Chen Xuejuan?" Of course, Chen Yahan refrained from voicing her own thoughts, which were that Ning Yang seemed rather flirtatious, as if he had an interest in her as well. Upon hearing this, Luoha's face reddened further. After a considerable hesitation, she mustered her courage and, in a voice barely above a whisper, explained, "Although Ning Yang and I are genuinely in love, Sister Xuejuan is the one who is publicly acknowledged as Ning Yang's girlfriend." Luoha's words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. Her relationship with Ning Yang was a secret affair kept from Chun Xuejuan. Chen Yahan's brow furrowed slightly, pondering. This Ning Yang, possessing such formidable abilities, is surprisingly entangled in such chaotic personal affairs. Have I unwittingly joined a den of wolves? What? At that moment, a voice filled with shock and anger interrupted the conversation. It turned out that Shiyu had approached unnoticed, eavesdropping on the critical part of their exchange. "Luoha, What did you just say? And Shiyu darted in front of Luoha, her voice rising in pitch. Ning Yang is playing both sides? He is simultaneously dating you and Sister Qin Shuejuan? Luoha was taken aback, not expecting her hushed conversation to be overheard. Feeling extremely awkward, she could only nod slightly. Her head bowed. This revelation ignited a powder keg, and Shiyu's fury erupted instantly. Ning Yang, you scoundrel. She spun around, confronting Ning Yang, pointing an accusatory finger at him. How could you engage with two girls' feelings at once? Are you even a man? Ning Yang, lost in thoughts of his jumbled memories, was momentarily stunned by the sudden accusation. His expression darkened as he retorted coldly, What I do as a scoundrel is none of your concern. Am I living off your family's rice? Which law states I cannot engage in mutual affection with two girls at once. They are both enamored by my charming and dashing persona, willingly following me. Who do you think you are to dictate to me? And Shiyu was incensed, raising her hand to point at Ning Yang. You what? Ning Yang shot back. Only girls as exceptional as Luoha deserve to be my girlfriend. If it were someone like you, lacking in everything and underdeveloped, you wouldn't even qualify to be my admirer. Ning Yang scrutinized Shiyu, allowing his gaze to linger on her for a moment, his tone laced with unabashed mockery. You bastard, scoundrel. And Shiyu trembled with rage, especially at his insinuating glance, which made her feel a mix of shame and fury. Ning Yang smirked, retorting, Who is the bastard here? The bastard is you. And Shiyu blurted out in her anger, not thinking twice. Ah, foolish girl. Ning Yang scoffed, uninterested in continuing such a childish quarrel. And Shiyu, realizing she couldn't match Ning Yang's wit, redirected her ire towards La, pleading earnestly, Wake up. A person like him is utterly unreliable. How can you be so foolish? You should immediately sever ties with him. Luoha appeared troubled. She understood how her relationship with Ning Yang might be viewed unfavorably by outsiders. Yet, her feelings for Ning Yang were genuine. How could she waver because of a few words from others? Hey, who do you think you are? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ning Yang's voice turned icy as he noticed and Shiyu was still pestering them. Did you see the torrential rain of blades when I fought with the demon? It spanned hundreds of meters, did you not notice? And Shiyu was momentarily daunted by his cold demeanor, but managed to retort. So what if I saw? Ning Yang replied with chilling indifference. That demon has tough skin. I cannot defeat him easily. But I wonder if my blades, capable of flattening buildings, were to strike someone as fragile as you, would you not turn into a pile of minced meat? You dare. And Shiyu's face turned pale, desperately trying to maintain her composure. Do you want to see if I dare? Ning Yang's voice was resolute, filled with an aura of menace. In this world, where interdimensional monsters roam freely, the Federation cultivates us professionals to combat them. The strong inherently possess privileges that ordinary people cannot fathom. With my current strength, even if I accidentally injure a few naive weaklings, no one would dare to hold me accountable. Do you think someone of your insignificant stature could make me, a hero capable of repelling demon royalty, face the consequences? The threat in his words was unmistakable, and Shiyu stepped back in fear, her complexion ashen. If anyone else dared to speak like this, she would have beaten them senseless. Yet, Ning Yang was so powerful, perhaps even stronger than the elders of her own family. Trembling lips rendered her incapable of uttering any defiant words. Shiyu, you should say less. Chun Yahan hastily intervened, stepping forward to mediate, firmly grasping in Shiyu, who was about to say more. This is a private matter between Ning Yang and them. What right do we have to interfere? Mind your own business. Ning Yang nodded at Chun Yahan, his tone softening somewhat. Your cousin is quite sensible. You should learn how to conduct yourself from her. Today, you simply encountered me. Though I may have a bad temper, I still adhere to reason. If it were a more ruthless and decisive strongman, based on your earlier comments, you wouldn't even know how you would be dealt with. In light of your cousin being on my team, I will impart one lesson for free today. Without strength, do not casually flaunt yourself in front of others. And Shiyu trembled with indignation at Ning Yang's repeated threats and reprimands. Tears welled in her eyes. Yet she was genuinely intimidated by the strength and ruthlessness he displayed. She could only bite her lip, suppressing her grievances and anger within. Luoha, rest assured, I will not speak out of turn. See you tomorrow. Chun Yahan quickly reassured Luoha, casting an apologetic glance her way. After speaking, she nearly dragged the fuming and Shiyu away from the contentious scene. I'm sorry, Ning Yang, it's all my fault for causing you trouble. Luoha timidly approached Ning Yang after the two had left. She gently grasped his hand, resembling a small kitten that had erred, her head bowed. Ning Yang looked at her pitiful yet endearing demeanor, and any lingering annoyance vanished instantly. Foolish girl, what are you apologizing for? No matter what mistakes my little princess makes, I will unconditionally forgive you. Upon hearing his words, warmth surged within Luoha, and she gazed up, her big eyes glistening with moisture. However, before she could express her gratitude, she heard Ning Yang lean closer, whispering with a hint of mischief, provided that this mistake does not involve me wearing a green hat. Chapter 56. Two major buffs of private clothing. Questioning Chun huffing. Luoha was momentarily taken aback, her fair cheeks blooming with embarrassment. Angrily, she raised her small fist and playfully thumped Ning Yang's chest, pouting, "You are insufferable. What nonsense are you saying? I would never." Ning Yang chuckled lightly and instinctively pulled her closer. The events of today were overwhelming. Had it not been so late, and if the school dormitory hadn't been about to close, he would have preferred to linger a while longer. After all, he and Luha had yet to accomplish their initial objective. Nevertheless, given the gruesome occurrences and the loss of life, it was likely that Luha's spirits were dampened. Today would have to be counted as a loss. But there would be ample time in the future. The days ahead would stretch endlessly. After safely escorting Luha to her dormitory, Yang walked alone on his way back. The night breeze was cool, dispersing some of the day's clamor, yet it also sharpened his thoughts regarding the aftermath of the battle. Reflecting on his fierce confrontation with the avatar of the abyssal demon, Ning Yang felt little joy in his victory. Instead, a powerful sense of urgency surged within him. As he understood, the pinnacle level for a professional was 150. Initially, he had believed that, bolstered by the King's Crown buff, he would stand a fighting chance even against top-tier experts at level 150. However, that avatar of the abyssal demon had doused him with a cold splash of reality. Even a mere avatar had proven formidable, and it ultimately escaped his grasp. Clenching his fist, he acknowledged the palpable sense of defeat weighing on his psyche. More crucially, he was no longer alone. He was now tethered to the well-being of the woman he cared for, Luha. That desire to protect her had transformed into an intense yearning for greater power. The fear of inadequacy began to seep into his consciousness. He recognized with clarity that his current strength was woefully insufficient. Fortunately, the 1,000,000 experience points gained from repelling the abyssal demon's avatar, along with the several million credit coins he had accumulated, provided him the means to enhance his abilities. There were still 11 private server buffs remaining. Although each individual effect was not as overwhelmingly comprehensive as the King's Crown buff, each was undeniably extraordinary. Having witnessed the true power of the abyssal level, Ning Yang adjusted his mindset. His external advantages might not be invincible, but they were undoubtedly his greatest reliance at present, and he must utilize them wisely. Without hesitation, he set to work in his mind, expending 350,000 experience points and 300,000 credit coins to fully activate another private server buff. Attack Enhancement Buff LV10 Max Physical Attack Power 11630 Magical Attack Power 11630 Physical Damage Increase 20 Magical Damage Increase 20 Linked Targets Luha Chinshuejuan. Gazing at the effects of this buff, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yang's eyes. Setting aside the damage increase of 20, the mere addition of 11,630 to both physical and magical attack power was comparable to the finest weapons wielded by level 150 experts. This implied that his damage output had nearly doubled in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he linked this formidable buff to Luha and Chinshuejuan. Luha, without question, was the girl he cherished and fully trusted. As for Chinshuejuan, memories of her cool demeanor and stubborn spirit, along with that unexpected kiss, made Yang stroke his chin thoughtfully. Having kissed her, she was half his already. It was only a matter of time before he completely claimed her. It was only fitting that this buff should be enjoyed by Chinshuejuan. As for the new team member, Ning Yang scoffed. What had he recruited her for? Did he truly value her meager healing and support abilities? He possessed similar skills himself. Ning Yang admitted to himself that he was indeed tempted by her physical allure. Though Yahan's beauty was slightly inferior to Chinshuejuan's, she was still on par with Luha in terms of being a campus beauty. Especially her gentle elegance and endearing aura stirred within Yang a protective and possessive instinct as a man. However, until Yahan settled down, She would not even think of receiving this buff link. The enhancement did not cease there. Next, Ning Yang invested all remaining experience points to illuminate the second crucial buff. Resistance Enhancement Buff LV15 Weakened Series Reduction 15566 Power Constraint Series Reduction 15566 Power Curse Series Reduction 15566 Power Weakened Series Probability Reduced by 75 Constraint Series Probability Reduced by 75 Curse Series Probability Reduced by 75 Link Targets Luha Shin Shuejuan. His recent experience with the demonic command curse served as a stark warning to Ning Yang. His team's resistance to high-level abnormal states was alarmingly inadequate. Should they encounter a terrifying skill capable of instant death or preventing resurrection, such as the soul annihilation, the loss of team members would be unbearable. The girls in his team were all those he held dear. He would not allow any of them to truly perish, nor would he tolerate even the slightest injury. This resistance enhancement buff was the most fitting solution. It not only significantly reduced the likelihood of succumbing to negative statuses, but also greatly weakened the potency of any status effects suffered. For instance, if an ice-type skill originally froze for 60 seconds, reducing speed by tenfold, now the chances of being struck would be merely 25, even if unfortunate enough to be affected. The victim might only experience a twofold speed reduction for a mere 3 seconds before the effect dissipated. Undoubtedly, this granted the entire team a powerful shield against abnormal state damage and a halo of probability avoidance. Moreover, this buff was only at LV15. If it reached LV20, the abnormal state probability would decrease by 85, with even better effects. With these two powerful buffs, Ning Yang felt a significant sense of reassurance. Pushing open the dormitory door, he found Chen Huffing sitting on the bed, his brow furrowed as he intensely focused on his personal terminal. His fingers flew over the virtual keyboard, recording something with remarkable concentration. The sight of Chen Huffing reminded Ning Yang of the perplexing memory confusion incident involving the little girl Cece. Initially, he had thought his roommate's memory disruption was merely a mental lapse. Yet now, he realized the situation might be far more intricate than he had imagined. "Hey, Fengzi." About that, Ning Yang steadied himself and initiated the conversation, deliberately adopting a light-hearted tone. "What happened with the memory confusion? Did you ever go to the hospital for a thorough check? Didn't you say my issues were none of your business yesterday?" Chen Huffing looked up, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Yang, his tone laden with annoyance. "Do you still want to hear me ramble on?" "Oh, my bad, Fengge." Ning Yang instantly donned a playful grin and leaned in closer. "Yesterday, I was just so caught up in my team's trivial matters that I lost track of everything. Now that I've had a moment to reflect, I realize that your issues are far more important." He paused, continuing in a teasing manner. "So, after the memory disruption, did anything particularly sad, tragic, or horrific occur? Share it with me, so I can have a good laugh." Chen Huffing regarded Ning Yang with disdain at his playful demeanor and let out a scoff. "You might be disappointed. I'm not scared at all. In fact, I feel quite satisfied." "Oh." Ning Yang reined in his jesting tone. "What do you mean?" Chen Huffing scrutinized Ning Yang once more. If he recalled the somewhat inept and juvenile Ning Yang from his memories, he would have certainly been disinclined to engage in further conversation. However, the Ning Yang before him was a figure capable of assembling an A-level team, possessing an astonishing level of power. In fact, he could easily single-handedly overturn their entire teaming team. The disparity brought about by such strength made him hesitant to treat Ning Yang with the same casualness as before. "Because Chu Liping is now my girlfriend." Chen Huffing thought for a moment, a hint of pride flickering across his face. Chapter 57, False Memories? "No, it's a parallel world. Look at your little triumph." Ning Yang chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. He recalled that Chen Huffing had previously mentioned that in his disoriented memories, Chu Liping had become the girlfriend of the Qiming team leader. He could only silently harbor unrequited love, enduring the bitterness of desire unfulfilled. Have you ever considered that your affection for Chu Liping has always existed, but you have temporarily forgotten this beautiful memory due to your own ailment? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Huffing resolutely refuted. "Why are you so certain? I visited the hospital and consulted 2 types of doctors. In this world of universal professionals, the healthcare system is divided into practitioners of conventional medicine and those proficient in handling energy curses." "What do they say?" Ning Yang pressed for details. The priest declared after examination that I am in excellent health, my soul stable, and there are no signs of curses or mental erosion. As for the discrepancies in memory, they could not provide a satisfactory explanation. Oh, Ning Yang's interest intensified. At that moment, a peculiar glimmer flashed in Chun Huffing's eyes as he lowered his voice. It was rather the ordinary neurologist whose words might have brought me closer to the edge of the truth. Ning Yang's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. What did he say? He claimed that I am not an isolated case. Ning Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively leaning forward, elaborate, the doctor mentioned that in Lingshu City, there are already 8 known cases similar to mine. Chun Huffing switched off his personal device and pulled a chair to sit across from Ning Yang, his expression turning serious and mysterious. 8 cases? Ning Yang was secretly alarmed. This was far more exaggerated than he had imagined. Yes, 8. Chun Huffing affirmed with a nod. The patients all experienced sudden memory confusion, and it predominantly occurred in the last 2 months. The most bizarre aspect is that our memories from a year ago are largely accurate and real. The issue lies with the false memories that emerged after the onset of our conditions. Moreover, these false memories concerning significant global events within the past year are strikingly consistent among us patients. Ning Yang's heart trembled. Of course, he was aware of the other cases, having even witnessed the case of the little girl CC, a group of individuals experiencing identical erroneous memories. The Mandela effect. It undoubtedly is the Mandela effect. Chun Huffing's voice carried an excitement of uncovering a secret as he continued. Therefore, I speculate that I and those patients likely originate from the same place, or, shall I say, the same world. Ning Yang followed his train of thought and articulated the astonishing conjecture. So, you mean to say you are not from this world, but rather from a parallel universe? Is highly likely. Chun Huffing nodded emphatically, his tone growing more assured. Let me tell you, Ning Yang, my memories are continuous and complete, with no gaps or ambiguities. I am certainly not suffering from mere memory confusion. I prefer to believe that some unknown force, or perhaps the intersection of 2 highly similar worlds, transported me from my true reality into the world you inhabit 1 week ago. Thus, the discrepancies between your perceptions and my memories arise. Ning Yang's heart jolted once more. Chun Huffing's seemingly fantastical conjecture now appeared remarkably plausible. After all, he himself had traversed realms. Accepting another visitor from a parallel world did not seem so hard to fathom. He couldn't help but recall the various films and anime he had seen in his past life about parallel universes, such as Life Copy and Stein's Gate. Those bizarre settings now seemed to illuminate reality, making his once familiar world suddenly appear strange and unfathomable. Particularly, the plot of Life Copy vividly surfaced in his mind. A physics professor accidentally enters a parallel universe only to discover his wife is gone, and his life has drastically changed. Meanwhile, another version of himself has crossed over to his original world, taking over his wife. A sharp question slipped from Ning Yang's lips. If what you say is true, then doesn't that mean you are essentially an outsider who has forcibly taken over my true friend, Chun Huffing's girlfriend? Are you not planning to force yourself upon her? Nonsense. Chun Huffing retorted fiercely, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What do you mean by forcibly taking over? I am Chun Huffing. Moreover, this version of Chu Li Ping in this world has always been my girlfriend. We are indeed a match made in heaven. Chun Huffing emphasized passionately, yet a fleeting shadow of uncertainty crossed his eyes. Besides, this is merely my hypothesis. Perhaps my memories are simply muddled. When it comes to the term take over, Chun Huffing indeed felt a twinge of insecurity. Rationally, he understood that if the theory of parallel worlds held true, his actions would indeed equate to stealing someone else's girlfriend. However, emotionally, the long-suppressed affection for Chu Li Ping and the happiness now within reach made it impossible for him to let go. He even hesitated to delve deeper into the ethical dilemmas behind this situation. He silently vowed that, come what may, he would seize this potential opportunity gifted by fate and hold on to this regained romance. Fine, you were right. Ning Yang waved his hand, observing Chun Huffing's fervent demeanor. By the way, what was I like in your memories? Should I expect the truth? Chun Huffing hesitated at the inquiry. Of course, speak honestly. I can handle it, Ning Yang smiled. Ahem. Chun Huffing cleared his throat. Well, I must say in my memories, you were somewhat of a typical underachiever, and a bit of a loser. You were already in your third year and had just become a C-level professional. It seemed quite challenging for you to graduate smoothly. After saying that, he hurriedly added, with a tone of envy and a hint of reverence, "Of course, I meant the version of you from my world, my memories. You mustn't take it to heart. The real you is astonishingly formidable, the captain of an A-level team. I'm almost envious to tears, truly." Ning Yang nodded, saying nothing further. Had he not traversed here, the original may indeed have been like that. This seemingly absurd casual conversation came to a close. Yet both harbored numerous unspoken thoughts. Ultimately, all of this remained conjecture and discussion based on limited information shared between him and Chun Huffing. What precisely caused Chun Huffing and others like Cece to experience such memory anomalies? Was it a collision of parallel worlds, a supernatural phenomenon? Or was this world truly a result of a data glitch? Chapter 58. Complementing each other with Chun Shuejuan. The truth remained shrouded in mystery. Ning Yang found himself unable, nor did he wish to draw conclusions in the absence of adequate evidence. This matter could only be temporarily shelved, unresolved. Yet deep within him, a seed of vigilance had been quietly sown. If such an incident were to occur to him, how would he feel if Lu He engaged intimately with him without knowing the circumstances, effectively betraying him? The thought of being cuckolded was utterly unacceptable to him. Ning Yang. This world of universal professionalism appeared far more intricate and perilous than he had perceived. The following morning, sunlight cast a delicate golden hue over the campus. Ning Yang stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, hands in pockets, a blade of grass nestled in the corner of his mouth, awaiting his team members to assemble. The first to arrive was Chun Shuejuan. She donned a simple yet elegant dress, her ethereal demeanor in the morning light reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy. Ning Yang's eyes sparkled, and he immediately donned his signature mischievous grin, striding toward her. "Shuejuan, you look especially beautiful today. Come on, while no one is around, let me have a taste." Ning Yang naturally reached out, taking hold of Chun Shuejuan's delicate hand, gently squeezing it in his palm, his tone affectionate to the point of being brazen. Chun Shuejuan's lovely brows immediately furrowed. "Ning Yang, could you refrain from sticking to me like a piece of chewing gum and acting shamelessly every time we meet?" She exerted a slight force on her wrist, attempting to break free, but Ning Yang tightened his grip. "How is this acting shameless?" Ning Yang, with confidence, held her small hand tightly and said, "We are indeed a proper couple. Is it not natural for us to be affectionate with each other, even as partners? You ought to grant me some space and time to adjust." Chun Shuejuan sidestepped his arm, expressing her displeasure. "Please refrain from clinging to me every time we meet. It makes me feel rather uncomfortable." With a cheeky grin, Ning Yang leaned in closer, his gaze unwavering. "Isn't it merely because I'm so fond of you? Shuejuan, you are as beautiful as a celestial being. If I did not hold on to you tightly, what if some oblivious fellow whisked you away? Who would I turn to for solace then?" He mused to himself. Indeed, a fierce woman fears a persistent suitor. Our ancestors were not wrong. To thoroughly win you over, I am employing all my skills of persistence. You think I am someone who easily runs off with others? Chun Shuejuan shot back, feeling both amused and irritated by his brazen words. "I see you as nothing but a lecher, simply lusting after my physique." "Exactly." Ning Yang clapped his thigh, unabashed, wearing a look of triumph. "I am indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing, drawn to your allure. How could I be blamed for your enchanting beauty?" Chun Shuejuan was momentarily taken aback by his unabashed honesty. This scoundrel was too lazy to even pretend. "So, according to you, if I were less attractive, you would not be interested in me at all?" Ning Yang chuckled lightly, responding with audacious confidence. "If you were truly unattractive, you would not even qualify to join my ranks. Moreover, you would never have the chance to meet a dashing figure like me, let alone earn my affection and gain access to my exclusive enhancements. My dear, this world is undeniably pragmatic. You." Chun Shuejuan was incensed by Ning Yang's twisted logic regarding beauty as justice, her chest heaving with indignation as she pointed a finger at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Deep down, her feelings for him were indeed complex, not quite fond. Yet, as Ning Yang's girlfriend, what girl would not yearn to hear her partner profess that he would love her regardless of her appearance? Even if such words were insincere, they provided a form of psychological comfort. Yet, this rascal was unwilling to satisfy even that small vanity. She now only wished to pin this rogue down and teach him a lesson. "What do you mean by you?" Ning Yang swiftly grasped her hand. A roguish smile plastered on his face. See, you have acquired a powerful enhancement from me, significantly boosting your capabilities. Meanwhile, I have the privilege of beholding your unparalleled beauty, deriving immense visual pleasure and emotional value from it. This is what we call a mutually beneficial relationship, fulfilling each other's needs and achievements. Is this not the purest and most genuine form of love? Ning Yang was well aware of several of Chun Xuejuan's little secrets. However, he was indifferent, as he was solely attracted to her appearance. Moreover, her cold demeanor, so different from Lu Hie's, only intensified his desire to conquer her. Chun Xuejuan's expression grew even more irate, though she could not quite articulate the cause of her anger. Was it his shamelessness? Or was it the stark reality of his words that pierced her concealed expectations? She contemplated revealing her knowledge of ancient martial arts, yet she understood that it held little value. To be fair, while Ning Yang's words were harsh, they somewhat articulated the current state of their relationship. Initially, she intended to uncover Ning Yang's secrets and depart. However, upon learning of his peculiar enhancement buffs, she realized that leaving was not an option. She had no doubt that the moment she stepped away, he would sever the enhancements she had gained. Without them, she could only imagine how much her abilities would diminish. This was simply unacceptable to her. Huh, you have nothing to say now, do you? Ning Yang wore a victorious smirk, as she gazed at his carefree demeanor. Chun Xuejuan felt a surge of unexplained anger. By the way, Ning Yang, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm, and then asked her lingering question. Is the enhancement you provided me with limited to what you mentioned earlier, or are there additional effects? Additional effects? Ning Yang keenly sensed something unusual in her query. Furrowing his brow as he turned the tables, what were you up to last night? Why the sudden inquiry? You have yet to answer my question. Chun Xuejuan felt a pang of anxiety and chose to evade the topic. Observing her demeanor, Ning Yang decided to forego concealment, directly explaining. The enhancement skill I linked you to is called Crown of the Monarch, with effects precisely as I described, neither more nor less. He paused deliberately, studying the subtle shifts in her expression before continuing. However, last night, I happened to unlock 2 new group enhancement skills. The first, Attack Enhancement, increases physical and magical damage by 20 and, more importantly, directly boosts physical and magical attack power by 11,630. He watched as Chun Xuejuan's eyes widened in astonishment, then extended a second finger. The second, Resistance Enhancement, reduces the probability of being affected by debuffs, constraints, or curses by 75. Even if one were to be afflicted, the effects would be weakened by over 80. Upon hearing this, shock overtook Chun Xuejuan's face, and she exclaimed, "What kind of skill is this?" The attack power increase of over 10,000 is even more absurd than the bonuses from a top-tier weapon at level 150, and Resistance Enhancement. Its effects surpass even the combined power of a fully leveled priest's Purification and Resistance aura, don't they? Chapter 59. Chun Xuejuan, speak. What were you doing with Lu He last night? Do not change the subject. Ning Yang did not acknowledge her astonishment, but squinted, scrutinizing her. I linked you to these 2 new enhancement skills just before 10 p.m. last night. How did you find out about them so soon? These skills do not appear on data panels, and one cannot feel them without engaging in combat. Be honest, what were you doing last night? Were you secretly dating another man behind my back? I thought of you first after acquiring the new skills and linked them to you immediately. Of course, Ning Yang's first thought upon gaining new skills was actually Lu He, as she was now his genuine girlfriend, deserving of his utmost care. Yet, in front of another girl, he could not be so honest. Absolutely not. Chun Xuejuan quickly retorted, her face betraying a hint of panic. She stammered, clearly harboring something she found inconvenient to reveal. Not willing to speak. That's fine. Ning Yang feigned a stern expression, pointing to his lips. If you kiss me, I will generously overlook your concealment. Chun Xuejuan regarded Ning Yang's shameless demeanor, glancing at his outstretched lips, and felt an internal struggle. After all, Ning Yang thought of her first upon gaining new enhancement skills and linked them to her without any demands. This clearly indicated his genuine feelings for her, which stirred a slight sense of warmth within her. Reflecting on her previous kisses, this one seemed inconsequential. Furthermore, as a couple, kissing was a common occurrence among college students. She sought to rationalize her shyness and, ultimately, With a mix of reluctance and resolve, Chan Shuejuan stood on her toes, swiftly pecked Ning Yang on the lips, and retreated like a startled doe, her cheeks flushed and murmuring, "There are matters I cannot disclose to you just yet. But I assure you, I will not seek out other men behind your back. There is no need for you to harbor such doubts about me." "Very well." Ning Yang chuklet triumphantly, his spirits soaring as he drew her into his embrace, exclaiming, "I am thoroughly pleased. With your words, you shall forever be my most beloved wife." "Who is your wife?" Chun Shuejuan retorted, her face flushed as she struggled momentarily against his hold. Despite her verbal protest, a subtle sweetness blossomed within her at the sensation of being so intensely desired. This feeling of being cherished and wanted did not seem so bad after all, even if she was aware that Ning Yang's affection for her was rooted merely in her appearance. Sooner or later, it would manifest. Ning Yang tightened his grip, his tone leaving no room for dissent as he leaned down to kiss her again. This time, Chun Shuejuan stiffened slightly, but did not push him away, instead offering a timid response. Ahem. Moments later, an exaggerated cough from nearby shattered the romantic atmosphere. Startled, Chen Shuejuan pushed Ning Yang away, hastily arranging her disheveled hair and dress, her face still flushed with embarrassment, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Ning Yang, with a thick skin akin to a fortress, was unperturbed upon noticing the newcomer was Chen Yahan. Instead, he cheerfully introduced, perfect timing. Shuejuan, allow me to present our team's new member, Senior Chen Yahan, a Tianci Shangguan by profession. He then turned to Chen Yahan, emphasizing, Senior, this is my girlfriend, another key damage dealer of our team, Chun Shuejuan, an assassin. While speaking, he discreetly exchanged knowing glances with Chen Yahan, clearly signaling her to refrain from discussing anything unnecessary about Lu He. Understanding his cue, Chen Yahan stepped forward with poise to greet Chen Shuejuan. Hello, Junior. I am now part of He Xing, and I look forward to working together. Internally astonished, she realized that this was indeed Ning Yang's legitimate girlfriend. She was undeniably stunning. Throughout her time at school, Chen Yahan had believed her own beauty to be unparalleled. Other girls, no matter how lovely, were merely on par with her. However, upon encountering Chun Shuejuan, she felt a pang of inadequacy regarding her looks. Nevertheless, this confirmed that Ning Yang was indeed a scoundrel. Chen Yahan began to worry whether Ning Yang would try to coerce her into developing an improper relationship. Welcome, Senior. Chun Shuejuan suppressed her embarrassment and exchanged pleasantries with Chen Yahan. Yet, her brow furrowed slightly in puzzlement. She turned to Ning Yang and quietly inquired, Ning Yang, how did Senior Chen Yahan suddenly join our team? Ning Yang recounted the events of the previous day, detailing how he had encountered a demon, saved Chen Yahan, and subsequently, how she joined their team. Although Chun Shuejuan felt some skepticism and found it all rather sudden, she could somewhat understand given Ning Yang's strength and the circumstances at the time. However, when she beheld Chen Yahan's beauty, which rivaled her own and exuded a unique charm, an inexplicable sense of jealousy and unease began to permeate her heart. Suddenly, Chun Shuejuan seemed to grasp a crucial point in Ning Yang's words, her expression shifting dramatically. Wait. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at Ning Yang, her tone laced with suspicion. Did you just say you went out with Louis last night? What were you planning to do so late together? Ning Yang felt a jolt of alarm in his chest, realizing he had misspoken. Oh, we were merely planning to stroll through the trading area, looking for suitable weapon forging materials. He maintained a calm facade, hastily concocting an excuse. Then, he quickly diverted the topic, glancing around. By the way, speaking of Louis, why hasn't Tishi arrived yet? I shall call her to hurry. With that, he practically fled the scene, pulling out his phone and quickly walking away, fearing further probing from Chun Shuejuan. Although he was not afraid of her anger, he did not wish to disrupt the burgeoning warmth of their relationship before he had truly won her over. Soon, Louis arrived at the gathering point, jogging slightly and smiling apologetically at Ning Yang and the others. Once everyone was present, Chen Yahan took a deep breath. Feeling it was essential to demonstrate her sincerity as a new team member, she introduced herself earnestly. Hello everyone. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm an auxiliary hidden class, Tianci Shangguan, currently at level 98. As she spoke, Chen Yahan activated her data panel for her teammates to see, revealing, name, Chen Yahan, profession, Tianci Shangguan, level 98, strength, 126 magic, 446 stamina, 138 agility, 115 overall combat power, 360 000. Chapter 60 Chen Yahan. Lu He, how is your combat power so high? Observing the impressive statistics displayed on the panel, Chen Yahan calmly explained, my role in the team is primarily as a dedicated support. In addition to standard healing and resurrection abilities, I also possess the ability to purify negative statuses with purification. Of course, it does not compare to Ning's prowess. Furthermore, my core skill, Divine Blessing, can significantly enhance the defense of all team members for 45 seconds. Naturally, I also have some basic light-based attack skills and weakening spells, but their potency cannot match that of damage-dealing professions. Lu He gazed at the astonishing level of 98 and her impressive attributes, particularly the remarkable 446 points of magic. Her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, your level is incredibly high. Senior Yahan, your skills sound extraordinary too. Your attributes far exceed mine. However, as Lu He's gaze fell to the overall combat power of 360 000, her delicate brows knitted together in confusion. Huh, Senior Yahan, why does your overall combat power seem a bit low? Low? Chen Yahan was taken aback by the question, finding it somewhat amusing. She was universally recognized as the ace support, an ultra-grade Tian Ci Xinguan. An overall combat power of 360 000 was undoubtedly top tier among supports, even surpassing many damage-dealing professions of the same level. My combat power shouldn't be considered low, right? Chen Yahan replied, uncertainly, sensing that Lu He's standards of evaluation were rather unconventional. Yet, it truly does not seem very high. Lu He blinked her clear, bright eyes and, without hesitation, opened her own data panel to demonstrate, look, this is mine. The other panel unfolded, presenting her data before Chen Yahan. Name, Lu He. Profession, Bard level 78, Strength 103, Magic 337, Stamina 96, Agility 88, Overall Combat Power 180 000. What? 180 000. How can you be so high? Chen Yahan was left astonished by the glaring 180 000 overall combat power. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, her mind blank with shock, struggling to form coherent words. How is this possible? A lower level, inferior attributes, yet an overall combat power more than 3 times her own. Even Lu Jinyu, the top student in the school, could not rival Lu He's combat power. This completely defied the fundamental logic of power assessment in the world of professionals. This is utterly unscientific. Is it really high? Lu He observed Chen Yahan's astonished expression and tilted her head, curiously examining her own panel. Upon doing so, she too gasped in surprise. That is not right. I distinctly remember seeing it at 780 000 just last night before bed. How could it have surged to 180 000 overnight? Such a drastic increase? With an expression of surprise and intense curiosity, Luohe instinctively turned to Ning Yang and softly inquired, Ning Yang Gij, do you know why this happened? How did it suddenly increase so much? Could it be due to that set of calisthenics you mentioned? Beside them, Chen Shuejuan cast a silent glance at Ning Yang, clearly unimpressed. It seemed this fellow had effectively concealed the details of his peculiar enhancement abilities, leaving even La, the beneficiary, in the dark. However, upon reflection, Ning Yang had been the first to reveal the truth to her. This feeling of special trust inexplicably stirred a small, almost unacknowledged joy within her. What calisthenics? Your combat prowess is so formidable because of that calisthenics you mentioned? At this moment, Chen Yahan's curiosity was piqued to its fullest. She was eager to understand why Luohe was so powerful. Ning Yang found it somewhat overwhelming under Luohe's innocent and puzzled gaze. Clearing his throat, he said, well, the situation is a bit special. Shuejuan, Yahan, please wait here for a moment. I need to have a private conversation with Luohe. Without further ado, he took Luohe's hand and swiftly led her several meters away, ensuring that Chen Yahan could neither see nor hear their conversation. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Yahan's astonishment did not subside. Instead, it spread like ripples across a lake, expanding endlessly. What astonished her even more was that neither Ning Yang nor Chen Shuejuan exhibited any surprise or alarm at Luohe's exceedingly unreasonable combat power of 180 000. It was as if such a thing was perfectly ordinary. recalling Ning Yang's terrifying strength when he single-handedly repelled the Demon Royal clan yesterday. A chilling thought crossed her mind. The true capabilities of the members of this Haitian battle team likely far exceeded conventional understanding and data. What could Ning Yang's overall combat power possibly be? Little fool, your sudden surge in strength is undoubtedly due to my influence. On the other side, once he confirmed they were alone, Ning Yang lowered his voice to explain to Luoha, your recent enhancement is a result of my enhancement skill. He proceeded to candidly share the details of his unique enhancement abilities and the new skill acquired the previous night with her. After all, he had already confided in Chen Shuejuan. Huh? So it's your skill-S effect, Ning Yang Gij? Luoha's initial surprise left her mouth agape. Then, as if recalling something, she puffed up her cheeks in mock anger, poking Ning Yang's chest with her delicate finger. Oomph. So you were just making excuses to take advantage of me when you said you were doing some secret calisthenics, right? Big liar. Ning Yang, aware of his guilt, chuckled and playfully grasped her mischievous little hand, pulling her into his embrace. Wasn't he that also to deepen our understanding and feelings for each other? If I hadn't done that, how could I have successfully won over such a caring and adorable little princess like you? Everything is because I like you so much. Oomph. Argumentative, you naughty boy. Luoha pouted, yet her eyes sparkled with joy as she playfully hit him. You mustn't deceive me like that again. Otherwise, I'll really be angry. All right, I promise next time I want to gain an advantage. Next time I want to deepen our bond, I will find a more honest reason. Ning Yang chuckled as he leaned closer, nearly touching her nose, his tone suggestive, but little princess. The fact that I thought of you first when I acquired a new skill and connected you proves your significance in my heart, doesn't it? Luoha felt her cheeks flush from his warm breath. Any lingering dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by sweetness. I understand now. You still have a bit of conscience. She shyly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. After exchanging soft laughter, Ning Yang finally led Luoha back to their original spot. Ning Yang turned to Chen Yahan, whose eyes still held traces of shock and inquiry, and spoke candidly. Yahan, Shuejuan, and I are both output-type hidden classes, and some information pertains to private secrets. Therefore, we never disclose our specific data panels to teammates or anyone else. This is a principle I hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, Chen Yahan involuntarily furrowed her brows tightly. She had been the first to openly share her panel, hoping to foster trust and transparency among teammates for better collaboration. Ning Yang's evidently unfair approach caused a wave of discomfort to rise within her, making her feel excluded from the core circle. Yet, considering Luoha's completely unscientific, terrifying power and Ning Yang's unfathomable strength, the doubts she had were swallowed back. In such a team, her role as a prime support seemed almost insignificant. Did she truly have the right to demand equal information disclosure? It's all right. I understand that every team has its own rules. Thoughts raced through her mind as she forcibly suppressed her dissatisfaction and disappointment. Deep down, she desperately wanted to clarify the astounding power Luoha possessed and the secrets concealed within Ning Yang. However, she also recognized that this clearly touched on the most private matters of the others. As a newcomer, she had no standing or qualification to pry into such matters. At that moment, Chen Shuejuan stepped forward, clearing her throat to say, all right, now that everyone is acquainted, let me discuss the purpose of today's gathering. Wait. Ning Yang suddenly interjected, a playful smile on his face as he looked at Chen Shuejuan. Am I the captain? Or are you the captain? Fine, Chen Shuejuan retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Then you go ahead. Yet Ning Yang cheekily replied, Hee, since you are my girlfriend, you naturally serve as our team's vice captain and commander. Today's task arrangement is up to you, serving as a trial for your team leadership skills. Boring. Chen Shuejuan was left speechless once again by his capricious behavior, but she managed to suppress her emotions and adopted a serious demeanor. Beginning to introduce, in 2 days, the Academy Alliance Grand Tournament will commence. This tournament is jointly promoted by the Federation and military high-ranking officials, and its scale is unprecedented. The true purpose is to select top talents to prepare for the potential outbreak of dimensional warfare. Chen Shuejuan's gaze swept over everyone. Although dimensional warfare seems distant from us, we must strive for the best rankings. The competition rules involve multiple eliminations, starting with an internal arena team competition to select the top 8 teams from our academy. These will then represent the academy in the city competition, where the new top 8 teams will be determined. Ultimately, These 8 teams will gather to participate in a national federation competition, vying for the final 8 spots. With our team's current strength, securing a spot in the top 8 of the academy and city competitions is undoubtedly within our reach. Qin Yahan felt a sense of astonishment at Qin Shuejuan's assertive declaration that securing the top 8 was a given that Lingshu City University was filled with talent. Her former Dawn Battle team would never have dared to be so confident. Was it possible that this team contained not only Ning Yang and Luoha, but that Qin Shuejuan was also extraordinary? Our goal is the top 8 in the Federation. Qin Shuejuan continued. However, only by entering the top 3 of the Federation can one receive the most prestigious rewards. What do the top-tier rewards entail? Luoha blinked with curiosity, asking. Ning Yang and Qin Yahan also looked towards Qin Shuejuan, clearly eager to learn more. Is a self-selected super skill book. Qin Shuejuan uttered these words with a grave tone. What? A self-selected super skill book? Qin Yahan's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming in surprise. Only Ning Yang and Lu He looked bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of a super skill book. What is a super skill book? Ning Yang inquired. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yahan took the initiative to explain. It originates from interdimensional spaces of S-rank difficulty and above, featuring unique template skills possessed by certain special bosses. There are no occupational restrictions for learning, but they are exceedingly rare. Firstly, the number of individuals capable of successfully conquering S-rank or higher interdimensional challenges is extraordinarily small. Secondly, even if successful, not every boss drops a template skill book. The drop rate is minuscule, rendering them immensely valuable yet scarce. She paused, her eyes gleaming with yearning. Each super skill possesses terrifying power to alter the course of battle. To my knowledge, the Federal Commander Duan Buyo wields a super skill named Divine Power Explosion. The effect amplifies strength attributes by 100-fold for a brief period. Its might is earth-shattering. 100-fold. Ning Yang's heart raced in astonishment. Such an increase is utterly outrageous. Even an ordinary practitioner with a 100-fold strength boost might not withstand a few blows. He couldn't help but reflect on his own soul annihilation strike, which likely belongs to this caliber. If the rewards truly include skill books of the same level, then this grand competition must not be missed. Incredible! Lu He exclaimed in awe. Qin Shuejuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the value of a super skill book is immeasurable. If we rank among the top 3 in the Federation, each of us will have the opportunity to select a super skill book. Additionally, the top 3 teams will receive a vast amount of experience crystals, sufficient to elevate us directly to levels 20 to 30. Furthermore, each member will receive a piece of legendary quality equipment that evolves with the user's level. Lastly, we will gain access to the secret realm of the Heroic Tower, where the monsters are weak, yet their levels are high, and defeating them yields substantial rewards. Ning Yang's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Any one of these rewards would drive ordinary practitioners into a frenzy, especially the super skill book and the qualification to enter the secret realm, both of which are immense temptations for him. Excellent. Let us aim for the top 3 and seize all these rewards. Are the current top 3 merely cabbages? Qin Shuejuan retorted sharply, dousing him with cold water. There are countless geniuses nationwide, especially those with special hidden professions, whose strength is not inferior to ours. We must take this seriously and begin preparations immediately. What preparations? Naturally, we need to inspect and optimize our equipment, stock up on high-grade healing and mana potions, adjust our skill combinations to suit high-intensity continuous combat, and preliminarily devise strategies for team cooperation. Just then, the personal terminals on their wrists emitted urgent beeping sounds, accompanied by glaring red flashing alerts. This signifies the highest level of emergency notification from school. They promptly opened the message, and a line of text appeared before their eyes. Emergency notification, due to special circumstances. The preliminary round of this year's Academy Alliance Grand Competition has been rescheduled to today at 1500 hours. The competition format has been changed to survival mode, limited to teams with an overall rating of a level or above. Team leaders and members who meet the criteria must gather at the Administrative Building Square by 1430. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeit. Chapter 62. Lu He. Ning Yang Gij is mine. The 4 of them were taken aback, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Huh? Lu He wore a puzzled and worried expression. How could it be suddenly moved to this afternoon? And why are we only notified now? What is the school doing in such a hurry? Chen Yahan, equally perplexed, remarked, the format has abruptly shifted from the traditional team P mode to survival mode. This change is too significant, and the risks are entirely different. Survival mode often entails the harshest of real-world conditions, permitting and even encouraging inter-team conflict and resource competition. With casualty rates relaxed, could this be related to the increasingly frequent interdimensional invasions recently? Chun Shuejuan furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend why something that had already been determined would be altered. Perhaps the federal or military higher-ups wish to seize this opportunity to observe our genuine reactions, survival capabilities, and limits of teamwork under unprepared circumstances. She glanced at Ning Yang, seeking confirmation. If this is indeed the case, we face both danger and opportunity. Ning Yang, we must prepare for the worst. Ning Yang stroked his chin and nodded. Since the rules have changed, we shall adapt to the new regulations. Survival mode? It sounds far more engaging than mere arena battles, perfect for testing our nascent team synergy. He looked at his three teammates, his tone infused with excitement. Let us get energized, return, and check our equipment and supplies immediately. Ensure we have ample potions and adjust our gear to optimal conditions. Half a day later, they gathered at the administrative building square. After parting ways with Chan Shuejuan and the others, Ning Yang swiftly veered towards the school's trading area. He needed to finalize a task without delay, not for himself, but to fulfill a promise. This sudden Academy Alliance Grand Competition might last for an indeterminate number of days. He had promised Lu He's roommate, Yan Jiehua, to procure a level 32-handed sword of type 7 within these 2 days. This task was not particularly difficult for him. With a bit of time before departure, he purchased materials and rapidly upgraded the weapon. A few hours later, he cradled the shimmering, radiant two-handed sword as he made his way to Lu He's dormitory. Just as he approached the path near the dormitory, a figure eagerly bounded toward him. It was Yan Jiehua. Ninkanzome, you finally made it. Lu He and I have been waiting for you for ages. Yan Jiehua exclaimed cheerfully, her bright eyes sparkling as they flitted over Ning Yang. She had gleaned much information about him from Lu He, and now that she saw him in person, he appeared even more dashing than in videos, exuding a charming air that was quite captivating. Ha! Ning Yang chuckled lightly, seeing through her intentions. You're not waiting for me. You're waiting for this level 7 two-handed sword, aren't you? He said, handing over the upgraded sword that emanated a faint energy wave. This was also the first time Ning Yang had met Yan Jiehua in real life. She appeared even more vibrant and lively than in their video calls. If Lu He could be deemed a pure and sweet beauty, scoring 95, then this girl could easily score a solid 90. Nimble and charming, she was indeed a rare gem. However, in the presence of Lu He, Chun Shuejuan, and Chen Yahan, Ning Yang found little interest in her. Senior brother, Yan Jiehua accepted the sword, lovingly caressing the blade. Then, she deliberately elongated her tone, using a voice so sweet it could almost be syrupy. Thank you so much. Oh, stop right there. Ning Yang was jolted by her sudden high-pitched tone, wearing an expression of disgust. Please refrain from that. Can you speak normally? That voice of yours sounds rather eerie. At that moment, Lu He caught up from behind. Upon seeing Ning Yang, her face instantly lit up with a sweet smile as she naturally stepped closer. Ning Yang Gige, you're here. Lu He intimately linked her arm with Ning Yang's, her voice soft and sweet. MHM. Ning Yang nodded, feeling the warmth radiating from her arm. His mood lifted. However, as Lu He turned to face Yan Jiehua, she immediately asserted her claim. Jiehua, this is my Ning Yang Gige. You are not allowed to call him Gige too, and certainly not in such a cutesy way. She puffed her cheeks slightly, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. Oh my, are we already marking territory? Yan Jiehua observed Lu He's possessive demeanor and playfully teased. Little He, you're being a tad stingy. It's just calling him Gige. It won't cost you a piece of meat. Look how wonderful Senior Ning Yang is. He even specially reinforced my weapon. What is wrong with me calling him Kigov to express my gratitude? Saying this, she turned to Ning Yang, her eyes glinting with mischief. Right, Ning Yang Gaga? She deliberately lingered on the word Gaga teasingly. No way. You mustn't call him that. Lu He tightened her grip on Ning Yang's arm, preemptively answering for him. Gratitude is one thing, but the title cannot be misused. Ning Yang Gugug is mine alone. You can call him Ning Yang or Senior, but you cannot call him Gurga. Ning Yang observed the two distinctively styled beauties vying for his attention. Though aware they were jesting, he couldn't help but feel a subtle thrill within. Did you hear that? My little princess has spoken, he remarked to Yin Shuahua, suppressing a laugh as he affectionately ruffled Lu He's hair. You should stick to calling me Senior or Ning Yang. I can't bear the weight of that Gurga title. Yin Shuahua feigned sorrow, clutching her new weapon, favoring romance over friendship. How cruel. Xiao He, I see through you. Fine, Ning Yang it is. Although she said this, her face was adorned with a sly smile, clearly relishing in teasing Lu He. Satisfied with her achievement, Lu He let out a triumphant hum, her little face beaming with victory, her grip on Ning Yang's arm tightening, as if to say, look, he belongs to me. After they watched Ning Yang and Lu He depart, Yin Shuahua exhibited an envious expression, wishing for a boyfriend like that, handsome, powerful, and wealthy. Hadn't she seen Lu He just 2 weeks ago as nothing more than a level 30 little Karami? Now, in merely 10 days, she had skyrocketed to a battle power of 780,000, surpassing even the seniors in her knowledge. Yin Shuahua was genuinely envious to the point of tears. In the square of the administrative building, Ning Yang met with Lu He and the already waiting Chen Yahan and Chen Xuejuan. They had indeed arrived quite early, and the vast square only hosted a sparse number of teams. Ning Xuedi, let us wait over here, Chen Yahan suggested, pointing to a somewhat peripheral spot with her characteristic caution. Isn't that central area large and conspicuous? Ning Yang inquired, puzzled, directing his gaze towards the most spacious and visually optimal area at the center of the square, standing there. It's most convenient to listen to the school leaders speak or to respond to any situations. Why should we stand in this peripheral position? Chen Yahan quickly lowered her voice to explain. You might not be aware of the unspoken rules of the academy. The top 10 ranked teams, aside from the Dawn team I was previously part of, primarily depend on the first-ranked team, the Tunshin team. It can be said that they're the ones everyone looks up to. The center area is almost deemed their exclusive domain, a symbol of their status within the academy. If we take it, we might attract a lot of trouble. Are they really that domineering? Lu He exclaimed, her small face displaying surprise. Chen Xuejuan also slightly frowned, clearly disapproving of such territorial behavior. Yahan, you must remember, you're no longer a member of the Dawn team, Ning Yang remarked, initially taken aback before chuckling. Similarly, don't use the standards of the Dawn team to measure our Haixing team. You need to quickly adapt to our ways. His gaze swept over the central area, his tone calm. Our Haixing team never instigates trouble, but we do not shy away from it either. As for that Tunshin team, he deliberately mispronounced the name with disdain. If they come looking for trouble, what you should worry about is not us, but whether they will regret stepping out today without checking the calendar. Let us go. We'll head to the very center. As a private server hacker, Ning Yang dared not claim to be the best in the world. But could mere students from a school intimidate him? Ridiculous. With that, he took the lead toward the most prominent spot in the square. Moreover, Ning Yang harbored some dissatisfaction with Chen Yahan, wishing she could swiftly sever ties with the Dawn team, especially memories of that Yishinkuan. A player whose heart still dwelled on another man was not what he desired. It was crucial to note that Chen Yahan was unlike Chen Xuejuan with her A-level prowess. She, like Lu He, possessed formidable D-level strength. Ning Yang highly valued individuals with true strength. Caught off guard by Ning Yang's words, Chen Yahan gazed at his unwavering back as he confidently strode toward the center, her brow furrowing in displeasure, a flicker of confusion and grievance stirring within her. She had merely aimed to avoid trouble. Why did it seem to displease him? Biting her lip, she ultimately swallowed her explanations. After all, she owed Ning Yang a tremendous favor. The few teams that had arrived earlier now looked on in astonishment as Ning Yang and his trio boldly occupied the most central and advantageous position. They exchanged glances, smirking as they anticipated the unfolding drama. To them, these newcomers, seemingly unaware of their limits, would surely have to retreat like cowards. As the minutes passed, the square gradually filled with more people. Ning Yang privately muttered about arriving too early, feeling he had wasted considerable time. The subsequent teams that arrived immediately noticed the four of them standing out in the center. That area seemed to possess an invisible barrier, with no other teams daring to approach. Hey, is that Ning Yang Xuedi? A team familiar with the reputation of Haixing called out, their tone laced with jest. You've got some guts to occupy that prime spot. I admire you, senior. Most teams that could earn an A-level rating comprised fourth-year students, with few third years and even rarer second or first years, so it was normal for the other to address him as Shuedi. Ning Yang looked up, noting their banter was good-natured, and responded with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, seniors. We at Haisheng are new here and unfamiliar with the rules. We merely thought this area offered a broad view and a sense of openness. If we've encroached on any senior's cherished spot, please bear with us. His words were polite, yet his sturdy stance showed no signs of yielding. Over 10 more minutes passed, and aside from the area occupied by Ning Yang and his group, the rest of the square was filled with people, making their space appear even more conspicuous. At that moment, 5 individuals clad in matching black attire, emblazoned with the emblem Liao Yuan, pushed through the crowd, exuding an aggressive aura. The murmurs in the square dampened significantly as many recognized them. This was the 4th-ranked Super A-level team, Liao Yuan team. Leading them was a medium-built young man with gray-dyed hair, possessing a somewhat handsome face but an air of unshakable arrogance. He was Lin Fan, the captain of the Liao Yuan team. Lin Fan strode directly to Ning Yang, completely ignoring the 3 girls beside him, sizing up Ning Yang with a scrutinizing and disdainful gaze. Then he made a highly insulting gesture, raising one foot to stand on the steps before pointing downwards. New here? Unfamiliar with the rules? Now, crawl over from here, and I'll consider this a minor oversight, forgiving your offense this time. As Lin Fan spoke, the other 4 members of the Liao Yuan team had already tactfully spread out, effectively blocking all possible escape routes for Ning Yang, their faces wearing the sly smiles of cats playing with their prey. The entire square fell into an instant hush, with all eyes fixated on this small area. The air was thick with excitement and anticipation for a confrontation. Everyone was eager to discover whether this audacious newcomer occupying the central position would humiliate himself by crawling away or be mercilessly punished before being forced to do so. Regardless, most observers believed that Ning Yang was destined for misfortune today. The atmosphere bristled with tension. Chun Xuejuan's face was as cold as ice, her gaze frosty. Chun Yahan furrowed her brow, her hands instinctively clenching. Louis cast a worried glance at Ning Yang, not out of concern for his safety. After all, in her eyes, her brother Ning Yang was the strongest, but rather worried that these bothersome individuals would affect his mood. Ning Yang slowly turned his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the gray-haired youth and the 4 individuals behind him. The Hawkeye skill silently activated, instantly revealing the energy flows and numerous vulnerabilities within this group. Their strength was roughly on par with Chun Yahan's previous Dawn Battle team, considered formidable among the Super A ranks. However, compared to the Abyss Demon that had given him a tough fight last night, they were akin to ants facing an elephant. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me calling you? The gray-haired youth, Lin Fan, assumed Ning Yang was stunned into silence and shouted impatiently. However, he barely finished his sentence when, smack, a crisp, resounding slap echoed like thunder in the still square. Ning Yang struck with lightning speed to the onlookers. It seemed as if the gray-haired youth had been struck head-on by an invisible beast. He flew backward without any resistance. Half of his face went numb instantly, his head buzzing as if a swarm of bees were buzzing inside, and he saw stars. Thud! His body crashed heavily against the hard wall of the podium several meters away, sliding down to leave a faint imprint. HP 60. HP 6. Additional true damage. With just a single slap, 2/3 of his health bar vanished in an instant. The entire square was enveloped in a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 64. Is he the black-haired war god? The remaining 4 members of the Liao Yuan battle team were frozen in shock for several seconds. The mocking smiles on their faces were swiftly replaced by horror. 2 melee fighters roared and drew their weapons, charging at Ning Yang. Meanwhile, the mages and archers in the back hurriedly began to gather energy to cast spells, drawing their bows to the limit. However, to Ning Yang, their movement seemed laughably slow. Once more, Ning Yang's figure vanished from his original spot. Like a phantom, he cut through the 4, his legs moving like whips, delivering a series of rapid kicks. Bang, 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 bang. For muffled thuds rang out in quick succession. The 4 members of the Liao Yuan battle team didn't even graze the hem of Ning Yang's clothing. They felt as though an overwhelming force had struck them. their insides seemingly rearranging. They were sent flying like ragdolls, following in their leader's footsteps, crashing against the podium's wall, sprawled out in a pitiful state. HP 70, HP 7, HP 70, HP 7, HP 70, HP 7, HP 70, HP 7. Ning Yang stood in place, casually shaking his hand, feeling a slight sense of amazement. After activating the attack enhancement buff, his strength had indeed reached a qualitative leap. Dealing with opponents of this caliber was akin to an adult man beating a kindergarten child. It was an absolute massacre. This was while he had held back considerable strength. Otherwise, they would have been knocked out cold. He even felt that if he were to face that abyss demon again, the battle would no longer be so arduous. He was confident he could defeat it in a short time frame. Under the multitude of shocked, fearful, and incredulous gazes, Ning Yang leisurely walked toward the gray-haired youth, who was crumpled against the wall, bloodied and terrified. Lin Fan looked at Ning Yang as if he were a demon risen from hell. He could not comprehend how such a terrifying figure could be hidden within the academy. He couldn't even withstand a single slap from the other. What terrified him further was the crimson icon in his status bar. Soul destruction. This was the state of soul destruction. If he died now, he would truly be dead. Even a divine being could not save him. Wasn't this a unique ability of top-tier bosses? How could the other possess such a taboo, cheating power? Do you wish to live? Ning Yang squatted down and lightly patted the swollen face of the gray-haired youth. Lin Fan's body trembled, and the overwhelming desire to survive made him forget all sense of dignity, urgently nodding his head. As for the other members nearby, they didn't dare utter a word. After such a brief skirmish, they understood that their combat power was not on the same level at all. Fortunately, this was the school. If it were outside, perhaps all 5 of them would have already perished. All right, Ning Yang snickered coldly, returning the insult he had received earlier. You and your teammates will bark like dogs 3 times here, then crawl out of my sight. I shall consider your reckless behavior a momentary lapse in judgment and forgive you. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's face drained of color, humiliation flooding over him. However, in comparison to the fear of death and permanent disappearance, what was this bit of humiliation? Woof, woof, woof. He dared not hesitate, quickly raising his voice and calling out with all his might. After barking, Lin Fan turned to the other team members, who were similarly crumpled and ashen-faced, and shouted frantically, "What the hell are you waiting for? Do you want to die? Bark now." The 4 team members snapped back to reality at his shout. The overwhelming fear crushed their sense of shame, and the sound of barking immediately erupted across the square. Woof, 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 woof. The 5 of them, under the watchful eyes of the elite teams and the entire school, collectively barked like dogs. This absurd scene, however, elicited no laughter from anyone present. Instead, it sent a chill down many spines, a palpable fear of absolute power. All right, crawl away. Ning Yang nodded in satisfaction, standing up and waving his hand as if swatting away flies. Remember, do not let me see you again, otherwise you will bear the consequences. The gray-haired youth nodded vigorously. We'll leave, no. We'll crawl away right now. With that, he hurriedly led the way, scrambling out of Ning Yang's sight. At that moment, the entire administrative building's square fell into an eerie silence due to Ning Yang's actions. Then, like a boiling pot, it erupted into a cacophony of exclamations and discussions. Did I see that correctly? That was the Liao Yuan battle team, the 4th-ranked Liao Yuan battle team in the school, with a single slap and 4 kicks. It was resolved just like that? Is this some kind of movie? They really crawled away like dogs. Who exactly is Ning Yang? ISNT, the Black Star battle team, ranked 100? How could he be so terrifying? My goodness, those are 5 super A-rank powerhouses. They didn't even have a chance to fight back? This strength is simply terrifying. Too exaggerated. I thought we were in for a good show, but instead, it was a performance where Liao Yuan was treated as a mere plaything, just as the crowd was immersed in Ning Yang's display of terrifying strength. Someone in the crowd suddenly directed their gaze toward Lu He, the serene girl holding the ancient harp beside Ning Yang. Oh, did you notice that girl with the harp next to Ning Yang? She looks so familiar. Which one? Oh, you mean that bard? She does look a bit familiar. I remember now. Yesterday, wasn't there a demon royal family appearing in the eastern district of Langshu City? A live broadcast and a subsequently viral video emerged. Indeed, I have seen it too. In that video, the He Mao Zhanshan was accompanied by a girl holding a harp. It is indeed her. What is this He Mao Zhanshan? What is this demon royal clan? What are you all talking about? Those who are out of the loop appear utterly bewildered. Someone nearby excitedly pulled out a personal terminal, swiftly retrieving the video. You didn't know? Look, it's this one, with the body of an ordinary person. He bravely confronts the demon lord, the angel of children, He Mao Zhanshan. Look at this girl in the video. Isn't she the same as the one beside Ning Yang now? Wow, it truly is. The hairstyle, the clothing, the weapon, and that demeanor. It's a perfect match. So, if that's the case, does it mean that Ning Yang is the one in the video, the He Mao Zhanshan, radiating black light and wielding knife energy that could annihilate the heavens and earth? Who else could it be? No wonder he is so powerful. Even the demon royal clan can be repelled. Defeating the Liao Yuan battle team must be like child's play for him. My goodness, the He Mao Zhanshan is actually from our school, and he is just a third-year student? This world is utterly insane. Wow, this is big news. I'm going to post this information on the campus network right now. The discussion spread like a tidal wave, and increasingly more curious gazes were directed towards Ning Yang at the center of the square. Shock, admiration, fear, curiosity, various complex emotions permeated the crowd. Although there was no official announcement confirming that Ning Yang was indeed the He Mao Zhanshan, the appearance of Lu He and Ning Yang's extraordinary prowess led some to firmly believe this conclusion. At that moment, Lu Jinyu, the captain of the Tun Tian battle team, along with Wei Xiumei and 3 others, happened upon the scene. Chapter 65, Wei Xiumei's Opportunity. The legendary hidden profession. The foremost figure stood tall, his steps steady, exuding an invisible aura that parted the crowd as he passed. He was none other than Lu Jinyu, renowned as a singular presence among all students. Accompanying him were Wei Xiumei, Wei Yangxing, He Zhongyang, and Zhou Jing. Lu Jinyu was in high spirits, wearing an uncharacteristic smile, for he had discovered 4 true gems today, Wei Xiumei and her companions. During their fortuitous encounter that morning, he was astonished to find their foundational abilities to be extraordinarily high, even slightly surpassing his own. Had they not been completely ignorant of ancient martial arts, he would have found it challenging to keep them in check. This revelation filled him with ecstatic joy. He was tired of his current teammates, who, despite being super A-grade, could not keep pace with him. If he could recruit Wei Xiumei and her companions, his Tun Tian battle team would undoubtedly soar to new heights, genuinely possessing the strength to compete nationally. He had already extended an invitation to them, which they graciously accepted, requesting to formally join after the completion of the Academy Alliance tournament and to bid farewell to a burdening priest named Jiang Fan from their original team. Their loyalty and sense of camaraderie only deepened Lu Jinyu's admiration, as he felt they shared a kinship. On the other hand, Wei Xiumei and her companions were equally exhilarated. Today, they had the fortune to meet the top student of the entire school, Lu Jinyu. Their exceptional abilities could not be concealed, and they were discovered by this discerning talent. Even more astonishing was that the esteemed Lu Jinyu personally invited them to join his team. To this end, Lu Jinyu promised that if they joined, he would impart to them the wondrous ancient martial arts. He had already demonstrated some of these techniques before them, which were astounding. If they mastered ancient martial arts, their combat capabilities would undoubtedly skyrocket. Wei Xiumei and her companions felt that parting ways with Ning Yang had been their wisest decision. Otherwise, they would have been waiting for ages to access such advanced knowledge as ancient martial arts. Furthermore, they would never have had the chance to meet a figure like Senior Lu Jinyu. No, they should consider themselves on par with Senior Lu Jinyu. They had merely been held back by Ning Yang for nearly a year. However, their elation vanished in an instant as their gaze fell upon the center of the square. Lu Jinyu immediately noticed that the central position, which should have belonged to his Tun Tian battle team, was occupied by unfamiliar faces. What infuriated him further was that his subordinate, Lin Fan, the captain of the Liao Yuan battle team, was crawling on the ground with his team like dogs. Retreating from that area, this was nothing short of a slap in the face to Lu Jinyu. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Get up right now. Lu Jinyu bellowed, his voice resounding through the square with undeniable authority. Lin Fan's body trembled as he glanced up at Lu Jinyu's furious visage, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes. Forget him. But after a mere moment's hesitation, He urged his teammates, saying, "Move quickly. Crawl if you don't want to die." Lin Fan knew all too well that offending Lu Jinyu would only result in a beating. However, if he didn't quickly remove himself from Ning Yang's presence, it would surely mean his demise. The annihilation state was still upon him, and it hadn't dissipated yet. In his view, Ning Yang was 100 times more terrifying than Lu Jinyu. Moments later, he vanished from the center of the square. Lu Jinyu, taken aback by Lin Fan's audacity to disregard him, was soon consumed by a fury of contempt. "Brother Lu, what's wrong? You seem very angry?" Wei Xiumei stepped forward at the opportune moment, her voice soft, her gaze also filled with curiosity as she looked towards the center of the square. That crawling waste is one of my subordinates. I don't know who blindfolded him, but he didn't even give me face." Lu Jinyu suppressed his anger and seized a bystander who was watching the commotion, demanding, "You, speak. What has happened here?" The student felt intimidated by Lu Jinyu's imposing demeanor. Stammering, he recounted how Ning Yang effortlessly handled the Liao Yuan battle team, forcing them to crawl away while barking like dogs. "What? You're telling me they were dealt with by Ning Yang?" Wei Xiumei exclaimed in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. "What? Wei Xiumei, do you know that Ning Yang?" Lu Jinyu keenly picked up on her reaction. "Know him?" Wei Xiumei's expression immediately morphed into one of disdain and contempt, as if discussing something foul. "Brother Lu, Ning Yang was the useless support from our team. He was expelled for being so incompetent and dragging us down. I never expected him to now wield such false authority." Wei Yangxing quickly echoed, his tone rife with scorn. "Yes, he is an absolute waste, holding us back for far too long. We only recently kicked him out. We know exactly what he is capable of. Brother Lu, your subordinate couldn't even handle someone like Ning Yang. It seems his strength is lacking as well. So he is unworthy of being your subordinate. No reason for you to be angry." He Zhongyang eagerly stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "However, beating a dog still requires the owner. This Ning Yang had the audacity to strike your people. He is not giving us any face. Just wait. I'll go teach him a lesson, so he knows the meaning of humility." Wei Xiumei and her companions naturally assumed Lin Fan was weak. That was because they were unaware of each other's identities. They had no idea that Lin Fan was one of the top 3 students in the school. Lu Jinyu did not doubt the words of Wei Xiumei and her companions. He had only conducted a simple test of their abilities that morning. He could only say they were quite strong. Precisely how strong, he did not know, but he estimated they were only slightly weaker than himself. Therefore, it was entirely plausible that what they said about Lin Fan's lack of strength was true. "Fine. I shall personally assess his capabilities and see what tricks he has to dare touch my people." Lu Jinyu nodded. Thus, under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, Lu Jinyu, accompanied by Wei Xiumei and her 3 companions, strode towards Ning Yang and his group at the center of the square with an imposing demeanor. At this moment, Lu Jinyu approached Ning Yang with an imposing demeanor, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You are Ning Yang, are you not? I am curious. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to stand here, encroaching upon a domain that does not belong to you?" Just then, He Zhongyang interjected, "Ning Yang, I give you 3 seconds to take your companions and vanish from our sight, otherwise." As he uttered the word otherwise, He Zhongyang halted, yet the fierce glint in his eyes and his clenched fists conveyed his intent. Ning Yang turned to see Wei Xiumei and her companions, with the illustrious Lu Jinyu standing before them. He was well aware of Lu Jinyu's renowned reputation, a figure whose name reverberated throughout the school. "I thought it was someone daring to bark in my presence. Are these not the few ingrates I expelled from my ranks? Ah, is the esteemed Lu Jinyu. A pleasure to finally meet you." Ning Yang feigned realization, his expression transforming into one of mock bewilderment. "Pray tell, Lu de Xiuzhang, how did you come to associate with this motley crew?" He elongated his tone, scanning Wei Xiumei and her companions as if appraising discarded items. "These are mere rejects I discarded long ago, and yet you have chosen to collect them? Might I inquire if your hidden profession is that of the legendary scrap master?" In Chapter 66, Ning Yang admitted his earlier oversight in not dodging. Nearby, Lu could not suppress a chuckle at Ning Yang's biting remarks. But sensing the shift in atmosphere, she quickly stifled her laughter with a playful stick of the tongue. Lu Jinyu's expression darkened ominously, while Wei Xiumei and her companions trembled with fury. They who held themselves in high regard could not fathom how a discarded individual dared to insult them thus, branding them as rejects. "Ning Yang, You are courting death. He Zhongyang seethed, advancing a few steps as energy surged within him. Yet, an identical scene unfolded. Slap. The sound of a crisp slap resonated. The blow was as swift as lightning and as forceful as an avalanche. All present witnessed merely a blur. None discerned how Ning Yang had struck. He Zhongyang had no time to react, resembling a ragdoll flung by a truck. His feet lifted off the ground as he spun in midair before crashing to the earth like a lifeless dog, rolling several times. One side of his face reddened and swelled, a fiery pain radiating through him. It was only then that he began to wail. The energy aura that had been surging within him was utterly extinguished by that slap. The atmosphere erupted in chaos as spectators reveled in the spectacle. When a master speaks, how dare the dog interject? Lu Xiuzhang, your dog seems to lack manners. Allow me to discipline him for you, if you have no objections, Ning Yang remarked, dismissively flicking his hand as if swatting away a fly, his tone dripping with disdain. Wei Xiumei and Wei Yangxing stood frozen in shock, their previously composed expressions replaced with sheer astonishment. Having spent a year with Ning Yang, they understood his capabilities all too well. How had he suddenly, seemingly, transformed into someone formidable? Their astonishment swiftly morphed into rage. Zhongyang, are you all right? Wei Xiumei rushed to help the fallen He Zhongyang, still dazed from the slap. He Zhongyang struggled to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, Lu Jinyu's pupils constricted, and the energy emanating from him faltered. How could this be? Such speed, such strength. A jolt of alarm coursed through him. Even he could not so easily send a skilled opponent like He Zhongyang flying. Had Ning Yang employed some special skill? Regardless, it was evident that this Ning Yang was far from the waste that Wei Xiumei and her companions had described. However, He Zhongyang was still one of his own. He could not simply stand by as his subordinate was humiliated. You dare to strike? Lu Jinyu's eyes gleamed with cold fury, and a formidable energy aura surged around him. A chilling, killing intent immediately honed in on Ning Yang. After He Zhongyang regained his footing, he was filled with both humiliation and rage. He activated his skills, preparing to charge recklessly at Ning Yang. The atmosphere grew tense, the impending conflict palpable. Cease this at once. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a voice imbued with authority and undeniable power reverberated across the square. Several school officials had unexpectedly taken their stand at the front of the podium. The leading elder's expression was grave, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd. A powerful pressure enveloping the scene, forcibly suppressing the restless energy emanating from Lu Jinyu and He Zhongyang. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the administrative building square. Should anyone dare to strike again, I shall immediately revoke their team's qualification for this Academy Alliance competition and expel them from square. The elder's voice carried an absolute authority that doused Lu Jinyu and He Zhongyang in cold water, snapping them back to reality. The stakes of the competition were paramount. They dared not challenge the school's boundaries at such a critical moment. He Zhongyang clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the boiling rage within him, the glow of his energy gradually dimming. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Ning Yang, burning with fury. Zhongyang, how could you allow that waste, Ning Yang, to strike you so easily? You were even sent flying. Seizing the moment of distraction, Wei Yangxing pulled He Zhongyang aside, lowering his voice to question him. He Zhongyang, clutching his still throbbing face, felt a profound sense of shame. Cough. Just now I was careless. I did not dodge. In a bid to salvage his meager dignity, he defended himself. Who could have known that this brat would resort to such underhanded tactics and launch a surprise attack? Yes, it was indeed an ambush. Otherwise, how could he have touched me? While He Zhongyang spoke, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. The speed of Ning Yang's slap had been unfathomable, and the strength behind it seemed extraordinary, entirely unlike the feeble support he remembered. Yet, this thought was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by intense anger and self-reassurance. Wei Xiumei, overhearing He Zhongyang's justifications, shook her head in disbelief. Retaining some semblance of rationality, she too had not fully grasped Ning Yang's movements. Had Ning Yang truly grown stronger during this period? Suddenly, Wei Xiumei's gaze fell upon Chen Yahan behind Ning Yang. She recognized Chen Yahan as the top support in the school, capable of bestowing formidable enhancements. Could it be that Chen Yahan had granted Ning Yang some powerful support skills? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Yes, that must be it. Ning Yang was merely leveraging the strength of another. The true power did not reside in Ning Yang, but rather in Chunyahan. It is evident that I have effortlessly seen through your facade of weakness. On Ning Yang's side, Chan Xuejuan observed the distressed yet restrained expressions of the opposing group, a faint smile gracing her lips. So these are your so-called loyal former teammates? Today, I can see why they are so detestable. Ning Yang nodded in agreement. He had exerted the same effort against He Zhongyang as he had against Lin Fan. Yet, this He Zhongyang had only been sent flying a few meters, unlike Lin Fan and his cohorts who had been blasted away like cannonballs. He Zhongyang indeed possessed some skill. No, it should be said that his Wang, Zhiguan Huang Buff was truly impressive. At this moment, the effects of the Wang, Zhiguan Huang Buff still lingered on Wei Xiumei and her companions, providing them with a staggering 70 absorption of both physical and magical damage. However, their moment of triumph would not last long. Once the competition commenced, he would make special arrangements for Wei Xiumei and her group. Chunyahan, slightly furrowing her brows, contemplated Ning Yang's past, as she had only recently joined He Xing and was not thoroughly acquainted with his history. Witnessing the intense reaction from the other party and the merciless tirade from Ning Yang, a wave of confusion washed over Chunyahan. The observant Lu He, noticing Chunyahan's bewilderment, leaned in to whisper an explanation. Sister Yahan, let me tell you, those four, Wei Xiumei and her companions, have gone too far. After Lu He finished explaining, a flicker of understanding crossed Chunyahan's face, and she cast a glance towards Wei Xiumei and her group, her gaze tinged with disdain. Those who are ungrateful are scorned everywhere. Moreover, Lu He had inadvertently let slip that Ning Yang possessed a skill that could instantly elevate someone's capabilities by several tiers. Was Lu He's formidable combat power attributed to this enhancement skill? Chunyahan was taken aback. According to her knowledge, even the mightiest enhancement skill could only boost a teammate's power by a staggering 100,000, which would be nothing short of miraculous. But Lu He had experienced a surge of 400,000 overnight. What kind of divine skill was this? Her mind swirled with questions. She resolved to find a moment to inquire more thoroughly with Ning Yang. Attention all participants. The principal's voice boomed through the loudspeakers, resonating across the entire square. In this year's Academy Alliance competition, we will be abolishing the traditional tiered selection format. Chapter 67, Assessment Method. The principal's shocking announcement. You, along with all eligible students nationwide, will uniformly enter a generic A-level dimensional space designated by the military for assessment. The principal deliberately paused, allowing the weight of the term A-level dimensional to seep into the hearts of everyone present. Dimensional spaces differ from dungeons. In dungeons, they can choose to escape if they find a safe location. Furthermore, they often possess a comprehensive understanding of the dungeon's circumstances, armed with complete strategies. However, in a dimensional space, no one knows what dangers lurk within. There is no option to escape at will. The assessment content is simple. Survive for 10 days, hunt monsters, and procure vital resources. Rankings will be based on contributions. There are no additional rules, no forbidden zones, and no supplies or protections provided by us. You will face the inherent, lethal monsters of that world, the harsh and complex natural environment, and the competition resulting from scarce resources. Moreover, there could even be threats from other participants. The military has estimated a 30% mortality rate. Be advised, this is a conservative estimate. The actual figures may be even higher. The principal's gaze swept across the increasingly pallid faces of the young participants, his tone unyielding. Do not harbor illusions. This is neither a drill nor a game. This is an experience of a true battlefield. Humanity's exploration of dimensional spaces is fraught with sacrifice. You have benefited from the resources and training provided by the Federation. Now, it is time to prove your worth, and worth is often inscribed through survival and victory. The only allies you can rely upon are yourselves and your teammates. Shortly, the school bus will transport you to the entrance of the dimensional space pillar. Now, make your choice. Those who decide to participate from a line to board. Those who choose to withdraw may disperse right here. No one will blame you. But once you step onto the bus, it signifies your acceptance of this life and death pact, with no room for regrets. The principal's voice abruptly ceased, and he retreated backstage. Behind the podium, several senior school officials observed the scene below quietly. A burly mentor crossed his arms and grinned. Old E, your words are quite direct. I wager at least 200 kids will be scared off. A bespectacled mentor adjusted his glasses. After all, These are merely students who have yet to face true bloodshed. It is natural for them to hesitate in the face of a 30% casualty rate. The principal, referred to as Old E, was Yi Jingjin, an SS-level powerhouse and the overall head of this assessment at Sangsong University. In this world, the rating of Super A-level and above requires official evaluation, typically reserved for those who have entered society. They are usually classified as A, S, SS, and SSS levels. Students, no matter how strong, can only be regarded as a level, or at most be glorified as Super A-level. Moreover, Yi Jingjin spoke with a stoic demeanor. A tree nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms. If one lacks even the courage to face death, how can they hope to safeguard their homeland? The selection has already begun. Another teacher inquired, "By the way, who was that student who acted out earlier? He seemed quite formidable, yet I've never heard of him before." The other mentors expressed their ignorance. "I did a quick check." Yi Jingjin replied with a faint smile. "His name is Ning Yang, the captain of the Black Star team. He usually keeps a low profile, but it seems he has recently gained significant recognition." Although he appeared casual in his remarks to the mentor beside him, his gaze remained fixed on Ning Yang. In his eyes, there was no longer the admiration of an elder towards an outstanding junior, but rather a scrutiny filled with profound astonishment and inquiry. Yi Jingjin had secured his position as principal not only through his experience, but also due to his genuine SS-level prowess. Early in his career, he fortuitously acquired an exceedingly rare super skill, True Eye, which allowed him to perceive a target's hidden profession and comprehensive combat power to a certain extent. This skill enabled him to assess individuals with remarkable accuracy, rarely making mistakes. However, just moments ago, when he habitually scanned Ning Yang and his teammates with True Eye, the data that returned nearly caused this seasoned SS-level powerhouse to lose his composure. Ning Yang, Profession, Enhancement Supporter. Comprehensive Combat Power, 1, 250,000. Lu He, Profession Bard. Comprehensive Combat Power, 1, 180,000. Chun Shiwejuan, Profession, Fated Wanderer, Hidden Profession. Comprehensive Combat Power, 1, 390,000. These three figures struck him like heavy hammers, shattering his comprehension. What a joke. A tempest of disbelief surged within Yi Jingjin. He instinctively questioned whether his skill had malfunctioned. Here he was, Yi Jingjin, having immersed himself in the craft for years and endured countless battles, and yet his own comprehensive combat power barely reached 1,060,000. This was already a source of pride for him. But these three students, how young were they? Each of their combat power figures exceeded that of this seasoned veteran, who had devoted decades to cultivation. Was it possible that he had truly lived long enough to see his own obsolescence? Throughout his long life, he had encountered countless prodigies, yet he had never seen nor heard of any young individual capable of surpassing the 1 million mark in comprehensive combat power at such a tender age. This fundamentally contradicted the norms of professional growth. Comprehensive combat power, while not entirely synonymous with practical combat ability, represented the most fundamental and core metrics: strength, agility, endurance, attack power, and other rigid indicators. Such outrageous statistics implied that they possessed astonishing potential and foundations. What made Yi Jingjin's scalp tingle was that this was not an isolated case. He shifted his gaze towards the group in conflict with Ning Yang, and the data of the four accompanying Lu Jinyu caused his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Wei Shumei, Profession, Fire Elementalist. Comprehensive Combat Power, 760,000. Wei Yangxing, Profession, Shield Sword Warrior. Comprehensive Combat Power, 700,000. He Zhongyang, Profession, Berserker. Comprehensive Combat Power, 740,000. Zhou Jing, Profession, Jungle Ranger. Comprehensive Combat Power, 700,000. Each of these four individuals boasted combat power that solidly surpassed the school's top student, Lu Jinyu, whom he held in high regard. Lu Jinyu came from a distinguished family, having access to abundant training resources since childhood, not to mention possessing 12 pieces of exceptional equipment rated at level 7. Yet, even he could only muster 650,000 in combat power. If there were only one prodigy, perhaps he could still reluctantly attribute it to the emergence of an unparalleled genius. but 7 appearing all at once? 7 with such unreasonably high and uniformly aligned combat power? This was undeniably abnormal. Something unusual must be afoot. Beneath it all, there must lie some secret or connection of which he remains blissfully unaware. Perhaps it is an unknown legacy, or a forbidden technique, or perhaps something even more troublesome. Lao Shan, I entrust you with a task of utmost priority. Yi Jing pointed towards Ning Yang, Wei Xuemei, and the others. Gather comprehensive information on these individuals. Yes, including Ning Yang, his companions, and the 4 students across from them. I want every detail of their experiences, social connections, and extraordinary encounters since their enrollment. Even the slightest unusual behavior must be thoroughly investigated. Compile the most detailed report possible and deliver it to my office without delay. At this moment, the mentor known as Lao Shan cautiously inquired, Principal, have your extraordinary abilities discern something? Enough with the small talk. Simply execute my orders. Chapter 68. I want you to be my woman. Below, Principal Yi's speech felt like a splash of cold water into a boiling pot, instantly igniting a fervent uproar and discussion. An A-class alternate dimension? What nonsense is this? There are no supplies there, and any monster could take our lives. A 30% death rate. This is only a conservative estimate. I heard that last year, an S-class reconnaissance team was completely annihilated inside. 10 days without supplies. This means we must confront monsters while also preparing our own healing potions and food. And did you catch the principal's hint? He mentioned threats from other participants, which implies nonsense. Resources are finite. To survive and to rank, seizing from others is undoubtedly quicker than searching for oneself. It's far too dangerous. This is akin to playing with fire. I still want to graduate alive, but the rewards must be unimaginably rich, right? Moreover, if we can emerge alive, the rewards must be claimed with our lives. I do not wish to become a pile of bones in the alternate dimension. Amidst the whispers, fear spread like a plague. Many students turned pale, their expressions wavering. The eager anticipation previously etched on their faces replaced with hesitation and panic. Soon someone moved. The first, the second. Like a line of dominoes falling, more and more individuals bowed their heads and silently departed the square. They chose safety, which also meant relinquishing opportunity. Ultimately, the square, once teeming with thousands, saw its numbers dwindle, nearly half the students opting to withdraw. Beep, with a blaring horn. Rows of school buses adorned with the institution's emblem slowly rolled into the edge of the square. Those remaining, in silence, began to orderly approach the vehicles that would transport them towards the trials of life and death. Ning Yang, Luo He, and the senior, let us move together, Chun Xuejuan said first. After a few boarded the bus, Ning Yang was called out by a teacher. After a brief instruction, the teacher left, leaving Ning Yang alone to face an unexpected visitor. She was a girl clad in a crimson casual jacket with a short skirt beneath. Her short hair framing an exceptionally beautiful face. Stunning. Truly stunning. She was in no way inferior to Chun Xuejuan in beauty. However, her allure was entirely distinct from Chun Xuejuan's icy elegance. This shoulder-length haired girl radiated a vibrant youthful energy. Her eyes sparkled like 2 clear springs. With slightly petite lips and those exquisite eyes, her beauty was beyond description. Upon seeing her face, Ning Yang felt as though he could forget everything around him. She was undoubtedly a masterpiece of the cosmos, the most marvelous landscape painting, the most beautiful melody. Ning Yang was not the kind of person who would be rendered immobile by a beautiful woman. Yet, the fact that such beauty could momentarily distract him indicated that the woman must not be beautiful enough. Hello, black-haired battle god. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Shuang from the Longji Bureau of Lingshu City. The girl initiated, her voice clear like a mountain spring. Ning Yang's expression darkened as he retorted with annoyance. Do not call me black-haired battle god. I detest that title. However, he was somewhat taken aback. He had heard of the Longji Bureau, the most formidable official organization managing practitioners in the Federation, wielding immense power and filled with experts. It was not entirely surprising that they sought him out after his combat video went viral online. Now that his strength had significantly increased, he was less concerned about revealing his capabilities. In this world, strength ultimately spoke for itself. May I call you Yanga? Li Shuang asked tentatively. That is acceptable. Ning Yang replied nonchalantly. What business does your Longji Bureau have with me? Yanga, I will speak plainly. As the disturbances in the alternate dimension grow increasingly frequent, the situation remains unstable. The Federation urgently requires powerful individuals like you to join forces in maintaining peace and stability in the present world. She suppressed a slight discomfort at addressing him as Gu, as she was 2 years his senior. Ning Yang understood the gravity of the Federation's need to resist alternate dimension invasions. However, the notion of joining an organization stirred a deep-seated aversion within him, a remnant of his past life where he toiled under the weight of servitude. In this lifetime, he simply desired to roam freely and did not wish to be burdened by additional authority figures. Moreover, he had heard rumors of internal strife and intrigue within the Federation. "I apologize, but I have no interest in joining your Longji Bureau," Ning Yang stated firmly, shaking his head. "I am accustomed to a carefree lifestyle and cannot tolerate constraints. I still have preparations for the Academy assessments to attend to. Please seek someone else." With that, he feigned a motion to leave. Li Shuang grew anxious. Her mission this time was to recruit Ning Yang into the organization. She had made a promise to her father and could not simply give up. "Yang, go, please wait." Li Shuang stepped forward, her tone laced with earnestness. "If your concerns are regarding treatment or freedom, we can negotiate. You can propose any demands, and we will do our utmost to accommodate you." "Oh, any demands?" Ning Yang halted, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face as he appraised Li Shuang's graceful figure and exquisite features. He deliberately spoke in a teasing manner. "Then how about you become my woman? If you agree, I might consider it." Ning Yang believed such an outrageous demand would infuriate her, prompting her to storm off in indignation, thus alleviating him of any further hassle. However, to Ning Yang's astonishment, Li Shuang merely furrowed her delicate brows, biting her rosy lip gently. Yet she did not explode with anger or turn to leave. "Just kidding. I'm leaving," Ning Yang remarked, observing her reaction with a smirk, intending to walk away. "I am willing to be your woman." Just as Ning Yang was about to step out, he heard a tremulous yet exceptionally clear and resolute voice from behind. "What?" Ning Yang spun around, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly convinced he had misheard. "You? What did you say? Are you truly willing?" "Yes, I am willing." Li Shuang raised her head, her cheeks still flushed, yet her gaze was unwavering. This left Ning Yang utterly dumbfounded. Something was amiss. How could she agree to such an absurd condition? There had to be a catch. "In that case, I have reconsidered. I still do not wish to join your Longji Bureau." "You?" Li Shuang was genuinely flustered and furious now, her face unable to conceal her embarrassment and anger. "I have already consented to your shameless request. Why do you still refuse?" Chapter 69. Ein Guoben? Guliakting Li Shuan. Look, you yourself admit that this request is shameless, don't you?" Ning Yang immediately pointed at Li Shuang, as if he had seized upon a significant flaw. "Then why did you agree? This indicates you are not sincere and must have ulterior motives. Although I, Ning Yang, have a fondness for beautiful women, I am not a fool." Li Shuang was momentarily taken aback by his words, lowering her head as her delicate fingers intertwined nervously. "I have conducted my investigation on you. I know you are indeed a lecher." She hesitated for a moment before explaining in a voice as soft as a whisper. "Nonsense." Ning Yang immediately erupted in anger. "Who dares to call me a lecher? Who is spreading rumors? Tell me, and I shall deal with him." Although he had a penchant for such matters, being confronted about it, especially by someone from an official capacity, was a blow to his pride. Since Li Shuang had already spoken her mind, she no longer held back and explained directly, "We are now in an era of global data digitization. Your every word and deed is recorded by personal terminals and uploaded to the federal servers for backup. I have analyzed your daily conversations and behavioral data. You currently have 2 girlfriends, one named Chun Xuejuan and the other Lu He. Furthermore, you have already engaged in an intimate relationship with Lu He. It appears you are attempting to pursue your 3rd teammate, Chen Yahan." Ning Yang's face turned ashen in an instant. Damn! He felt an overwhelming rush of indignation within him. Is this not an utter humiliation? The official agency actually knows such intimate details. At the same time, he felt a secret fear of the vast power and omnipresence of the authorities. "What else do you know about me?" Ning Yang asked, his expression darkening. "Additionally, I have information regarding your profession and skills." Li Shuang continued, "I discovered multiple audio records where you self-identified as a hidden class. Moreover, you possess an extraordinarily powerful enhancement skill that significantly boosts your teammates' abilities. Yesterday, during the battle against the demon royal family. The reason Lu He performed so exceptionally was due to your enhancement skill. As for anything else, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly noteworthy. Ning Yang's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. So, in the eyes of the authorities, he was practically in a state of disgrace. He was so furious that he wanted to smash his personal terminal to pieces, but the thought of living without it made him relent. Much like giving up the idea of living without a mobile phone in his previous life. Are you truly willing to be my woman? Ning Yang glared at Li Shuang with a displeased expression, testing her one last time. Let me be clear, Chun Xuejuan and Lu He are my legitimate girlfriends, and I cannot abandon them. Even if you were to join me, you could only be a secondary choice. To his surprise, upon hearing this, a flush crept onto Li Shuang's face once again. I don't mind, she replied shyly. After all, the federal laws do not stipulate that a man can only marry one wife. To her, Ning Yang's unwillingness to abandon his past loves indicated that he was not a heartless person. This was far better than those spoiled youths who cast aside their partners after obtaining them. She had long since grasped all of Ning Yang's information. In Li Shuang's mind, apart from his lecherous tendencies, he had no significant faults. He was handsome, young, and powerful, surpassing the top figure in their organization, Ji Yuan. Not to mention his mystical enhancement skill, which made him the perfect companion in the hearts of many young women. He was far superior to Minister Zhao's son and the ill-intentioned Ding Yiqi from the Bureau. In this unstable and chaotic era, aligning oneself with such a powerful individual might be the best choice. Damn, Ning Yang curset inwardly. Faced with Li Shuang's shy demeanor, her soft and resigned words, combined with her exquisite beauty and the allure of her uniform, how could he possibly refuse? Who could withstand such a temptation? Ning Yang silently pleaded, my dear viewers. What should I do? Should I submit to her? Or should I submit to her? He forced himself to regain composure and pondered a critical question. If I join you, will there be a plethora of troublesome matters? Will your superiors treat me like a subordinate? Upon hearing his inquiry, a glimmer of joy flashed in Li Shuang's eyes. Knowing he was intrigued, she quickly shook her head and assured him, absolutely not. For top talent like you, we at the Longji Bureau offer the highest level of special treatment, with resources allocated and permissions granted. You merely need to maintain a nominal presence and exhibit your existence. Unless faced with exceptionally challenging tasks that require your direct involvement, we will not disturb you with regular duties or trivial matters. You will have ample freedom. Ning Yang stroked his chin, weighing the pros and cons. The terms indeed appeared generous, and the level of freedom was high. However, none of this truly enticed him. The sole aspect that captivated his interest was the stunning beauty before him. Very well, Ning Yang finally relented. I will join your Longji Bureau. Is there anything else? Upon hearing his agreement, Li Shuang was momentarily stunned. Then an overwhelming joy surged within her. Mission accomplished. No, nothing else. Wait, I have one more thing. Ning Yang suddenly recalled a crucial issue and hastily added, if I join, you must immediately delete all the chaotic and invasive data records concerning my privacy from my personal terminal. I do not wish for you to know every little detail of my personal affairs. Yes, absolutely. That is completely feasible. I will personally oversee this matter when I return. Li Shuang eagerly nodded in agreement, as it was within her authority. Ning Yang nodded in satisfaction, then seemed to remember something, declaring with a hint of dominance. Also, since you have agreed to be my woman, make sure to keep your distance from other men. I do not wish for a field of green grass to grow above my head. I am aware. I have always valued myself. Li Shuang's face flushed even more, but her tone remained resolute as she replied. All right, Ning Yang waved his hand, feeling inexplicably pleased. Let's exchange contact information, and you can head back now. I still need to participate in the Academy's assessment. Utilizing his eagle eye skill, Ning Yang certainly understood that this exquisite beauty was a clean girl. He was quite satisfied, and even felt that it was not an exaggeration to say he was smitten at first sight. If it weren't for the impending assessment, he would wish to engage in a deeper conversation with her. Audig, Brat Young, I will head back now. I wish you success in your assessment. Li Shuan obediently responda. Her face displaying a blend of relief, shyness, and anticipation in her smile. Chapter 70. Chun Xuejuan. Ning Yang truly values me above all. The school bus glided smoothly along the road, with Ning Yang seated by the window, a lingering silly smile gracing his lips. The promise from Li Shuang to be his woman filled him with excitement. His thoughts were consumed by her alluring figure and beauty, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the assessment. "Brother Ning Yang, what are you smiling about? Have you encountered something joyful?" Lu He leaned in closer, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Nothing much. Have you all prepared the supplies?" Ning Yang snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and quickly redirected the conversation with a serious demeanor. Chen Xuejuan and Chen Yahan nodded calmly. "Of course, we are ready." Lu He, the most vivacious among them, eagerly revealed her backpack's contents to her teammates, chattering excitedly. "Look, I bought 30 bottles of high-quality drinking water, 30 servings of instant soup dumplings, 30 strawberry yogurt oatmeal bowls, 30 ready-to-eat vegetable cheese pancakes, 30 servings of tomato meat sauce pasta, and 30 portions of fragrant curry chicken rice. This is enough for the 4 of us to last 10 days. Am I clever or what?" Had her backpack not had a limit of 30 items per category, she surely would have packed even more. "We are going for an interdimensional practical assessment, not a picnic. Where are the recovery potions you were supposed to prepare?" Ning Yang stared at the plethora of food in her backpack, a line of frustration forming on his forehead. "Our team does not require such things." Luo, however, appeared blissfully innocent and utterly convinced. "Ning Yang Gij, both you and Yahan Jiejie possess formidable healing abilities, and Yahan Jiejie even has a group healing skill. Moreover, my source of magic is already maxed out and regenerates mana at an astonishing rate. We can easily sustain ourselves. With all this delicious food prepared, there is no need to waste time searching for sustenance in another dimension. We can wholly focus on leveling up by slaying monsters. Am I not being considerate?" Lu Hua tilted her face upwards, beaming with a sense of pride, eager for praise. Ning Yang was momentarily taken aback. Upon further reflection, he realized that her reasoning was indeed sound. Their team's sustainability was quite sufficient. At that moment, he retrieved a harp of ancient elegance, shimmering with a faint starlight from his backpack. As he shared the data with the team, the weapon's attributes materialized before them. Virgo Harp, 9. Equipping level requirement, level 70 Bard rank, S magical attack power, 4766, 1380. Durability, 32432, durability value, 100 hit rate, 70 critical hit rate, 5 strength, 1417, magic power, 1417. Special skill, dual performance, exclusive to bards playing advanced compositions, grants all teammates an increase of 2 in speed and 4 in attack power for each action. Lasting 30 seconds, stacking up to 8 layers. You are indeed correct. Our team is quite self-sufficient, and it is time to upgrade our weaponry, Ning Yang remarked, turning to her. This is for you. Although it lacks the damage-increasing special skill of your previous weapon, your support capabilities will see a significant enhancement. Wow. Lu Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly for me? Ning Yang Gij? The attributes are astounding, and this special skill, when fully stacked, can grant the entire team an increase of 16 in speed and 32 in attack power. This is nothing short of a divine artifact. Thank you, Ning Yang Gij. You are the best. Lu Hua was in a state of ecstatic exhilaration. She initially wished to exclaim her love for Ning Yang, but with Xuejuan Jieji nearby, she restrained her fervent impulse. Were it not for the crowded car, she would undoubtedly have leaped forward to bestow upon Ning Yang a fervent kiss. Watching from the side, Chen Xuejuan and Chen Yahan's eyes simultaneously sparkled with astonishment and envy. Chen Xuejuan pursed her lips slightly, a barely perceptible hint of discontent and jealousy flickering within her. After all, she was Ning Yang's official girlfriend. Why then was Lu Hua receiving such an exceptional weapon? Was there some secret affair between them? At that moment, Ning Yang, catching a glimpse of Chen Xuejuan's subtle emotional shift from the corner of his eye, called out, "Xuejuan." He noted the forced smile on her lips and her averted gaze. "You're my girlfriend," Ning Yang said, locking his gaze with hers. "How could I ever forget you?" No sooner had he spoken than a short sword, enveloped in a crimson aura, materialized in his hand. As its attributes were revealed, an uncanny silence enveloped the group. Sola's short sword, 9. Equipping level requirement. Level 70 Assassin Warrior, rank, SS, physical attack power, 4694, 1380, durability, 654654, durability value, 200, hit rate, 120 critical hit rate, 20 strength, 1417, magic power, 1417. Special skill, Crimson Judgment, inflicts a massive 500 physical damage to enemies. If the target's current health is below 20, it will be executed instantly. A hush fell over the group. Even the typically composed Chun Shuejuan's mouth fell slightly agape. Her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Hua and Chun Yahan were utterly stunned, their minds consumed by the phrases SS rank and instant execution. SS rank. Instant exécution. Lu Hua covered her mouth, her voice trembling. Ordinary level 9 weapons typically reach a maximum of S rank. Chun Yahan murmured, only by enhancing to level 12 can one even begin to touch the realm of SS. The odds are slimmer than winning the interstellar lottery. Chun Shuejuan extended a quivering hand to accept the unparalleled weapon. All feelings of jealousy and discontent melted away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of gratitude and a tinge of shame. It became evident that he had always reserved the best for her. Chun Yahan, too, was filled with astonishment. As a core member of the former Dawn Squad, she was acutely aware of the terrifying potential of this special skill. It shattered conventional combat logic. It meant that regardless of how formidable the enemy, even a boss with a level advantage, as long as the team could whittle down its health to below 20, Chun Shuejuan could deliver a fatal blow with this weapon. This transcended mere level challenges. It approached a near rule-defying execution. Ning Yang and Chun Shuejuan looked at each other, their eyes shimmering with emotion, his voice soft yet resolute. Thank you. At that moment, she truly acknowledged him from the depths of her heart. He indeed cared for her the most. Feeling the powerful energy emanating from the weapon, she realized that while typical level 70 weapons might eventually be outclassed, this one would endure. The value of the Crimson Judgment, special skill alone, could not be measured in mere currency. It would serve her until the end of her days. At that moment, Chun Shuejuan fully accepted Ning Yang as her boyfriend. Lu Hua excitedly proclaimed, Shuejuan Jiejia, this weapon is incredible. In the future, we shall rely on you to harvest the bosses. Yes, Ning Yang, what about you? Have you not prepared a weapon for yourself? Chun Shuejuan inquired. Her gaze towards Ning Yang now laced with genuine concern. Ning Yang smiled and drew forth a long sword, elegantly adorned with dragon patterns, radiating a dual hue of azure and crimson. Qing Long Sword 9, Equipping Level Requirement, Level 50 Universal Rank, S, Physical Attack Power, 3,288, 1230, Magical Attack Power, 3,430, 1280, Durability, 612, Durability Value, 200 Hit Rate, 100 Critical Hit Rate, 10 Strength, 1213, Magic Power, 1213, Special Skill, Berserker's Might, upon activation. Increases the user's critical hit rate by 20 for 30 seconds, stacking up to 3 layers. Chapter 71. Sai, the strongest student at our school, only possesses 650. 000 battle power. Huh. Ning Yang Gij, why does your weapon also possess magical attack power? Luwen noticed another peculiarity. Generally, weapons possess either physical or magical attack attributes, rarely both. Indeed, some of my skills require magical attack enhancement, making this weapon particularly suitable for me, Ning Yang explained. Ning Yang Gij, your profession is truly comprehensive. Lu Hua exclaimed sincerely. Ning Yang, do you possess some special enhancement skills or talents? At that moment, Chun Yahan could no longer contain her immense curiosity and posed her question. Having witnessed 3 exceptional level 9 weapons and recalling the level 9 necklace Ning Yang had sold to Enshiyu, it was evident that his luck surpassed the ordinary realm. Yes, I do possess some special enhancement skills, Ning Yang replied, meeting her gaze without denial. Currently, I can enhance equipment up to level 9. However, the failure rate is considerable, and the consumption is substantial. He shifted his focus back to Chun Yahan. You need not feel envious. Focus on performing well and engage more with Shuejuan and Lu Hua to integrate into the team swiftly. Once you have established your merits and demonstrated your value, I shall treat you equally and enhance your equipment as well. There was one thing Ning Yang did not articulate. The contributions he referred to were not merely those of traditional team accomplishments. He deliberately emphasized the word contributions. Whether one can grasp the true essence of the matter rests upon Chun Yahan's insight. Upon hearing this, although a twinge of grievance stirred within Chun Yahan due to the differential treatment, she recognized her status as a newcomer with no accomplishments to her name and thus felt unqualified to voice any demands. She could only silently nod, burying her expectations deep within her heart. After more than 2 hours, the school bus arrived at its destination. As the crowd disembarked, they were greeted by a towering, magnificent crimson crystal pillar, approximately 5 to 6 meters in diameter and soaring over 20 meters high, emanating a formidable spatial fluctuation. This was the spatial passageway leading to the other dimensional assessment, known as the Yidimian Jiju. Surrounding the pillar was a sea of people, comprising elite students from various esteemed institutions. With an estimated crowd of over 10,000, the atmosphere both fervent and tense. At that moment, Shiyu, accompanied by her 4 teammates, approached Ning Yang and his group. She first exchanged greetings with her cousin, Chun Yahan, then, somewhat shyly and with a hint of admiration, adresset Ning Yang, soying, greetings, Senor Ning. Following the events of the previous day, when Ning Yang had repelled a demon, and Shiyu's impression of him had undergone a complete transformation. Although she still felt a tinge of disdain for his dual allegiances, her admiration for his prowess was genuine. Ning Yang nodded in acknowledgement, his expression rather indifferent. While Shiyu was not unattractive, her professional rank was merely A-level, a stark contrast to the formidable D-level prowess of Luhua and Chun Yahan. Consequently, he found little interest in her at this moment, as he had yet to fully engage with Chun Shiuejuan and Chun Yahan. Ning Sr., allow me to introduce my teammates. This is our main tank, Wang Hao, a shield warrior. This is our secondary damage dealer and crowd controller, Li Xiaolan, an ice elemental mage. This is our scout, Lu Xingxing, a forest ranger. And this is our healer, Sun Yuru, a holy priest. Unaware of Ning Yang's thoughts, and Shiyu took the initiative to introduce her team members. Her companions gazed at Ning Yang with curiosity and reverence, clearly having heard of his exploits from Shiyu. Ning Yang acknowledged Shiyu's enthusiasm with a nod, but did not engage in further pleasantries. As time passed, the colossal Yidimian Jiju began to emit a humming sound, its surface glowing crimson like rippling water. Ultimately, a stable, swirling red vortex portal formed at the center of the pillar. All participants, prepare to enter, announced the official's voice over the loudspeaker. Ning Yang looked toward the 3 beautiful girls by his side, each possessing a unique charm, and proclaimed, "Heavenly Star Team, let us set forth." With that, he stepped forward, leading Luhua, Chun Shiuejuan, and Chun Yahan into the portal that beckoned towards the unknown realm. And Shiyu and her team closely followed Ning Yang, merging into the throng of participants. In the observation area surrounding the Yidimian Jiju, team leaders from various universities gathered. The president of Sangsong University, Yi Jingjin, was conversing with a booming-voiced elder who was none other than Wang Taizhan, the president of the Thunder War Academy. My dear brother, you appear remarkably composed. It seems you are quite confident in your students' abilities and likely expect commendable rankings, Wang Taizhan remarked, clapping Yi Jingjin on the shoulder, his voice resonant and imbued with a seemingly casual inquiry. You jest, Brother Wang. Yi Jingjin chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively, revealing an expression that suggested humility. Sangsong University is merely scraping by this year, barely managing to assemble a few A-level teams, all of whom are rather unremarkable. This A-level other dimensional assessment is fraught with peril. I merely hope they return safely. I dare not aspire for any accolades. Yi Jingjin's tone was sincere, as though he truly worried for his students. He understood why Wang Taizhan teased him, as their schools ranked similarly. The institution that produced superior students would garner more resources from the Federation. Who could argue with that? Wang Tieshan's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride as he continued. Our academy is also in a transitional phase, with only 1 or 2 teams worth mentioning. These children, each with lofty aspirations but lacking practical experience, leave me concerned about their ability to endure even 3 days. Shifting the conversation, Wang Taizhan continued, seemingly resigned, yet secretly boasting. There is 1 student from our school named Yi Chun, and another named Shi Hao, a berserker, who are somewhat respectable. I hear Yi Chen's comprehensive combat power has just surpassed 700,000, while Shi Hao is a bit more reckless, approximately 750,000. Such power may have sufficed in previous years, but in this year's sea of talent, they might not even make a splash. Wang Taizhan spoke while observing Yi Jingjin's reaction, anticipating astonishment or envy to grace his counterpart's countenance. Goodness, Brother Wang, you are far too modest. Yi Jingjin maintained a humble, yet slightly apologetic smile, responding, a combat power of over 700,000 would be considered top tier at any university. If only we had such students. I would awaken from dreams with a smile. Our so-called top student, Lu Jinyu, has only just reached 650,000, and compared to your school's prodigies, is quite disheartening. Yi Jingjin's voice was earnest, as though he genuinely lamented the absence of geniuses in his institution. Yet, deep within his lowered gaze, a barely perceptible smile flickered. Chapter 72. The Crimson Hall. The Three Titans. 700,000, 750,000. While impressive, sufficient to shine in previous editions, in his own school, Wei Xiumei and her companions had a minimum combat power of 700,000. Furthermore, he had discovered Ning Yang, boasting an astounding 250,000, alongside Chen Xuejun with 390,000, and Lu Hua with 180,000. In the presence of such formidable beings, the capabilities of the opposing students were utterly insignificant. He inwardly anticipated, "Oh, Wang, the time for boasting is now. After the assessment concludes and Ning Yang's group emerges, I shall relish the sight of your expression." He hoped that by then, Wang's jaw would not be agape in disbelief. Just as the two presidents engaged in their mutual lamentations, a sudden anomaly transpired. The towering Yidimian Zhizhu, steadily radiating crimson light, began to flicker violently without warning. The light fluctuated erratically, akin to a faulty bulb. Mere seconds later, the once vibrant red faded like a receding tide. The entire crystal pillar transformed into an inky black, exuding a disquieting and ominous aura. This is not good. The composure on Yi Jingjin's face vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer shock and horror. This is not an ordinary A-level, other-dimensional pillar. This is a mimetic dimension pillar. A-level is merely its disguise. Beside him, Wang Tieshan's face paled, his tone shifting drastically. Moreover, given the intensity and purity of the energy fluctuations, this blackness is at least SS level. It could very well be. The remaining words hung unspoken, but a glance exchanged between Yi Jingjin and him revealed shared dread and despair. SSS level. If it truly were an SSS level other-dimensional entity, the monsters within would possess unfathomable power. Not only the students, but even the principals and elite agents from the Longji Bureau would face near certain annihilation. More terrifying still was the prospect of such formidable monsters breaching the dimensional barrier into the real world. For Lingshu City, situated so close, it would spell catastrophic doom. The impending disaster loomed ominously. Yi Jingjin could no longer indulge in any semblance of pleasantries with Wang Taizhan. He abruptly turned, addressing the similarly stunned school staff and military liaison behind him. Summoning every ounce of strength, he bellowed, "Quick! Immediately notify the Longji Bureau's highest command and the military district's supreme headquarters. Activate first-level battle readiness. Move now!" At this moment, the rivalries among academies and the glories of geniuses seem utterly trivial in the face of the impending cataclysm. In the depths of the dimensional world stands a towering, yet chilling crimson palace, its dome seemingly forged from solidified blood, exuding a somber, sanguine glow. The air is thick with the scent of blood, intertwined with faint, haunting wails of anguish, as if countless wronged souls are imprisoned here, forever denied rebirth. At the far end of the hall, a colossal throne hosts three figures radiating an oppressive aura. To the right sits an old acquaintance of Ning Yang, the abyssal demon, Spada. His twisted demonic horns shimmer with an ominous black light, while a robust tail, adorned with sharp barbs, impatiently lashes behind him, striking the air with explosive sounds. On the left is a being reminiscent of a fairy emerging from a sea of crimson blossoms, the rose sovereign, Daphne. Clad in a vivid red gown woven from countless fresh rose petals, she is surrounded by dark red vines entwined with thorns, resembling loyal guardians. She embodies a rose in full bloom, exuding a deadly allure, yet beneath her beauty lurks a ruthlessness more terrifying than any grotesque visage. At the center, the Scarlet Queen, Phyllis, graces the throne, adorned with a jeweled crown and draped in a flowing gown that appears dyed in blood. Her skirt moves as if animated by an unseen wind, like a river of blood. Her exquisite visage is marred by an icy demeanor and the absolute authority of a sovereign, compelling all to avert their gaze. Most chillingly, six long, slender, black spider legs, glistening with a cold light, extend from her elegant frame, tapping lightly against the ground, producing a sound that is both subtle and disquieting. To satisfy your vengeance, you summoned both me and the eldest sister, forcing us to expend significant primordial magic to initiate this simulated dimension. How shall we settle this account? At this moment, Daphne's petal-like lips parted, her voice sultry yet laced with a bone-chilling coldness as she addressed the Abyssal Demon. The Abyssal Demon is a master swordsman, commonly referred to as the Sword Demon. The activation of an SSS-level dimensional passage poses no challenge for beings of their caliber. However, disguising it as a harmless A-level to deceive human detection necessitates the combined efforts of at least 3 super demon realm monarchs, representing a considerable expenditure, especially since the Sword Demon had also invited their superior. I cannot swallow this grievance, Spada bellowed, his voice thick with suppressed rage. A mere human insect dares to destroy my avatar and wound my essence. But rest assured, Rose and Sister Spider, once the dimensional passage stabilizes, we shall invade the human realm and bathe a city in blood. I shall claim 2/10 of the spoils. The remaining 80% belongs to you. As his words fell, Phyllis, the Scarlet Queen, did not even turn her head, merely emitting a slight hum from her nostrils. This sound, however, froze the air of the grand hall as if encased in millennial-old ice, carrying an undeniable negation and supreme authority that caused Spada's massive form to tremble involuntarily. I misspoke. It was I who erred, Spada hastily amended, his tone shifting to one of appeasement. 9/10. Sister Spider and Rose shall take 9/10. I require only 1/10. I merely wish to crush that insect with my own hands. Very well. The Scarlet Queen nodded slowly, as if granting her approval. In her absolute authority, even the notorious Abyssal Demon could only bow in submission. Ha ha! Daphne, the Rose Sovereign, chimed in with a melodious laughter. You are wise to recognize your place. However, with the purifying venom of our eldest sister and my Whispering Blade, even if there are a few so-called powerful SSS-level guardians on the human side, we shall feast well before they can react. Indeed, Spada quickly agreed, his tone filled with cruelty and disdain. United, Sister Spider, and your abilities combined with my dark powers shall render us unstoppable. In the human realm, the number of beings capable of resisting our might is exceedingly rare. To us, ordinary SSS-level humans are but slightly more robust insects, easily crushed. At that moment, Phyllis, the Scarlet Queen, spoke slowly. The fear and despair of humans are the sweetest sustenance in the world. The last time I savored a city's despair was 100 years ago. That taste is indeed unforgettable. The 6 fearsome spider legs behind her lightly rubbed together, emitting a sound that sent shivers down the spine, as if they were already prepared for the hunt. A glimmer of desire for destruction and consumption flickered in her cold eyes. Suddenly, Spada's brow furrowed sharply. Kik. A cruel and delighted smile spread across his face. What is it? Daphne raised an eyebrow, inquiring. What a stroke of fortune. I sensed the presence of that human insect who destroyed my avatar. He has foolishly ventured into this dimensional realm first. Chapter 73. The Shocked Chunyahan. Dear sisters, please wait here. The Sword Demon stood abruptly, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. I shall clear the obstacles for you and tread into the human realm sooner. Before his words faded, his massive form transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing within the grand hall. The Scarlet Queen and the Rose Sovereign exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that he was eager for vengeance, unable to contain his impatience. This fellow remains as impulsive as ever. However, it is fortunate. It has been a long time since I tasted the fresh blood of humans, especially those vibrant young souls. The experience must be exquisite. Phyllis gazed in the direction where Spada had vanished, licking her crimson lips as if savoring the impending bloodshed. I eagerly anticipate the feast, Daphne added, her voice tinged with anticipation. Ning Yang and his companions experienced a distortion of space, followed by a brief sensation of weightlessness, before their feet firmly landed on solid ground. They were met with a desolate landscape of shattered stone. Jagged rocks lay sprawled like monstrous beasts upon the ground, and the sky bore a suffocating crimson hue, with the air thick with the scent of dust. Shadows flickered around them, revealing numerous fellow students who had just been transported, their faces marked by confusion and curiosity. Where's Shiryu? Have you seen my cousin? Chunyahan anxiously scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of Ensure Yu or her teammates. We clearly entered together. Ning Yang turned to look and confirmed that indeed, they were missing. They had entered together moments ago. Upon entering the dimensional passage, each team is randomly sent to different areas. Chun Shuejuan's cool voice rang out. Even if you hold hands, the spatial rules will forcibly separate different teams. Realization dawned on Ning Yang and the others. Chun Yahan, though still worried, could only suppress her unease for the time being. Hey, look over there. Monsters! Loha suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming softly. The group turned to see humanoid creatures formed from rough stones, wandering aimlessly among the debris. Their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light, and the joints of their bodies creaked ominously. Brutal fanatic, LV-140. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, these creatures were far from few in number. A cursory glance reveals at least over 50. The malevolent aura they exude coalesces, rendering the air in this vicinity oppressively heavy. Ning Yang rises on Ayebro. Questioning. Level 140? The strength of A-grade dimensional monsters is so outrageous? More ferocious than the boss in the Academy's dungeons? No. Chun Shuejuan's expression instantly turns grave, and she states solemnly, absolutely not. Standard A-grade dimensions have a maximum level cap for ordinary monsters of no more than 120. This place is teeming with level 140 monsters. This is not an A-grade dimension at all. This is a simulated dimension. We have been deceived. The true level here is at least S-grade, perhaps even higher. S-grade. Chun Yahan and Lu He simultaneously gasp, their faces betraying alarm. An S-grade dimension is a perilous territory that requires seasoned professionals to form elite teams to explore. For them, mere students on the verge of graduation, it is akin to stepping into a den of dragons and tigers. Ning Yang Gige. Lu He instinctively inches closer to Ning Yang, her worry evident as she asks, are we in danger? There is no need for excessive concern. Chun Shuejuan interjects, analyzing the situation for Ning Yang. Our strength is not to be underestimated, especially Ning Yang's. Chun Shuejuan intended to mention Ning Yang's extraordinary enhancement skills. However, upon glancing at the somewhat unfamiliar Chun Yahan, she swallowed her words and rephrased. Particularly, Ning Yang's supportive abilities are formidable. If we proceed cautiously, we should manage without significant issues. Ning Yang gazes at Chun Shuejuan and teases, my dear girlfriend, how do you know so much? This is your first time entering a dimensional realm? Isn't it? How do you possess such knowledge about dimensions? They are all university students, and logically, their understanding of dimensional knowledge should be similar. However, matters concerning simulated dimensions are undoubtedly profound secrets. After all, with the current advancement of the internet, he had never encountered such information online. I read it in a book. This time, when Ning Yang addressed her in such a manner, Chun Shuejuan felt no resentment, though her response was a bit hesitant. A book? Ning Yang retorted. Which book? I consider myself quite well-read. How could I be unaware of such a book? Previously, in his efforts to assist Wei Xuemei, he had dedicated considerable effort. To find strategies, he had nearly perused all literature related to professionals at his disposal. It's just a book you haven't read. Just as Chun Shuejuan was about to elaborate, a series of anguished cries erupted from a distance. Help! They turned to see several unfortunate student teams teleported into a horde of monsters, already embroiled in a desperate battle. Those level 140 cruel fanatics exhibited terrifying attack power. The rock-like fists descended, causing the frontline warriors to lose half their health in an instant. Fragile classes were obliterated, their bodies littering the ground in a scene of utter carnage. In mere seconds, over a dozen had perished. There is no time for discussion. Ning Yang's expression hardened. Instantly entering battle mode. Everyone, enhance your states and prepare for combat. With the command issued, the four responded swiftly. Ning Yang focused his thoughts, augmenting the collective strength and magical power of the group. Simultaneously, he linked Lu He and Chun Shuejuan to the Tianshan divine armor. As for Chun Yahan, it was not a matter of stinginess. Rather, her current base attributes were vastly inferior to the buffed Lu He and Chun Shuejuan. Both he and Chun Shuejuan were power speed type fighters, each boasting around 300 health points. Lu He, being a magic type, had less health but still over 200,000. The Tianshan divine armor distributed damage evenly, and with Chun Yahan's estimated health of under 200,000, A single heavy blow could render her lifeless in an instant. At that moment, 5 cruel fanatics were drawn to the commotion. They charged over with heavy footsteps that caused the ground to tremble slightly. Attack! Ning Yang commanded. Chun Xuejuan's figure blurred, moving with such speed that she left a trail of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, she crossed several meters, reaching the monster's front lines. With her soulless short sword, radiating a crimson glow, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. 680,000. 590,000. 2 terrifying crimson damage figure sword. A level 140 monster. Akin to paper, was effortlessly cleaved in 2 by her casual strikes, disintegrating into stones and experience points. Experience points. 10,000. The experience was substantial. Ning Yang glanced at the system notification, surprised that a single monster yielded 10,000 experience, far surpassing that of the Academy's dungeons. Lu He, unwilling to fall behind, deftly plucked the strings of her Virgo harp, conjuring a rousing melody that coalesced into waves of destructive sound. Chord waves. Boom, boom, boom. 1,050,000. 1,160,000. 1,090,000. 3 even more exaggerated damage figures erupted. The remaining 3 fanatics couldn't even approach, obliterated by the cataclysmic sound waves into mere dust. Another swift and decisive annihilation. After dispatching her foes, Lu He turned back with a triumphant glance at Ning Yang, her delicate chin slightly raised, her eyes gleaming with a desire for praise. How could their damage be so high? Chun Yahan watched in astonishment. Even with a level 9 weapon, it shouldn't be this powerful, right? Could it be that these level 140 monsters were merely superficial, with actually low defenses? Chapter 74. Chun Yahan's embarrassment. The world boss appears. Chun Yahan, with a mindset of verification, also sought to prove her worth in front of her new teammates. She assessed her currently strongest attack skill. Super Overheal. LV9 infuses an excess of healing energy into the target, causing immense damage to the enemy. Damage. Magical attack power. 700. Additional true damage. 9. 780 damage range. 10 meters. Group attack quantity. 3. Chun Yahan took a deep breath and raised her staff. She summoned her internal magical power, chanting her mightiest attack skill. Super Overheal. A wave of light imbued with excess life energy surged forth with tremendous force toward the last remaining cruel fanatic. However, 9. 780 true damage. 1 skill damage. 2 glaringly bright and ironically contrasting damage figures floated above the monster's head. The single point of damage seemed to mock her silently, shattering Chun Yahan's confidence and delusions. How could I not even break through its defenses? She froze, her eyes wide, her complexion paling in an instant. At this moment, she comprehended fully. It was not that the monsters were weak in defense, but rather that Chun Xuejuan and Lu He were extraordinarily powerful beyond reason. As the esteemed ace support of the Dawn Battle team, she found herself in a position where she lacked even the qualification to merely tickle the monsters. The stark contrast left her feeling utterly humiliated, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Just then, as Chun Yahan succumbed to self-doubt, a razor-sharp blade of air sliced through the air, accurately striking the fanatic preparing to attack her. 600,000. 680,000. The very monster that Chun Yahan couldn't even dent was obliterated effortlessly by Ning Yang's casual strike. Do not take it too seriously. Ning Yang approached the dazed Chun Yahan, patting her shoulder. You are merely a support. Dealing damage was never your forte. Leave the rough work of combat to us. Yet, he secretly chuckled, thinking, without my private buffs, do you think you could match our prowess? Chun Yahan abruptly lifted her head, fixating her gaze on Ning Yang. She yearned to voice her question. What about Lu He? Isn't she a support too? How can she deal such terrifying damage? However, the words lingered on her lips, stifled by her meager pride and the unfamiliarity of her surroundings. All that escaped was a reluctant whimper as she stubbornly turned her head away, biting down hard on her lower lip. She observed Ning Yang and his companions effortlessly vanquishing a level 140 monster, and for the first time, she acutely felt the vast chasm between herself and the trio. After half a day's arduous trekking and battles across the stony wasteland, a breathtaking panorama unfolded before the four of them. An expansive, verdant grassland stretched infinitely towards the horizon, harmonizing with the azure sky and drifting white clouds to create a vibrant tableau that nearly made one forget the lurking dangers of this alternate dimension. The monsters here yielded a wealth of experience. Ning Yang felt a surge of delight. In just half a day, they had dispatched over 80 level 140 monsters, amassing nearly 800,000 experience points. At this rate, accumulating 20 million experience points within 10 days seemed an assured prospect. By then, he would be able to fill all the skill points in his private server's cheat, resulting in a qualitative leap in his capabilities. Without hesitation, he invested his accumulated experience to elevate the Eagle Eye skill directly to its maximum level, LV20. The upgraded Eagle Eye indeed brought unexpected joy. The information within his field of vision became exceedingly detailed. Habitually, he glanced at Chun Shuejuan beside him. Chun Shuejuan, class, Destiny Wanderer, overall combat power, 1, 390. 000, weaknesses, 64, weakness persistence, chest, pos, X, Y, guast, pos, X, Y, legs, pos, X, Y. Not only could he now see the overall combat power, but the number of weaknesses had also increased 7 or 8-fold, and they were all positions he, Ning Yang, favored for attack. To his astonishment, he discovered that Chun Shuejuan's hidden class was none other than the Destiny Wanderer. While he was unfamiliar with the specific traits of this class, it was undoubtedly a high-tier, damage-dealing profession. The grassland was not solely occupied by them. Numerous other student teams were engaged in arduous battles against the roaming monsters. They often required 1 or even 2 teams to form a formation, providing mutual support to barely withstand the assaults of the level 140 monsters and slowly whittle down their health. The scene was decidedly strenuous. Amidst this chaos and clamor, a sharp, deranged laughter erupted from the sky, piercing the air and seemingly capable of penetrating souls. Accompanying the laughter was an overwhelming, suffocating aura of terror that descended like a tangible dark cloud. "I have found you, insect." The chilling voice reverberated like thunder, spreading far and wide. In an instant, the entire grassland seemed to be pressed on pause. All the students engaged in combat, even the ferocious monsters, involuntarily halted their actions, looking up in terror towards the sky. There, a massive, grotesque figure hovered, entwined in boiling dark energy. The glaring crimson emblem atop its head caused the blood of all who beheld it to nearly freeze. It was none other than an old acquaintance of Ning Yang, Abyss Demon Spada, LV World Boss. Panic spread like wildfire, and desperate wails and frenzied screams echoed across the grassland. "World Boss, what a jest! How could such a creature appear here? Is this not an assessment of the alternate dimension? It's over. All is lost. I heard that only the mightiest SSS Grey Guardians of the human race can contend with a world boss. We are doomed. Run. Help. I do not wish to perish here." The students, who had previously fought valiantly, were now left with nothing but the instinct for survival, frantically attempting to flee this suddenly transformed hellscape. However, through Ning Yang's upgraded Eagle Eye, he discerned even more specific information. Abyss Demon Spada, LV-178 World Boss, Class, Bloodthirsty Sword Maniac, Overall Combat Power, 1, 740. 000, Weaknesses, 34, Weakness Positions, Specific Coordinate Information Feedback, Level 178. This level nearly terrified Ning Yang. Had he not read in textbooks that both humans and monsters could only reach a maximum level of 150? What was this 178 level? Moreover, the combat power was frightfully high. Was this the true form of that demon? The one from yesterday, the demon royalty? It turned out to be a world boss. Lu He's face turned pale, gasping in horror, her voice trembling. Xin Yahan also lost all color, her body involuntarily quivering. As the demon that had annihilated the Dawn team, she was once again engulfed in sorrow for her deceased comrades. The Abyss Demon Spada in the sky locked its infernal. Hellfire burning gaze onto Ning Yang. Insect. D. The cruel and mocking light surged. Chapter 75. The Death of Chun Yahan. Ning Yang's Thuri. The great night descends. The Abyss Demon Spada let out a deafening roar. Its enormous form suddenly erupted with a torrent of black mist. This black fog, as if living, surged like a tsunami, wildly expanding outward from its center. In the blink of an eye, It enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Light was entirely swallowed. The grassland plunged into utter darkness, with only the faint glow of the skills emanating from the professionals providing a glimmer of light amidst the overwhelming gloom, leaving only the suffocating darkness and biting cold. Then, the massive dark sword in Spada's hand suddenly ignited. The deep blue light, akin to the ghostly flames rising from hell, was dazzling and eerie, becoming the sole source of illumination in this absolute darkness, yet bringing forth even deeper despair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless slender, deep blue rays erupted from the core of the gigantic magic sword like a torrential downpour. Dense, swift, and precise. They targeted every living entity within the realm of darkness. Whether it was the panicked students or the monsters that belonged to the dimension, none were spared. All were locked on. Ning Yang's eagle eye went into a frenzy of warnings. This was a skill of a higher order than the locking skill. A rule-level ability that could not be evaded. Even with the step of the martial artist, it was impossible to dodge. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of energy rays striking bodies echoed incessantly. 500,000 real damage. 500,000 real damage. 500,000 real damage. HP 100, HP 100, HP 100. Waves of white light flickered in the darkness, only to extinguish in an instant. That was the mark of life being forcibly eradicated. The grassland, once brimming with vitality, transformed into a harvest ground of death in the blink of an eye. Over 1,000 students' lives vanished in mere seconds, a staggering 99. Even Ning Yang and his companions were not spared. HP 500,000 real damage. Ding. You have been struck by the domain Skill Great Knight descends. Within this domain, all recovery effects are reduced by 250. Warning, this domain is an absolute domain, and it cannot be escaped by conventional means. The system's notification was cold and merciless. Ning Yang and Chen Yahan lost nearly 200,000 HP, while Lu He lost 250,000. Sister Yahan. Lu He screamed. Ning Yang's pupils constricted. A domain skill. Furthermore, it restricted recovery effects by 250. Did this not imply that any normal healing would equate to excessive treatment, resulting in a loss of 150 health points? Moreover, the opponent possessed the soul extinguishing strike skill, which prevented enemy resurrection. This was simply the nemesis of healing professions. With no time for further contemplation, Ning Yang's gaze fixated on the blood bar of Chen Yahan. After absorbing 500,000 real damage, it was instantly depleted. Her delicate form collapsed, life extinguished. Chen Yahan is dead. Snow Yun, you go and block it. Ning Yang's eyes burned with fury as he let out a mighty roar. Chun Xuejuan, too, witnessed the demise of Chen Yahan. Without a moment's hesitation, she transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging recklessly towards the terrifying demon in the sky. Her singular aim was to ensnare the formidable Sparta at any cost, buying Ning Yang the precious resurrection time of less than 45 seconds. Louis followed closely behind to provide support. Ning Yang dashed to Chen Yahan's cold corpse. After a teammate's death, one could no longer check their status bar. A terrifying thought struck him. The Abyssal Demon's attack carried the effect of Soul Annihilation Strike. If Chen Yahan had the misfortune to trigger that 30 chance, she would truly be lost. A wave of intense regret surged within him. It was due to his selfish desire to wait for her to regain her composure that he had not linked the resistance enhancement buff to her. Had he done so, her chance of succumbing to soul annihilation would have plummeted to 75. Damn it! Ning Yang cursed under his breath, no longer daring to delay. His own resurrection skill was insufficient to revive units above level 80. He immediately accessed his private server panel, executing commands with fervor. Level up, level up, level up. 5 levels gained in frenzy. Heavenly Physician's Resurrection Technique. LV10 effect. Revive. LV 140. HP 50 restored. MP 50 restored. Cooldown time. 5 seconds. The Heavenly Physician's Resurrection Technique. A radiant beam, imbued with immense vitality and the power of reincarnation, descended from the heavens, enveloping Chen Yahan's body. As the light shimmered, her pallid cheeks rapidly regained their rosy hue. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she hesitantly opened her eyes in a daze. What is this? Chen Yahan spoke weakly, her memories still anchored in the moment of that devastating blow. Yet the next instant, the cold sensation of death and the agonizing memory of her soul being rent asunder surged back, making her realize what had transpired. She had just died. The world boss's terrifying strike had killed her in an instant. This was the first time she had ever faced death in her life. And it was the first time she felt the pain and helpless terror of dying. Seeing Chen Yahan awaken, Ning Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He dared not hold back any longer and immediately linked the 3 core buff skills, Crown of Kings, Attack Enhancement, and Resistance Enhancement, to Chen Yahan. It's all right now. Ning Yang hastili konfit, turuning sarpali. Stay back a bit. You can use your buff skills to assist, but do not use healing skills. Keep an eye on our negative statuses. His gaze darkened as it locked onto the abyssal demon, fiercely engaged in battle with Chen Xuejuan. An uncontrollable fury ignited within him. Damn it, Ning Yang cursed quietly, his voice filled with overwhelming rage. I haven't even had a chance to enjoy Chen Yahan yet, and you almost killed me first. With a spit, Ning Yang's aura erupted with a thunderous intensity. Like a cannonball fired from the barrel, he charged into the fray, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Just revived and still shaken, Chen Yahan, being close by, clearly heard Ning Yang's coarse complaints. What do you mean you haven't enjoyed me yet? Her pale cheeks flushed with indignation. Anger and embarrassment welled within her, and she couldn't help but chide Ning Yang's retreating figure softly. Big jerk. Stinky Jr. Who would want to be enjoyed by you? Besides, you were just killed by the demon. However, beneath her flustered exterior, a complex sense of gratitude surged within her. After all, it was Ning Yang who had unhesitatingly saved her life. Yet, the motivation behind his rescue left her feeling both embarrassed and infuriated, making it difficult to voice her thoughts. This conflicting emotion left her standing there, her mind in disarray, before Ning Yang joined the fray. The battle between Chen Xuejuan and the abyssal demon Sparta was a breathtaking display of artistry and brutality. Chen Xuejuan moved like a specter. The traits of her destined wanderer class allowed her to transform into elusive shadows in the darkness. She did not confront the terrifying Sparta head-on, but instead utilized her extraordinary ancient martial arts, evading the demon's devastating sword strikes with the grace of a willow swaying in the wind. Each flash of her solar dagger aimed precisely at Sparta's joints and vital points, drawing forth sprays of pitch-black, demonic blood. The sparks from their occasional clashes lit up the air. After a prolonged exchange, she managed to maintain an unscathed state, showcasing the agility and lethality of a true assassin. Chapter 76. The Invincible Sparta. Chen Yahan is in peril. Xuejuan, watch your health. Ning Yang's voice arrived before his presence did. At the same time, the aura of his Qinglong sword surged fiercely, delivering a powerful strike that forced Sparta, attempting to pursue Chen Xuejuan, back several paces. Chen Xuejuan retreated as instructed, her breath slightly ragged. Despite her exceptional agility, Sparta's attacks dealt real damage that she could not entirely evade. After her extreme maneuvers, her health had dropped by 20, and her mana had dwindled significantly. Roar! You slippery mother insect! And you damned male insect! Sparta's furious roar reverberated through the air. His original plan had been to clear the field with great nightfall and slowly torment Ning Yang. He never anticipated that not only would he fail to clear the area, but a troublesome female assassin would emerge. Furthermore, Ning Yang's strength exceeded his expectations. He distinctly recalled Ning Yang's explosive power during his transformations. Even without transforming, Ning Yang was already comparable to his previous power. If these two joined forces, he might genuinely face defeat. No more games. A sinister glint flashed in Sparta's crimson eyes. You dare touch my woman? Plapava to die. Ning Yang roared back, unhesitatingly activating his no-cooldown ultimate skill, Divine Law bestowed by the Celestial. A brilliant pinkish-white flame erupted, illuminating him like a descended deity. In that moment, he formed hand seals with lightning speed, bypassing the incantation time for magical skills. The vast energy and magic within him converged into the newly mastered lightning-based ultimate skill, Thunder Dragon Qigong Wave. Thunder Dragon Qigong Wave, L-Fei Teen Mux. Electric Piercing. Wide area attack on front enemies. Damage. Magical attack power, 1800. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Boom. The sharp crack of thunder erupted from his palm. A dazzling thunder dragon, composed entirely of raging lightning and as thick as a barrel, roared with a sound that shook the heavens. It surged forth from Ning Yang's hands. This thunder dragon soared with the wind, voraciously absorbing all surrounding energy as it flew, its size ballooning, scales shimmering, eyes flashing with lightning, charging headlong towards the abyssal demon. Sparta's expression shifted dramatically. The speed of the thunder dragon was blinding, and its coverage was extensive. Within the realm of his great nightfall, he had nowhere to hide. Bang! The first thunder dragon collided solidly with his crossed arms, erupting in a storm of electric serpents. HP 1, 200,000. However, this was merely the beginning. The afterimage of the first thunder dragon had yet to dissipate when the second, third, 10th, 50th, 100th, and 200th thunder dragons followed in relentless succession. 200 colossal thunder dragons surged forth like a flood unleashed, forming a cataclysmic sea of lightning that utterly engulfed Sparta's massive form. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions melded into a singular cacophony. The blinding lightning illuminated the pitch-black domain of Great Nightfall as if it were midday. The violent energy shockwave gouged the ground 3 feet deep, transforming the prairie into a realm of thunderous inferno. 0 damage. 0 damage. 0 damage. As the last few thunder dragons exhausted their energy, the explosive aftermath and swirling dust gradually subsided. However, a heavy sensation weighed upon Ning Yang's heart. Through his eagle eye, he discerned that all of Spartacus' vulnerabilities had mysteriously returned to zero. An invisible energy shield enveloped him. This was an invincible state. Furthermore, the opponent's HP was completely restored. This fellow had such a life-saving trump card. Ning Yang's brow furrowed. He possessed a similar skill that offered a blocking rate akin to invincibility. Yet it could not defend against true damage. He also had Soul Annihilation Strike. The true damage inflicted by his skills should have long since led to the opponent's demise after 200 strikes. Yet, the opponent's invincibility was evidently more grotesque, with no damage sustained. Most critically, within the Great Night-shrouded domain, their healing abilities were severely suppressed. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for them. How infuriating, despicable, damnable insects! You have thoroughly enraged me. The roar of the abyssal demon Spartacus echoed from the dissipating lightning. Filled with boundless humiliation and fury, the demonic energy surged around him. Despite enduring the onslaught of 200 thunder dragons, thanks to his life-saving skill, the aftermath and exhaustion were undeniably real. His life-saving skill had an exceedingly long cooldown, lasting a full hour. If he could not resolve this quickly, once the opponent's skills were ready again, he would undoubtedly perish. I shall extract your souls and scorch them with hellfire for 1,000 years. Roar! Spartacus howled to the heavens, his body ablaze with demonic flames, erupting like a volcano. His entire demonic form seemed to swell once more, his aura becoming increasingly frenzied and unstable. Celestial, rampaging, slash. Accompanied by this proclamation, seemingly from the depths of the underworld, Spartacus vanished, not through high-speed movement, but through a genuine and sudden disappearance. The space around him warped instantaneously. In the next 1,000th of a second, he appeared before Ning Yang, as if teleported. The colossal demonic sword, wielded with the terrifying might to tear through space, descended forcefully upon Ning Yang's head. The slash was faster than thought, transcending time itself. Ning Yang felt as if he were being drawn into a despairing abyss of darkness. Slash! His pupils constricted sharply. This speed exceeded his reaction limits, leaving him with no avenue for evasion. Bang! The demonic sword struck solidly against Ning Yang's crown, producing a thunderous clang. Miss. 150,000. True damage. Before Ning Yang could register the danger, he had already activated Tianshan Chi manipulation, granting him an impressive 80 block rate. This time he sustained no damage. Ning Yang was said, although my damage mitigation skill may not nullify true damage as yours does, I too possess my own. What? Spartacus, stunned by his failed strike, displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Just as Ning Yang swung the Qinglong sword to retaliate, Spartacus' figure vanished once more. Whoosh! He reappeared in front of the just stabilized Chun Xuejuan. The The demonic sword swept through with a deadly glint. Chun Xuejuan, unable to react in time, was struck by the massive sword. 5,150,000. True damage. A deep gash marred Chun Xuejuan's chest, her health plummeting dangerously into the red zone. Barely above 10, she stifled a groan, bloodied and staggering backward. She lost all combat capability and could no longer act. Although this world was digitized, humans were not mere game models. Different injuries would impact combat effectiveness to varying degrees. For instance, if one were to lose both hands, even with 50 health points remaining, one's combat prowess would effectively diminish to nearly zero. Without allowing anyone a moment to breathe, Spartacus flashed into action again. This time, his target was the skill-casting Lu He. Although Lu He remained highly vigilant, the speed of this spatial flash was simply unfathomable. Whoosh. 156,150,000. True damage. Lu He was also struck solidly in the chest, blood erupting from her body. Her health rapidly declined by a significant margin, leaving her with around 30 HP. She collapsed to the ground, her face turning pale. 3 consecutive flash attacks, delivered with breathless speed. In a fourth flash, Spartacus, wearing a cruel grin, appeared before the most vulnerable target, Ning Yang, at the rear of the team. The demonic sword raised high, vowing to eliminate this weakest link in one fell swoop. Senior sister, Ning Yang gasped in alarm. This monster's move was evidently outrageous, and his Tianshan divine armor could not mitigate such damage. At this moment, Ning Yang had only 50 health points left. She was not a warrior. Even with the crown of kings linked to her, her maximum health was merely 5 million. This meant that Ning Yang currently had only about 25 million health points remaining. If she were to be struck by this abyssal demon, she would surely perish. Wrath of the Demon God. Activate. Chapter 77. Ning Yang, why am I so powerful? Berserk power. Activate. Without the slightest hesitation, Ning Yang instantaneously unleashed 2 powerful skills. A blue-black tempest of fury surged skyward, reaching peak velocity. Simultaneously, the weapon's special ability to enhance critical strike chance was activated. Transforming into a meteor that tore through the darkness, he surged toward Ning Yang. Yet even with this, it was too late. Whoosh! The massive demonic sword descended. Bang! Just as the sword's edge was about to touch Ning Yang's neck, an unusual sound of blocking rang out. Miss. 150,000. True damage. The 10 block chance from the Crown of Kings, activated at this critical moment. Ning Yang narrowly escaped death, but the demon's actions still left her pale with fright. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the block's activation, Ning Yang, fueled by the wrath of the demon god, charged in fiercely. The Qinglong sword, embodying the might to shatter mountains, struck Spartacus and sent him flying. Lu He, Xuejuan, and senior sister, retreat immediately. Stay away from the center of the battlefield. Ning Yang shouted without looking back. At this moment, all 3 women's health bars were perilously low. Although none had entered the soul annihilation state, Ning Yang dared not tempt fate. After all, even with his resistance enhancement buff being formidable, it could only reduce the chance of entering soul annihilation to 75. Should fortune turn against him, they could genuinely perish. He would not let his women gamble with such odds. Furthermore, Chun Xuejuan and his own MP had been nearly halved due to the demon's soul annihilation strike. In summary, this was a battle of sheer endurance. Before his words had fully faded, Ning Yang was already on the heels of the retreating Spartacus. The Qinglong sword clashed violently once more with the demonic sword. Clang! An even more intense close-quarters melee erupted upon this prairie shrouded in darkness, resonating with explosive force. The clash of sword energy and demonic energy intertwined, with sword light and shadow soaring, each collision threatening to tear apart this realm. Ning Yang stood rooted in place, still haunted by the chilling sensation of death that had nearly claimed her. She had feared for her life, yet at that critical juncture, the demon's lethal strike had inexplicably been negated. How could this be? She murmured, her heart filled with disbelief. Ning Yang understood her own limitations well. As a pure support class, divine priest, she possessed no invincibility or damage mitigation skills. Such superlative abilities were, in all likelihood, possessed by no more than 10 individuals among all university students nationwide. Therefore, The only explanation for this inexplicable damage negation must be attributed to her teammate. However, she swiftly checked her status bar. There are no explicitly marked skills that exempt damage. What is the situation? Chen Yahan furrowed her brows, perplexed. However, the battlefield's circumstances did not allow her the luxury of contemplation. In her line of sight, Ning Yang was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the abyssal demon, his health plummeting to 50. Each of that grotesque demon's attacks inflicted true damage, proving exceedingly troublesome. I cannot remain a burden. Chen Yahan clenched her silver teeth, a profound sense of responsibility and unwillingness surging within her. She noticed the glaring negative effect in the team's status bar. Odai Ye Mitian Domain. Healing effects reduced by 250. This indicated that her most proficient healing skills were rendered nearly futile, possibly even counterproductive. Yet she was a divinely chosen priestess. Her supportive abilities extended beyond mere healing. She immediately assessed the beneficial skills at her disposal. Strength Prayer, LV10, Strength 60. Magic Prayer, LV10, Magic 60. Body Prayer, LV10, Physical Defense 250. Soul Prayer, LV10, Magical Defense 280. Magic Shield, LV10, providing 30,000 shield points. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yahan wielded her priest staff, channeling the brilliance of these 5 auxiliary skills onto Ning Yang ahead. Lastly, she regarded her trump card skill, Tian Ci Shu LV12, a devout prayer to obtain divine protection, bestowing a safeguarding barrier upon herself and all teammates, significantly enhancing their physical and magical defenses for a limited time. Physical defense increase, 1450, magic attack power 80, magical defense increase, 1650, magic attack power 80, range, 300 meters, duration, 45 seconds, cooldown, 180 seconds. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yahan raised her staff and began to chant Tian Ci Shu, devoutly praying for divine protection. A magnificent and sacred ethereal light suddenly emanated from her, enveloping all her teammates, Ning Yang, Chun Xuejuan, Lu He, and herself. Instantly, 3 slowly rotating, golden-hued protective barrier shields emerged. Upon completing the skill, Chen Yahan instinctively glanced at the specific enhancement values conferred by Tian Ci Shu. Physical Defense 16, 650, Magical Defense 16, 850. Chen Yahan's breath hitched. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her entire being seemingly petrified. How is this possible? She was thoroughly familiar with her skill effects. In the past, whenever she cast Tian Ci Shu, her magic attack power barely exceeding 3,000 would result in a meager increase of just over 3,000 points to both defenses. That was already a substantial boost for the Dawn Squad's members. But now it skyrocketed to over 16,000 points, an increase surpassing 5-fold. When did my magic attack power become so formidable? This absurd and exhilarating thought exploded in her mind. With this overwhelming sense of astonishment, she instinctively leaned closer to the battlefield to observe and assist better. However, the moment she willed it, she exerted a slight force in her steps. Whoosh! Her body felt weightless, akin to an arrow released from a bow, swiftly propelling her several dozen meters forward. She arrived at the edge of the combat zone, where Ning Yang battled the abyssal demon. This speed! Chen Yahan gasped again, nearly losing her balance due to the uncontrollable velocity. She felt as light as a feather, her inner strength surging as if it would overflow. Swift, strong, unreasonably agile. The source of all this anomaly pointed to a singular moment. After Ning Yang resurrected her, she recalled Lu He mentioning that Ning Yang possessed several powerful enhancement skills. Yet, they had never appeared on her status panel, so she had never considered this aspect. Yes, it must be Ning Yang. It was only after he revived me that I began to sense something amiss with my body. Chen Yahan's heart raced, a startling truth gradually crystallizing in her mind. Could it be that the reason Lu He and Xuejuan were so extraordinarily powerful was due to these hidden enhancement skills? The formidable core secret of this team lay in Ning Yang's incredible abilities. Just as Chen Yahan's heart surged with tumultuous waves of realization, the battle ahead shifted due to her Tian Ci Shu. HP 20, 000, HP 2, 000, true damage, HP 20, 000, HP 2, 000, true damage, clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons continued to resound, and in his confrontation with the abyssal demon, Ning Yang felt the pressure diminish significantly. Chapter 78. The Weakness in the Team. Ning Yang had certainly noticed Chen Yahan's team-wide skill, Tian Ci Shu. Initially, he had his private buff skills and was a true versatile warrior. He had little regard for other classes' support, for he, Ning Yang, was the strongest support in the world. Yet now, Chen Yahan's Tian Ci Shu had directly augmented his physical and magical defenses by 16,000. He felt as resilient as steel. Take the damage inflicted by the abyssal demon as an example. Normally, a single strike would reduce his health by 200,000. Now it plummeted to 20,000. A reduction of nearly 90%. Who could have anticipated this? He never imagined that, after linking his private buff to Chen Yahan, her auxiliary skill, Tian Ci Shu, could become so potent. What a treasure he had found. Originally, he and the abyssal demon were engaged in a war of attrition. But the tides had suddenly turned. Flying blade of wind. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yang swung the Qing Long sword, unleashing 3 razor-sharp blades of air. Although 2 were evaded by Spartan, the final one struck true. HP 560,000, HP 50,000, true damage. The abyssal demon's health bar dropped below 40. While Ning Yang's attack drew attention, Chen Yahan could no longer contain her excitement and curiosity. She yearned to personally verify her newfound strength. Raising her staff once more, she aimed at the demon's massive form, chanting her strongest attack skill, Super Overheal. A brilliant wave of incandescent light surged forth, akin to the Spear of Judgment. Barreling toward Spartan, Spartan, fully occupied with Ning Yang, paid no heed to Chen Yahan's attack, even too lethargic to evade. Boom! HP 920,000. A colossal crimson number erupted above Spartan's head. His health bar plummeted like an avalanche, dropping below the critical 25 threshold. What? Chen Yahan herself was astonished, gazing at her hands, her eyes brimming with incredulous joy. I can inflict such high damage. I am as strong as Liu He and Xu Ejuan. In this moment, Chen Yahan was utterly convinced. The source of all the inexplicable strength within the team undoubtedly resided in Ning Yang. It was all due to Ning Yang's concealed enhancement abilities. Despicable, base human insects. The abyssal demon Spartan roared in exasperation. You wretched ants! How dare you overwhelm me with numbers? Gang up on your king. Spartan felt he was on the brink of madness. He never anticipated that these insects would prove so troublesome. His ultimate move, Celestial Slash, had absurdly failed to eliminate even one. Had he slain any single one, he could have unleashed Celestial Slash again without condition. And to make matters worse, that mother insect he had previously slain, after casting her shield skill, rendered the worker insects nearly impervious to his attacks. If this continued, his demise was all but assured. Moreover, he had long been afflicted by the human parasite, Miahan state, with time accumulating to 5 days. Death would indeed lead to permanent demise. You shall await my vengeance. This grudge shall not remain unavenged. I swear it. The abyssal demon declared with menace, retracting the realm of the Yimi Tian that enveloped darkness. The entire space once again basked in radiant sunlight. Its colossal wings flapped fiercely, contracting the surrounding demonic energy, evidently preparing to flee. Attempting to escape? Have you inquired about the sword in my hand? Ning Yang heard the adversary's words and movements, fully aware of its intent to flee. Ning Yang would not allow it to elude him. During the skirmish with the demon, more than 10 seconds had elapsed, and his Thunder Dragon Kiko Wave had long since cooled down. Thunder Dragon Kiko Wave. Strike! As the devastating Thunder Dragon roared and surged forth. The abyssal demon recognized the dire situation and was no longer inclined to entangle with Ning Yang and his companions, a fleeting expression of pain crossing its visage. Demon split. It howled. Bang! Bang! 2 demon avatars, identical to its original form, instantaneously emerged. One recklessly charged towards the wave of thunder, while the other screamed as it lunged at Ning Yang, attempting to disrupt him. Just as the effect of the Yimi Tian vanished, Chen Yahan astutely seized the opportunity. She hastily activated her restorative skill, Divine Life Track. through a fervent shout from her heart for life. She drew forth the transcendent winds of paradise from divine power, restoring herself and all teammates over a brief period. HP recovery per second, 10. Magic attack power, 500. Effective radius, 100 meters. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Divine life track. Chen Yahan waved her staff, and a powerful breath of life swept across the battlefield like the winds of paradise, tenderly and swiftly nurturing every ally. HP 360, 000, HP 360, 000, HP 360, 000. The astonishing recovery value of 360, 000 per second emerged. Such a high recovery rate. Chen Yahan was once again astounded. Strangely, her previous HP was only around 180, 000. Now, merely recovering 50 HP had resulted in an astonishing recovery of over 3 million? Did she now possess 6 million HP? Was this also thanks to Ning Yang? Though the two demon avatars posed little threat to Ning Yang now, detaining them for a moment was no challenge. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal demon had vanished. At that moment, under the continuous healing of divine life track, Chun Shuejun's health rapidly rebounded, and she immediately rejoined the fray. The trio, after some effort, finally vanquished the two obstinate avatars, reducing them to pure demonic energy that dissipated. Observing the location where the avatars had disappeared, Ning Yang furrowed his brows, his expression darkening with frustration. It had escaped. A world boss. That meant vast experience points, exquisite equipment, rare materials, and perhaps even a unique super skill reward. Just recalling that defeating an avatar yesterday had yielded 1 million experience points and the Miahun Pain Strike, such a divine technique. If the original body were to be slain, what bountiful rewards would await? Yet, after defeating the two avatars, there were no additional gains. Was it due to being in a different dimension, with rules that differed? Or did avatars in this dimension not count as true monsters? Ning Yang spijulatet, feeling as if he had lost a fortune. This battle had made him acutely aware of the team's most significant shortcoming. Their sustainability was lacking, especially when constrained by extreme environments. Skills like Da Yimi Tian, which directly weakened recovery effects by 250, were a nightmare for healers. Once restricted, the entire team lost any recovery capability. He immediately searched his private server skill library in his mind. Soon, he pinpointed a target. The Tian Esure Professions, Wu Ji Tian E Formation. Shopter Sutini, Yahon, he shall speak plainly, Ilikiyu. This skill had been deemed worthless during his time playing private server games. With countless overpowered buffs and top-tier equipment available, battling required no healing at all. But now, this was reality. Moreover, the boss in this world possessed many bizarre and powerful skills. The strategic value of Wu Ji Tian E Formation had suddenly escalated. Had it been fully leveled, regardless of Chun Yahan's recovery capability or his own, the battle would not have been so chaotic. They could have already slain that demon. The abyssal demon was not dead. It would surely return. The next encounter might prove even more perilous. The more Ning Yang contemplated, the more urgent he felt. He had to learn this skill. However, the challenge lay in the fact that he had no experience left. The experience painstakingly earned today had almost entirely been invested in Eagle Eye and Thunder Dragon Kiko Wave. He needed to grind for experience quickly, a clear objective solidified in Ning Yang's mind. Should they meet it again, it must not escape. At that moment, the group finally gathered, taking a moment to catch their breath. Who? Louis patted her chest, her face still somewhat pale. That was truly perilous. That great demon was terrifying. I felt each of its strikes could cleave me in two. Thankfully, Ning Yang brother, Shuejun's sister, you were formidable, and Yahan's sister's healing was timely. Chun Shuejun also displayed a rare expression of lingering fear. She adjusted her somewhat disheveled clothing and nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the most perilous battle we have experienced. Its power and those bizarre skills far surpassed ordinary monsters. As she spoke, Chun Shuejun glanced at Chen Yahan. Her tone sincere. Yahan, thanks to your divine life track. Otherwise, Lu He and I might not have lasted this long. No, there is no need to thank me. It was my duty. Chen Yahan quickly waved her hand. Her face slightly flushed, a mix of relief from surviving and joy from being recognized. Ning Yang also nodded, secretly analyzing. The advantage of Divine Life Track lies in its sustained and collective nature. Although its single-use recovery is not top-tier, its impact in prolonged battles is immense. My Tion E-Sure skills also possess group recovery, but they lack such sustained restorative capabilities. Nevertheless, my Tion E-Sure skills recover at a high proportional rate, which is also quite good. He pondered, once there is sufficient experience, he must fully upgrade the Tion E-Sure's top-tier group healing skill, Tion E-Shu Qiankuan. Just in case. At that moment, Qin Yahan could no longer contain her immense curiosity. Ning Yang, she approached him, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. I can feel that after my resurrection, all my attributes, including my health, magic attack power, and speed, have undergone a tremendous transformation. I'm stronger than I ever believed possible. Is all of this due to your ability? Upon uttering these words, Chun Shuejun and Lu He exchanged subtle glances. Chun Shuejun appeared calm, as if she had anticipated this. Lu He blinked, looking between Ning Yang and Chun Yahan, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "You finally noticed. Shuejun, Lu He, please gather the corpses and collect all the valuable items." Ning Yang gestured towards the thousands of fallen students and monsters in the vicinity. Once a professional falls, their bags automatically open, allowing anyone to loot. The two nodded in response. Watching Qin Shuejun and Lu He busily collect the spoils, Ning Yang turned to Qin Yahan and said, "Come with me." Without further ado, he took her behind a nearby concealed hill. Once he confirmed that Lu He and the others could not see, Ning Yang focused his thoughts. The connection to the three significant buffs, Wang Zhehuangguan, Gong Ji Changhua, and Kong Xing Changhua, linked to Qin Yahan, was abruptly severed. Try your Tian Ci Shu again, Ning Yang calmly instructed. Tian Chi Shu. Qin Yahan frowned, filled with skepticism, yet obediently raised her staff, reciting the incantation once more. As the skill's radiance flickered, she quickly glanced at the enhancement effects surrounding her, and her expression shifted dramatically. A physical defense of 3,050 and a magical defense of 3,150 was commendable for an average practitioner. Yet it paled in comparison to the terrifying boost of over 16,000 she had previously experienced. Moreover, she acutely sensed the overwhelming power that had once surged through her body dissipate in an instant, leaving her feeling heavy and sluggish. An unprecedented sense of weakness enveloped her, akin to plummeting from the clouds to the mundane earth. It truly is your ability. Chen Jian exclaimed, her voice trembling. Indeed, Ning Yang did not deny it. Responding candidly, I possess several special enhancement skills that can significantly and permanently elevate a team member's strength, allowing them to ascend 2 or 3 tiers instantly. The current prowess of Shuejun and Lu He relies entirely on my enhancement skills. He shifted his tone to one that was direct and even somewhat callous. Initially, you are not entitled to enjoy such core resources of our team. In that critical moment, fearing you would hold us back or even perish, I made an exception to allow you to use them temporarily. Why? Qin Yahan felt a wave of inexplicable grievance and injustice. Given your formidable abilities, isn't it only natural to utilize them for the benefit of the team, enhancing our overall strength? Why treat me differently? Just because I am new? Ning Yang scoffed, his gaze piercing. What a presumption. Let me enlighten you. Because Chun Shuejun and Lu He are both my women, I willingly offer them the best, enabling them to grow stronger. And you, Qin Yahan, what are you to me? Why should I share my most precious abilities with you for free? Your Tian Ci Shangguan class is indeed rare, but to me, it is not irreplaceable. I neglected to mention that I am also an enhancement support master. My enhancement and recovery skills are superior to yours. To put it bluntly, in my team, even a dog receiving my full enhancement can transform into a formidable beast. Qin Yahan's complexion turned pale at his words. It was as if he had declared her inferior to a mere dog. A profound humiliation surged through her, causing her to tremble. She longed to retort, to defend her dignity, yet reason reminded her that Ning Yang spoke a harsh truth. Without his enhancements, she truly would have been a burdensome liability in a battle of such caliber, needing her teammates' protection. Reflecting on her decision to join the team for Yi Xin Kuan's sake, she found herself treated in such a manner. A tumult of anger, grievance, and unwillingness welled within her, reddening her eyes and nearly bringing her to tears. She even contemplated fleeing. However, The remnants of rationality and the chilling reminder of the lifeless bodies of students on the grassland cautioned her that without Ning Yang's protection in this perilous alternate dimension, she might not survive for even half a day. Observing Chun Yahan's resolute demeanor as she fought back tears, Ning Yang softened his tone slightly, but still spoke with undeniable authority. Yahan, let me be frank. You are beautiful and possess an admirable aura. I am quite fond of you. If you are willing to be my woman, from this day forth, you will receive the same treatment as Shui Jun and Lu He. I will provide you with the finest resources, protect you, and cherish you as I do them. Chapter 80. The arrival of Wei, Shui Mei, and the others, you shameless. Chen Yahan exclaimed, realizing Ning Yang had indeed revealed his true intentions. Just as she thought he would stop pretending, suddenly, her lips were sealed by Ning Yang's kiss. In an unexpected moment, she found herself kissed without warning. Chen Yahan's eyes widened, her mind blanking, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage. Let go, she protested incoherently, pushing against Ning Yang with all her might. However, devoid of the Wang Zhehuangwan boost, her strength was pitifully feeble. Her efforts felt like an ant attempting to shake a tree, having no effect on Ning Yang whatsoever. After a considerable time, perhaps due to a lack of oxygen or the inexplicable tenderness intertwined with his domineering nature, Chen Yahan's resistance began to wane. Ultimately, as if resigning to her fate, she gradually closed her eyes and even began to respond timidly. Sensing her response, Ning Yang's heart soared with delight, thinking he had found a breakthrough. At the same time, he felt justified in his actions. A man pursuing a woman he admires must take the initiative. Without initiative, how could a woman come to like him? He was well aware that not everyone is a rare high-ranking and wealthy gentleman whom women would flock to. As the ancestors wisely stated, a fierce woman fears a persistent man. Henceforth, he would need to be more proactive and diligent in pursuing his own happiness. This drawn-out encounter persisted for a full 3 minutes before it concluded. How do you feel? Ning Yang inquired, observing the blush on Chen Yahan's cheeks and a mix of confusion and anger in her gaze. You shameless, you scoundrel. How could you do this? Chen Yahan panted, angrily wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, chastising him. Yet, her voice lacked the initial resoluteness, infused instead with a hint of panic. Don't concern yourself with whether I am a scoundrel. Ning Yang chuckled, his tone domineering. After all, you have already borne my mark. I shall take it as your tacit acceptance of my proposal, and you are not permitted to refuse. Chen Yahan opened her mouth, but found that the words I did not agree stuck in her throat, unable to be voiced. She was a self-respecting and reserved girl. At 22, she had never even held another boy's hand, let alone experienced such intimate contact. With Ning Yang's domineering actions, she felt her purity compromised. To her, it seemed as though he had imprinted an indelible mark upon her. An inexplicable relationship had been forcibly established. In her mind, the image of Yi Xin Kuan surfaced. He was gentle and composed, a paragon of virtue, wholly devoted to his fiancée. He never engaged in flirtation with other girls, nor would he act as directly and domineeringly as Ning Yang. Yet, the power Ning Yang wielded was undeniable. The sense of security he provided was incomparable to that of Yi Xin Kuan. Moreover, Ning Yang was far more proactive. The sensation of being kissed against the wall, while shameful, also carried a thrilling excitement she had never experienced before, causing her emotions to surge dramatically. She was alarmed to discover that perhaps she did not reject this feeling as much as she had imagined. Deep down, she felt an indescribable affection for Ning Yang. How could I feel this way? Am I really developing feelings for him? Am I merely self-deceiving, making excuses for accepting Ning Yang? Chen Yahan found herself ensnared in a web of turmoil and self-doubt. She had once firmly believed in her unwavering feelings for Yi Xin Kuan. Yet now, her conviction wavered. She realized she might not be as steadfast as she had thought. This realization filled her with fear and confusion. Noticing Chen Yahan lowering her head, biting her lip in silence, Ning Yang declared, "If you do not speak, I shall assume you have no objections." How can you do this? Chen Yahan exclaimed in exasperation, utterly at a loss regarding how to respond to such unreasonable behavior. The sensation for earlier was quite delightful. Ning Yang gazed at her adorable, bashful demeanor with a mischievous grin, drawing closer to her. I believe we ought to engage in further practice to enhance our mutual understanding. You wish. Chen Yahan's protest was swiftly silenced once more. However, this moment of intimacy was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected voice. "Oh? Is that Ning Yang?" Engaging in wild antics in broad daylight. The intruders were none other than Wei Xiumei and her companions, including team member Jiang Fan. Embarrassed by being seen, Chen Yahan hastily pushed Ning Yang away, her face flushed with shyness. What a nuisance, incessantly chattering like a pesky insect. Ning Yang's voice, though not loud, was laced with an icy disdain. While I'm in a good mood, it would be wise for you four to promptly vacate my presence. The rare closeness he had shared with Chen Yahan was disrupted, and his displeasure was palpable. In his eyes, these four ungrateful individuals were worth less than a single strand of Chen Yahan's hair. Wei Yangxing took the initiative, crossing his arms and casting a frivolous gaze over Ning Yang and Chen Yahan, lingering particularly on Chen Yahan's graceful figure for a moment. "Well, Ning Yang, it seems your temper has grown since we last met. Are you aware that without us, you wouldn't last long? Have you resorted to clinging to a beautiful woman for solace in broad daylight? Look at your pitiful state, driven like a dog by monsters, I presume?" His words held an element of truth. The scene was chaotic, littered with corpses, and both Ning Yang and Chen Yahan were disheveled, clearly having endured a fierce battle. As he spoke, Wei Yangxing deliberately cast a glance at Chen Yahan. Such a beautiful lady, her beauty rivaling that of her sister. How could she be so blind as to associate with a waste like Ning Yang? Indeed, Zhou Jing chimed in sarcastically. In the team, he was merely a hindrance. Now that he lacks our assistance, his true colors have emerged. She turned her gaze toward Chen Yahan. "Sister, with your looks, your taste seems rather poor. Why align yourself with such a useless individual? Have you considered joining our team? We are quite formidable." "Haha." He Zhongyang immediately joined in, emitting a chilling laugh. "Ning Yang, we meet again. I wonder where you plan to run this time." He had not forgotten the slap Ning Yang had dealt him previously. Chen Yahan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She had merely shared a kiss with Ning Yang. It was not an indulgence in frivolity. Just as she was about to retort, Ning Yang gently pulled her behind him. Such foul language. Ning Yang responded with a chilling smile, his demeanor surprisingly calm. "You four are but limp-wrist parasites dependent on my goodwill. A flock of mountain chickens that believe they have sprouted feathers and transformed into phoenixes. You dare speak to me like that?" He Zhongyang shouted in fury, recalling the slap from earlier. Energy surged within him, and he was ready to strike. "Zhongyang," Wei Xiumei interjected, her tone condescendingly lofty. "Ning Yang, engaging in verbal sparring is futile. Can you not temper your foul temper? Otherwise, you may find yourself at a disadvantage in the future." While she had excluded Ning Yang from their circle, she still spoke with a semblance of consideration for their past connection. "You criticize my temperament, yet you expect me to tolerate yours?" Ning Yang retorted boldly. "If I cannot change, can you not endure?" "You." Wei Xiumei felt a flicker of anger within her. She had not anticipated Ning Yang's sharp retorts. "Your incompetence does not justify your insults towards us. If you apologize now, perhaps we may extend a modicum of favor upon you in the future, lest you meet a grim fate." For reasons unknown to her, seeing Ning Yang with another woman stirred an unsettling feeling within Wei Xiumei. It was not that she cared for Ning Yang. Rather, he had once been a devoted follower, and witnessing him fawn over another beautiful woman in her presence was irksome. It felt akin to watching a discarded toy being picked up by another girl, a sense of loss overwhelming her. "Extend favor? Affection?" Ning Yang scoffed. "Wei Xiumei, the scent of your deceit is suffocating even from afar. Spare me your pretentious airs. They are utterly repugnant." With a mocking smile, he shifted his tone. "However, seeing you all so spirited, I am compelled to inquire. Wei Xiumei, have you ever found it curious?" "Curious about what?" Wei Xiumei frowned. Ning Yang Li continued. "Have you ever experienced a sudden surge in strength? Oh no, rather an extraordinary enhancement, a leap far beyond your usual capabilities?" A flicker of realization crossed Wei Xiumei's mind. She had indeed felt such an experience twice. "And what of it?" she queried cautiously. "This is a testament to our exceptional talents, naturally breaking through under pressure," she added, skeptical. "Indeed," Wei Yangxing interjected triumphantly. "Did you not proclaim that we are one in a million, destined to surpass our limits in battle? Are you now envious of our progress?" "Fool!" Ning Yang retorted mercilessly. "Do you believe everything I say? If I declare you a pile of refuse, would you accept that as truth?" "Ning Yang." Wei Yangxing's face turned ashen with fury. nearly inciting a confrontation. What do you wish to convey? Wei Shumei once again restrained her brother, her eyes fixed intently on Ning Yang. You have made tremendous strides, evolving from mere novices to Super A-class in just a year, and it is all thanks to me. Ning Yang's mocking laughter echoed. It is my unique enhancement skill that has been continuously linked to you, significantly amplifying your abilities. Without it, you four wastes would be lucky to find yourselves in a C-class team. Qin Yahan, having listened intently, suddenly understood. She had previously heard of Ning Yang as former teammates from Lu He, and her doubts were now vindicated. She had just experienced the momentary weakness and helplessness of losing Ning Yang's enhancement. Now, she regarded Wei Shumei and her companions with a blend of pity and derision. Truly, they were blind fools. At that moment, Chun Shiwejuan and Lu He also arrived, having overheard the escalating argument. Utter nonsense. Wei Shumei scoffed, her disbelief evident. So, according to you, we should kneel and thank you for your supposed gifts? Ning Yang, at least make your fabrications more plausible. Zhou Jing stepped forward, her tone laden with accusation. If your so-called enhancement skill were real, why has it never appeared on our status panel? Moreover, we expelled you from our team long ago. Why isn't our strength diminished, but instead steadily improved? Surely, you're not suggesting that you now wish to reclaim your so-called skill? She emphasized the word skill with heavy sarcasm. Huh. Ning Yang found their antics amusing. My skill exists beyond the rules. Your feeble status panel is unworthy of displaying it. As for why I haven't reclaimed it until now, I merely found it tedious to deal with a swarm of flies. But now, your incessant buzzing is irksome, and I've decided to retract your abilities. Wei Shumei shook her head, her expression a mix of pity and disdain. Ning Yang, fabricating such absurd lies only serves to highlight your own incompetence and despair. It will only make you appear more pitiful. Of course, they could never believe such claims. The system was the highest authority in this world, and its data panels were infallible. Even the most extraordinary skills cannot fail to manifest in the status bar. Thus, they concluded that Ning Yang was undoubtedly boasting. Whether it is a lie, you shall soon discover. Ning Yang spoke with an unassuming tone, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. When I say I will retract, I will indeed do so. However, he added with a sinister smile, I am a benevolent person. I fear that retracting all of your abilities at once would lead to your swift demise at the hands of a mere creature in this perilous dimension. That would be dreadfully mundane. Therefore, I have decided to reclaim one of your abilities each day, allowing you to truly experience the sensation of descending from heaven into hell. His original plan had been to publicly humiliate Wei Shumei and the others during the academy competition, but circumstances had shifted. Now, amidst this murderous dimension, perhaps this approach would be more effective, leading them step by step toward their own annihilation, far more satisfying than defeating them in a secure arena. Enough of your nonsense. He Zhongyang was thoroughly incensed, jumping up and cursing. Who can't boast? If you truly possess such ability, then do it now. Reclaim my power. Go ahead and try. He was still haunted by the slap Ning Yang had given him. If it weren't for his cousin's intervention, he would have certainly rushed forward to strike Ning Yang dead. Ning Yang cast a glance over all present, feigning exasperation. Everyone heard him. He asked for this himself, and I shall oblige his foolish request. With that, Ning Yang theatrically raised his hand, declaring, reclaim. He made a feigned grasping motion toward He Zhongyang, uttering a low command. Secretly, within the private server interface, He Zhongyang's connection was severed. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. He Zhongyang instinctively tensed, only to discover that he felt no abnormal sensations. His internal strength remained intact. Ugh! He Zhongyang let out a muffled sound, appearing to be in great pain. Zhongyang, cousin, darling. Wei Shumei and the others gasped in alarm, turning anxiously toward him. Ha ha ha! Look at you acting so hard. I was merely playing along. He Zhongyang immediately burst into laughter, offering an explanation to Wei Shumei and the others, reassuring them not to worry. However, in that fleeting moment, he had indeed felt a chill, akin to the discomfort following a brief visit to the restroom. Yet, he did not attribute this sensation to Ning Yang reclaiming any abilities. Then He Zhongyang turned to Ning Yang, shouting, What are you talking about? I feel nothing at all. Are you just putting on a show? He laughed uproariously, and Wei Yangxing joined in, nearly doubled over with laughter. Ning Yang, your acting is too good. You should be a clown. Chapter 82. He Zhongyang. Why is my speed so diminished? Where are my abilities? Why am I so weak? Zhou Jing covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with derision. Sister Shumei, do you see? After being expelled, he can't handle such a brutal blow and is starting to hallucinate. Though Wei Shumei remained silent. The sneer at the corner of her lips spoke volumes. She was convinced that Ning Yang was merely posturing, attempting to salvage his pitiful self-esteem. Fool, do not rush. Ning Yang replied with a cold smile. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Just as Zhongyang was about to mock again, a cacophony of panicked footsteps and screams erupted from a distance. Run! So many spiders. The venomous spider swarm is coming. Flee for your lives. There are too many. Curse it. This is not an A-level dimension. How could such terrifying creatures exist? Numerous professionals participating in the assessment were stumbling out from the depths of the forest, their faces etched with terror. Behind them, a massive horde of gigantic white spiders was hot on their heels. Ning Yang, this is dire, Chun Xuejuan said gravely. I see a vast number of venomous spiders spreading towards us, at least tens of thousands. Ning Yang's eyes lit up. Rather than fear, he wore a smile of excitement. After all, the abyssal demon remained alive. He needed to prepare swiftly to confront it and was in urgent need of experience points to elevate his skill levels. If there were any surplus, he would also aspire to enhance his character level. This was a perfect opportunity, akin to a pillow meeting a sleepy head. Disregarding Wei Shumei and her companions, it was as if they had become inconsequential to him. He swiftly reconnected Qin Yahan with the buffs, Crown of Kings, Attack Enhancement, and Resistance Enhancement. Experience points were knocking at his door. How could he refuse? Luaha, Xuejuan, Senior Yahan, let us go. We shall slay monsters and earn experience. With a sweeping gesture, he spoke with fervent determination. Following that, he boldly advanced toward the swarm of spiders, his figure resolute and decisive. Chun Xuejuan and the others furrowed their brows at this. However, they did not oppose Ning Yang's decision. They trusted his judgment. My power has returned? At that moment, Qin Yahan was astonished to find herself once again brimming with strength. Ning Yang must have granted it to her. Without needing to ask, she understood that after their recent passionate kiss, Ning Yang had accepted her. Just the thought of her newfound strength being exchanged for her first kiss made her cheeks flush with heat. Hey, look, Ning Yang is actually leading his team toward the spider monsters. Is he seeking death? Zhou Jing pointed in disbelief at Ning Yang and the others departing. Her tone laced with schadenfreude. Just a clown seeking attention. Wei Yangxing scoffed, his face filled with disdain. Does he think this is brave? I believe he knows he is useless and is simply leading his teammates to their doom to avoid embarrassment. Bah! Zhongyang spat on the ground in fury. That idiot Ning Yang only knows how to boast. He even claims he will reclaim my strength. As if he could. I am perfectly fine now. What else can he do besides flap his gums? Wei Shumei observed the growing commotion and the approaching rustling sounds, her brow furrowed. Enough! She interrupted the mockery. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We must withdraw quickly. There are too many spiders. A multitude can bring down an elephant. If we are completely surrounded, we too shall be in peril. The others, upon hearing this, ceased their disdainful attitudes, nodding in agreement as they commenced a strategic retreat in the opposite direction of Ning Yang. They remained confident, believing this was merely a means to avoid trouble, not out of fear. However, barely 10 seconds into their escape, Zhongyang suddenly sensed something was amiss. An indescribable heaviness enveloped him entirely. It felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him burdened with an invisible weight. His steps became staggered, each movement akin to treading through deep mud. His speed visibly slowed, creating a widening gap between him and his teammates ahead. Why am I suddenly so weak? Zhongyang's heart raced in terror. He hastily summoned his personal status bar, meticulously inspecting every detail. There were no debuff icons. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, due to the diversity of professions. The types of equipment worn varied widely. For instance, elementalists, priests, and warlocks typically donned robes, which were light and did not impede movement, but rather enhanced it by 20. Meanwhile, jungle rangers and assassins wore light armor, with set bonuses that could increase movement speed by 10. The berserker and shield warrior classes are clad in heavy armor. In exchange for formidable defensive capabilities, they significantly sacrifice their speed, with the set effect reducing movement speed by 20. When empowered by the might of Wangzhe Huangwan, He Zhongyang feels no difference in his velocity. He perceives himself as both swift and strong, capable of completing 100 meters in a mere 3 seconds. However, the burden of heavy armor clearly manifests as He Zhongyang feels the detrimental effect of the speed reduction. Cousin, wait for me. As he watches the figures of Wei, Xiumei, and others recede into the distance, the chilling rustling sound behind him grows ever closer. Panic-stricken, He Zhongyang cries out, his voice trembling. Wei Xiumei and the others turn back, their faces marked by impatience. Zhongyang, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Do you want to be a snack for the spiders? Wei Xiumei's tone is stern, laced with evident dissatisfaction. I feel as if my body has suddenly become much heavier, as if my legs are encased in lead. I truly cannot run fast. He Zhongyang urgently explains, his face turning pale. Darling. Zhou Jing quickly returns to his side, grasping his arm with a reproachful tone. This is not the time for games. We must swiftly escape these venomous spiders. I am not joking. My speed has genuinely decreased. He Zhongyang nearly shouts, his fear and confusion causing him to lose composure. Have you been afflicted by some negative status? Wei Xiumei's brow furrows deeper, a sense of foreboding flickering in her mind. No, the status bar is completely clear. He Zhongyang's voice is filled with dread. Not good. The venomous spiders are closing in. Jiang Fan suddenly warns, his voice rising in alarm. Almost immediately, 5 adult-sized, pallid spiders, their tails adorned with massive, scythe-like appendages, surround them. Cui Du Lianju, LV-150. Their sharp limbs slice through the air, bringing with them a foul wind that seals off their escape route. Chapter 83. Continuous Death. Let's take these down first. As a shield warrior, Wei Yangxing reacts swiftly. With a fierce roar, he raises his massive shield and charges forward with an heroic charge, colliding with one of the spiders in an attempt to stabilize their formation. The others waste no time, immediately entering combat mode. However, from the very onset, the battle is fraught with misfortune. One venomous spider contracts its abdomen and swiftly spews a viscous white silk, moving with lightning speed. Wei Yangxing bears the brunt. Although he manages to block most of it with his shield, a strand of silk grazes his arm guard. HP 20,000. Ding. You have been afflicted by the toxic element negative status, which will reduce HP by 1 per second, with healing effects reduced by 40, lasting for 30 seconds. Not good. Wei Yangxing gazes at the glaring skull icon on his status bar, his eyes widening. These monsters' attacks carry powerful negative effects. We must end this quickly. We can't afford to drag this out. Wei Xiumei and Zhou Jing's hearts tighten as they notice the negative effect on Wei Yangxing's status bar. This toxic element debuff is indeed quite terrifying. Over 30 seconds, it will reduce HP by 30 and also diminish healing effects. Although their team has the priest Jiang Fan, he is far too fragile and requires their constant protection. Without hesitation, Wei Xiumei brandishes her staff, unleashing a blazing firestorm that engulfs 2 of the venomous spiders. Zhou Jing, with her bow drawn like a crescent moon, unleashes rain of arrows, accurately piercing another spider's head. Each of their major skills can typically ensure the demise of 1 or more of the level 150 monsters. Observing this, He Zhongyang suppresses his unease and, as usual, swings his massive sword downward at the nearest venomous spider. Clang! The piercing sound of metal on metal resonates. The massive sword strikes the spider's hard exoskeleton, producing only a shower of sparks. Then, a pitiful number appears. HP 1. No defense broken. He Zhongyang's eyes widen in disbelief, his pupils constricting in shock. His face a canvas of incredulity. No, this can't be. He exclaims, his mind blank. The spider, angered by He Zhongyang's attack, swiftly turns its tail towards him. Hiss! A ghastly white silk shoots forth like a venomous snake, striking He Zhongyang, who stands frozen in shock. HP 250, 000. HP 100, a one-hit kill. The once vibrant red health bar above He Zhongyang's head deflates like a punctured balloon, instantly transitioning from bright red to a haunting black. A true, unambiguous one-hit kill. Zhongyang, Wei Xiumei, Wei Yangxing, and Zhou Jing simultaneously scream in horror. Everything unfolds too quickly for them to react, adding to their absurdity. He Zhongyang is the berserker with the second highest defense in their team, yet he's been slain by a mere 250,000 damage. His maximum health should have been around 3 million. This bizarre phenomenon sent a chilling wave coursing down their spines. Jiang Fan, revive him quickly. Wei Yangxing shouts, straining to fend off another spider's attack. Jiang Fan's face pales, not daring to hesitate for even a moment. As the tip of his staff glows with a soft white light. Revival. A gentle radiance envelopes He Zhongyang's lifeless body. A second later, He Zhongyang gasps for air, standing once more. However, there is no trace of joy on his face, only a profound shock at the drastic decline in his power and defenses. Where has my strength gone? What has happened to my abilities? He Zhongyang murmurs, his voice trembling. Don't dawdle. Run. Wei Shumei unleashes a flame impact, blasting a gap in the encirclement of spiders. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. At this moment, due to He Zhongyang's encumbrance, they have been delayed. The number of venomous spiders emerging from the surrounding forest has increased alarmingly, swarming them like a sea of white, provoking a sense of dread. Zhou Jing grips the still-dazed He Zhongyang, while Wei Yangxing shields Jiang Fan, and together they dash toward the opening. Yet, the speed of the venomous spiders exceeds their expectations. These white monsters not only scuttle rapidly on the ground, but can also utilize their webs to cling to trees or rocks, executing short-distance leaps with astonishing velocity. Before they can cover even 1,000 meters, another 7 or 8 Chui Du Lianju adeptly close in on them. The sharp, side-like stingers glint menacingly as they attack from various angles. Damn it, we'll have to fight. Realizing there is no escape, Wei Yangxing grits his teeth and turns to face the onslaught, slamming his shield against the ground to establish a defense. The battle escalates to a fever pitch. Wei Shumei's spells blaze, and Zhou Jing's arrows rain down like a tempest. Nearly every one of their skills can kill one or more spiders. However, the sheer number of spiders is overwhelming. They are fearless, persistently harassing and weakening the group with venom and webs. Amidst the chaos, one venomous spider, taking advantage of its companion's cover, lunges from the side, its side-like stinger piercing He Zhongyang, who is slowed due to his diminished attributes. HP 280, 000. HP 100. He Zhongyang is unable to even scream. His health bar empties once more in an instant. He collapses, his face frozen in a mixture of terror and resentment. Zhongyang! Zhou Jing cries out in anguish. Jiang Fan, revive him quickly. Wei Yangxing, frantic, fixates on the two advancing spiders. We can't. Jiang Fan was in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he exclaimed, the cooldown for revival is still ongoing. There is over a minute left. As Wei Shui may simultaneously unleashed a firewall to temporarily block the spiders, she urgently commanded, use group resurrection. This was Jiang Fan's ultimate life-saving skill, capable of reviving all fallen members of the team. The cooldown period was extensive, lasting up to 10 minutes, yet at this moment, such concerns were inconsequential. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan began to chant the incantation, and a more intricate magical circle illuminated beneath his feet. Group resurrection. A radiant glow erupted as He Zhongyang was drawn back from the brink of death for the second time. However, the fleeting sense of relief that arose from saving their comrade was shattered in an instant. A white silhouette, swift as a cheetah, had somehow swung into a high position behind them using spider silk. It was the leader-level venomous spider that had been repelled earlier by Wei Yangxing. Its cold, multifaceted eyes zeroed in on the team's most vulnerable yet crucial member, Priest Jiang Fan. With a hiss, a strand of venom-laden silk, akin to a spear from the Grim Reaper, pierced through the gap in Wei Yangxing's shield. It struck Jiang Fan, who was casting a healing spell with unwavering precision. HP 300, 000. HP 100. Jiang Fan's expression froze in disbelief as he looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, collapsing weakly to the ground. The only priest capable of healing and resurrecting the team was dead. Chapter 84, Ning Yang. I will tear you apart. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Wei Mei's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. Jiang Fan was dead. This meant their team had lost all healing and resurrection capabilities. If anyone else fell, it would be permanent. Furthermore, after the recent battle, although she and Zhou Jing had sustained minimal injuries, they were afflicted by the spider's toxic element, negative status. Their HP was plummeting rapidly. If this continued, they would surely perish. Fear engulfed Wei Shuai as she surveyed the increasing number of venomous spiders lurking nearby, along with the distant, sickening sounds of more crawling creatures. Without a moment's hesitation, she decisively shouted, "Forget about Jiang Fan. Brother, Zhou Jing, take Zhongyang and run. I'll clear the path ahead." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Wei Shuai had already turned to unleash her ultimate move, Meteor Shower. All monsters within a radius of several dozen meters before them were obliterated by the rain of meteoric fire, creating a path through which they could escape. Run. Ignoring whether her companions would follow, Wei Shuai took off at once. Zhou Jing and Wei Yangxing, dragging He Zhongyang along, sprinted for their lives. To be fair, these spiders were not particularly strong for them. Under normal circumstances, they could easily defeat thousands by uniting their strength. However, they were terrified of the toxic element that accompanied these creatures. This abnormal state was far too lethal. Yet, just when they wished to avoid danger, it arrived unbidden. As Zhou Jing and Wei Yangxing struggled to support He Zhongyang, the burden of his presence led them to be struck by the toxic element. Once more, watching as Wei Yangxing and Zhou Jing continued to lose health, Wei Shuai grappled with her emotions for a long moment. Flame impact. Ultimately, she turned back to cast another spell, clearing the spiders that were pursuing them. After half an hour, they had just barely evaded their relentless pursuers. The four of them found themselves in a desolate ruin, where at last the surroundings fell silent. They discovered a structure amidst the wreckage, permeated with dust and decay. The crumbling walls offered a meager semblance of psychological refuge. Leaning against the cold stone wall, the four of them breathed heavily, the relief of survival mingling with the sorrow of their lost comrade. Wei Shuai quickly assessed the team's status, her heart sinking. She had exhausted her magical energy. Her complexion pale, with only 65 HP remaining. Her brother, having taken multiple hits to protect the group, was left with a mere 25 HP, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhou Jing fared slightly better, but she too had only 32 HP left and had severely depleted her quiver. Only He Zhongyang maintained his HP at 50, having been shielded throughout the ordeal and sustaining almost no direct attacks. Everyone knew that He Zhongyang could not withstand damage. A single hit from a monster would spell his doom. Wei Yangxing, glancing at his precarious health, recalled how he had endured an additional instance of the toxic element to protect He Zhongyang. The agonizing pain of the toxin and the fear of rapidly depleting health surged back into his mind. Regret and dread gnawed at him. Why had he been so foolish? Almost sacrificing his life for this burden. Wei Yangxing silently vowed never to make such a mistake again. Zhou Jing, equally shaken, felt her hand tremble around the bow. Gazing at the terrified He Zhongyang beside her, the love she once felt for him seemed to pale in the face of death's threat. The thought of birds of a feather flock together, but in times of crisis, they scatter uncontrollably surfaced, igniting a flicker of shame within her. Yet more than that, a chilling sense of reality gripped her. She did not wish to die, nor did she want to drag He Zhongyang down with her. Zhongyang, what was that earlier? Why did you falter at such a critical moment? After a brief silence, Wei Shuai was the first to speak, her tone tinged with suppressed frustration and fatigue. Exactly, Wei Yangxing interjected, venting his pent-up frustration. If you hadn't suddenly been unable to move, we wouldn't have found ourselves in that perilous situation. Jiang Fan died, trying to save you. Now our team lacks any means of healing. Zhou Jing remained silent. However, the evident reproach in her gaze directed at He Zhongyang, coupled with a subtle detachment, struck him harder than direct accusations. I don't know, He Zhongyang exclaimed, his face a mask of innocence and grievance, his voice tinged with a quaver. I just suddenly felt weak all over, completely devoid of strength. My power seemed to vanish in an instant. Seeing his combat power reduced to 70, he felt as if he might burst into tears. With only 70 combat power, it was no wonder he succumbed to the slightest touch from these monsters. Upon hearing this, Wei Shuai's heart sank. The unsettling premonition that had plagued her since encountering Ning Yang surged once more with renewed intensity. Not only she, but Wei Yangxing and Zhou Jing also instantly considered the terrifying possibility they were reluctant to believe. An eerie silence enveloped the air. Zhou Jing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately voiced the horrifying speculation that loomed over them all. Could it be that this is what Ning Yang meant? That he retracted the enhancement abilities he had bestowed upon Zhongyang? Zhou Jing spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Impossible. He Zhongyang protested, his agitation rising as if raising his voice might convince himself otherwise. Our data panels clearly show no enhancement skills. How could there be any of his abilities? Yet, the flicker of doubt that crossed He Zhongyang's eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. What else could explain such a drastic decline in his strength? At that moment, Wei Yongxing attempted to soothe the others. Do you think it's possible that Zhongyang might have been afflicted by some sort of super skill? Wei Shui, Mei's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting a weakening type super skill? Precisely. Wei Yongxing nodded vigorously, striving to make his words sound more convincing. I've been brushing up on a lot of knowledge about professions lately. There's a book that mentions certain exceedingly rare and powerful super skills, whose effects indeed are peculiar and do not directly appear on data panels. I suspect that Ning Yang somehow stumbled upon a stroke of luck and mastered some form of a weakening type super skill. He secretly inflicted the weakening effect on Zhongyang, which led to Zhongyang's deterioration. However, this skill's duration surely cannot last long. It should wear off soon. What? He Zhongyang was filled with rage. This explanation was evidently more palatable to him, as it could shift all blame onto Ning Yang's treachery instead of acknowledging the reality of his own fragile foundation. He eagerly anticipated the moment when the weakening effect would dissipate. Nevertheless, He Zhongyang still cursed furiously. Ning Yang, you cunning scoundrel, how dare you betray me like this? I will tear you to shreds. His furious roars echoed through the ruins, saturated with a sense of impotent rage. Chapter 85. Tragic Demise. Internal Strife. Although He Zhongyang accepted the rationale behind this super skill, a seed of doubt had already embedded itself deeply within the hearts of Wei Shui, Wei Yongxing, and Zhou Jing. If what Wei Yongxing claimed were true, at least only He Zhongyang would be weakened. But what if the enhancement Link Ning Yang initially mentioned was indeed a reality? They vividly recalled Ning Yang's chilling words, I will reclaim the abilities of one among you each day. Did this not imply that tomorrow, one among the three of them would also succumb to the same weakness as He Zhongyang? In this perilous dimension, teeming with monsters, they had just witnessed the dire consequences of losing power. This terrifying thought gnawed at them like a parasitic worm, sowing seeds of dread in their hearts. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere of anxiety and fear, they reluctantly rested for half a day. Relying on their slow recovery and limited supplies, their HP gradually replenished. However, the exhaustion and suspicion lingering in their minds loomed like dark clouds, refusing to dissipate. Suddenly, Wei Shui, who had been resting with closed eyes, abruptly opened them, her expression transforming drastically. The flame perception trap she had set around the ruins had been triggered, and it was not just one or two. They swarmed in a dense mass. This is bad. Something has breached our defenses. The number is overwhelming. Wei Shui gasped in alarm, instantly springing to her feet. Upon hearing her cry, the others, like startled birds, hastily fled from their hiding places. The sight before them caused their scalps to tingle in horror. A chill surged from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. The ruins had been completely encircled without their awareness. Wherever they looked, they were met with a throng of pallid, venomous scythe spiders. They surged forth like a tide from the crumbled walls, their compound eyes glinting with a cold, bloodthirsty light. The sharp scythes on their tails clashed together, producing a cacophony of bone-chilling clicks, forming a wall of death that instilled despair. How could there be so many? Zhou Jing was consumed by terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. He Zhongyang turned pale as a ghost. An overwhelming dread washed over him like icy water, rendering him rigid, his teeth chattering. He understood better than anyone that, with his current strength, being caught in such an encirclement left no hope for survival. Before they could devise any countermeasures, the swarm of spiders seemed to have received a unified command. Like a white wave of death, they charged from all directions. Hold the line. Firestorm. Wei Shui screamed as she unleashed her spell. The searing flames incinerated a number of spiders, clearing a small patch ahead, but it was instantly filled by even more spiders. There were too many. It was impossible to kill them all. Wei Yongxing raised a shield to block an approaching spider. The heavy impact left his arm numb. He struggled to maintain the line, but spiders attacked from every angle, overwhelming him. Zhou Jing loosed arrows in rapid succession, accurately piercing the heads of several spiders. However, her quiver diminished at a visible pace, while the spiders seemed endless. "Help me, cousin, brother, save me." He Zhongyang's spirit shattered in fear as he futilely wielded his now heavy greatsword, unable to even crack a single spider's shell. His sluggish movements almost caused him to be ensnared by a web from the side. The battle was fierce yet brief. The spider's onslaught resembled a torrential storm. The toxic element debuff stacked once more upon Wei Yangxing and Zhou Jing. The defensive perimeter shrank ever tighter, and a sense of despair pervaded the air. "We cannot hold out." Wei Yangxing bore the assault of 3 spiders, his shield cracking under the strain. His HP plummeted below 70. Wei Xiumei gazed at the throng of spiders before her, relentless and innumerable. She glanced at He Zhongyang, who was still struggling and screaming in vain, and a flicker of conflict crossed her eyes. But soon, the instinct for survival prevailed. "Turn back." Wei Xiumei gritted her teeth and shouted at Wei Yangxing and Zhou Jing. "Charge through the gap in the back. Run." Before her words faded, she couldn't spare another glance at He Zhongyang and resolutely turned, converting her last bit of magic into blink, racing toward a direction where she had observed fewer spiders. Upon hearing Wei Xiumei's cry, Wei Yangxing and Zhou Jing instinctively made their choice. They were united in their thoughts regarding He Zhongyang. Abandon him. They would leave him to Zhou Jing. To Wei Yangxing. Wei Yangxing surged forward, crashing into the spiders before him. Zhou Jing loosed her last few arrows to provide a semblance of cover. As they turned, they unleashed their utmost speed, hot on Wei Xiumei's heels, completely abandoning the still stunned He Zhongyang. "No, don't, cousin, brother. Jing, you cannot leave me behind. Help me. I beg you, save me." He Zhongyang's heartrending, desperate wails echoed. He reached out, seemingly trying to grasp the swiftly retreating figures. Yet, the only response he received was the resolute backs of Wei Xiumei, Wei Yangxing, and Zhou Jing, along with the overwhelming tide of white, reeking with a foul stench that surged around him. Countless sharp limbs and venomous stingers quickly engulfed him. The piercing screams abruptly ceased. He Zhongyang's final thought before death was, "Wei Xiumei, Wei Yangxing, Zhou Jing, you heartless bastards. And Ning Yang, damn you." In an instant, the frenzied swarm of spiders overwhelmed him, tearing and devouring him, leaving behind only a scene of carnage and the rapidly spreading scent of blood. Wei Xiumei, Wei Yangxing, and Zhou Jing fled recklessly until they could no longer hear any sounds from behind, collapsing behind a relatively intact stone pillar. They gasped for breath, each face devoid of color. After a brief moment of silence, Zhou Jing abruptly lifted her head, her crimson eyes fixed on Wei Yangxing. All the fear, regret, and grief over losing He Zhongyang erupted at that moment. Wei Yangxing. Zhou Jing nearly leapt up, pointing an accusing finger at Wei Yangxing. "Why did you just watch as Zhongyang was surrounded by monsters without trying to save him? He is your cousin. Are you even human?" Despite her earlier flight, she still cared for He Zhongyang. Wei Yangxing was already shaken. Zhou Jing's outburst ignited the pent-up anger and frustration within him. "Shut your mouth," he roared back, his face twisted in rage. "He's your man. When the monsters came, you, the shameless one, didn't think of saving him, but chose to flee. And now you dare to blame me. You ran faster than I did." Zhou Jing shot back, "Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for you Wei's siblings running ahead, would I have followed? You abandoned him first. Spare me the false sentimentality." Wei Yangxing bellowed, "When we were escaping, you didn't even look back. Now that he is dead, you come here pretending to be the good person? I'll tell you, Zhou Jing, if it weren't for your remaining usefulness, I would... What would you do? Come on, you think I'm afraid of you?" The Wei family is comprised entirely of unsavory individuals, selfish and cold-blooded creatures. The two individuals roared at each other like enraged beasts, their faces flushed and necks thick with rage, laying bare their darkest fears and selfishness. Their words were venomous, wishing nothing less than to devour one another alive. Chapter 86. Wei Xuanmei's Terror and Concern. A staggering 45 million experience points earned. "Enough. Silence, all of you." Wei Xuanmei forced herself to stand, her face pale as she reprimanded, "What good is arguing now? Zhongyang is already dead. It would have been better had Wei Xuanmei remained silent." As soon as she spoke, Zhou Jing's ire turned towards her, her tone dripping with sarcasm and resentment. "And you, Wei Xuanmei, were you pretending to be the leader? When danger struck, you were the first to flee. Do you still have the face to issue orders here? If it weren't for your instigation to expel Ning Yang, would we have fallen to such depths, causing him to harbor resentment towards us? Jiang Fan would die. Zhongyang would die. You, as the captain, are nothing but a complete failure, a harbinger of misfortune. After all this time, Zhongyang's strength has yet to recover, which is certainly not due to a mere weakening skill. This only further substantiates Ning Yang's credibility. Of course, Zhou Jing conveniently forgot that she was one of the instigators of this situation. Wei Xuanmei was deeply offended, her anger boiling within her. Yet, she understood that internal conflict at this moment would lead to their demise. Zhou Jing, have you finished your tirade? Wei Xuanmei suppressed the urge to strangle Zhou Jing, inhaling deeply to maintain her composure. Yes, I fled, and so did you. We are all the same, but now is not the time to argue about who ran faster. Look around. This is a terrifying, high-level, alternate dimension. If we do not unite, none of us will survive. Do you wish to die? If so, I can grant you that wish right now, and my brother and I will leave. Wei Xuanmei's voice carried a hint of harshness. Zhou Jing was merely shooting off her mouth, an absolute fool. Were it not for Zhou Jing's reasonable strength, she would hardly have bothered with her. Wei Yongxing panted heavily, glaring fiercely at Zhou Jing, but remained silent. Zhou Jing, confronted with Wei Xuanmei's icy gaze and the perilous alternate dimension surrounding them, felt the flames of her rage doused by a bucket of cold water, leaving only an overwhelming sense of fear and chill. She realized that if she severed ties with the Wei siblings now, she would undoubtedly perish alone in this cursed place within half a day. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately slumped to the ground, burying her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly, no longer daring to retort. At this moment, a profound seed of doubt regarding Ning Yang's words took root in all three of their hearts. They could only think of the swift arrival of tomorrow, desperately wanting to know whether anyone else would lose their strength by then. If Ning Yang's words were indeed true, the consequences were unimaginable, in stark contrast to the anxiety and terror felt by Wei Xuanmei and her group. The atmosphere where Ning Yang's squad was located felt as relaxed as if they had just returned from a picnic, rather than emerging from a brutal battle. Beneath their feet lay heaps of venomous spider remains, the air thick with a faint stench of poison, soon dissipated by Chen Yahan's simple Qingfeng shoe. The remaining spiders had long since fled in terror from their companions' one-sided slaughter, leaving no trace behind. Chen Yahan toyed with a skill book glowing with green light. Titled Jiu Du Yuan Su, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Ning Yang's Jr., how did your buff skill achieve such power? This is extraordinary. We have been attacked numerous times, yet the probability of poisoning was less than a quarter. Even when poisoned, we only lost a few seconds of health, merely around 0. One of our life each time. This negative effect has been reduced by over 90%. Chen Yahan pointed at the glaring 100 poison probability and the description of health loss over 30 seconds, her voice filled with incredulity. Oh, you mean this? Ning Yang lazily leaned against a relatively clean rock, waving his hand dismissively. It's just a regular Kong, Xingqiang Hua skill. Nothing extraordinary. It simply reduces the hit rate of negative states by over 70%, weakening the effect by more than half, compared to the ordinary resistance skills on the market. It is only slightly superior. He even extended his thumb and pinky finger to illustrate a minuscule gesture. They had acquired several copies of the Jiu Du Yuan Su skill book, yet it was a specialized skill book exclusive to warlocks, and none in their party were warlocks. A tad bit? Chen Yahan was left speechless by Ning Yang's casual remarks and retorted. I think it's more like 1 billion tad bits. Ning Yang, how many of these powerful buff skills do you have? At this moment, Chan Shuejun could no longer contain her curiosity and approached. Her demeanor was much cooler and more direct. Since she had already witnessed Ning Yang unreservedly linking skills to Chen Yahan, she decided to be straightforward. Shu, don't ask. This is your man's secret. Ning Yang raised his hand, his long index finger gently placed against his lips, signaling for silence. There are 9 more. But of course, he would not easily divulge that information. Chen Shuejun momentarily paused at his sudden mention of your man. A rare blush appeared on her cool, fair face. She lightly huffed, turning her head away somewhat awkwardly, expressing a hint of displeasure. Yet, the slight upward curve of her lips suggested she did not entirely oppose Ning Yang's words. Instantly, the phrase sparked jealousy in both Liu He and Chen Yahan. Chen Yahan silently scolded Ning Yang for being a lecher, Just recently, he had acted so toward her, and now he was flirting with Chun Shuejun. She couldn't help but recall the warmth of his breath near her and felt her face heat up. Lu He, too, puffed her cheeks, pouting with her large, expressive eyes glaring at Ning Yang. The inner voice within her screamed, "Ning Yang, you big liar! You clearly said I was the main girlfriend. How can you constantly say such things to Sister Shuejun? No way, no way. I must find an opportunity to have a private talk with Ning Yang and demand he rein in his flirtations. At least he should show some restraint." Ning Yang, oblivious to the thoughts of the girls, decided to change the subject. "All right, my beautiful teammates, let's gather our spoils." He clapped his hands and said, "It's getting late. We need to find a place to rest for the night. Also, let us use the surplus experience to level up and learn new skills." After a day of frenzied monster hunting, they had slain over 3,000 venomous spiders and amassed abundant rewards. Various shimmering spider materials and venom sacs piled up into a small mountain, along with several skill books gleaming brightly. Most astonishing was the staggering 45 million experience points, enough to drive any profession to madness. Ning Yang focused intently on the private server system, selecting useful skills to convert this vast experience into combat power. The first priority was to max out the Kong Xingqiang Hua skill. Kong Xingqiang Hua, buff, LV20 max, weakening series reduction, 20163 power, restraint series reduction, 20163 power, curse series reduction, 20163 power, weakening series probability, reduced by 85, restraint series probability, reduced by 85, curse series probability, reduced by 85, link targets, Lu He, Tian Su Yun, Tian Yan. The next step was to enhance the healing skills. Wuji Tianijin, level 20 max, enhances recovery efficiency. Negates the proactive attacks of ordinary monsters. HP recovery rate increased. 390 MP recovery rate increased. 390 prevents active attack level. Level 160 effective range. Radius of 500 meters duration. 900 seconds cooldown time. 300 seconds chapter 87. The Scarlet Queen strikes. The seizure of magic ore. Should I encounter the abyssal demons, nightmarish skills once more? The enhancement from Wuji Tianijin will render me fearless of depletion in health and mana. I have also fully upgraded 3 skills. Extinction triple kill, level 10 max. Utilizing exceptional swordsmanship to strike thrice in melee, inflicting severe damage upon the enemy. Damage dealt. Physical attack power, 800 additional bleeding. Level 20, 25 chance can stack 3 times. Last 30 seconds, stun probability, 35, 3 seconds, cooldown time, 10 seconds. Human blade in the sky, level 10 max. Condensing multiple energy blades to launch continuous ranged attacks on multiple targets. Damage dealt. Physical attack power, 1000. Number of hits, 2. Each strike can simultaneously hit 5 targets. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Celestial healing technique, level 20 max. Instantly restoring a substantial amount of HP to oneself and all teammates. Recovery value, 60 of maximum health. Cooldown time, 12 seconds. Acupoint Nightmare, level 20 max. Rendering enemies into a state of unconsciousness. Coma level, level 20, 100 chance, last 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. The above describes the offensive skills of 2 swordsmen and the healing and debuff skills of the celestial healer. With these additional skills, my methods of attack have greatly diversified. Over 40 million experience points remain. Originally, Ning Yang intended to learn the remaining private server buffs. However, he currently finds himself devoid of funds. Acquiring private server buffs not only consumes experience, but also requires substantial amounts of money. After slaying numerous monsters and collecting a plethora of materials and skill books, he must wait until he can sell them for money to continue his learning. He directly expended over 30 million experience points, propelling himself to level 125. This upgrade truly demands a hefty sum of experience. Now, ascending just 1 level requires 4 to 5 million experience points. His current level suffices, and his attributes have significantly improved. Ning Yang glanced at Chun Shuejun and the other 2 women who had naturally accumulated a wealth of experience, all rising to around level 120. Nodding, he decided it was time to tidy up and rest, as it was already late at night. Within the Scarlet Hall, the crimson light continued to flow. The exquisite yet frigid visage of the Scarlet Queen, Fei Li Si, radiated an even greater aura of authority. The Rose Archon, Dai Fun Ni, languidly toyed with a swirl of rose petals encircling her. Suddenly, the central space of the hall twisted violently. A large yet rather disheveled figure staggered forth from within. It was none other than the abyssal demon, Sibada. In this moment, he bore none of the arrogance and invincibility he had exhibited during his departure. The ebony scales covering his body were shattered in numerous places, revealing wounds from which demonic blood flowed, especially his magical aura, which had diminished significantly. Clearly, he had suffered grave injuries. The abyssal demon gasped for breath, struggling to stabilize himself, bowing his head, afraid to meet the gaze of the figure upon the throne. "Oh dear," the Rose Archon, Daifun and I, was the first to speak, her tone dripping with unrestrained mockery and derision. "Look who has returned, our valiant and invincible sword demon. How could you return so soon from your conquest? Have you brought back the head of that human insect as a trophy? Or perhaps you found him too distant and decided to return to touch up your makeup first?" Dai Fani's words struck Si-Ba-Da's heart like poison needles. Sweet yet lethal. Si-Ba-Da lowered his head further, attempting to explain weakly. "Sister Spider, I have returned. That human insect proved far more formidable than anticipated. He is a waste." A cold, emotionless voice interrupted him. The Scarlet Queen, Fei Li Si, did not even spare him a glance. Yet, the invisible pressure from her presence made Si-Ba-Da tremble. A dignified, abyssal demon, one of the supreme overlords of the Dark Realm, had returned in a state akin to a frightened dog after failing to deal with mere, fledgling humans. Fei Li Si's voice was low, yet each word struck like a hammer upon Si-Ba-Da's soul. "Si-Ba-Da, you have deeply disappointed me. Big sister, it is not due to my lack of strength." Si-Ba-Da, feeling the nearly tangible killing intent, hastily raised his head to defend himself. If it were a one-on-one battle, I could undoubtedly tear him to shreds. But they were many, especially that female assassin, slippery as an eel. And there was a support mage who, I do not know what method he employed, made their defenses incredibly formidable. I was caught off guard. Silence. Fei Li Si suddenly turned her head, her icy gaze seeming to harbor a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. To lose is to lose. The Scarlet Queen's voice bore the finality of an undeniable verdict. Any excuse is merely the lamentation of the inept. Seeking justification only serves to make you appear more foolish and pathetic. If you cannot even deal with mere human offspring, what face do you have to call yourself a demon king? Si-Ba-Da was rendered speechless by the reprimand, his face alternating between shades of blue and white. His heart brimmed with frustration, yet he dared not utter a word in retort. Fei Li Si slowly rose from her throne, her gaze sweeping over Si-Ba-Da as if assessing a piece of useless refuse. "It seems I can no longer count on you, waste." Her tone was indifferent, yet it determined the course of action to come. "Dai Fun and I. Here, big sister." The Rose Archon gracefully rose, petals swirling around her, her face alight with eager excitement. "Come, let's go take a look." For the first time, the Scarlet Queen Fei Li Si expressed a hint of genuine interest in that human offspring. But behind that interest lay a chilling intent to kill. The stronger the human, the greater the rewards from slaying them. Fei Li Si cast a disdainful glance at the prostrate Si-Ba-Da, her tone commanding without room for dissent. "As for you, waste, remain here and recuperate. Do not embarrass yourself further." As her words fell, the figures of the Scarlet Queen and the Rose Archon began to blur. The surrounding space emitted a strained, buzzing sound. A powerful magical aura surged like a tide, clearly preparing for an ultra-long-distance spatial leap. Si-Ba-Da watched the two leave with a hint of trepidation. Surely, this time it will be foolproof. The spider was personally intervening, and with the rose accompanying. Together, their strength exceeded his by several folds. That damned human insect, no matter how peculiar, would undoubtedly face doom this time. Human insect, let's see if you escape death this time. In the depths of another dimension, within an ancient ruin stretching for thousands of meters, a vast space interconnected by countless natural caverns, now housed over 10,000 professional students from various academies, their voices booming yet rife with underlying currents. The walls of the caverns were not mere ordinary rock, but embedded with dazzling treasures. Fist-sized, softly glowing Yingguang Shi, prismatic and radiant, Hongguang Shuaging, crystalline and transparent, containing pure magical energy. Moreover, there was the dimly flickering Yolan Huanjing, a top-tier material for crafting soul weapons, said to emit a chilling aura. Any one of these treasures, should they fall into the outside world, would incite a storm of bloodshed. However, faced with these treasures capable of driving anyone to madness, the gathered professionals maintained an eerie order, refraining from rushing forward. Upon careful observation, one can discern that some of the smaller caves have been excavated beyond recognition, while many others retain their original appearance. Groups of professionals are dispersed before various unexcavated small caves. Everyone holds their breath, channeling their skills to emanate powerful energy fluctuations. These energies unite, seemingly engaging in a struggle against an invisible barrier at the cave entrance. A triumphant shout, filled with joy, shatters the silence in a particular area. One could see a team of professionals before a small cave, their spirits soaring. The invisible barrier dissipates like a bubble. The crowd that had long awaited this moment erupts into cheers, surging into the cave like a flood unleashed from a dam, beginning a frenzied search. This scene illuminates the reality for those who arrive later. It turns out that each unexcavated cave harbors such magical barriers that can only be breached through collective strength. At this moment, on the other end of the area, a tragedy has just unfolded. A girl named Chu is curled up in a corner, her body trembling violently from fear and sorrow. At her feet lie the cold corpses of 4 teammates. Just 2 minutes prior, her team had successfully broken through a small barrier and discovered a piece of exquisite Yuming Hunjing. However, their joy was short-lived as Yuan Sheng and Wu Tiangang from Yanhua Academy arrived without warning, seizing the opportunity to snatch the prize. Chu Wen's 4 teammates fought valiantly to resist, but one by one, they fell to Yuan Sheng's bizarre and formidable dagger. Fortunately, she had stood slightly farther away, narrowly escaping death while witnessing her teammates perish, along with the soul crystal that had brought disaster. At that moment, Wu Tiangong's malicious blade was about to descend, poised to take her life. "Sister Shiryu, I found something wonderful." Almost simultaneously, a soft and excited whisper echoed from nearby. It was Li Xiaolan, a strikingly beautiful girl from Shiryu's team, joyfully cradling a piece of shimmering, Ning Yang, in her hands. "Xiaolan, be quiet." The young man beside Li Xiaolan, Wang Hao, turned pale and quickly covered her mouth, admonishing her in a hushed tone, "Put that away immediately. Wealth should not be flaunted." He cautiously scanned the surroundings, a sense of foreboding rising within him. However, it was too late. Wu Tiangang and Yuan Sheng, fresh from their slaughter, were drawn to the scent of blood like sharks. "That magic stone was my find first. Hand it over." Wu Tiangong's voice was frosty and uncompromising. He wielded a holy light greatsword in one hand while the other grasped the alluring Chu Wan, striding forward, still bearing the faint scent of blood from the recent battle. "My dear classmate, items in the dimensional realm are traditionally unclaimed." Wang Hao, forcing himself to remain calm, shielded Li Xiaolan behind him and endeavored to keep his tone measured. "Whoever retrieves it first rightfully claims it. Since my junior sister found it first, it belongs to us. Your demands are rather overbearing. Enough of this chatter. Will you hand it over or not?" Wu Tiangong's face twisted in irritation, his gaze menacing. "What if I refuse?" And Shiryu stepped forward, shielding her teammates. Her tone assertive, yet the gravity in her eyes revealed her awareness of the murderous aura emanating from her adversaries. "Refuse? Then like that clueless team before, you shall meet your end." Before his words faded, he swung his holy light greatsword with ferocious intent. A dazzling and lethal sword light cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping Shiryu and her companions. The overwhelming pressure made it exceedingly difficult for those nearby to even breathe. A glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Shiryu's eyes. Since the adversary had initiated the attack, she would not hold back either. With a fierce cry, she thrust her long sword forward, executing the exquisite synthesis of ancient martial arts and professional skills. Mo Jian Feng Bao. Having trained rigorously in ancient martial arts since childhood, her confidence in her swordsmanship was profound, yet she did not underestimate the talents from other academies. In an instant, the sword shadows transformed into a tornado enveloped in blue flames, charging towards the opponent's holy light sword waterfall with a force capable of rending all asunder. The collision of two immense energies erupted with a thunderous roar. The shockwave of the released energy caused the entire cave to tremble slightly. dislodging lower-tier crystal stones embedded in the ceiling, which tumbled down, bursting forth with scattered shards of light. Chapter 88. Senior Ning Yang will not let you off. Wu Tiangang, wielding the holy light greatsword, changed countenance. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman possessed such a fierce, offensive capability. Several stray blue sword shadows penetrated the holy light barrier, striking him squarely in the chest. Although their power was diminished, they still tore through his armor, leaving several trails of blood. His HP fell by approximately 15. You have some skill, but it is insufficient. Wu Tiangang, furious and embarrassed, prepared to strike again. 5 against 1. Bullying Senior Wu? A mocking voice interjected. A young man clad in a purple outfit, brandishing a pair of unusual daggers, appeared before Yu in a flash, moving with astonishing speed. A cold smile graced his lips, as if he had just crushed a few ants with ease. Nonsense. We only had Sister Yu attacking. When did it become 5 against 1? Wang Hao retorted, his face flushed with anger. Indeed, do you have no shame? The team's priest, Sun Yuru, shouted in indignation. The purple-clad man, Yuan Sheng, paid them no heed and addressed Wu Tiangang. Senior Wu, deal with those noisy nuisances. This woman is mine to cherish. His words were flippant, his gaze lingering on Yu with ill intent. Simultaneously, he flicked his daggers, transforming them into 2 serpentine shadows of dark energy, aiming straight for Yu's vital points. Yu trembled with fury at his shameless words. Nevertheless, her movements remained swift. Her long sword once more sliced through the air, invoking Himmo Jin Feng Bao. An even more formidable torrent of sword shadows swept forth, accompanied by searing waves of heat. The temperature within the cave surged dramatically, warping the air as flecks of dust vaporized instantly. However, Yuan Sheng's dagger shadows exhibited an eerie quality, seemingly capable of devouring magic. The golden daggers formed a solid barrier, easily blocking and dissipating Yu's furious flame-wreathed sword shadows. The clash resonated with a sharp clang, sending sparks flying. Yu's heart sank. She realized immediately that Yuan Sheng's prowess far exceeded that of Wu Tiangang. His attacks bore an inexplicable binding power, significantly hindering her magical and skillful maneuvers. Recalling the faint scream she had overheard earlier and the lingering scent of blood from these 2 men, she recognized that they had likely taken many lives, merciless and ruthless. Just then, as Yu's focus wavered, 2 dagger shadows pierced her sword shadow defense from impossible angles. Startled, she hastily attempted to parry with her sword, activating the defensive skill Sword Shield, but was still a fraction too late. Blood erupted forth as her side and right shoulder were simultaneously pierced. The shoulder wound was particularly grievous, the bone nearly severed. Her entire right arm hung limply, tethered only by flesh, as excruciating pain engulfed her body. HP 55. Her health plummeted dramatically, and more critically, she had lost a significant portion of her combat capability. If a priest had been present to heal her in time, she could have rejoined the fight. But in this world, there are no ifs. Ye, Yuru! Cries of despair rang out. Concurrently, Wang Hao, who was already at a disadvantage against Wu Tiangang, could only brace himself for the impending calamity. The opponent's sword pierced through the chest, and, as it was withdrawn, the blade grazed the neck. HP 100. The health bar was instantly depleted. Priestess Sun Yuru's eyes widened in desperation, eager to use revival to bring Wang Hao back to life. However, her incantation for revival abruptly ceased. Wu Tiangang retaliated with a swift strike, accurately piercing her heart. HP 100. Another member down. Wu Tiangang frowned as he was suddenly struck by an arrow from the archer Lu Xingxing, causing a loss of 20 health. With a malevolent grin, he leaped forward, engaging in close combat, effortlessly severing Lu Xingxing's arm that held the bow. The holy light greatsword was raised once more, poised to descend. No, please stop the killing. Li Xiaolan wept, her tears flowing like rain, her heart nearly shattered by fear and sorrow. She pleaded, I beg you, spare Senior and Senior Lu. I will give you this shadow magic, or I will give it to you. Trembling, she retrieved the luminescent shadow magic ore and hurled it towards Wu Tiangang. Li Xiaolan felt a profound sorrow. She could hardly fathom that the mere desire for a piece of or could drive them to so ruthlessly slay two of her comrades. It reminded her of the distant sounds of chaos and screams she had faintly heard earlier, likely the handiwork of these two villains. If only I had understood sooner. Wu Tiangang caught the oar, weighing it in his hand, his expression briefly one of satisfaction, only to transform into a deeper coldness. Alas, it is too late. Before his words faded, the holy light greatsword fell mercilessly. HP 100. Lu Xingxing deceased. Ah, bastard. Scoundrel. Another comrade lay dead before her, and with another about to strike. Li Xiaolan's eyes brimmed with rage and despair. She cried out hoarsely, "You cannot kill Seniorin. Senior Ning Yang will come to rescue us soon. Senior Ning Yang is the black-haired war god. If he learns that you have slain Seniorin, he will never let you go." Ning Yang was Li Xiaolan's only hope. Although she was not well acquainted with him, and Shiyu had spoken of him, noting he was the one who repelled the demon royal family. Thus, Ning Yang was the strongest individual she knew. Moreover, the team leader's cousin, Chen Yahan, was in Ning Yang's squad. Surely, Ning Yang would not turn a blind eye. She must utilize every means to intimidate them and gain a sliver of hope. Upon hearing her words, Wu Tiangang indeed halted his actions. Then, as if he had heard the greatest joke, he exchanged glances with Yuan Sheng, and both erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha, the black-haired war god? That is utterly ridiculous." Wu Tiangang laughed so hard he nearly fell over. "I am Wu Tiangang of Yinhua Academy. This is Yuan Sheng, one of the top 50 strongmen of Yinhua Academy. If your senior is the black-haired war god, then I am the red-haired emperor. To kill your senior? No. I not only intend to slay her, but also to send you, you little wench, to the afterlife. When you descend to hell, remember to summon that so-called war god of yours to seek revenge on your grandpa Wu." And Shiyu leaned against the cold rock wall, her left arm hanging limply, blood staining half her attire. She gazed in despair at her comrades, Wang Hao, Sun Yuru, Lu Xingxing. Their bodies lay silently not far away, their warmth not yet fully dissipated. Scalding tears mixed with blood slid down her pale cheeks. Nearby, the trembling figure of a girl named Chu Wan and the strong scent of blood from Yuan Sheng and his companions spoke volumes of their cruelty and lawlessness. In that moment, her father's serious and worried teachings thundered in her mind. "Shiyu, remember, in this era where strength reigns supreme, your own power is paramount. Never wholly entrust your hopes to others. Strive to cultivate, not just for yourself, but to have the capability to protect your loved ones, friends, and teammates when the time comes, not to be like I am now, helplessly watching them fall before me." In the past, she felt her father was overly harsh, but now every word pierced her heart. She felt hatred for her sheltered upbringing, for not cherishing time to train diligently, hatred for her lack of strength, for failing to protect her companions. The icy regret and overwhelming fury intertwined in her eyes. The despair of watching those dear to her perish while she remained powerless was like countless dull blades repeatedly slicing through her heart, rendering her breathless. Chapter 89. The Strong of Yinhua Academy. 8. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated from afar, accompanied by an even more dazzling burst of light. It was evident that yet another richly endowed magical barrier had been forcefully breached by a powerful team. Like droplets of water thrown into boiling oil, it instantly triggered a greater uproar. A throng of professionals surged towards that direction like a tidal wave. Gasps of astonishment, shouts of competition, and the roars of battle intertwined. Wu Tiangang and Yuan Sheng, who were about to execute in Shiyu and her companions, simultaneously changed their expressions. "Let us go," Yuan Sheng commanded tersely. His figure transformed into a purple shadow, dashing towards the new treasure point with astonishing speed. Wu Tiangong's eyes flickered with reluctance, but the treasure was evidently more significant than murder. He shot a vicious glare at the barely conscious in Shiyu and the terrified Li Xiaolan and Chu Wen. Raising his hand, he swiftly formed seals to unleash a skill. A dark red halo constricted around them like shackles, imprisoning the three. You're fortunate to live a little longer. If anyone dares to let them escape, I will grind them to dust," leaving behind a threat laden with malice. Wu Tiangang vanished in a flash, following Yuan Sheng into the chaotic crowd. In their eyes, the gravely injured in Shiyu, along with the two weak supports, bound by the imprisoning skill, were utterly incapable of escaping. After securing the new treasure, they could return to deal with them at leisure. Besides, anyone who dared to defy them would meet their demise. The onlookers, previously drawn in by the spectacle, quickly dispersed with the emergence of the treasure, leaving only a few who either cautiously observed or remained indifferent. The corner that had brimmed with murderous intent now lay silent, filled only with the stench of blood and despair. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I caused everyone's demise. Li Xiaolan could no longer hold herself together, collapsing beside Inshiyu, weeping uncontrollably. The overwhelming guilt gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. If only she had silently collected the shadow magic ore when she found it, instead of exclaiming in joy, Wang Hao, Yuru, Lu Xingxing would not have died, and Shiyujia would not have been gravely injured. And Shiyu's complexion was as pale as paper, the excruciating pain from her severed arm and blood loss rendering her weak. She looked at the heartbroken Li Xiaolan, then at the cold bodies of her teammates, her eyes filled with sorrow and exhaustion. No, Xiaolan, you cannot bear all the blame. And Shiyu struggled to shake her head, her voice hoarse. We have been too well protected by our elders and the academy since childhood. We lack real-life experiences of life and death, thinking too naively and simply. She took a breath, her gaze sweeping over those professionals who only scavenged the remnants on the periphery, never daring to engage in the core struggle. Finally, she bitterly remarked, look at them. They know their place. We lack a powerful backing, and our strength is not top tier. We should not have rashly pushed to the forefront to contend for the most coveted items. To possess treasure invites envy. It is only strange not to be coveted. There was one thing Inshiyu withheld in her heart. In such circumstances, the most prudent course of action would have been to quickly offer the acquired treasure to the one who demanded it, ensuring their safety. However, each member of their team inherently possessed an indomitable pride, unwilling to bow to such brazen plunder. As a result, conflict erupted. She has not only wounded her opponent, but has also exacerbated the conflict, leading to dire consequences. If only Senior Ning Yang were here, Li Xiaolan sobbed, her voice imbued with helplessness and a faint glimmer of hope. She was acutely aware that this was merely a wish born of despair. When Wu Tianyang and Yuan Sheng returned after seizing the treasures, their fate was all but sealed. There was nothing to be done. They were members of the top-ranked Hujing battle team at Yanhua Academy. Beside her, the usually silent and curled-up Chu Wen raised her tear-filled eyes. Her teammates had also perished, and worse yet, she was now the sole survivor of her entire team. Her face bore the marks of despair, and her voice trembled with resignation. Even if your senior arrives, it would only mean death. The prestige of the top 10 teams at Yanhua Academy hardly needed further elaboration. They were true monsters. No matter how formidable your senior might be, he could not contend with them. She had witnessed her comrades fall like blades of grass under Yuan Sheng's hand and had long since lost the courage to resist. An uncomfortable silence enveloped Li Xiaolan and Inshiyu. Yanhua Academy, the foremost institution of Longhua, housed individuals of extraordinary renown within its top 10 teams, each a paragon of talent with inscrutable strength. The elite among them were even comparable to the heads of other ordinary academies. In terms of absolute power, they truly could not ascertain whether Ning Yang was superior to his opponents. Yet in their hearts, Ning Yang's image loomed large, a miraculous figure, the black-haired battle god. Deep within, they stubbornly believed that Ning Yang could never be weaker than those who regarded human lives as mere trifles. Occasionally, pitying glances swept over them, filled with sympathy, sighs, or indifferent coldness, yet no one stepped forward. The fearsome reputation of Yanhua Academy, coupled with Wu Tiangong's threats, formed an invisible barrier that cut off all potential aid. At that moment, a figure approached swiftly and cautiously. It was Sure Hao from the Thunderbolt War Academy. He summoned a bolt of lightning that struck precisely against the dark red confinement ring. With a crack, the barrier shattered. He moved with swiftness, tossing 3 vials of softly glowing restorative potions into Li Xiaolan's hands. Here are several vials of restorative potions. Swallow them quickly and leave immediately. Beyond this, I cannot assist you. Sure Hao spoke rapidly before turning and departing without hesitation. Li Xiaolan stood in a daze as she accepted the warm potion vials. She soon composed herself and hurriedly opened one, carefully administering it to Inshiyu. As the potion slid down her throat, A warm sensation spread through her, and Shiyu's pale face regained some color, and her wounds visibly began to heal. "Should we escape?" Li Xiaolan inquired, supporting in Shiyu, her voice laced with uncertainty. To her surprise, Shi Hao from Thunderbolt War Academy had intervened to help them, and Shiyu gazed at Shi Hao's receding figure, her expression complex. She recognized him as a genius hailing from Lingshu City, and his prowess among the younger generation was undoubtedly exceptional, possibly second only to Ning Yang within their academy. However, even so, the gap between him and the top talents of Yanhua Academy remained stark. We cannot simply wait for death. But what about Wang Hao and the others' bodies? And Shiyu inhaled deeply, summoning her strength to rise. Wang Hao and his companions were their close teammates. They could not abandon their bodies. In that moment, they found themselves trapped in a dilemma, uncertain whether to stay or flee. Chapter 90, Senior Ning Yang. He is the one who injured Sister Shiyu. Shi Hao had not ventured far when someone called out to him. A voice laced with mockery halted him. "Shi Hao, do you seek a long life? Do you dare meddle in the affairs of Yanhua Academy's Hujing battle team?" The speaker was Yi Chun, another genius from the Thunderbolt War Academy, arms crossed and a smirk on his face as he watched the unfolding drama. Shi Hao paused, calmly fixing his gaze on Yi Chun. "My affairs are not your concern." He had his own calculations in mind. When Wu Tiangang and Yuan Sheng were present, he had refrained from intervening, knowing it would lead to certain death. However, now that they had departed, breaking a not overly powerful confinement and providing a few vials of potions was a manageable risk. On one hand, he was also from Lingshu City and felt a sense of injustice, seeing his fellow townsfolk bullied by those from Yanhua Academy. On the other hand, and perhaps more importantly, he had distinctly heard the words "black-haired battle god." As one who had meticulously studied the murky footage of the black-haired battle god repelling the demon royal family, he and his father had concluded that this mysterious figure's strength undoubtedly reached a terrifying SS level or even higher, if these girls were indeed connected to that existence. Forming a favorable bond now would surely be beneficial for his future. Furthermore, even if these girls ultimately met their demise, it would not affect him. He could not provoke the individuals from Yanhua Academy, but he was confident that with his combat power of 750,000, he could easily escape. His sense of justice was limited, but his calculations were far-reaching. Meanwhile, Ning Yang and his companions were exploring a new area filled with jagged rocks. However, he had not forgotten his promise. The first thing he had done upon waking that morning was to sever the link of the Crown of Kings with Wei Yangxing. He was a man of his word. "Ning Yang, something is wrong. My cousin and the others may be in danger." Just after they began to move forward, Qin Yahan abruptly halted, glancing at her specially designed personal terminal on her wrist, her expression shifting dramatically. Ning Yang furrowed his brow in confusion. "Isn't this an alternate dimension? How can your terminal still receive messages?" Although Ning Yang was not a communications expert, he understood that terminal communication required satellite or radio networks. In this alternate dimension, devoid of network bases, how could Qin Yahan receive messages? "My cousin's terminal is a family specialty, embedded with ultra-distance resonance crystals," Qin Yahan hurriedly explained. "Even without external network support, we can communicate via short messages within a distance of up to 100,000 meters. If she is reaching out to me now, it must be an emergency, and she should not be far from us. I can roughly locate her direction based on the signal strength." "All right." Ning Yang Dejisifali de Chlaret, his gaze sweeping over Chen Xuejuan and Lu He. "Senior Yahan's cousin is in danger. We must hurry." With the formidable agility and speed granted by the Crown of Kings, the four figures darted like the wind through the complex terrain, moving so swiftly that they left only traces in their wake. In just over 10 minutes, the scenery ahead opened up. No longer barren, they found themselves before a cave bustling with countless figures. A dark mass, thousands of professional students congregated there, making Ning Yang almost believe he had encountered everyone who had entered this dimension. Guided by her terminal, Qin Yahan quickly pinpointed in Shiyu's location. Upon their arrival, the sight before them weighed heavily on their hearts, and Shiyu lay slumped on the ground, covered in blood, her breath shallow, clearly having sustained grave injuries. Li Xiaolan's eyes were red and swollen as she helplessly tended to her. Scattered across the ground were the remnants of battle, along with several lifeless bodies, including those of Shiyu's teammates. A gruesome wound marred in Shiyu's shoulder. Though it had been staunched, the flesh was torn, revealing bone beneath. A mere application of ordinary restorative potions had been insufficient for proper healing. Shiyu, Xinyahan gasped, rushing forward. She knelt beside her cousin. Concern and urgency etched on her face. How could you be hurt like this? Who did this? Chun Xuejuan and Lu He quickly followed, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Hold on. Don't move, Chun Xuejuan advised calmly, yet with concern. The wound is deep and requires professional treatment. Sister, and hold on. Lu He grasped the harp tightly, her small face etched with concern. Ning Yang's gaze swept over the lifeless bodies on the ground, his expression calm. He had only encountered those individuals once. Their fate held little significance for him. His primary focus was on the grievous injury suffered by Shiyu, who was the cousin of his betrothed, Xinyahan. Cousin, Senor Ning Yang. Upon seeing her relatives arrive, and Shiyu's facade of strength crumbled in an instant. Tears mingled with blood cascaded down her cheeks, her voice choked with emotion. Heavenly medical skills. Ning Yang uttered no further words, merely raising his hand. A gentle and vibrant emerald light enveloped in Shiyu in an instant. As the light passed, her grotesque wounds healed at a visible pace, leaving no scars behind, and Shiyu's pale complexion quickly regained its rosy hue. Moreover, Ning Yang noticed two other girls beside Shiyu, both of whom bore varying degrees of injury. One he recognized from a prior encounter, while he had not seen the other before. However, he assumed both were teammates of Shiyu and directed two additional beams of light towards them, healing their minor injuries as well. Thank you, Senior Ning Yang, Li Xiaolan exclaimed, tears of gratitude in her eyes, and Shiyu felt a weight lift from her body. As if she had been reborn, her gaze towards Ning Yang filled with complexity. Chu-Wan, however, wore a look of astonishment. She had been engulfed in the profound sorrow of her teammate's demise, but now, sensing her body healing instantaneously, she could not help but re-evaluate the senior whom Shiyu and Li Xiaolan held in such high regard. Senior Ning Yang, it was he, she recalled. He and his senior injured sister Shiyu stole our magic ore and even killed Wang Hao and the others. Just then, Li Xiaolan suddenly clutched Ning Yang's sleeve nervously, pointing toward a figure striding towards them with a sense of dread. Haha, have a few more come and die. Is this your so-called reinforcement? The one with the white and black hair? Well then, since everyone is here, it saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. After death, you can all reunite in the underworld. Before Wu Tiangang even arrived, his arrogant voice had already reached them. Ning Yang's eyes turned as cold as ice as he glanced at Shiyu. Junior, and is this scum the one who robbed you of your possessions, gravely injured you, and killed your teammates? And Shiyu nodded vigorously, as if a child who had been bullied found a parent to rely on. You bastard. Wu Tiangong's fury ignited upon seeing Ning Yang's blatant disregard for him. Chapter 91. One Force Overcomes 10. Wu Tiangang had just endured a frustrating battle elsewhere over treasures. The person who had stolen his gemstone not only possessed superior strength, but also had a notable background. He could only stifle his anger. Now that Ning Yang and his companions had arrived, looking as if they deserved a beating, he could no longer hold back. The sacred light great sword was already in his grasp. Had it not been for Li Xiaolan's incessant assurances about Ning Yang's prowess, he might not have even bothered with his weapon. Realizing that Ning Yang was mentioned with respect, he took out his weapon with caution. However, the moment Wu Tiangang drew his weapon, Ning Yang had already made his move. Without any elaborate skills or build-up, he simply soared into the air. A direct punch, imbued with terrifying energy, shot towards Wu Tiangang like a cannonball. After reaching level 125, Ning Yang's fundamental attributes had transformed, and his mastery over energy had become increasingly refined. With this punch, the overwhelming intent to kill twisted the surrounding air. The sheer force of his murderous intent and pressure descended upon Wu Tiangang like an invisible mountain, pinning him down. The sneer on Wu Tiangong's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless terror. He felt like a lone boat amidst a storm, his courage to wield his weapon dissipating under the weight of Ning Yang's murderous aura. This was an absolute display of power, a chasm of disparity. I am Yanhua Wu Tiangang, a soul of the dead. Please allow me to state my background for a chance at survival. Ning Yang could not be bothered to listen to his prattle. In his heart, Chunyahan was already his, and harming her cousin was tantamount to challenging him. Regardless of his origins, if a life needed to be taken, it would be taken. With a punch like lightning, the energy erupted. A dull thud echoed, and blood mist sprayed forth. Wu Tianyang did not even manage to utter a complete plea for mercy. His chest and abdomen exploded under Ning Yang's seemingly unassuming yet devastatingly powerful fist. His body flew back like a rag doll, crashing against the distant rock wall, becoming a corpse in a state of utter disarray, dead beyond resurrection. Ding! Target eliminated, earning 100,000 experience points. Ning Yang slowly retracted his fist, inwardly astonished. Killing indeed yields experience rewards? Moreover, my mastery of ancient martial arts is becoming increasingly adept, and combined with my attributes, the power is astonishing. The techniques taught by Shuijun's wife are truly invaluable. He even felt that the energy he had just utilized was somewhat excessive. Ning Yang nonchalantly approached Wu Tianyang's corpse and casually rummaged through his backpack. With a clatter, nearly 100 gleaming gemstones, including glowing stones, blue soul crystals, rainbow crystals, and star-patterned iron, spilled forth, forming a small mound and eliciting gasps from those nearby. These were evidently treasures acquired through killing and looting. A fine haul indeed. Ning Yang regarded this as merely a trifling matter, turning to Chun Shuijun and the others with a smile. Let us share the spoils, everyone. He could not help but reflect that indeed, the rewards of taking lives and setting fires are plentiful. The speed of resource acquisition here far surpassed his previous methodical collection. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All present were awestruck by Ning Yang's ruthless decisiveness and terrifying strength. Gazing at the pile of invaluable treasures, none dared to harbor greedy thoughts. Ha! You may relish your killing now, but soon you shall all meet your demise. A voice laced with despair and mockery rang out. Belonging to Chu-Wan, she had witnessed the horrors of the tiger whale team and did not believe Ning Yang could withstand their retaliation. Ning Yang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the girl he had casually rescued who now spoke so disparagingly. He had saved her, yet she appeared displeased, just as he was about to respond. You dare kill my tiger whale team members. A furious roar thundered like lightning. A purple figure sped towards them with an almost imperceptible swiftness. Before he even arrived, countless sharp, glowing daggers rained down upon Ning Yang like a tempest. You dare kill Senior Wu? You little brat, die. Yuan Sheng had no intention of allowing any explanations. His lethal strike was already upon them. His scornful voice and the blade's gleam arrived almost simultaneously, giving Ning Yang no opportunity to reply. Senior Ning Yang, be careful. Li Xiaolan urgently warned. He is Yuan Sheng. He was the one who injured Sister Shiyu. He is incredibly powerful. Yet Ning Yang really smiled faintly. Do not worry. Such a character is hardly formidable. This individual did possess notable strength. Even in Ning Yang's keen eyes, he was at level 128 with a battle power of 860,000. However, in Ning Yang's view, he was riddled with flaws. As the myriad daggers capable of shredding ordinary experts descended upon him, Ning Yang remained unfazed, simply raising his hand to deliver a punch. This punch was even more unremarkable than the one that had slain Wu Tianyang. There was no energy released, no overwhelming momentum. Its speed appeared somewhat sluggish, as if it were filled with openings. Seeking death, Yuan Sheng, enraged by Ning Yang's audacity, trembled with fury, vowing to make him suffer torturously before death. However, the cruel grin on his face froze the very next moment. He was horrified to discover that his once proud and remarkably swift dagger techniques had become utterly sluggish in the face of his opponent's seemingly slow fist. The surrounding space felt like a viscous swamp, ensnaring him. His skillful blade had clearly been unleashed, yet it appeared to be mired in a quagmire, failing to reach its target. Conversely, the opponent's unremarkable fist seemed to embody some cosmic principle, arriving before his own attack could. It disregarded all his defenses and preambles, piercing through layers of blade shadows to imprint directly upon his chest. No, this is impossible. For the first time, Yuanqing's eyes reflected sheer terror. The dark blades that had surged towards him shattered like fragile glass before Ning Yang's seemingly plain fist, disintegrating into nothingness without even a semblance of skillful radiance condensing into form. In the face of absolute power, any flamboyant technique or skill was rendered futile. The bizarre dagger skills that had brought Yuanqing fame appeared pitifully laughable under Ning Yang's return to simplicity embodied in a single punch. You cannot kill me. I am Yuansheng, the wandering soul. His desperate plea for survival had barely escaped his lips when an even more formidable and terrifying force enveloped him, crushing him entirely. At this moment, Yuansheng was paralyzed with fear. Despite being a genius among his peers, he could not muster even a thought of resistance against Ning Yang, whose presence was akin to that of a primordial beast. He yearned to kneel and plead for mercy, to promise anything, hoping to delay just long enough for his captain to arrive. With the captain's arrival, the opponent would surely meet a dreadful end. However, the overwhelming pressure from Ning Yang's fist rendered even the slightest movement of his fingers or the opening of his mouth a distant luxury. In this instant, Yuansheng vividly experienced the despair and powerlessness that Shiyu had felt when facing him not long ago. It became clear that, in the presence of true strength, he was no different from those he had deemed as mere ants. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, akin to a meteor crashing to the earth. Chapter 92. The Arrival of the Mountain. You have no future. Ning Yang's fist solidly struck Yuansheng, unleashing a frenzied force that propelled him into the hard ground. A colossal spherical crater, over 10 meters in diameter, suddenly materialized around Yuansheng. Spiderweb-like cracks spread outward. At the center of the crater lay a blurred mass of flesh and blood, no longer resembling a human form, devoid of any breath. Even if a priest were to arrive, they could not resurrect this pile of mangled remains. Resurrection spells require a target to be at least somewhat whole. Ding! Target killed, earning 200,000 experience points. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. If Ning Yang's earlier defeat of Wu Tiangang had merely surprised onlookers with his decisiveness and strength, then his effortless annihilation of the somewhat renowned genius Yuansheng from Yanhua Academy left many utterly astounded. Those who knew Yuansheng felt a chill in their hearts. They understood all too well what this meant. A member of the top-ranked Tiger Whale team, a 20-year-old genius with nearly 900,000 battle power, had been so brutally slain. This was no mere conflict. It was a blood feud that could not be resolved easily. The remaining members of Yanhua Academy and the Tiger Whale team would not let this go unpunished. Ning Yang, you are truly remarkable. Li Xiaolan was the first to cheer, rushing forward with a face radiating excitement and admiration for Ning Yang. However, in stark contrast to her enthusiasm was Shiyu's pale and worried expression, along with the fear and pity reflected in the eyes of the onlookers. Sister Shiyu, Ning Yang has avenged Hao Gu and the others. We should be happy. Why are you? Li Xiaolan quickly sensed the discordant atmosphere and questioned in confusion. Ning Yang, I am sorry. An Shiyu gazedepli et Ning Yang. Her tone filled with guilt. After all, they are from Yanhua Academy, and their status is significant. This matter should not have involved you. It has dragged you into such great trouble. Ning Yang's expression remained calm. He had anticipated the consequences long before deciding to act. When others had come at him with blades drawn, should he really have held back and reasoned with them? In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, possessing power yet acting timidly was less desirable than self-annihilation. Do not worry, Ning Yang reassured as he patted Shiyu's shoulder. You are the victims. My intervention was entirely justified. If that so-called Yanhua Academy or the Tiger Whale team dares to come seeking trouble, I shall handle it. He possessed numerous trump cards, including the Crown of Kings. If he could not deal with contemporaries of his own caliber, that would indeed be laughable. You are too arrogant, even if you killed Yuansheng. So what? You have no idea how terrifying their captain is. We'll all be dragged down by you. Chu Wen's voice, laced with despair and resentment, once again cut in at an inopportune moment. She had long since convinced herself that everyone was doomed. Ning Yang furrowed his brow, casting an unpleased glance at this unfamiliar woman. What was her problem? Why did she keep pouring cold water on their spirits? He was about to inquire of Shiyu regarding this woman's background when a chilling voice, saturated with lethal intent, abruptly interrupted his thoughts. You no longer have a future. Ning Yang turned his gaze to see three powerful individuals, a trio of men and women, who had appeared nearby unbeknownst to him. Leading them was a stunningly beautiful woman with flowing hair, her aura icy and captivating, rivaling that of Chun Xuejuan. Chu Chua, profession, magic sword master, overall battle power, 180. 000, number of vulnerabilities, 82 vulnerability positions, chest, PUSXY, waist, PUSXY, legs, PUSXY. Ning Yang silently marveled. Previously, He might not encounter a woman of such perfect caliber for months. Yet in just 2 weeks, he had met 3. To be honest, this level of battle power genuinely astonished Ning Yang. This was the first individual he had encountered among his peers with battle power exceeding 1 million since his arrival. Behind her stood a man with a sharp, brooding face and hawk-like eyes. Ning Yang activated his Eagle Eye skill. 1 Xiongning, profession, Holy Light Knight, overall battle power, 1. 120,000, number of vulnerabilities, 98. On the other side was a seemingly petite and youthful girl, yet her gaze was exceptionally steady. 1 Ryu, profession, Divine Priest, overall battle power, 1. 140,000, number of vulnerabilities, 88 vulnerability positions, chest, POSXY, waist, POSXY. However, Ning Yang knew that everyone who entered this otherworldly realm were university students, and there were no true lowless. This girl as professional strength was evidently at least D grade, if not higher. The crowd around them quickly retreated like a receding tide, aware that powerful members from Yanhua Academy or the Tiger Whale team had arrived. Fearing to be caught in the impending storm, they swiftly cleared a large space. Look, they are the core members of the Tiger Whale team. That woman is their captain. We are doomed. Chu Wen's voice trembled, tinged with a sob, completely engulfed by fear. Ning Yang frowned again. Where had this ridiculous woman come from? Was she even on his side? Why did she always speak words that demoralized him? Whoosh! Before Chu Wen could finish, the brooding man, Wen Xiongning, raised his hand. A meticulously condensed beam of golden holy light, exuding a sense of judgment, shot towards the group. This strike was astonishingly swift and carried a strong sense of targeting. Be careful, Chun Yahan exclaimed in alarm, instinctively trying to step forward. Ning Yang, brother. Luaha nervously gripped her staff, a faint glow of magic enveloping her. Chun Xuejuan, though silent, bore a sharp gaze, her delicate hand resting on the hilt of her sword, ever ready to strike. And Shiyu and Li Xiaolan felt an icy chill creeping up their spines, rendering them nearly breathless. However, Ning Yang's reaction was swifter. In an instant, a long sword appeared in his hand, its blade accurately positioned to block the golden holy light. Clang! The golden radiance clashed with the azure sword, emitting a piercing sound as scattered energy surged forth. This was evidently a locking skill. Yet, with his extensive training in ancient martial arts, Ning Yang was unfazed by any conventional abilities, of course, excluding those twisted skills of the abyssal demon. You all step back and protect yourselves. Leave these 3 to me, Ning Yang stated calmly. The combined combat power of these 3 exceeded his by more than double. Nevertheless, in actual combat, power is not merely a matter of numbers and addition. No wonder they could kill my junior Yuan Shang. It seems they rely on a modicum of strength and consider themselves formidable. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Qiuyo's icy visage, quickly replaced by cold derision. Possessing a reconnaissance skill, she could clearly see Ning Yang's attributes were mediocre, far inferior to theirs. This left her even more perplexed as to how he had slain Yuan Shang. Yet, she was convinced this was merely a stroke of luck, aided by some special technique or equipment. The chasm of true strength could not be bridged. They intended to use absolute power to crush this ignorant individual, avenging Yuan Sheng and Wu Tiangang while upholding the dignity of the Hujing battle team. Chapter 93. Allow me to demonstrate what kind of power I possess. Ning Yang stood with his sword in hand, refraining from immediate action. The trio before him was formidable, particularly the woman named Chu Qiuyo, whose grace and beauty were striking. He was curious to observe how she would proceed. Chu Qiuyo was indeed different from the impulsive and ruthless Wen Xiongning. She first raised her hand, signaling Wen Xiongning, who was poised to attack, to hold his horses. Then, stepping forward, her cold gaze swept the area as she declared, fellow students, I am Chu Qiuyo, captain of the Hujing battle team from Yanhua Academy. She introduced herself, leveraging the prestige of Yanhua Academy to capture everyone's attention. Our academy has always upheld virtue over strength, never bullying the weak. Today, this person, Chu Qiuyo, pointed at Ning Yang. Her tone, turning frigid, boldly took the life of my core team members, Yuan Sheng and Wu Tiangang. This is a grievous blood feud. I, Chu Qiuyo, will seek justice for this today. Even if it reaches the ends of the earth, I hold the moral high ground. Chu Qiuyo attempted to occupy the moral high ground, portraying Ning Yang as a ruthless killer. In contrast, She positioned herself as the righteous avenger for her fallen comrades. Thus, even if she were to kill, she could maintain the honorable image of Yinhua Academy and the Hujing battle team. Among the gathered crowd, there were those who understood her intentions. Yet no one echoed her sentiments. Yinhua Academy was indeed impressive, but they were all in a different dimension now. Moreover, given Ning Yang's formidable prowess, only a fool would provoke him without knowing the outcome. Remaining silent meant losing merely the chance to curry favor with a talented individual from Yinhua Academy. Should they openly support her, and if the outcome resulted in Chu Chuyo's demise, they could easily incur Ning Yang's ire, inviting unnecessary trouble. Then, please enlighten this woman, who claims to uphold virtue and never bullies the weak, on the true nature of things, Ning Yang said with a cold smile, calmly turning to Shiyu behind him. To all present, Shiyu, bolstered by Ning Yang's support, spoke loudly. Had it not been for Senior Ning Yang's timely arrival, we would not only have lost the magical or we found, but we would have long since become the ghosts under the swords of your Hujing battle team. My 3 teammates, Wang Hao, Sun Yiru, and Lu Xingxing, were brutally slain merely for voicing their right to defend ourselves. Numerous fellow students can attest to this. May I ask, Captain Chu, is this the style of Yinhua Academy that never bullies the weak? Is this what you call virtue? And Shiyu's words were clear and well-structured, laying bare the bloody facts before everyone. Chu Chuyo's expression darkened instantly. She had initially intended to leverage Yinhua Academy's prestige to set the tone with a few words, then swiftly strike down Ning Yang and his companions, avenging her comrades while preserving her reputation. Yet, she never anticipated that no one would respond to her call, allowing Ning Yang the opportunity to reveal the truth. Her earlier righteous proclamations now stood as the greatest mockery of herself and her academy. The reputation of Yinhua Academy felt as if it had been publicly slapped across the face. When Xiong Ying's brows furrowed tightly, his murderous intent intensifying, he snorted coldly and prepared to strike again. Chu Chuyo, irritated, realized that if they did not act decisively now, the reputation of both the academy and the team would truly be irreparably tarnished. She had to find a way to salvage the situation, even if only superficially. We shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Chu Chuyo suppressed her fury, speaking in a low voice. Your words alone are insufficient to convince us. Furthermore, Yinhua Academy is a nationally renowned institution. Even if misunderstandings arise between students, you cannot simply kill members of our academy. Enough. Ning Yang interrupted her impatiently. You are truly verbose. With a sneer, Ning Yang's tone dripped with disdain. If you wish to fight, just say so. There is no need for these grandiloquent excuses. Come forth, and let me show you whether I am an S-class powerhouse or merely a B-class one. Chu Chuyo was incensed by Ning Yang's crude and straightforward words, feeling a wave of regret wash over her. Had she known this would be the outcome, she should have directly struck down Ning Yang and his companions from start. Why had she gone through the trouble of creating this complicated scenario, now finding herself in a predicament, losing face? There was no point in engaging in further dialogue with these scoundrels. To kill is to pay with one's life. It is only just. Sisters, let us strike. When Xiong, unable to contain himself any longer, bellowed. He cared little for reputation or reasoning, consumed solely by thoughts of avenging his comrades. As his words fell, the uniquely shaped curved sword in his hand erupted with dazzling brilliance. The blade trembled, emitting a low hum, and a violent pressure emanated from it, as if it were a tangible force. Sky-rending slash. With a furious roar, countless razor-sharp sword lights materialized from thin air, whistling with a deafening sound as they descended upon Ning Yang and the area behind him. The might of this sword technique was astonishing. The ground beneath was carved deep by the relentless wind of the blade. The surrounding air was sliced apart, producing explosive sounds. Aside from the 3 feet around Ning Yang, which remained untouched under his invisible aura, the rest of the area was left in utter disarray, as if ravaged by countless blades. In the face of such a terrifying onslaught, Ning Yang stood his ground, not even the hem of his clothing stirred by the fierce winds, merely rustling gently. Zhu Gui, seeing Ning Yang remain unmoving, felt a strange sense of certainty that he was doomed, yet a flicker of doubt arose within her. Even an SSS-class powerhouse would not dare to behave so recklessly against Wen Xiong Ying's wrathful strike. Just as the storm of sword lights was about to envelop him, Ning Yang made his move. He did not employ any flashy skills. Instead, he simply swung the Qinglong sword in his hand. One single horizontal slash. The motion was unadorned, even appearing somewhat slow. Wen Xionying's face twisted in a fierce confidence. This was a technique praised even by his SSS-class father standards, far surpassing ordinary skills. He seemed to envision the gruesome scene of Ning Yang and his followers being shredded into pieces. However, in the next instant, the sinister grin on his face froze completely. Ning Yang casually swung his sword, yet the aura emanating from it was extraordinarily potent. The ferocious sword light, capable of tearing through steel and severing energy, vanished silently upon contact with this aura, akin to ice melting under sunlight. His ancient martial arts skills had been obliterated. This strike, brimming with confidence and overwhelming power, had failed to breach his opponent's defenses, resulting in 0 damage. How could this be? When Xionying's pupils abruptly contracted, a tempest of disbelief surged within him. Just as he was momentarily lost in this incredulous scene, a bone-chilling cold suddenly surged from his neck. Ning Yang's long sword was bearing down upon him like Mount Tai, aiming directly for his throat. Chapter 94, Do Not Kill Me. My father is. The spirit of Wen Xionying erupted, and his extensive combat experience compelled him to instinctively evade with all his might. Swoosh! Blood erupted. HP 500, 000, HP 50, HP 50, 000, true damage. His health bar instantly halved. A severed arm, spewing blood, flew off into the distance. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from Wen Xionying. Clutching his blood-soaked left shoulder, he staggered backward in a frenzy, his face a mask of agony, shock, and a hint of fear. Yet, it was not over. Ning Yang's sword energy followed swiftly. Wen Xionying retreated rapidly. Chu Qiu Yao's pupils dilated. As the captain, she immediately discerned that Ning Yang's strength was extraordinary. Wen Xionying alone was absolutely no match. Without hesitation, she unleashed her twin flame swords, engulfed in blazing magic, and cried out, Flame Crescent Slash. The highly compressed, searing sword energy surged forth, tracing a crescent arc in the air, with an overwhelming force that seemed capable of incinerating everything. It aimed fiercely to intercept Ning Yang's lethal pursuit of Wen Xionying. The surrounding practitioners, weaker in power, were forced to retreat, fearing the stray sparks of flame. Ning Yang sensed the intense heat resistance coming from the front, causing his movements to momentarily falter. However, just as Wen Xionying thought he had found a moment of respite and was preparing to retreat to form a pincer attack with Chu Qiu Yao, an icy, piercing killing intent pierced through his will and soul like an invisible ice spike. Flying blade of the wind, the Qinglong sword in Ning Yang's hand emitted a clear dragon's roar. 5 razor-sharp blade energies, honed to perfection, materialized out of thin air, descending vertically like bolts of lightning from the heavens. Where the blade energies passed, the air wailed in a mournful cry. The fiery sword energy from Chu Qiu Yao's flame crescent slash was effortlessly cleaved in two like fragile paper, instantly dimming, collapsing, and transforming into a flurry of drifting sparks. This is bad. The spirit of Wen Xionying was in a frenzy. He desperately activated his skills to retreat. Yet that soul-locking sword intent rendered his body rigid, leaving him without a shred of resistance. This was undoubtedly an attack of a conceptual level that transcended ordinary skills, having integrated ancient martial arts. Swoosh! The blade energy swept through Wen Xionying's chest without obstruction, eliciting a spurt of scorching blood. HP 1, 800, 000. Critical hit. HP 180, 000. True damage. The health bar above Wen Xionying's head instantly emptied, his life extinguished. His eyes filled with disbelief, fear, and despair. His body swayed and then fell straight backward, his breath fading rapidly. Xionying. Chu Qiu Yao let out a desperate scream, her eyes suddenly filled with bloodshot veins. She never anticipated that the opponent would be so strong, so fast in attack. Most importantly, the damage was so high. Even she herself would undoubtedly perish if struck by such a blow. Rebirth Ritual. The ever-prepared Wen Ruyu finally made her move. With her left hand forming a seal and her right hand wielding a priest's staff, A brilliant light enveloped the lifeless when Xiongning. Holy life path. Heavenly blessing. A gentle healing light cascaded down like dewdrops. Simultaneously, a golden light shield enveloped the three of them, significantly enhancing their defenses. Wenryu support was timely and precise, showcasing the prowess of a top-tier support class. It was not over. Ning Yang's gaze turned icy, offering no respite to his adversaries. He unleashed a new skill he had learned just yesterday, blade and sword in the sky. The Qinglong's sword rose again, gathering an even more magnificent sword intent. Yua, quickly, use that. Chu Qiu Yao shouted hoarsely, knowing that ordinary skills could not withstand the explosive attacks of the opponent. A flicker of determination crossed Wenryu's face as she gripped her staff tightly, raising it high to cast. Divine Grace Sanctuary. Buzz, a colossal, pure white halo radiating a sacred aura abruptly expanded from her center, enveloping herself, Chu Qiu Yao, and the just revived Wen Xiongning. Within the halo, the three bodies seemed to transform into ethereal shadows, emanating an aura of invulnerability. Divine Grace Sanctuary. Immunity to all conventional physical and magical damage for 30 seconds. Miss. HP 120,000. True damage. X2 miss. HP 120,000. True damage. X2 miss. HP 120,000. True damage. X2. Each of the three absorbed 240,000 damage, their health plummeting by nearly 25. An invincible skill? Ning Yang raised an eyebrow. He felt his conventional attacks against the shield had no effect, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Gasps of astonishment erupted around them. No one had anticipated that the Tiger Whale team possessed such an invincible skill. This is bad. He also has a super skill. My brother and I are both in the soul annihilation state. Wenryu exclaimed in terror. Chu Qiu Yao had just begun to relax slightly when she heard Wenryu's words, her pupils contracting again. Furthermore, Chu Qiu Yao noticed that every time the opponent attacked, it carried true damage and depleted their mana. However, Ning Yang smiled coldly, offering no time for them to contemplate a response. Immunity to damage? Unfortunately, you cannot evade true damage. Ning Yang keenly realized that their invincible skill resembled his own blocking ability. While it could negate ordinary damage, it could not shield against true damage. Now, it was time for a game of cat and mouse. Let us try this. Kinder Dragon Key Wave. Ning Yang ceased using sword techniques, and instead unleashed a mage's lightning skill. Roar. The blue lightning dragon roared fiercely, charging violently toward the three. Swoosh. Miss. HP 150,000. True damage miss. HP 180,000. True damage miss. HP 220,000. True damage. Although the single damage was not high, the frequency was rapid. The health of the three plummeted again, with the Wen siblings barely holding on with less than 50 HP. Simultaneously, Chu Qiu Yao also fell into the soul annihilation state. No, impossible. How could he possess such a capacity for true damage? And the soul annihilation ability? Wenryu's complexion paled. She could not comprehend why an inconspicuous individual possessed such formidable power. His attacks carried true damage. You assist me. Chu Qiu Yao instantly understood, a mix of shock and fury coursing through her. All right, this was a life and death moment. Wenryu dared not exhibit any carelessness. In an instant, she formed seals to maximize all support buffs for Chu Qiu Yao. Simultaneously, she launched an attack skill aimed at Ning Yang. Super Overheal. Ning Yang really shifted sleekly, evading the opponent's attack. Their speed was far too slow in Ning Yang's hawk-like gaze. Furthermore, they were riddled with openings. He would not be struck even once, unless they possessed domineering skills akin to the Abyssal Great Demon S, Great Knight in the Sky, or Celestial Slash. Otherwise, one would never dream of harming him. Ning Yang, even slightly. Chu Qiu wielded the magic swordsman's ranged ultimate move, attempting to slay Ning Yang. Yet, his movements resembled those of a phantom, rendering her attacks futile. In an instant, Ning Yang surged before Wen Xiongning. No, the terror in Wen Xiongnings's eyes transformed into sheer dread. Don't kill me. My father is. Enough with the nonsense. Ning Yang's gaze sharpened, his sword's momentum shifting once more. Annihilation triple kill. 3 beams of concentrated azure light, infused with a formidable sword intent, pierced through the sacred domain's protection. They struck precisely at Wen Xiangying's body. Miss. HP 160, 000, true damage miss. HP 160, 000, true damage miss. HP 160, 000, true damage. Health points dwindled to nothing. When Xiangying's voice abruptly ceased, the brilliance in his eyes extinguished entirely. His form dissolved into specks of white light within the radiance of the sacred domain, vanishing without a trace. In a state of soul annihilation, he was utterly slain, without a scintilla of resurrection opportunity. Brother, when Ruyu let out a heart-wrenching cry, her complexion paling instantly. Run. At that moment, Chu Chuyue seized Wen Ruyu and began a frantic escape. She realized that they had kicked a massive iron plate today. Such a terrifying monster was beyond their capacity to contend with. She felt an intense hatred. How she regretted not checking the almanac before stepping out today. Bang! They had scarcely taken a few steps when a massive chasm was carved out by the sword energy ahead. Dense clouds of dust erupted forth. At this juncture, Ning Yang had already caught up to them. In terms of speed, they were leagues behind him. As Ning Yang's icy gaze fixed upon the two, feeling the palpable aura of death, Chu Chuyue's pride and anger were ultimately crushed beneath the weight of impending doom. Stop, please. Classmate. Chu Chuyue gazed at the advancing Ning Yang, her voice trembling with unprecedented humility. We were wrong. We are willing to make amends. We will give you everything. Just plead for your mercy. I swear by the name of Yanhua Academy and the Chu family. Let this matter be settled without pursuit. Chu Chuyue finally lowered her head in supplication, disregarding any notions of academy honor or team pride. Survival was paramount. Upon hearing this, Ning Yang indeed halted his advance. He stroked his chin, his gaze unabashedly sweeping across Chu Chuyue's curvaceous form and Wen Ruyu's petite, yet striking physique. A contemplative expression crossed his features as he slowly began to speak. I have 2 principles in life. First, I never slay beautiful women. Second, I never slay adorable women who bear ominous signs. With that, Ning Yang spread his hands, appearing genuinely troubled as he regarded the two. For a moment, he truly seemed to have no intention of striking. Chu Chuyue felt a surge of joy within, so the other party was merely a lecherous old man. Fixated on her and Ruyu's bodies, she inwardly scoffed. Indeed, all men are the same. Huh, man, is this all there is? Simultaneously, Chu Chuyue felt grateful to her parents for bestowing upon her a flawless visage. Her beauty was captivating, ensnaring countless hearts. Even that seemingly invincible man would surely bow before her enchanting countenance. This man is powerful. Perhaps in the future, she could even cultivate him into her devoted follower, to be utilized to her advantage. On the other side, when Ryu also breathed a sigh of relief. At least not dying was a positive outcome. After this event, her father would undoubtedly seek vengeance for her brother. She began mentally crafting a narrative to relay to her father, embellishing Ning Yang's malevolence. Regardless of the demands he might make, even if he desired her body, she could not refuse him. At this moment, survival was paramount. Simultaneously, when Ryu expressed gratitude to her parents for granting her an adorable visage, she felt fortunate to have developed an ominous sign of fate, for it might serve as leverage to secure a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, at that moment, Ning Yang, with a look of regret, pointed at Wen Ryu, shaking his head as he remarked, "You, not beautiful enough." Upon saying this, he turned to Chu Chu, shaking his head once more. "And you, not cute enough, nor do you bear an ominous sign. Therefore, you may rest assured and accept your demise." As he spoke, Ning Yang's long sword gathered energy. The flying blade's aura. 5 merciless sword energies struck Chu Chuyue and Wen Ryu with unrelenting force. Are you toying with us? Untrustworthy. Chu Chuyue and Wen Ryu's expressions shifted dramatically. The words fell upon them like a cold splash of water, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope they had just ignited. The advantages they possessed went unmentioned, while their shortcomings were highlighted. This was mockery. They were about to resist, but the overwhelming pressure rendered them immobile. The sounds of flesh being cleaved rang out. Chu Chuyue and Wen Ryu were cleaved into several pieces, their chances of survival utterly extinguished. After the massacre, Ning Yang muttered to himself, "As I have said, the final interpretation lies with me." He continued, "My name is Ning Yang, not always." When those individuals uttered such hypocritical words, Ning Yang had resolved to grant them death. He did not wish to let them escape, only to summon a host of elders to vex him. Target killed. Acquired super skill book, Divine Grace, Sacred Domain Protection. Ning Yang hastily examined the description of the skill book. Divine Grace, Sacred Domain Protection. By praying to the deities, one receives a protective shield bestowed by the divine, rendering all members immune to standard physical and magical damage for a limited time. Duration: 30 seconds cooldown, 120 seconds restrictions. Only bestowed clerics may learn. Ning Yang gasped in astonishment. Can a mere mortal drop a skill book? And a super skill book at that? Yet, after a moment's thought, he understood. This skill had indeed been employed by that adorable girl with ominous signs. It was rather formidable. It granted all members a 100 block rate for 30 seconds. Alas, it came with a class restriction. He could not learn it, and it would only be available for his wife, Yahan. The surrounding silence persisted for several seconds before being shattered by an explosion of murmurs. All onlookers were left astounded by Ning Yang's audacious maneuvers, followed by his merciless execution, their hearts gripped by an unshakable chill. My heavens, did he truly just kill them? They were the top talents of Yanhua Academy, two unparalleled beauties. Young man, wake up. In the eyes of true powerhouses, there exist only enemies and friends, not distinctions of beauty or gender. Having provoked such a harbinger of death, no matter how exquisite one appeared, they would merely become a beautiful corpse. His earlier words were evidently a mockery, killing while also striking at the heart. It was terrifying, even from this distance. I could feel my soul shuddering at his sword energy. The members of the tiger whale team seemed as fragile as paper before him, collapsing at the slightest touch. Indeed, such a potent aura of death. His sword energy could even disperse other skills. This was undoubtedly a high-level application of ancient martial arts, achievable only with sufficient strength. Under Ning Yang's formidable sword energy, he had slain 5 students from Yanhua Academy, annihilating the entire tiger whale team. At this moment, all gazes upon him transformed, and Shiyu and Li Xiaolan were equally astonished. While they were unsurprised by Ning Yang's slaying of Wu Tiangang and Yuan Sheng, as they had witnessed his prowess before, they were utterly unprepared for his effortless dispatch of several top-tier champions from Yanhua Academy. If one had not witnessed this with their own eyes, it would surely be difficult to believe. Ning Xiuzhong, have you truly ascended to the rank of SS-level professional? Although Li Xiaolan's words were laced with doubt, she had already come to the conclusion that Ning Yang must indeed be an SS-level practitioner. Ning Yang, thank you for saving both me and Xiaolan. And Shiyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she approached Ning Yang. Ning Yang nodded, preparing to respond, when suddenly an unsavory voice pierced the air. Impossible. How could this be? How could you possibly possess the strength to annihilate the entire tiger whale team? It was none other than Chu Wan, her face contorted with disbelief as she shouted. Chapter 96. Teaching her the first lesson of life. Oh, the body is still warm. Are you questioning whether my sword lacks swiftness, or are you doubting your own eyesight? Ning Yang turned to inquire. Chu Wan seemed to be provoked by his words, all her fear transforming into baseless accusations. If you possess such formidable strength, why did you not appear sooner? Had you arrived earlier, my sister, my Tiange, my teammates, none of them would have perished. It is your tardiness that led to their demise. You are the one responsible for their deaths. Chu Wan cried out in a fit of hysteria. Is she your teammate? Ning Yang did not immediately show anger. Instead, he turned to Shiyu with a calm gaze. No, and Shiyu quickly shook her head. We are not acquainted. We merely happened to encounter each other while being pursued by members of the tiger whale team. Ning Yang understood and then turned back to face Chu Wan. You despicable fiend. You have harmed my innocent and kind-hearted female compatriot and have even possessed her. Take this. He raised his voice, infused with an undeniable righteousness. As he spoke, Ning Yang unleashed his sword energy. The unmatched force distorted the surrounding air and struck the girl in an instant. Chu Wan's complexion changed drastically as she let out a piercing scream. She had never anticipated that the opponent would attack her without a word of explanation. With a resounding strike, Chu Wan was sent flying by the sword energy, bursting into a million pieces, leaving not a trace behind. This scene rendered the atmosphere icy once more. After a few moments, Lu He rushed over to inquire. Ning Yang Gij. Why did you also? She felt that although the girl's words were irksome, they did not warrant such a fate. Ning Yang looked at Lu He gently and replied, Lu He, I was merely teaching her the first lesson of life. What lesson? Lu He innocently asked, her curiosity piqued. She must learn to respect the strong. Ning Yang answered gruffly. Huh? Lu He was momentarily bewildered, but she is already dead. How can she learn? Ning Yang patted Lu He on the shoulder with a smile. It is never too late to learn from below. He thought to himself, foolish child. Had you truly been and Shiyu's teammate, perhaps a lesson would have sufficed. However, the issue is that I do not know you, and you wish to impose your moral values upon me? You have long since walked the path to destruction. Allowing you to live another second would be my fault. Lu He gazed at Ning Yang, who wore a gentle smile. In contrast to his earlier ruthlessness towards the Tiger Whale team and Shu Wen, her heart began to flutter with newfound understanding. Suddenly, she realized that Ning Yang's kindness and patience were not extended to everyone. His dominance and cruelty were reserved for foes and those who did not recognize their place, while she was treated as someone special. This feeling of being cherished filled Lu He with a sweetness akin to honey. The momentary reluctance she had felt vanished without a trace, replaced by an inexplicable sense of security and delight. As long as she stood by Ning Yang's side, she could forever bask in this unique tenderness. Lu He effortlessly filtered out the cruelty in Ning Yang's actions, completely immersing herself in the self-congratulatory warmth of her special treatment. Ning Yang strolled leisurely towards the bodies of Chu Qiuyo when Xiangying and the others, skillfully opening their spatial backpacks. With his actions, a mesmerizing clattering sound filled the air. A dazzling pile of magic arose like a small mountain. Various other magical materials, of which the names eluded description, yet were unmistakably extraordinary, adorned the ground alongside high-tier equipment design blueprints. It was as if a miniature treasure trove had suddenly unfolded before everyone's eyes, radiant and resplendent. This astounding wealth nearly blinded the gazes of all onlookers.